Chapter 1. Bite his wife. Shally, do you want a wife? As long as you say the word, I'll bring one to you shortly. In Nyo village, a chaotic large household. The village chief, Su Damao, stood in front of Li Kai with a beaming face. Li Kai was taken aback for a moment. Wife? Seeing Li Kai's confusion, Su Damao smiled enthusiastically. That's right. That girl is really beautiful. Just wait. I'll bring her over for you to see. After saying that, Su Damao left without waiting for Li Kai's response. At this moment, Li Kai stood up and surveyed his surroundings. After half a day's digestion, Li Kai could finally be sure that he had been reborn. Moreover, he had been reborn into a historical dynasty that did not exist. This dynasty was called the Tian. Li Kai was originally a top special forces soldier in modern times, who unfortunately sacrificed his life while carrying out a counterterrorism mission. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the body of a foolish young man also named Li Kai. He was called a foolish young man, not because of low intelligence. Rather, it was because he was born into a wealthy family, grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and had never suffered any hardship. However, in recent years, the Tian had been in chaos. Feudal lords rebelled, the Xiongnu raided, and bandits roamed freely, with both internal and external troubles. Just 2 months ago, the Li family was completely looted by bandits. Li Kai's parents were killed on the spot by the bandits, and the household servants either died or fled. Only Li Kai managed to escape by hiding in the cellar. After the bandits left, Li Kai attempted to report to the authorities, but the officials ignored him and casually dismissed him with a few words before sending him away. Later, Li Kai discovered that these bandits had looted all the wealthy households around the county town. They knew exactly which families had money and which had food. It would have been impossible to achieve this without the cooperation of the authorities that time. Li Kai realized that the government and the bandits were in cahoots. Reporting to the authorities was utterly useless. Despairing from the stark contrast between his past and present, Li Kai could not bear it and committed suicide at home. Now, the most valuable thing left in the entire Li family was just this house. Picking up a bronze mirror, Li Kai found that this body was extremely weak. Standing at 1.88 meters tall, he weighed less than 120 pounds. He was indeed a thin dog. In this age where cold weapons reign, the body is the primary capital. Although this body wasn't strong, it had a good frame and height, showing great potential. After feeling around carefully, Li Kai suddenly had a realization that she had also been reborn with him into the Tian. In his previous life, Li Kai accidentally cultivated a qi. This qi not only allowed him to temporarily possess super explosive power, but also granted him strong recovery and learning abilities. For example, in fitness, muscle formation is merely the process of tearing muscles during strength training and then recovering, where the muscles become more and larger. But Li Kai's muscle recovery speed was faster, and there was more. While others trained for a year, Li Kai achieved the same results in just 1 month. Moreover, Li Kai's ability to develop his body was even stronger. Not only that, but he also recovered from injuries faster than ordinary people. The most terrifying part was that Li Kai's muscle memory was exceptionally fierce. For example, in badminton, through continuous hitting, the body forms muscle memory. Muscle memory enhances an athlete's explosive power and reaction speed. And Li Kai's muscle memory was much stronger than that of ordinary people. For instance, it took him only a month from the first time he touched a gun to winning first place in a military shooting competition. All these changes stemmed from the qi within him. With this qi, I have confidence that I won't be bullied in this chaotic world, Li Kai murmured to himself. At that moment, Su Damao's voice sounded from outside. Shally, I brought you your wife. As he spoke, 2 figures appeared in Li Kai's line of sight. Li Kai initially thought Su Damao was joking, but unexpectedly, he really brought him a woman. And she wasn't an unattractive woman. Standing next to Su Damao was a woman. She wore a tattered coarse cloth shirt, covered in stains and patches. The loose clothing hung loosely on her frail body, making her appear even thinner. Her hair was messy, tangling together, with a few strands disheveled across her weary yet still delicate face. Although her small face was gray and seemed like she hadn't washed for a long time, her features were exquisite and her eyes were lively. If given a little grooming, she would definitely be considered beautiful. That moment, she was nervously pinching the hem of her clothes, not daring to look directly at Li Kai, standing timidly behind Su Damao. Her name is Suyu. Her family ran out of food, and they couldn't afford to support her anymore, so she fled to our village. And she's about the same age as you. When old Lee died, he kept mentioning your lifelong affairs. I thought of you, so I promised her to you as a wife. You must remember Uncle Su's kindness." After saying that, Su Damao meaningfully patted Li Kai's shoulder. If it were the previous Li Kai, he would have foolishly believed it and thanked Su Damao repeatedly. But the current Li Kai, however, was smiling on the surface but not in his heart. To put it nicely, it was for his lifelong affairs. Put it bluntly, it was because Su Damao couldn't afford to feed another mouth. In this chaotic world, the common people struggled to even meet their basic needs. Moreover, Su Damao had a son who was not yet married. Su Damao wanted his son to get married as well. But in this world, corrupt officials were in power, and various taxes flourished. Marriage taxes, childbirth taxes, and even taxes for birthdays. If a family didn't have some savings, they wouldn't dare to marry. Most importantly, Su Yu's background was not clean. Her parents, unable to provide for her, sold Su Yu to a brothel in the county. Upon learning this, Su Yu escaped from home overnight. Su Damao dared not welcome this calamity into his own home. Those running brothels in the county, who didn't have a background, who didn't have backing, and Su Damao couldn't bear to hand Su Yu over. As they were considered relatives, he often held her when she was a child. But marrying Su Yu to Li Kai, Su Damao would also be considered half a father-in-law to Li Kai. To put it bluntly, Li Kai was just a child with no life experience. If he starved to death one day, wouldn't this large house become his? Li Kai saw through it, but didn't say anything. This woman staying was indeed useful to him. Is this woman obedient? What can she do? Li Kai asked. Su Damao nudged Su Yu behind him. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Su Yu timidly stepped forward and bowed to Li Kai. I am Su Yu, 19 years old. I can wash clothes, cook, do some sewing and mending, recognize characters and read books, and I can take care of my husband's daily life. Also, I have a small appetite and don't eat much. With just a few short sentences, Li Kai was quite satisfied. Now that he had been reborn into Tian, what he lacked the most was someone to take care of his daily life. It wasn't because Li Kai was lazy, but because he had more important things to do. Uncle Su, I'll keep this woman. Su Damao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Li Kai wouldn't accept Su Yu. Now she was a hot potato that couldn't be kept in hand. Then I'll inform the villagers to set up a few tables tonight for the wedding night. Chapter 2. Entering the bridal chamber. Li Kai immediately refused. Forget it. My parents just passed away not long ago. I don't want to make too much noise. This excuse left Su Damao speechless. That's true, nephew. After this incident, there's nothing we can do. This is a world that eats people. Your father was very good to the people in the village. We all remember that. If there's anything, just find someone from the village. After saying that, Su Damao patted Li Kai on the shoulder and prepared to leave. Li Kai also sent Su Damao out, and the two chatted for a while outside the door. However, when Li Kai returned home, he was taken aback. The Li family had been completely ransacked by mountain bandits, and the yard was in disarray. Moreover, the foolish Li Kai had been unable to extricate himself from his sorrow, leaving the yard littered with fallen leaves and dust. But in just a short time, Su Yu had already swept the yard spotless with a broom. At that moment, she was still wiping the dust off the doors and windows. When she saw Li Kai come in, her little face, covered in dust, broke into a smile. Head of the household, sit down and rest for a bit. I'll clean up the house right away. Li Kai felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to help, but Su Yu refused. No need, head of the household, this is work for us women. If a woman can't even take care of her home, she'll be laughed at by others. Li Kai didn't say much. He just walked into the house and helped Su Yu boil a large pot of water for bathing. Not long after, Su Yu, covered in dust, walked into the house after finishing the cleaning. Standing in front of Li Kai, she lowered her head, unsure of what to do. Li Kai then led Su Yu to his parents' former bedroom. In the bedroom, there was a wooden tub that could hold one person. Li Kai poured hot and cool water into the tub in proportion and handed Su Yu a set of clean clothes. You wash up first and change into these clean clothes. Su Yu hugged the clothes and replied in a very soft voice. Then, Li Kai left the room and closed the door. Not long after, the sound of rushing water could be heard from the room. About half an hour later, with a creak, the door opened. Su Yu stood at the door, looking as if she had transformed into a different person. Her previously messy hair was now neatly combed, flowing smoothly down her back, and her dark hair shone with a lustrous sheen. The little face, once covered in dirt, was now as white as jade, delicate and with a faint blush. Beneath her arched eyebrows, her lively eyes sparkled, filled with shyness, not daring to meet Li Kai's gaze. Wearing the clean clothes Li Kai had brought her, although it was just ordinary coarse cloth, it perfectly outlined her slender waist and graceful curves. Suyu nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes, her body slightly trembling, standing there feeling anxious. Li Kai was momentarily captivated. A wife picked up for free, and she's this beautiful? Suyu pinched the hem of her clothes, took a deep breath, and felt extremely nervous and shy. Before coming, Sudamao had repeatedly told her that when marrying a chicken, follow the chicken; when marrying a dog, follow the dog. Although Li Kai was a bit dull, following him meant she wouldn't starve or freeze to death. It was infinitely better than being sent to a brothel. Husband, I'm done washing. Do you need me to help you wash? Suyu's voice trembled a bit. Li Kai scratched his head and cleared his throat. No need, I just washed. Then should I wait for you in the room? Suyu mustered the courage to say this. As a woman, her only bargaining chip was her body. Now that she finally had a place to stay, she was afraid Li Kai would kick her out, she could only use her body to please him, hoping to stay in this home. But she was also very scared. Her contact with Li Kai was too brief. She feared he might be an irresponsible and unreliable man. Yet, she had no other choice but to use her body as a gamble. Li Kai, a young man in the prime of his life, was stirred by Suyu's few words, his blood boiling. He nodded, feeling a bit shy. Suyu lowered her head and silently entered the bedroom. Li Kai's heart raced as he waited outside the door for a long time before taking a deep breath and entering the bedroom. At that moment, Suyu was lying on the rack bed with her back to him. Li Kai felt a surge of excitement, quickly undressed, and slipped under the covers. The bed had already been warmed by Suyu's delicate body. When Li Kai's cold body touched Suyu's warm body, she shivered but did not pull away. Husband, be gentle with me. An hour and a half later, the battle ended. Li Kai was exhausted, sweating profusely and panting. His body was simply too weak. Although he was big, his stamina couldn't keep up. Suyu, also experiencing this for the first time, cried out in pain at first. However, as Li Kai continued, she began to experience the joy of being a woman. On the sheets, a bright red stain was quite conspicuous. After getting dressed, Suyu took scissors and carefully cut the red stain from the bed, saving it carefully. It was her first red, very significant. Husband, are you hungry? I'll cook for you. Suyu smiled warmly at Li Kai as she walked into the kitchen. Li Kai followed her into the kitchen, only to find that the rice jar was almost empty. The mountain bandits had ransacked the Leaf family, and this little bit of rice was what Li Kai had bought with his last 201, which had already lasted for several days. Husband, I'm not hungry. I'll make you a bowl of thick porridge. I only need a bit of rice soup every day. Suyu said thoughtfully. Li Kai looked at Suyu, who seemed somewhat malnourished, feeling a pang of heartache. Now that you're married to me, how could I let you drink rice soup? Eat thick porridge from now on. We'll have thick porridge for every meal. Cook all this rice, and don't leave a single grain. But husband, don't you listen to your husband? Suyu immediately shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum. She quickly explained, of course not. In this house, husband is the biggest. Suyu only listens to husband. Then cook it all. Suyu wanted to argue a bit more, but she couldn't win against Li Kai and had to cook all the rice in the jar. Not long after, the aroma of rice wafted through the air. Suyu served Li Kai a large bowl of thick porridge while she only had an old, small bowl. Even so, Suyu looked eagerly at the porridge in her small bowl, her eyes fixed on Li Kai, waiting for him to give the order to eat. In this era, women's status was low. During meals, if the man didn't say to eat, the woman wouldn't dare to start. Seeing this, Li Kai frowned and directly poured the porridge from Suyu's bowl into his OW. Suyu was taken aback and instantly frightened, standing up. Husband, did I serve too much? I'm sorry. I won't eat this much next time. Li Kai quickly took Suyu's warm little hand and pulled her into his embrace. From now on, you eat first. After you're full, I'll eat. After saying that, Li Kai personally scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to Suyu's mouth. At that moment, Suyu felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Grateful that she hadn't married the wrong person at the same time, she prayed that Li Kai wasn't just a fleeting novelty and that his attitude towards her would change in the future. Suyu's appetite was indeed small. She was full after just a few bites. Li Kai, however, finished the entire remaining bowl of thick porridge. After the meal, Suyu sensibly washed the bowls, while Li Kai searched the house for a suitable tool. He needed to go hunting in the mountains. The food at home was all gone, and if he couldn't find something to fill their stomachs tonight, he and his wife would have to go hungry tomorrow. Nyo village was built against the mountains, with plenty of game in the hills, including wild boars, rabbits, wild chickens, and wild dogs. However, the people of Nyo village were afraid to go hunting in the mountains. This was because a group of fierce mountain bandits occupied the area. The bandits had issued a decree that if villagers dared to step into the mountains, they would be killed on sight. There had been those who took their chances and ventured into the mountains, but never returned after encountering the bandits. But Li Kai wasn't afraid. To be precise, the bandits were his enemies. His parents had been killed by the bandits, and he was more afraid of not encountering them than running into them. As a top special forces soldier, he wasn't afraid of an unknown fight. If it came to a group fight, he might not win, but he could run. The urgent matter at hand was to find a suitable weapon. After searching the house for most of the day, I only found a sickle used for weeding. This dynasty has extremely strict controls over weapons. Common people are not allowed to privately possess any edged weapons. Even a kitchen knife is not allowed to exceed 20 centimeters. If discovered, the punishment is 20 blows with a heavy stick. As for armor and other protective gear, if found in private possession, the punishment is execution and public display. The reason for such strict control is the fear of rebellion among the people. The great heaven is too chaotic, the emperor is incompetent, and the court is filled with corrupt officials. Controlling weapons is the most effective means of preventing the people from revolting. A sickle will have to do, Li Kai said, fastening the sickle to his waist and preparing to go out. But before Li Kai could step out the door, he heard Su Yusu's soft voice behind him. Husband, wait. Chapter 3 Hunting in the Mountains. Su Yu saw the sickle hanging from Li Kai's waist, but didn't ask what he was going to do. She simply took out a smooth jade pendant and personally put it around Li Kai's neck. This is a protective jade my grandmother bought for me when I was a child. Although it's not valuable, wearing it can keep you safe. Li Kai took a whiff of Su Yu's fragrance from the pendant and smiled. Don't worry, my wife. Your man is blessed and won't die. After giving Su Yu a suffocating kiss, Li Kai disappeared into the night. An hour later, Li Kai appeared alone in the deep mountains. By this time, it was late, and the mountains were dark and hazy, so dark that one could not see their fingers in front of them. Without a torch, it was impossible to tell directions. However, with the help of the energy within him, Li Kai's eyes could see clearly in the dark, as if it were daylight. The energy in his body could enhance his speed if used in his legs, increase his strength if used in his arms, improve his hearing if used in his ears, strengthen his vision if used in his eyes, and heighten his sense of smell if used in his nose. If used in his dantian, it would enhance his overall strength. The consumption of energy varied depending on where it was used. Using it for his eyes consumed the least, allowing Li Kai to enhance his vision for over 8 hours. Using it in his dantian consumed the most, and he would be exhausted in 10 minutes. Li Kai chose to hunt at night because most animals come out to forage at night, increasing the chances of success. Even if he couldn't find prey, there were plenty of mushrooms in the mountains, and eating mushrooms would keep him from starving. Soon, Li Kai found several mushrooms. As a top special forces soldier, his survival skills in the wild were quite rich. He could distinguish between poisonous and edible mushrooms. He skillfully picked the mushrooms and tossed them into his snakeskin bag. As he walked, he continued to collect mushrooms. Half an hour later, he had filled half a bag with mushrooms, but he hadn't seen any live animals. Just then, a gray shadow appeared in his line of sight. Li Kai's eyes lit up. 20 meters ahead, a gray wild rabbit was gnawing on grass roots. Here it comes. Rabbits have excellent vision and are very alert. It would be difficult for Li Kai to catch one by hand at his speed. However, he didn't have a bow and arrow at hand, only the sickle. Li Kai pulled out the sickle from his back and flipped it in his hand. There was no choice but to give it a shot. In his previous life, Li Kai had practiced throwing knives for a few days, but this skill wasn't very useful to him, so he hadn't practiced it deeply. However, with the assistance of that energy, even a casual practice would be at a master level now. Taking a deep breath, Li Kai swung his arm and threw the sickle. Whoosh! The sickle spun through the air toward the wild rabbit. The rabbit, very alert, heard the sound and was about to run away, but it was too late. With a crack, the blade of the sickle pierced the rabbit's neck, and after a couple of spasms, the rabbit lay still. Li Kai was overjoyed and went up to pick up the rabbit. With this rabbit and the mushrooms, he wouldn't go hungry tomorrow. After catching the prey, Li Kai happily made his way down the mountain. It was already late at night, and he was extremely tired, planning to go home and get a good night's sleep. As he walked, he continued to collect mushrooms. Just as he was about to leave the deep mountain area, he suddenly felt his foot step on something soft. Looking down, he found it was a large pile of feces. The dung was incredibly foul and still warm. What could produce such a large pile of dung? A wild bear? A wild boar? Li Kai's heart sank. He quickened his pace down the mountain. He had no equipment and was in poor physical condition. If he encountered a large beast, he wasn't sure he could handle it. But just as he feared, trouble came. After only a few steps, the bushes suddenly shook violently. A large black shadow charged toward Li Kai. It was a 300-pound adult wild boar, its eyes glowing red and sharp tusks gleaming coldly. The wild boar was extremely aggressive, and its tusks could easily pierce a person's internal organs. Moreover, wild boars had tough skin and liked to rub against trees to scrape off resin. Without a sharp weapon, it was hard to pierce through. As the wild boar got closer, Li Kai quickly dropped his prey and ran. At the same time, he channeled all the energy in his body into his legs and sprinted through the forest. But the wild boar chased relentlessly, snorting loudly behind him. The wild boar was fast, and even with the assistance of that energy, Li Kai couldn't shake it off. Just as the boar's tusks were about to stab him in the back, Li Kai exerted all his strength, leaped high, and landed on a tree. Li Kai clung tightly to the tree, while the wild boar, unable to stop in time, crashed its tusks into the trunk. With a thud, the wild boar's sharp tusks pierced halfway into the tree. However, at that moment, the boar couldn't pull its tusks out, and it squealed in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Li Kai jumped down from the tree and landed squarely on the wild boar's back. Gripping the sharp edge of the sickle, Li Kai leaned down and delivered a savage cut to the boar's throat. Instantly, warm blood sprayed out. The wild boar, panicked, managed to pull its tusks free, but with that effort, blood gushed out even faster. The frenzied wild boar crashed wildly through the forest, and Li Kai held on tightly as it ran. After a few minutes, the wild boar's blood ran dry, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Li Kai took the chance to stab it a few more times to ensure it was dead before jumping off its back. 300 pounds. This was a windfall. The current price of pork had risen to 10 won per pound. Wild boar meat was even more expensive, selling for 20 won per pound. If he sold the whole boar, he could easily make 5,000 to 6,000 won. That amount would be enough for Li Kai to buy a complete set of hunting gear. Excited, Li Kai dragged the wild boar with one hand and picked up his snakeskin bag with the other, heading down the mountain. It must be said that Li Kai's body was indeed weak. With the rabbit, mushrooms, and wild boar, he dragged over 300 pounds of prey until dawn, barely making it to the village. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Li Kai's house, it was quite lively. Several local delinquents were gathered at the door, peering into the courtyard, occasionally whistling and laughing loudly. Wow, Li Kai's new wife is really pretty. Is this what Li Kai is giving you? Isn't that just dishwater? What is so good about marrying that fool Li Kai? You'd be better off marrying me. Ha ha. Chapter 4. The former underling the man speaking was named Kong Jun, a well-known scoundrel in the village. He had a reputation for petty crimes, such as stealing chickens, peeping at widows while they bathed, and committing small evils without limit. However, previously, he had a very good relationship with Li Kai. He willingly acted as Li Kai's underling when Li Kai asked him to chase dogs. He wouldn't go after the chickens. But ever since Li Kai's home was raided by bandits, Kong Jun seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer paid attention to Li Kai and even intentionally made things difficult for him. Recently, upon hearing that Li Kai had married a new wife, he immediately brought a group of underlings to watch the commotion. One of Kong Jun's underlings, named Di Gua, stared at Su Yu's enchanting figure, drooling. Big brother, this woman is really beautiful. That fool Li Kai is not worthy of her. Why don't we just take her home as a wife? As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Jun slapped him on the back of the head. Are you stupid? Can you afford to keep her if you take her home? Your family can barely afford to feed your father, and you want to support a wife? Besides, such a beautiful woman marrying that fool Li Kai must have a dirty background. She might even be a prostitute from a brothel. Hey girl, how much for a taste with the big man? A burst of laughter erupted. Meanwhile, Su Yu, who was washing clothes in the yard, glared fiercely at Kong Jun and the others, holding her wooden basin and walking towards the house. But Kong Jun was relentless, leading 5 or 6 people directly into Li's courtyard. "Hey girl, why are you hiding? Kong Yi not only has a big tool, but is also good at it. I guarantee you'll feel like a goddess. Most importantly, Kong Yi can give you money. You'll be able to eat well." He glanced at the thin rice soup on the stone table in the yard and kicked it over. Suyu heard the sound of the bowl breaking and rushed out. "What are you doing? That's my family's breakfast." Although it was called breakfast, it was just a few grains of rice left over from yesterday, soaked in hot water. "Breakfast? TSK, TSK, TSK. This is something even dogs wouldn't eat. Come with Kong Yi. At my place, there's plenty of white rice. Staying with that useless Kai. You won't even get enough to eat in your life, just thin porridge." Kong Jun grinned lewdly, reaching out to grope Suyu's chest. Suyu was startled and quickly tried to dodge, but Digua deliberately blocked her from leaving. "Little lady, why are you hiding? Let the big man smell how good you smell." Just as Kong Jun's hand was about to succeed, a cloth shoe suddenly flew in from outside the door. It hit the back of Kong Jun's head with a loud smack. "Ouch!" Kong Jun cried out in pain, covering his head and turning around angrily. "Who the hell is that?" Everyone turned to look at the door and froze. They saw Li Kai, covered in blood, holding a 300-pound wild boar in one hand. In the other hand, he carried a snakeskin bag, which he casually dropped to the ground, causing rabbits and mushrooms to spill out. "Do you want to die?" Li Kai's voice was cold, filled with killing intent. As a special forces soldier, he had taken many lives. The murderous aura he exuded could scare ordinary people into wetting themselves. Kong Jun only exchanged a glance with Li Kai and felt a chill run down his spine. He had an impulse to kneel before Li Kai. What was happening to him? Wasn't this just a foolish boy without parents? "Oh, Li Kai, you've learned some skills." "Huh, you started stealing now. Where did you get these things?" Kong Jun forced himself to maintain a tough demeanor, greedily eyeing the prey at Li Kai's feet. A 300-pound wild boar was enough for his family to eat for 2 months. If sold, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for half a year. At this moment, Kong Jun had already seen the wild boar as his own possession. Li Kai didn't explain that it was his hunting trophy. No one would believe him anyway. "Kneel down and apologize to my wife." Li Kai's tone was icy. Kong Jun sneered. "Who do you think you are? You want me to kneel and apologize? I used to call you big brother because your family had money and I could get few meals from you. Did you really think I saw you as a big brother? In my eyes, you were just a fool. How dare you give me orders?" "Digua, go slap him twice. Teach him a lesson." "All right." Digua stepped out from behind Kong Jun and came to Li Kai, delivering a hard slap to his face. But Li Kai's eyes were sharp. Before the slap could land, he grabbed Digua's wrist with one hand and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen with the other. A muffled thud sounded. Digua felt his knees in front of Li Kai, writhing in pain. Li Kai wasn't planning to let him go. He delivered a knee strike right to Digua's face. With a loud smack, Digua's nose instantly collapsed. Blood and teeth flew out as he fell to the ground. Crying out in pain, "My nose! My teeth! Big brother, save me!" Although Li Kai's body was weak, he hadn't forgotten his combat skills. Kong Jun, seeing his underling getting beaten, became furious. "Damn it, you were tough when you had money. Now that you're broke, you're still tough? Everyone get him! Beat him up!" As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Jun charged in with 4 or 5 men. Li Kai, stretching his muscles, said coldly, "Just in time, let us get some exercise." The energy within Li Kai exploded, his gaze turning icy as he locked onto the foremost Kong Jun. Kong Jun threw a punch, but Li Kai didn't even look. He sidestepped and then kicked Kong Jun in the stomach with a powerful leg. Kong Jun flew back like a broken sack, knocking down 2 of his underlings behind him. The remaining ones rushed in. Li Kai didn't retreat, but advanced, diving into the crowd, fists flying. His punches were like hammers, making loud thuds as they struck the enemies. One underling had just lifted a wooden stick when Li Kai slapped him in the face, sending the stick flying and the man crashing to the ground, losing several teeth. 2 others tried to sneak up from behind, but Li Kai sensed their movements, turned, and kicked one in the chest, sending him flying against the wall. The other underling was so scared that his legs went weak. Before he could run, Li Kai grabbed him by the collar and threw him away like trash. In the blink of an eye, all 5 or 6 of Kong Jun's men were on the ground, crying out for help. Li Kai walked up to Kong Jun. stepping on his back, and coldly said, "Kneel down and apologize to my wife." At this moment, Kong Zhen and his men were all shocked. Was this still the naive fool Li Kai they knew? They had never heard that this kid practiced martial arts. But now, Li Kai was able to fight so well. He was overpowering 5 or 6 people by himself, more ferocious than Kong Zhen, the street fighter. Kong Zhen's eyes darted around, and he quickly said, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Li Ge, don't hit me. I'll apologize to your sister-in-law right now." Hearing this, Li Kai finally released his foot from Kong Zhen. Kong Zhen climbed up from the ground, and just as he stood up, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. He pulled a sharp knife from his sleeve and lunged at Li Kai with a fierce stab. Chapter 5. Kong Zhen's death. Li Kai, as a special forces soldier, remained constantly vigilant, and Kong Zhen's subtle movements could not escape his eyes. Just as Kong Zhen lunged with the knife, Li Kai's expression turned icy, and his body instinctively reacted. He quickly sidestepped, causing Kong Zhen's full-force stab to miss, and his body was propelled forward due to inertia. Seizing the opportunity, Li Kai grabbed Kong Zhen's wrist, twisting it forcefully. With a crack, Kong Zhen's wrist broke, and the knife clattered to the ground. Kong Zhen let out a painful scream, his face contorted with agony. Li Kai was not about to let him off so easily. He immediately drove his knee into Kong Zhen's abdomen, making Kong Zhen feel as if his internal organs had shifted and bile surged in his mouth. Before he could recover, Li Kai raised his elbow and struck hard at the back of Kong Zhen's neck. This powerful blow caused Kong Zhen to topple forward, his face smashing heavily into the ground. 2 of his front teeth were knocked out, blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, and he lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The other gang members watched this scene, their faces turning as pale as paper, sitting on the ground in fear, not daring to make sound. They could never have imagined that the once timid and easily bullied Li Kai could be so fierce, incapacitating Kong Zhen in one encounter. Su Yu, standing nearby, was both shocked and delighted. She had not expected her husband to be so formidable, and her gaze towards Li Kai was filled with admiration and love. "You want to kill me?" Li Kai toyed with the knife in his hand, his eyes cold as he looked at Kong Zhen. Kong Zhen covered his bleeding mouth, fear evident in his eyes, stuttering as he spoke. "And no, Li Xiao, I was just joking with you." At these words, Li Kai sneered. "Then I'll play along too." With that, the knife in Li Kai's hand swiftly stabbed towards Kong Zhen's abdomen. With a squelch, blood sprayed out, making Li Kai's face appear extremely sinister. Li Kai grinned. "Is it fun?" Kong Zhen clutched his abdomen, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Li Kai. He couldn't believe that the once soft-hearted Li Kai, who hesitated to kill even a chicken, could now stab without blinking. With a thud, the nearby Digua was so frightened that he fell to his knees, repeatedly banging his head on the ground. "Li Xiao, please spare my life. I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to see the new bride. Please don't kill me, Li Xiao." Li Kai, holding the bloody dagger, took slow steps toward Digua. Digua trembled in fear, nearly wetting himself. "Do you want to live or die?" Li Kai asked coldly. Digua was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, "I want to live. I want to live." With a clatter, Li Kai threw the dagger in front of Digua. "If you want to live, stab him once, and you can live." Li Kai's public act of murder would surely attract trouble from the authorities if it got out. But if the few people present could keep quiet, then Kong Zhen would not be considered killed by Li Kai, but rather by bandits. Digua looked at the dagger in front of him, nearly crying. Kill someone? He couldn't. Kong Zhen was bleeding profusely from his abdomen, glaring fiercely at Digua. You dare? If he doesn't die, you die," Li Kai said coldly. Digua, trembling, picked up the dagger, gritted his teeth, and walked towards Kong Zhen. "I'm sorry, big brother. I don't want to die. I want to live." The desire to survive overcame his fear. With his eyes closed, Digua thrust the dagger forcefully into Kong Zhen. With a squelch, the dagger pierced Kong Zhen's abdomen, and he let out a painful roar, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Li Kai coldly looked at the other gang members and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" Hearing Li Kai's icy question, the remaining gang members trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with terror and despair. When Li Kai saw that no one responded, he snorted coldly and took a step forward, the bloody dagger glinting in the sunlight, reflecting his stern face. What's wrong? Don't you want to live? Li Kai threw the dagger to the ground. In 3 minutes, if you don't make a move, I will. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and the instinct to survive jolted them back to reality. The frail gang member broke down first, scrambling to the spot where the dagger had fallen. He picked it up with trembling hands and staggered towards Kong Jun. At this point, Kong Jun's breath was weak, and he looked at the approaching gang member with rage and unwillingness in his eyes. He wanted to shout a warning, but could only let out weak whimpers. The frail gang member stood in front of Kong Jun, eyes tightly shut, his face filled with pain and struggle. He raised his hand high, the dagger shimmering in the sunlight, but it never fell. Seeing this, Li Kai's eyes turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, still not moving? This voice was like thunder, causing the frail gang member to tremble all over. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly stabbed down. With a squelch, the dagger embedded itself in Kong Jun's body, blood flowing profusely along the blade. The frail gang member screamed in fright, dropped the dagger, and collapsed to the ground. Next, the chubby gang member, driven by fear, picked up the dagger and, trembling, stabbed at Kong Jun. With each thrust, he couldn't help but let out cries of alarm, as if enduring immense psychological pressure. Under Li Kai's coercion, the others took turns stabbing Kong Jun with the dagger. As the stabbing continued, Kong Jun's wounds multiplied, blood soaking the ground beneath him. His eyes gradually lost their luster, his body became motionless, and ultimately, he succumbed to excessive blood loss. Li Kai looked at the dead Kong Jun, his face devoid of any expression. He turned to the others and coldly said, "If anyone dares to speak a word about today's events, your fate will be the same as his." Everyone nodded in fear, their faces filled with terror and reverence. At this moment, Digua and the others stood obediently in a row, trembling as they looked at Li Kai. Drag Kong Jun out and find a random place to bury him. If the body is discovered, say it was done by bandits. Leave all the money on him, and then take his corpse and get lost. Li Kai said coldly. Digua and the others, upon hearing this, quickly complied. They left their money on the ground, and then fled with Kong Jun's body from Li's residence. Li Kai was not worried about them reporting to the authorities. Each of them had participated, and reporting wouldn't benefit them. Li Kai picked up several hundred coins from the ground. Kong Jun and his crew were not wealthy, and it was all they could gather. Looking up at Suyu, he found her face pale, staring blankly at him. Li Kai quickly stepped forward and took Suyu's warm hand. "Don't be afraid, my dear. He bullied you. He deserved to die. After marrying into the Li family, Li Kai, will not allow anyone to bully my wife." Suyu came to her senses, bit her lip, and nodded heavily. "Husband, I believe in you. Husband, your clothes are dirty. Take them off, and I will wash them clean for you." Li Kai's clothes were soaked in blood, but he grinned. "No need, my dear. I just hunted a wild boar. Who can tell if this is human blood or pig blood?" Chapter 6. The 88-kilogram iron rod. Next, Li Kai divided the pork into two. From the 300 jin of wild boar, he kept 50 jin for himself to eat. The remaining 250 jin, Li Kai found a unicycle to load it onto. It was just morning, so he took the pork to the county town to sell. Li Kai pushed the unicycle and took nearly 4 hours to reach the county town. By the time he arrived, it was already noon. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Li Kai found a crowded spot and began to shout, "Fresh wild boar. Just 15 won per jin. Don't miss it." The usual price for pork was 10 won per jin, while wild boar meat generally ranged from 20 to 30 won per jin. Li Kai's price of 15 won was quite cheap. As a result, his shout attracted a lot of people. "Wow, your wild boar meat is really fresh. Give me 2 jin." An old man passing by was immediately drawn in by Li Kai's wild boar meat and paid without hesitation. Li Kai picked up his knife and began to cut the wild boar meat, weighing it while collecting money. Due to the low price, Li Kai's wild boar meat sold quickly. In just over an hour, all the wild boar meat was sold out. The 250 jin brought in about 3,700 won, adding the few hundred won he had taken from Kong Jun and others. Li Kai now had over 4,000 won in total. That's equivalent to 4 taels of silver. In this era, 4 taels of silver was definitely a large sum, equivalent to the annual income of many strong men. With this hefty sum of 4 taels of silver in hand, Li Kai decided to forge a few handy weapons. Soon, he arrived at the only blacksmith shop in the county town. Blacksmiths were a rare profession in this era, although they earned high wages. The work was tough and difficult to learn. To be a blacksmith, one had to be able to endure hardships, possess talent, and have a master to guide them. None of these conditions could be lacking. Another important reason for the scarcity of blacksmiths in this era was the strict regulations imposed by the government. To open a blacksmith shop, one needed to obtain a permit from the authorities. However, the government was concerned that people might buy weapons from blacksmiths for rebellious purposes, so they were very strict about the permits. Generally, ordinary people could not open blacksmith shops. As a result, in the large Shan County, there was only this one blacksmith shop. Inside the blacksmith shop, a master craftsman in his 40s was swinging a hammer, pounding on a long knife. The master had dark skin, a muscular build, and sweat dripped from his chin into the furnace. "Master, do you sell knives?" Li Kai approached and asked. The master, without looking back, replied, "I have vegetable knives, boning knives, and hatchets. Which one do you want?" Li Kai frowned. "I want a long knife. If there are no knives, a sword will do." Upon hearing this, the master furrowed his brow, put down his hammer, and pulled Li Kai into the blacksmith shop. "Are you looking for trouble? If someone from the government hears you say that, they'll take you to the market square and execute you for rebellion." Li Kai scratched his head. "Is it that serious? Don't blacksmith shops sell knives? It's not that we don't sell them, but we dare not sell." The master sighed. "Here, I can only forge long knives for the government and military. If ordinary people want to buy, I can't dare to sell. If caught, it's a death sentence. Any blade longer than 20 centimeters is not allowed to be sold to civilians. That's the government rule." Li Kai thought for a moment. "What about sticks?" "Sticks are not restricted. After all, they generally don't kill and pose no threat to armored soldiers," the master replied. "All right, help me forge an iron rod weighing 88 kilograms. How much will it cost?" The master looked Li Kai up and down. 88 kilograms? That's heavier than you. What do you need such a heavy iron rod for?" "That's none of your business. Just tell me if you can forge it." After thinking, the master replied, "I can, but it will take a week. 1 kilogram costs 100 won, so for 88 kilograms, that's 8,800 won. I'll give you a discount, 8 taels of silver. Is it that expensive?" Li Kai frowned slightly. Now, he only had a little over 4 taels of silver, which was definitely not enough to pay for the iron rod. But Li Kai was not anxious and said, "Then I'll leave you 2 taels of silver as a deposit. Once it's done, I'll pay the remaining 6 taels." Saying this, Li Kai directly placed 2 taels of silver down. Seeing Li Kai pay so readily, the master had no further doubts. All right. After all, once the iron rod was made, it could be melted down and forged into other weapons. So he wasn't worried about Li Kai not coming back. Receiving the 2 taels of silver, he wouldn't lose out no matter what. "Master, a small knife the size of a palm, making it isn't illegal, right?" Li Kai stretched out his hand for the master to examine. The master glanced at it and nodded. "It's not illegal, but such a small knife can't chop vegetables or firewood. What do you want it for?" Li Kai smiled. "I've read too many martial arts novels and want to practice throwing knives." The master chuckled knowingly, but said no more. Throwing knives aren't that easy to practice. This weapon has a very high entry difficulty. Out of 100 people, not one can master it. "All right, 100 won each. How many do you want?" 10 will do." After saying this, Li Kai paid another tael of silver. The small knives were quick to forge, and Li Kai watched intently as the master skillfully worked the iron. Soon, 10 sharp little knives were presented before Li Kai. "Young man, how do they look?" Li Kai examined the 10 small knives. Although they weren't as refined as modern throwing knives made of high-carbon steel, the fact that the master could create such sharp knives by hand in an era without machine tools showed his skill. "Not bad. I'll come back in 7 days to pick up that iron rod." After putting the throwing knives into his waist, Li Kai left the blacksmith shop. The 88-kilogram iron rod was something he couldn't wield with his current strength. However, with the support of that energy, Li Kai believed his body would soon undergo a tremendous transformation. With just a tael of silver left, Li Kai pushed the unicycle to buy 2 bags of rice and flour, as well as some soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. He stopped by a pharmacy to buy several herbs, and finally bought 6 feet of fine cloth. After spending all his money, he pushed the unicycle back home. However, just as he reached the entrance of a tavern, he heard a commotion inside. "Damn it, have you lost your eyes? You dare to ask me for money? Do you recognize this skin of mine? I'll smash your tavern." With a loud bang, the the tavern door was kicked open, and the tavern owner was thrown out into the street. A soldier dressed in armor, with a sword at his waist, staggered out holding a wine jug. "Sir, I want to dare again. I want to ask you for money anymore. But you come here to eat and drink every day. It's too much for my small place." The armored soldier stepped on the tavern owner's chest. "I come here to eat. I'm giving you face. Are you not happy? Do you believe I'll chop your head off right now?" Chapter 7. Joe Pipey, the tavern owner, kept begging for mercy. "Sir, I won't dare again. Please let me go." The soldier, still feeling unsatisfied, picked up the scabbard and struck the tavern owner fiercely. "Damn it, I'll beat you to death. You dog bastard. I'll kill you, you scum." More and more people gathered around to watch, but no one dared to step forward to intervene. Isn't that Joe Pipey? What did he do to provoke him? Exactly. Joe Pipey never pays for his meals. Anyone who dares to ask him for money is just asking for trouble. Li, curious, casually grabbed someone and asked, "Brother, may I ask who Joe Pipey is? Why doesn't he have to pay for his meals?" The man sighed. "It's not just Joe Pipey. Anyone wearing armor doesn't have to pay for their meals. These soldiers have long knives, and they're very domineering. Plus, they are armored and impervious to knives and guns. Who dares to ask them for money?" Li Kai frowned. "But can't we report them to the authorities?" "Report? The constables in the yamen only wear plain clothes. Do they dare to confront these armored soldiers? These soldiers were sent down to eliminate mountain bandits, and they are not under the county magistrate's command. But after 3 years of trying to eliminate the bandits are still around. While these soldiers have become big and strong." Li Kai asked, with so many armored soldiers, if they all eat and drink for free like him. "How can Shan County handle it?" The man shook his head. "There aren't that many armored soldiers. There are a total of 800 soldiers sent down to eliminate the bandits, but 750 of them are in plain clothes. Less than half of them even have swords, and most only have homemade spears. Only fewer than 50 are qualified to wear armor and use long knives. Right now, with supplies scarce, a set of armor can sell for 50 taels of silver. In a small place like ours, having 50 armored soldiers is already quite good. It is these 50 armored soldiers that keep the bandits from daring to enter Shan County." Li Kai nodded. It seemed not all soldiers were qualified to wear armor. Those who could were elite troops. Even the rebel prince had only about 10,000 soldiers with armor, while the remaining hundreds of thousands wore plain clothes. Armor is very expensive to produce. However, wearing armor indeed significantly increases combat effectiveness. Armor can make a soldier impervious to blades and guns, and with a long knife, one person can defend against a dozen attackers. Good stuff. Li Kai looked at the armor Joe Pipey was wearing, his eyes filled with greed. Joe Pipey was about the same height as him, but a bit sturdier. But after practicing for a few more days, he would be much different from Joe Pipey. That set of armor would fit him perfectly, if only there was a way to get that armor off him. At that moment, Li Kai felt a murderous intent rising. However, Li Kai knew that he was currently weak, and with Joe Pipey having armor and a long knife for protection, even with the assistance of his energy, his chances of defeating Joe Pipey in a head-on fight were low. It seemed he had to think long-term. After getting tired of beating the tavern owner, Joe Pipey swaggered off with a jar of old wine. Li Kai had no intention of acting as a hero. After all, it wasn't his business, and there was no need to create trouble for himself. Pushing his wheelbarrow, Li Kai headed home. By the time he returned to Nyo village, it was already evening. As soon as he entered the house, he caught a whiff of meat. Suyu had followed Li Kai's instructions and stewed wild boar meat with mushrooms. And there was plenty of fatty meat. Li Kai, being weak, needed to eat fatty meat to build up his strength. "You back, dear?" Upon hearing the noise, Suyu hurried out of the room, her little face filled with joy and a hint of shyness. Li Kai nodded. "Look what I bought for you." He took out a 6-foot piece of fine cloth from the wheelbarrow. This was not ordinary coarse cloth, but fine fabric, which was not cheap, and only wealthy families could afford it. "I bought you some fabric. Make yourself a set of clothes according to your size." Suyu held the fabric in her hands, feeling sweet inside. "Fine fabric. Dear, this must have cost a lot, right?" Li Kai wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist. "As long as my wife likes it, no matter how expensive, I'll buy it for you." Suyu lowered her head, her face flushed, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten candied fruit. Suyu was easily satisfied. As long as she had a meal and received some small surprises regularly, she would stay devoted to him. Dear, you must be tired from the journey. Wash up and come in for dinner. Suyu proactively prepared a basin of water for Li Kai and brought a towel. After washing up, Li Kai followed Suyu into the house. Having not eaten all day, he was already starving. Seeing the stewed meat in the pot made his mouth water. Wife, I just bought some white flour and rice. Hurry and make some staple food. Saying that, Li Kai picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. The food at home had long been consumed, and without a word, Suyu took the white flour and rice into the kitchen to prepare staple food for Li Kai. For this meal, Li Kai ate nearly 10 pounds of meat, along with 3 bowls of noodles and 5 bowls of rice. In fact, Li Kai didn't want to eat that much. But to quickly gain weight, he had to eat more. After finishing, the energy within him began to assist his stomach in digesting the food. Normally, it would take a whole night to digest the food, but in less than 2 hours, it was all digested. At that moment, Li Kai felt refreshed and full of strength. Next, he went to the yard, picked up 2 stone locks, and began to exercise. First, he trained his chest, then his back, followed by his biceps and triceps, and finally his legs and core. Normally, a person could only choose 2 muscle groups to train at a time, and training too many wouldn't yield effective results. But with the assistance of his energy, Li Kai could train all muscle groups in one session. Under the energy's assistance, Li Kai felt his body fat burning, and he was hot all over. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the ground, and his body was gradually changing. 2 hours later, he finished training, and his body had undergone some subtle changes. With the energy's assistance, 1 day of training for Li Kai equaled half a month of training for others. So after just 1 session, Li Kai's body showed slight changes. Dear, I prepared hot water for you. Do you want to wash now? Suyu asked from his side. Li Kai looked at Suyu's slim figure and felt an endless supply of strength within him. Wife, how about we wash together? Huh? Suyu's little face turned red, feeling shy. Is that appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Washing together saves water. Come on, wife. Chapter 8 Encounter with Bandits in the Bathroom. Li Kai personally removed Suyu's clothes. Suyu, blushing and lowering her head, stood still. Soon, she was as bare as a peeled banana. Li Kai took Suyu's hand and placed it on his chest. Wife, let's do some exercise before washing up. Sweat it out. It's good for the body. Suyu's voice was very soft. Suyu will listen to my husband. Then, Li Kai held Suyu and began aerobic exercise. First strength, then aerobic. Li Kai's training method was quite scientific. Before long, rhythmic slapping sounds echoed in the bathroom. Suyu transformed from shyness to welcoming. 2 hours later, the battle ended, and Suyu could barely stand. She could only be supported by Li Kai as they finished their bath and exited the bathroom. Exhausted, Suyu fell asleep as soon as she got into bed, and Li Kai, feeling equally fatigued, fell asleep holding his wife. The next morning, Li Kai opened his eyes to find that Suyu had already made breakfast. Following Li Kai's instructions, she had boiled 10 eggs, along with some lean meat and plain porridge. After breakfast, Li Kai set off for the mountains with his gear. Given his current meat consumption rate, the 50 pounds of pork wouldn't last long. This time he went up during the day, so there weren't many prey to be seen. As for the mushrooms, Li Kai was too lazy to collect them. After all, hunting a wild boar was worth a year's worth of mushrooms for Li Kai. This time, he focused all his energy on his nasal cavity. Li Kai's sense of smell was instantly magnified countless times. He carefully sniffed the air for the scent of prey, but after a long while, he found nothing. At this point, Li Kai had already wandered in the deep mountains for 2 hours. Unknowingly, he had ventured into an area frequented by bandits. But Li Kai didn't care. After sniffing carefully again, he suddenly brightened. A medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. He was very familiar with this scent, Ganoderma. Ganoderma is a precious Chinese herb. The older it is, the more valuable. Following the medicinal scent, Li Kai soon discovered a particularly beautiful Ganoderma on a mountain wall. Not only was it old, but its appearance was also excellent. I've struck it rich. This Ganoderma is definitely worth more than yesterday's wild boar. Li Kai was very excited, and then he began to climb the rock face with his bare hands. 10 minutes later, he successfully harvested the Ganoderma. But before Li Kai could jump down, an angry voice shouted, "What are you doing? Who allowed you to come up the mountain?" Looking closely, he saw 3 men dressed in coarse cloth, each with a knife at their waist, striding towards him. Upon seeing these 3, Li Kai's eyes turned red. According to the original owner's memory, he had once stealthily looked outside from the cellar. A dozen bandits had looted his home and killed his parents. Among them were these 3 men. These 3 were the bandits of Dania Mountain. Which village are you from? You have a lot of nerve. You dare to come to Dania Mountain? Our leader has issued a notice. Whoever dares to come up the mountain will be killed. The scar-faced leader pointed his long knife at Li Kai. Get down here. Li Kai concealed the anger and hatred in his eyes and jumped down the rock face. Gentlemen, I didn't know. I accidentally wandered into Dania Mountain. Li Kai forced a smile, bowing and scraping before the 3 bandits. What are you holding? Hand it over. The scar-faced man said, directly snatching the Ganoderma from Li Kai's hands. Oh, Ganoderma, you're quite lucky. But unfortunately, everything on Dania Mountain belongs to our Shuanglong village. This is theft. After saying that, the scar-faced man pressed the long knife against Li Kai's neck. Now I give you 2 choices. First, hand over 50 taels of silver as compensation. Second, I'll kill you. Li Kai was so scared he nearly cried. Gentlemen, I don't have that much money. No money? Then you can die. The scar-faced man impatiently prepared to raise his long knife. But at that moment, Li Kai hurriedly said, Wait, I have another treasure. I wonder if it can buy my life. What treasure? Hearing the word treasure, the scar-faced man's eyes instantly lit up. It's right here in my pocket. I'll get it for you. Li Kai reached into his pocket, and the 3 bandits couldn't help but lean in to see. Li Kai tightened his grip on the small knife in his pocket, his heart racing, and his eyes burning with fierce anger. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, D. At the same time, he swiftly drew the small knife, its cold gleam flashing as it plunged towards the scar-faced man's neck. The scar-faced man had no time to react. His eyes bulged with terror and disbelief. The small knife accurately pierced his neck, instantly severing his artery, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the faces of the other 2 bandits nearby. They were momentarily frozen in shock, their faces still bearing the fresh droplets of blood. The scar-faced man clutched his neck, making gurgling sounds, swayed a few times, and then fell straight to the ground, twitching a few times before going completely still. Only then did the other 2 bandits come to their senses. One of them, covered in pockmarks, roared and charged at Li Kai with his knife. You dare to kill my brother. I'll make you pay with your life today. Li Kai's eyes flashed like lightning. Fixating on the charging pockmarked bandit, his body slightly crouched, knees bent like a poised cheetah. The pockmarked bandit swung his long knife, creating a whistling sound as he chopped at Li Kai, the blade flashing and reflecting his fierce expression. Li Kai did not retreat, but advanced, rushing towards the long knife. At the moment the blade was about to touch him, he suddenly turned his body like a black lightning bolt, skillfully dodging the attack. At the same time, his right hand shot out quickly, the small knife stabbing directly into the pockmarked bandit's armpit. That was a weak point in human defense, and he was wearing coarse clothes with no armor for protection. With a muffled sound, the small knife plunged into the pockmarked bandit's armpit, going in several inches deep. The fierce look on the pockmarked bandit's face instantly turned to pain. His mouth opened wide as he let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. His arm fell weakly, the long knife clattering to the ground, and he staggered back due to the excruciating pain. Li Kai seized the opportunity, his left fist clenched, gathering all his strength, and struck hard at the pockmarked bandit's temple. This punch carried a whistling wind and immense power. With a loud thud, the pockmarked bandit's head was struck as if hit by a heavy hammer, tilting to one side. His body then flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, never to move again. At this moment, the last bandit was already pale with fear, his legs weak. Seeing the situation was dire, he turned to flee, shouting as he ran, "Murder! Help!" Chapter 9 Triple Price. Li Kai's eyes were as cold as an eagle, fixated on the fleeing bandit, with murderous intent surging within him. He knew very well that if he let this bandit escape today, it would surely lead to trouble in the future. Li Kai took a deep breath, and the chi within him flowed rapidly, infusing into his arms, instantly enhancing his strength several times. He slightly crouched down, his body poised like a cheetah ready to pounce, and with a sudden swing of his arm, as his wrist flipped, the small knife shot through the air like a black lightning bolt, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed directly at the back of the bandit's neck. The bandit was desperately fleeing, only hearing the rushing wind by his ears, completely unaware of the deadly threat behind him. Just as he thought he could escape, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if struck by a heavy hammer. His body instantly lost balance, and he lunged forward, flailing his arms in the air, trying to grab onto something to steady himself. But it was all in vain. With a muffled thud, the small knife accurately pierced the bandit's neck, burying itself deep. The bandit let out a garbled sound from his throat, his face filled with fear and despair. His legs buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before completely going still. After dealing with the 3 bandits, Lingzhi gasped for breath. His body was still too weak. Just a bit of intense movement left him breathless. It seemed he needed to increase his training intensity, he muttered to himself. Then, Lingzhi began to search for valuables on the 3 men. Soon, he found some silver coins on them, totaling about 7 or 8 taels. For an ordinary person, this was a windfall, equivalent to the income of a commoner for 1 to 2 years. But for these bandits, it was just pocket money. No wonder so many people became bandits these days. Being a bandit was truly profitable. Besides the silver coins, the most valuable items on the 3 were their weapons. Among them, 2 used knives and 1 used a sword. The sword was tattered and had many nicks on the blade. Lingzhi discarded it after a glance. Of the 2 knives, 1 was in good condition. The blade was sharp and felt heavy in his hand. It was a good knife. Lingzhi strapped the knife to his back. With this knife for self-defense, he wouldn't fear encountering more bandits. In addition to the knife, there was another good item, a bow and arrows. These 3 bandits were likely a small patrol team sent from the stronghold, and they only carried 1 bow with 10 arrows. This was a valuable item, capable of killing prey from a distance. And the cost of making bows and arrows was extremely high. Selling them could fetch over a dozen taels of silver. After collecting his spoils, Lingzhi happily made his way down the mountain. Upon returning home, he didn't linger and began pushing his unicycle towards the county town to cash in the Ganoderma. It was too troublesome to travel back and forth to the county town every day with the unicycle. If only he had a horse-drawn cart. Unfortunately, horses were incredibly expensive in the Great Heavenly Dynasty. A single horse could sell for over 50 taels of silver. And war horses were even more expensive. Over 100 taels was considered cheap. Because horses could be used in battle and wore out quickly, all the horses at the horse traders were bought by the court, leading to extremely high market prices. Unless one was from a wealthy family, they simply couldn't afford a horse. Lingzhi didn't want to rush into buying a horse cart. Instead, he thought he would first buy a donkey cart. Donkeys had no military attributes and were much cheaper. A decent donkey cart could be bought for 7 to 8 taels of silver. After arriving in the county town, Lingzhi went straight to a pharmacy. Ganoderma was a medicinal herb, and selling at a pharmacy was the most suitable option. Upon entering the pharmacy, Lingzhi got straight to the point. "Boss, do you buy old herbs?" Inside the pharmacy, there was not only the owner and a doctor, but also a few other people. The leader was a woman, and Lingzhi was momentarily stunned after just one glance. The woman wore a light pink embroidered dress with birds, adorned with a jade hairpin, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and her skin was fair as snow. Her phoenix eyes sparkled, her nose was high and elegant, and her red lips smiled but seemed hard to approach. Behind her were 2 burly bodyguards in black outfits, wielding long knives, their eyes sharp, exuding an aura of intimidation. Every gesture of hers revealed the noble authority of a wealthy family. What a beautiful woman, was Lingzhi's first thought. His second impression of her was her cold demeanor, giving off an air of distance. "You want to sell old herbs?" The woman asked Lingzhi coldly. "Yes, I want to sell an old Ganoderma," Lingzhi replied honestly. "Old Ganoderma? Show it to me," the woman said in a commanding tone, showing no intention of negotiating with Lingzhi. At this moment, Lingzhi felt a bit displeased and replied coolly, "No. I'm selling it to the pharmacy, not to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 strong attendants behind the woman drew their knives with sharp gazes. However, they were stopped by a wave of the woman's hand. She coldly said, "If it's in good condition, I'm willing to pay 3 times the price." Hearing this, Lingzhi's eyes lit up. What he needed most right now was money. Without hesitation, he took the old Ganoderma out of the sack and placed it on the table. "You take a look." The woman waved her hand, and immediately an elderly man stepped forward to examine the Ganoderma closely. After a short while, the old man nodded slightly at the woman. "Miss, this Ganoderma is good. It can be used in medicine." The woman waved her hand again, and her attendants immediately placed 3 heavy ingots of silver on the table. "Here is your money. I'll take the Ganoderma." After speaking, the woman quickly left with her entourage. Once she was gone, the shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Li Kai collected the silver and casually asked, "Boss, who was that woman? She is quite the presence." The shopkeeper's voice trembled. "I was really sweating for you just now." In the entire Qingshan County, no one dares to speak to her like that. If she wanted to, she could kill you without facing any consequences. I don't know who she is, but I know that her family has over 100 guards, each one tall and strong. Even the county magistrate has to wait outside to see her. "Young man, if you see her again, you'd better stay far away." Li Kai nodded slightly. "Thanks." After saying that, he left with the silver. An old Ganoderma could sell for 10 taels of silver at best, but that woman was exceptionally generous, giving him 3 ingots of silver directly. In the Great Tianwang Dynasty, 1 complete ingot of silver was 10 taels. 3 ingots meant 30 taels. This was definitely a substantial sum. With the 7 to 8 taels of silver he already had, Li Kai now possessed nearly 40 taels of silver. What to do with the money? Of course, it was time to spend. Immediately, Li Kai ran to the market and spent 8 taels of silver to buy a good donkey cart. With the donkey cart, he would have to walk back and forth to the county town anymore. Next, Li Kai planned to buy some food, but as he reached the entrance of the tavern he had visited yesterday, he heard a commotion. "You old thing, what is wrong with me taking a cucumber from you? You still dare to ask me for money? Don't you recognize the armor I'm wearing and the knife on me?" Chapter 10. The rampant Zhou Bapi looking up. One could see Zhou Bapi, dressed in armor, drunkenly holding half a fresh cucumber in his hand. The cucumber was just snatched from a small stall by the roadside. The stall owner was an old man in his 60s, wearing a patched coarse cloth garment, with calloused hands and a face full of wrinkles. He desperately tugged at Zhou Bapi's pant leg, pleading, "Sir, you've eaten the cucumber. Can you please return my money pouch? All my savings are in there, and I have 2 sons at home to feed. I beg you, sir." Zhou Bapi had the money pouch he had just stolen hanging from his waist. He looked impatient and kicked the old man away with 1 foot. "What the hell? What's it to you if I spend a few copper coins? Without my protection, the mountain bandits would have killed you all long ago. What's wrong with showing some respect to me? Get lost." Zhou Bapi was extremely arrogant. After kicking the old man away, he intended to leave. However, the old man unexpectedly got back up from the ground and tightly clung to one of Zhou Bapi's legs. "Sir, please, if I can't cook rice, my 2 sons will starve to death. Please return my money pouch." At this moment, Zhou Bapi was furious and impatient. "You're asking for death." He suddenly drew the long knife from his waist and ruthlessly plunged it into the old man's back. Li Kai wanted to warn him to be careful, but it was too late. With 1 slash, blood erupted from the old man's back. The old man widened his eyes, grasping Zhou Bapi's hand but helplessly letting go, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Zhou Bapi sheathed his long knife and stepped directly over the old man's back. "Old fool, you asked for it." Zhou Bapi killed someone in broad daylight, showing extreme arrogance. The people dared to be angry, but did not speak up, standing by silently. At this moment, Li Kai clenched his fists, unable to imagine that in broad daylight, a soldier could kill someone on the street, yet no one dared to stop him. How dark has this world become? At this point, Li Kai had the urge to rush up and kill Zhou Bapi, but he knew that he was unarmed and could not possibly defeat a strong soldier clad in armor. Yet, the thought of killing Zhou Bapi had taken root firmly in his mind, not only to avenge the old man, but also for that armor on Zhou Bapi. Li Kai remained silent, following Zhou Bapi from a distance. Zhou Bapi was completely unaware that someone was trailing him all the way. It wasn't until Li Kai saw Zhou Bapi enter a courtyard in an alley that he finally stopped. If Zhou Bapi returned to the military camp at night, Li Kai wouldn't have any way to deal with him. But if it was in this residential area, there was a chance for an assassination. After watching for a while, Li Kai left first. His body was too weak and needed more training. Li Kai drove his donkey cart to the market and bought 2 bamboo baskets of eggs. Eggs are a good source of protein and the perfect choice for fitness enthusiasts. However, in this era, not everyone could afford eggs. Ordinary people could hardly eat a few in a year. Next, Li Kai bought 10 pounds of beef. Beef was expensive, costing 100 per pound. After all, killing draft oxen was illegal, as oxen were the main labor force for farmers. They could only be slaughtered after dying of natural causes or illness. Following that, Li Kai bought some large shrimp. Large shrimp are high in protein and don't contribute much to weight gain, making them another essential food for fitness. Then he bought a few roasted chickens and some rice and flour. Finally, he went to a decorative goods store and bought a box of rouge powder for Su Yu before leaving with his donkey cart. These items cost Li Kai 10 taels of silver. After deducting the expenses for buying things and the donkey cart, he still had 20 taels of silver left. That would be enough for a while. Not long after, Li Kai drove the donkey cart into his home courtyard. Su Yu looked at the large donkey cart with caution. Only when she saw Li Kai get down from the cart did her face light up with a smile. "Husband, where did you get such a big cart?" Li Kai got off the cart and hugged Su Yu, smiling. "I was afraid you would tire from walking, so I specially bought you a donkey cart." Hearing this, Su Yu felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Just then, a dry cough sounded. Village chief Su Damao walked in with a shocked expression. "Jiao, is this your donkey cart?" At that time, a donkey cart was like a small car in the 1980s. How many ordinary people could afford a car? Li Kai nodded with a smile. "Just bought it." "Uncle Su, you're just in time. Take these back and enjoy them slowly." Li Kai lifted the curtain of the donkey cart, revealing the rice, flour, beef, eggs, and other food he had purchased. Su Damao was immediately stunned. "So much food, and the flour is fine grain, and you've bought 10 pounds of beef? Even before your family was robbed, you wouldn't dare to eat like this." "Jiao, tell your uncle honestly, you haven't done anything illegal, have you?" Su Damao asked seriously. Li Kai smiled helplessly and handed Su Damao a basket of eggs and a bag of flour. "Uncle Su, don't worry. I took a risk to go into the mountains and found an old herb. All this is earned by your nephew." Hearing this, Su Damao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Li Kai's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "I knew you could do it. I'm relieved that Su Yu married you. Following you, she will definitely not live a hard life." Seeing Su Yu's happy expression, Su Damao was also very pleased. After chatting for a while, he happily left with the eggs and flour. Meanwhile, Su Yu began preparing dinner for Li Kai. In the evening, after a hearty meal, Li Kai used the energy in his body to digest the food in his stomach. After digesting, he went to the yard, picked up a stone lock, and began to exercise. He did exercises like flying birds and bench presses, which are very modern scientific training methods. After a while, Li Kai was drenched in sweat. At this moment, he felt the fat in his body burning and his muscles tearing and regenerating. With the help of that energy, one day of training for him was equivalent to half a month for others. 3 hours later, Li Kai's physique had already shown significant changes. Although he had only trained for 2 days, it was already equivalent to over a month of training for an average person. Over a month, the body would surely have some subtle changes. Li Kai's previously weak body had gained some muscle. Although he was still too thin, his abs were very noticeable, while his chest muscles were just a little bit. However, one should not rush when exercising. Li Kai still had time. After finishing strength training, it was time for aerobic exercise. At this moment, Li Kai looked at Su Yu, who was sitting on the doorstep, smiling foolishly with a face full of happiness. "Wife, after a long day, detoxifying and sweating is good for your health." Chapter 11. The change in 7 days, huh? More exercise? At this moment, Su Yu was a bit scared. "You're too fast, I can't keep up." Li Kai held Su Yu's delicate hand and said gently, "Then this time I'll go a bit slower. If it doesn't work, can't you just be on top? Come on, be good." Su Yu shyly nodded and followed Li Kai into the bathroom. Soon, the bathroom was filled with shy sounds. Su Yu transformed from being bashful at the beginning to being bold and open. She even shifted from being passive to active. Fortunately, with the support of that energy, she didn't surrender early, ultimately leading Su Yu to beg for mercy repeatedly. As Su Yu trembled all over, the battle ended. Then, Li Kai carried Su Yu out of the bathroom. For the next 7 days, Li Kai had no plans to go hunting. After all, there was plenty of meat, eggs, and milk to eat, and some extra money, so his priority was to take care of his body. During these 7 days, Li Kai didn't step out of the door. Every morning, before the first ray of sunlight fully penetrated the mist, he would get up and go to the yard. At this time, he no longer held the slightly light stone lock, but instead a specially made heavy iron lock. Each swing brought a whoosh of wind. That energy within him flowed like a rushing river, continuously providing strength, assisting his muscles in stretching and contracting. With every exertion, he could clearly feel his muscle fibers reorganizing and growing stronger. In terms of diet, Suyu became the busiest person. The kitchen at home never stopped, with fresh pork, lamb, and fish just bought from the market always cooking in the pot. Eggs were counted by the basin, with Li Kai eating a dozen or so at every meal. Watching her husband eat heartily, Suyu's eyes were filled with both pain and comfort. The food entering Li Kai's belly quickly transformed into energy under the influence of that energy, adding bricks to his body's growth. At noon, after a short rest, Li Kai began a new round of training. He no longer limited himself to simple strength exercises, but also added various agility drills. Moving swiftly around the yard like a cheetah, sweat continuously dripped from his forehead and back, soaking his clothes, but he was completely unaware. Moreover, in the yard, Li Kai practiced archery every day, using the bows and arrows seized from mountain bandits. With the aid of that energy, each time he drew and released the bow, it enhanced his muscle memory. After 7 days, Li Kai had become a skilled archer. As time passed, his arms grew thicker, his chest gradually broadened, and the muscles in his abdomen began to bulge, forming a clear outline of abs. Just like that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Li Kai stood in front of the bronze mirror again, he had completely changed. The originally weak figure was gone, replaced by a tall and strong man. His weight had increased from 130 pounds to 180 pounds, an increase of 50 pounds. This 50 pounds was not fat, but solid muscle. At this moment, Li Kai had no excess fat on him. Visibly, every part was muscle. Smooth lines and perfect contours showcased the strength of a man. The Li Kai now was a completely different person from the one 7 days ago. Although the system training had only been for 9 days. With the assistance of that energy, combined with scientific training and a luxurious diet, 9 days of Li Kai's training equated to half a year for others. The strength and speed he possessed now were on a completely different level from before. At this moment, Li Kai could be considered a muscular man. And Suyu, looking at the powerful male in front of her, felt enough security in her heart. 9 days ago, when she first saw Li Kai, her impression of him was weak. At that time, Suyu wasn't picky about food. She just wanted a full meal and married Li Kai somewhat confusedly. But unexpectedly, just 9 days later, Li Kai had undergone a transformation from that frail man to the current muscular warrior. In this era, handsome men were not the pretty boys, but muscular men in women's eyes. Fitness was the best form of beauty for men. During these 10 days, Li Kai not only finished the food he had previously bought, but also consumed an additional 10 taels of silver worth of food. Li Kai probably consumed about 20 taels of silver in total. 20 taels of silver could feed an average family for 2 to 3 years. But Li Kai had consumed it all in just 7 days. No wonder the saying goes, the poor are literate, the rich are martial. Practicing martial arts really costs money. Li Kai took out a coarse cloth shirt from the wardrobe and randomly put on. He then took out 10 flying knives made by the master craftsman and tucked them behind his waist. Finally, he picked up the large knife seized from the mountain bandits, wrapped it in black cloth, and strapped it to his back. Suyu watched her man take so many weapons and didn't ask much. She only helped Li Kai adjust his collar with concern in her eyes. As the head of the family, you are a strong man. I don't care what you do outside, but you must come back safe. I'll be waiting for you at home. Li Kai nodded, cupping Suyu's small face and giving her forehead a deep kiss. Wait for me at home. After saying that, under the cover of night, Li Kai left home. 7 days had passed, and Li Kai was no longer the same. It was time to help that old vegetable seller take revenge, and time to take that beast's armor. Li Kai was going to kill Zhou Bapi. According to his memories, Li Kai sneaked into Zhou Bapi's small courtyard in the county town under the cover of night. Inside the room, the lights flickered, and Zhou Bapi's figure was reflected on the paper window. Beauty, it seems your pair of jade rabbits has become quite full today. Let me feel if they've gotten bigger. You naughty man, you're so bad. Even if they've gotten bigger, that's because of your rubbing. Can't you be a bit more patient? Can we have some foreplay first? Hearing the playful sounds of a man and a woman coming from the room, Li Kai's heart leaped with joy. Typically, During intimate moments, men are the least guarded. Attacking at this time would have a high success rate. Li Kai crouched below the window sill, gripping the large knife tightly. Just as he was about to break through the window, two shadows suddenly flashed past his eyes. Immediately after, two people rushed into the room. "Zhou Bapi, your death is at hand." Then, the room erupted into a flurry of fighting sounds, just as quick as lightning. In less than 10 seconds, a loud crash was heard. A young man was kicked out directly. His back smashed through the window paper and fell heavily in front of Li Kai. The young man looked to be about 17 or 18 with a strong build, but now he was spewing blood, a huge footprint clearly visible on his chest. Then, Zhou Bapi, the burly figure, grabbed the young man's throat and dragged him into the courtyard. "With just you two, you think you can kill me?" Chapter 12. The death of Zhou Bapi. Zhou Bapi's face was twisted in rage, and under the candlelight, the scars on his body were clearly visible. Zhou Bapi was able to wear armor thanks to his military achievements. Many years ago, he had killed quite a number of enemies on the battlefield. Otherwise, would the higher-ups have allowed him to act so recklessly for so long? "Zhou Bapi, you beast! You robbed my father's purse. You even killed my father. I will take revenge for him." The youth who was kicked away by Zhou Bapi had red eyes. He pulled out a dagger from his bosom and charged at Zhou Bapi again. But before he could reach Zhou Bapi, he was kicked in the chest. With a loud bang, the youth was kicked away once more. "I remember now, you two are the sons of that old vegetable seller. Ha ha ha, two little bastards. Your father was killed by me, that's right. But unfortunately, you have no ability to take revenge. I will send you to reunite with your father right now." Zhou Bapi slammed the youth hard onto the ground and then retrieved a large knife from behind the door. The knife glimmered coldly, covered in the smell of blood, clearly a weapon that had seen much bloodshed. Zhou Bapi, holding the big knife, stepped closer to the two youths, who were no match for him and could only crawl backward on the ground. "You two ignorant dogs, it's one thing to struggle for survival, but you dare to seek revenge? I will absolutely not give you any chance to rise again. I will crush you in your cradle. Go to hell." With that, Zhou Bapi raised the large knife and swung it down fiercely towards one of the youths. But just then, whoosh, a sound of something slicing through the air rang out, and a flying knife shot towards Zhou Bapi's eyes. Zhou Bapi instinctively swung his knife to block it, and with a bang, the flying knife was deflected. "Who is it?" Zhou Bapi looked warily towards the window. In the darkness, Li Kai emerged, holding a long knife. "The one who will kill you is Li Kai." Zhou Bapi squinted his eyes and carefully examined Li Kai before him. Li Kai was 188 meters tall, strong and imposing, with a restrained aura and a heavy killing intent in his eyes. Zhou Bapi could tell at a glance that this person was not ordinary. "Do we know each other?" Zhou Bapi had offended too many people and could not recall who Li Kai was. In fact, he had never offended Li Kai, which was why he did not remember him. "I don't know you. Since you don't know me, have I offended you? If so, I will immediately hold a banquet at the best restaurant in Qingshan County, using good wine and meat to apologize. If you are after money, there are 100 taels of silver in the house. You can take it." Zhou Bapi said politely. Li Kai sneered. "You really pick on the weak and fear the strong. Sorry, I'm not used to eating for free. Besides, killing you means the silver is mine." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bapi's expression instantly turned cold. "Are you sure you want to fight me, Zhou Bapi? When I was on the frontier, you probably didn't even know which village you were in. Sorry for you, it's a fight for your life. For me, it's just squashing an ant." As Li Kai finished speaking, he suddenly pushed off the ground, the dust flying up, and his whole body shot towards Zhou Bapi like a black lightning bolt. The long knife in his hand swept through the air with a fierce wind, slicing down towards Zhou Bapi's head. This strike gathered all of Li Kai's strength. Even before the blade arrived, the sharp blade aura already made Zhou Bapi feel the threat of death. Zhou Bapi's complexion changed drastically, and he did not dare to take this thunderous blow head-on. After all, he had fought his way through many battles and was experienced and quick to react. He quickly sidestepped and swept his large knife, intending to deflect Li Kai's attack. However, Li Kai's strike was merely a feint. In the instant Zhou Bapi reacted, Li Kai's wrist suddenly twisted, and the knife's momentum changed instantly from a downward chop to a horizontal slash, targeting Zhou Bapi's neck. This change of attack was as fast as lightning, catching Zhou Bapi off guard. Zhou Bapi was horrified and quickly raised his large knife to block. With a loud clang, it sounded like a bell ringing, and sparks flew. Li Kai's strike was incredibly powerful, causing Zhou Bapi's arms to go numb and his palms to ache. But he did not dare to slack off for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Kai's old strength was spent and new strength had not yet been born, he kicked fiercely towards Li Kai's abdomen, trying to force him back and gain a chance to breathe. Li Kai snorted coldly, leaning back slightly and easily avoiding Zhou Bapi's kick. Then he used his toes to push off the ground, leaping into the air and flipping like a strong eagle, attacking Zhou Bapi from above again. The long knife in his hand came crashing down with tremendous force, like a mountain pressing down. Zhou Bapi saw this and secretly cursed in his heart, having no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his knife to block again. Another loud bang echoed, and Zhou Bapi was pushed back repeatedly by this overwhelming force, leaving deep footprints in the blue bricks beneath his feet. Li Kai pressed his advantage, his knife techniques growing ever more ferocious. His figure flickered in the night, the blade light like lightning, each slash carrying endless killing intent. Zhou Bapi was completely suppressed by Li Kai, struggling to hold on. He was shocked. The Li Kai before him was far beyond his imagination. The little experience he had accumulated on the battlefield seemed insufficient in front of Li Kai. At this moment, Zhou Bapi was already panting heavily, sweat soaking his clothes, looking utterly disheveled. "Sir, if you seek wealth, I am willing to offer all my money. If you seek revenge, please let me die clearly," Zhou Bapi said while defending himself. Li Kai coldly replied, "I'm just a passerby who cannot stand by and watch injustice." Upon hearing Li Kai's words, Zhou Bapi's heart sank. He knew he had encountered a tough opponent today. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the door behind him, where his life-saving armor hung. As long as he put it on, with its protection, he might not be unable to turn the tables. Immediately, he pretended to be at a disadvantage, swinging his large knife vigorously, using the momentum to retreat quickly towards the house. Li Kai, being extremely perceptive, instantly saw through Zhou Bapi's intentions. "Want to wear armor? Dream on," he shouted angrily, twirling his long knife into a flower of blades. And with a powerful push off the ground, he chased after Zhou Bapi like a black whirlwind. Zhou Bapi was only a few steps away from the house. He could almost see the shadow of the armor, and hope surged in his heart. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, Li Kai had already caught up. Li Kai leapt high into the air, his long knife glinting with a cold light under the moon, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it hacked down towards Zhou Bapi's neck. This strike gathered all of Li Kai's strength and killing intent. The blade wind howling as if it wanted to tear through the air. Zhou Bapi turned in terror, wanting to raise his knife to block. But there was no time left. He widened his eyes, filled with fear and despair. With a thud, the long knife struck precisely at Zhou Bapi's neck. The sharp blade cutting in instantly, and blood spattered everywhere. Chapter 13, called Big Brother Inside the Room, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the terrified face of the woman who had been with Zhou Bapi. Her clothes were disheveled, her collar wide open, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin to the air, and her eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. After regaining her composure, she crawled in front of Li Kai, clinging tightly to his thigh with both hands, pleading, "Please spare me, sir. I'm just an unarmed woman, and the wicked deeds done by Zhou Bapi have nothing to do with me." Tears streamed down her face, her makeup long ruined, and her once beautiful features now appeared utterly disheveled. As she cried, she pressed her body closer to Li Kai's feet, trying to exchange this humble posture for a glimmer of hope. She continuously pleaded, "Sir, I'm not like Zhou Bapi. I'm a good person, a law-abiding citizen. Please do not wrongfully kill the innocent." Just as her words fell, the young man who had just been kicked away by Zhou Bapi shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. You and Zhou Bapi conspired to kill your own husband. The whole county knows about this. You are a shameless woman." Upon hearing this, Li Kai cast a cold glance at the seductive woman. Originally, he did not intend to kill her, as she was innocent. But now it seems she was not a good person either. "Is what you said true?" Li Kai asked the young man. The young man answered firmly, "Absolutely. Her original husband was named Kong Dalong, known in the county as an honest man. But she, greedy for wealth and luxury, colluded with Zhou Bapi. When Dalong caught them, she simply killed him to eliminate the witness. This is known by everyone in the county. But because Kong Dalong had no background and Zhou Bapi was with the military, the county dared not pursue the matter, allowing them to live freely for so long. Hearing this, the woman was almost in despair. In a panic, she realized her evil deeds had been exposed and that if she did not think of a way out quickly, she would undoubtedly die today. In her desperation, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. She steeled herself and decided to use her last resort of seduction, suppressing her inner fear and despair. She slowly lifted her head, her terror gradually replaced by a seductive demeanor. She gently bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of allure, intentionally pulling her clothes even further apart to expose more of her snowy skin. She twisted her body, her voice trembling yet trying to sound soft as she said, "Sir, I was forced to kill Dalong. Please spare me. As long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything for you. Look at me. Serving you is certainly better than that country woman." As she spoke, she extended a hand, slowly reaching for Li Kai's arm, her fingers gently caressing, trying to arouse his desire. Li Kai coldly glanced at the woman and spat out 2 words, "Disgusting." Then, Li Kai swung his knife down. The woman's eyes widened in shock as her head fell from her neck and rolled onto the ground. With Zhou Bapi and the woman dead, the 2 young men exchanged glances and then hurriedly approached Li Kai. Without saying a word, they knelt down in front of him. "I Zhao Tianbao. I Zhao Tianhu. Thank you for saving our lives. Also, thank you for killing Zhou Bapi and helping us take revenge." After saying this, the 2 of them bowed deeply to Li Kai 3 times. After the 3 bows, their foreheads were bruised. In the eyes of the 2 young men, there was nothing but gratitude and admiration for Li Kai. Li Kai looked at the 2 kneeling before him and asked, "That vegetable seller, is he your father?" Zhao Tianhu gritted his teeth and replied, "That's right. That day Zhou Bapi stabbed my father, and he fainted from blood loss on the spot. We sold all our family assets but couldn't save him. So we brothers planned to kill Zhou Bapi to avenge our father. But we never expected that we were no match for Zhou Bapi at all. Thankfully, you appeared today. Otherwise, not only would we not be able to avenge our father, but we also wouldn't have the face to meet him." Li Kai nodded slightly. "No need to thank me. For such evil people, I kill one whenever I see one. What are your plans next?" Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao responded by cupping their fists and saying in unison, "We want to follow you, sir." Li Kai frowned slightly. Zhao Tianbao said helplessly, "We only had our father as a relative. Now that he is dead, we have nowhere to go. You are strong, and we want to learn martial arts from you, so that we can also punish evil and promote good like you." Li Kai looked at the 2 before him, quite satisfied. These 2 were tall and strong, but they appeared somewhat emaciated due to malnutrition. If they were properly nourished and taught some military boxing, they could indeed stand on their own. Most importantly, Li Kai did not intend to fight alone forever. In this world where corrupt officials were rampant, without his own army and influence, he could not grow and would eventually be consumed by others. These 2, being orphans and having a debt of gratitude to him, could be cultivated as trusted subordinates. "Since that is the case, I will take you in from now on. I will be your big brother," Li Kai said. The 2 were overjoyed upon hearing this and bowed to Li Kai again. "Yes, big brother." Then Li Kai ordered, "Go, take a shovel and dig 2 graves in the yard to bury these 2 people." The 2 immediately took shovels and went to the yard to dig. Meanwhile, Li Kai approached the armor. Gently touching the armor, Li Kai grew more and more satisfied. Wearing this armor would at least elevate his combat power to a new level. With it on, he would be invulnerable. He could ignore enemy attacks, attacking without defending. Li Kai slowly lifted the armor, feeling its cold, hard pieces. He took a deep breath and steadied the chest piece on his broad chest. As he inserted his arms, the armor fit snugly against his increasingly muscular body. Each piece seemed to find the perfect position, sealing tightly. Then, he tightened the belt around his waist, the broad belt firmly securing the armor and highlighting his powerful physique. Next, he picked up the arm guards and strapped them onto his strong arms. The armor glinted under the candlelight, making his arms appear even more powerful. Finally, he donned the helmet, completing the perfect set of armor. At this moment, Li Kai stood in the room, his originally tall figure appearing even more imposing in the armor. At a height of 188 meters and weighing 180 pounds, he was not much different in size from Zhou Bapi. Wearing this armor and wielding a large knife, he exuded a killing aura, like a god of death just stepping off the battlefield. Even Zhao Tianbao and Zhao Tianhu, who were digging in the yard, could not help but look at Li Kai, their eyes filled with admiration. Our big brother is really fierce. Chapter 14. The armor is in hand. After taking off his armor, Li Kai placed it into a box. Then, he began rummaging through his house. To his surprise, Zhou Bapi actually had quite a bit of silver. He found 20 silver ingots of 10 taels each, along with about 30 to 40 taels of loose silver. In total, it amounted to 240 taels of wealth. It was hard to imagine that this was just the belongings of an ordinary soldier in armor. If those in the military were officials, wouldn't they all be wealthy? Soon after, Zhou Bapi and his woman were buried in a pit. Li Kai put the silver and armor into a box, which Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao carried as they left Zhou Bapi's home. Finally, a great fire burned down Zhou Bapi's house. Half an hour later, Li Kai arrived at the blacksmith shop. At that time, the blacksmith was still hammering iron. When he saw Li Kai come in, the old master showed a warm smile. "Young man, I've finished your 88-kilogram iron rod. I was really worried you wouldn't come. Otherwise, I would have worked for nothing." After saying that, the master pointed to the iron rod on the shelf inside the shop. Li Kai stepped forward, grasped the iron rod with one hand, and lifted it. The entire iron rod felt heavy in his hands, and even now, it was a bit strenuous for Li Kai. After all, it weighed 176 jin, almost as heavy as Li Kai himself. With a thud, the iron rod fell to the ground, and Li Kai looked at it with great satisfaction. Then, Li Kai took out 6 taels of loose silver from his pocket. "Master, this is the final payment." After paying, he wrapped the iron rod in black cloth, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and walked out of the blacksmith shop. He then bought some ingredients with the two, such as beef, large shrimp, and eggs. His extravagant spending left Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao dumbfounded. They could barely afford steam buns at home, while Li Kai not only ate fine grains, but also had money to buy beef and large shrimp. After spending 30 to 40 taels of silver, the three of them walked back to Niu village. As soon as they entered the house, they bumped into Su Yu, who was washing clothes in the yard. Upon seeing Li Kai return safely, Su Yu noticeably sighed in relief. "You're back, head of the family. Who are these two?" Su Yu looked at Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao with some vigilance. The two were instantly stunned upon seeing Su Yu. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. In their eyes, Su Yu was like a celestial being descended to earth. She wore simple clothing, yet could not conceal her innate elegance. Her long black hair flowed smoothly behind her, gently swaying in the breeze. Her bright and captivating eyes resembled 2 clear springs, exuding warmth and liveliness. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips naturally red, with a slight upward curve that hinted at a perfect smile, making one feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao stared in awe. Most of the women they had seen were rough and unkempt from hard labor, and they had never encountered someone as exquisite and refined as Su Yu. For a moment, they forgot where they were, standing there dumbfounded, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. "What are you still standing there for?" "Call her sister-in-law," Li Kai said lightly. Only then did the two react, respectfully calling out, "Sister-in-law." Su Yu looked at Li Kai, her eyes filled with confusion. Li Kai casually said, "These 2 poor souls have lost their families, so I brought them back to take care of. You have no objections, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu obediently replied, "Big matters and small matters in the family are all decided by my husband, so Su Yu naturally has no objections." "That's good. However, it will be hard on you. Wife, you'll have to cook for 4 people from now on, and their portions should be 1/3 of mine." Su Yu was taken aback. She was well aware of how large Li Kai's appetite was. 1/3 would be enough for a normal man's daily ration. "Yes, husband." Soon, Su Yu went into the kitchen to start cooking. Not long after, she set a table full of food. The steaming beef was tender and flavorful, emitting a mouth-watering aroma that made one's fingers itch. The fresh and plump large shrimp were bright red and tempting, as if radiating the freshness of the sea. There were also round and full-boiled eggs, and when peeled, the egg whites looked like jade while the yolks were golden yellow. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao sat at the table, their eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the full spread of delicacies, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They had never seen such a lavish meal, let alone eaten one. In the past, they had worried over a single steamed bun, and now faced with such a feast, they were momentarily at a loss. The two were tense, their hands awkwardly resting on their laps, only daring to swallow their saliva secretly. Their gazes shifted back and forth between the food and Li Kai, Suyu, never daring to pick up their chopsticks easily. Zhao Tianbao's atoms apple bobbed up and down, and several times he couldn't help but reach out his hand, but as soon as he touched the chopsticks, he retracted it as if shocked, his eyes filled with struggle and hesitation. Zhao Tianhu was the same. He bit his lip, trying hard to suppress his longing for the food. At this moment, Li Kai said lightly, "The food isn't free. After eating, follow me for training. Go ahead and eat." As soon as Li Kai spoke, Zhao Tianbao and Zhao Tianhu immediately devoured their food like a whirlwind. Their eating was extremely exaggerated, leaving Li Kai somewhat dumbfounded. Not long after, the three finished their meal, and Li Kai took the two out into the yard. Li Kai looked at the 88-kilogram iron rod in his hands, preparing to test this new weapon for its usability. He took a deep breath, firmly grasped the heavy iron rod with both hands, and planted his feet firmly on the ground. With a low shout, he raised the iron rod high, and it drew an arc in the air, creating a whooshing sound. He then began to wield the iron rod, demonstrating strength and dominance with every move. The iron rod flew up and down in his hands, sometimes sweeping horizontally as if to cut everything in front of him in half, and at other times striking vertically, resembling the weight of Mount Tai, with an imposing aura. With each swing, the intense friction between the iron rod and the air produced loud sounds, and the dust on the ground was stirred up into the air. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao stood to the side, their eyes wide like copper bells, staring at every move Li Kai made, their faces filled with awe and admiration. They had never seen such powerful moves. The 88-kilogram iron rod seemed to weigh little in Li Kai's hands. However, it wasn't long before beads of sweat appeared on Li Kai's forehead, and his breathing became rapid. Despite his current strength, the 176-gene iron rod was simply too heavy. Every movement required a significant amount of stamina. His arm muscles were taut, veins bulging, and each exertion felt a bit strenuous. Finally, Li Kai slammed the iron rod heavily onto the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He looked at the iron rod in front of him and thought to himself that although his strength had greatly increased, mastering this iron rod completely would still require further improvement in strength and endurance. Chapter 15. Black Dragon 18 Styles Big Brother. So cool. We want to learn too. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao said enviously. Li Kai smiled playfully. You want to learn a run before you can walk? Come on, as men. How can you not have a strong body? Pick up these stone blocks, and I'll teach you how to fly like a bird. Then, Li Kai began to teach the two the basics of fitness. In this era, no one specialized in fitness, nor did anyone intentionally work out. After all, the impoverished lower-class citizens had enough hardships to deal with. Who would have time to seek out suffering? But fitness was indeed the fastest way to achieve a strong body. After all, the body is the foundation of a person. Without a solid foundation, no martial arts training would be effective. Li Kai started teaching them squats, bench presses, deadlifts, and other exercises. The various postures and movements made the two tremble all over. Finally, Li Kai stood before them and said, "Remember, I will only teach you this once. This set of martial arts is called Black Dragon 18 Styles. Once mastered, 3 to 5 strong men won't be able to get close to you." The full name of Black Dragon 18 Styles is the Heilongjiang Armed Police Capture 18 Styles. It is a comprehensive combat martial art that integrates the essence of various martial arts with both offense and defense. However, due to its lethal nature, training has been halted in modern military units. Yet in this chaotic world, Black Dragon 18 Styles is the most cost-effective martial art. It's simple to learn, highly destructive. And once mastered, one can be invincible in one-on-one situations, with a chance of winning even in multiple confrontations. Li Kai stood firmly, his aura instantly condensing, his gaze sharp. "Watch closely," he shouted, stepping out with his left foot, lightly tapping his toes, and swiftly striking with his right fist, executing the opening move, the dragon tail sweep. The wind from his punch howled, exuding immense intimidation. Next, he turned his body, withdrew his right foot, lowered his body, and forcefully raised his left arm with a bent elbow, delivering a powerful elbow strike known as the Black Dragon Elbow, which was astonishingly powerful. He stepped forward into a bow stance, his right hand clenched into a fist, generating power from his waist, delivering a hook punch that was full of lethal force. Then, his body spun rapidly, his legs sweeping out like a whirlwind. The whirlwind kick was incredibly fierce, showcasing immense centrifugal force and leg power. Throughout the demonstration, Li Kai's movements flowed seamlessly, transitioning effortlessly between offense and defense, sometimes dodging sideways, sometimes launching fierce attacks. His muscles tightened with each exertion, his breathing steady, occasionally emitting low growls. He also glanced back to observe Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao's reactions. After finishing the demonstration of the Black Dragon 18 styles, Li Kai remained composed, only a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. His solid foundation and powerful physical abilities left Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao captivated, filled with admiration. "Did you remember?" Li Kai asked. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "Since you've remembered, then practice for me." Li Kai had no need for weaklings to follow him. If they wanted to accompany him, they must be able to endure hardship. As a top Special Forces soldier, Li Kai was also a Special Forces instructor. His subordinates did not need weaklings or cowards. For the next 5 days, Li Kai kept the two indoors, training relentlessly. Every day, they ate and practiced hard. Although Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao didn't have the energy assistance, under such high-intensity training and high-protein diet, they visibly became stronger. However, Li Kai didn't let them train mindlessly. Practical combat was mandatory every day. The opponents were each other, and sometimes, when Li Kai was in the mood, he would personally put the two through some tough training. With the energy assistance and his professional fitness knowledge, Li Kai's body underwent a tremendous transformation over 5 days. His original weight of 180 pounds surged by another 20 pounds in just 5 days. At this point, Li Kai weighed 200 pounds. This 200 pounds was not fat, but solid muscle. From a distance, Li Kai now resembled a small mountain, extremely robust. His muscle lines were distinct, full of explosive power. Gaining only 20 pounds in 5 days was significantly less than the previous 50 pounds, but as 1's weight increased, it became harder to gain more. Once surpassing 200 pounds, every additional pound required breaking through 1's limits. For ordinary people, breaking through limits was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But with the energy assistance, Li Kai found it much easier to break through limits than ordinary people. Moreover, after breaking through limits, weight and strength would increase. But body shape wouldn't change much. Li Kai's physique had almost reached its limits. Larger muscles were no longer necessary. What he needed was to compress muscle density, making his body a weapon with lethal potential everywhere. Now, at 200 pounds, when Li Kai swung that 88-kilogram iron rod, it felt significantly lighter. Over these 5 days, Li Kai spent quite a bit of silver. Initially, he was alone, but now there were 3 of them. This 5-day period cost him a full 50 taels of silver, 10 taels a day. The rapid expenditure was primarily due to the lavish meals they had. Every meal consisted of beef, shrimp, and eggs. Money was flowing out like water. In the future, if he were to recruit more subordinates, he couldn't afford to pamper them like the Zhao brothers. The conditions had to be lowered, just ensuring they had enough to eat would suffice. One day, while Li Kai was training the Zhao brothers in the yard, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed from the village. Then, a panicked voice shouted, "The mountain bandits are coming! The mountain bandits are coming! Quickly go home! Close the doors and windows tightly! Don't come out!" At that moment, a group of over 20 people stormed into the village. Each of them rode a fine horse, wielding long knives or spears. "Villagers, don't be afraid. I am the third leader of Qingfeng village. My name is Wang Manzi, shouted a burly man wielding a large knife. Grinning broadly from atop a tall black horse at the front of the group. We have come this time only for money, not to harm lives. I hope the villagers cooperate and gather at the village square. I will give you 10 minutes. Those who come to me in 10 minutes, I guarantee will not be harmed. But if you are found in your homes after 10 minutes, I'm sorry, none of you will survive. After saying that, more than a dozen bandits stood in the square waiting for the villagers to come out on their own. However, after a long time, no one dared to step out. Every household tightly closed their doors and windows, and the entire village fell eerily silent. Wang Manzi glanced at the burnt-out incense and shouted loudly, "Time is almost up. Since you all refuse to come out, then don't blame me, Wang Manzi, for personally inviting you out." With that, Wang Manzi prepared to lead his men into the villagers' homes. But just then, a loud shout rang out. "Stop right there." Looking up, a man in his 40s, Sudamao, shouted angrily, followed by the villagers of Nio village, slowly walking out of the village. Nio village wasn't too large, with only a few dozen households. But at this moment, behind Sudamao stood over 100 people. Nearly the entire village had come out. As the village chief, Sudamao walked at the forefront. "Wang Manzi, I warn you, if you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude." Chapter 16. The bandits attack behind Sudamao. The people of Nio village had all picked up their pitchforks and hoes, each wearing an expression of determination as if they were ready to face death. They had been oppressed by the bandits from King Fengzhi for too long. These bandits would come to loot the village every few days, stealing money, grain, and women. They had killed many villagers, and everyone hated them to the bone. Finally, under Su Damao's leadership, they decided to resist. Seeing this, Wang Manzi chuckled. "Oh, Nio village, you are the first village within 10 miles to dare challenge us at King Fengzhi. Impressive, but do you really think this group of old, weak, sick, and disabled can stand against us?" Su Damao shouted angrily. "Old, weak, sick, and disabled? Our Nio village has already organized a militia. Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen young men stepped out from the crowd. These young men were among the few left in Nio village. Most of the young men had either been conscripted or sent off for labor, so there were not many left. This dozen represented almost all the able-bodied men in the village. The term militia refers to a group of civilian soldiers. In the past, the Great Heavenly Dynasty did not allow militias to exist because having a militia gave the lower-class citizens the potential to rebel. However, in recent years, as banditry became rampant and local authorities were unable to suppress it, they allowed villages to form militias. The militia was not formally organized. There were no provisions or weapons provided from above, and everything was organized by the village itself. At this moment, Wang Manzi's expression turned cold. "Sudamao, you have quite a lot of guts. We at King Fengzhi have said more than once that any village that dares to form a militia will be slaughtered. You Nio village folks are looking to die, aren't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman stepped forward and pointed at Wang Manzi. Cursing, "Not forming a militia means we can't live either. You've robbed us of all our grain. You've robbed us of all our money. My poor daughter has been taken up into the mountains by you and violated. Instead of being bullied to death, we might as well resist with all we have. If we're going to die, let it be a glorious death. Exactly. Let's fight these bastards. Let them know that we from Nio village are not to be bullied." Hearing this, Wang Manzi burst into laughter. "Haha, what a bunch of lowly peasants. You all deserve to die. Since that's the case, I'll make Nio village the first village to be slaughtered in the 10 miles surrounding area. Kill them." Su Damao also shouted angrily, "Militia, kill them." The bandits squeezed their legs against their horses' bellies and urged their steeds to charge towards the militia like a gale. The sound of hooves thundered and dust kicked up, instantly closing the distance between the two sides. One bandit took the lead, raising his long knife high and slashing down at a militia member. The militia member's face was filled with terror as he hurriedly raised his pitchfork to defend himself. However, the pitchfork was no match for the sharp long knife, and with a snap, the pitchfork was severed. The militia member's arm was also cut. A long wound opened up and blood gushed out as he fell to the ground. Screaming, almost simultaneously, another bandit swung his long knife horizontally. A militia member could not dodge in time and was cut across his body, groaning in pain. Their clothes quickly soaked with blood, and pools of bright red blood began to gather on the ground. The cavalry against the infantry was inherently an unfair battle. Moreover, the militia members were armed with farming tools, which could not compete with the bandits' swords and guns. Most importantly, these bandits were experienced killers, far more skilled in combat than these militia members. Thus, in just one encounter, 7 or 8 militia members fell into pools of blood. Haha, you guys with your broken farming tools think you can fight us? You are simply overestimating yourselves. One bandit laughed loudly, his face full of mockery and disdain. Wang Manzi, riding his tall black horse, watched the one-sided slaughter with cold eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sudamao, see this? This is the fate of resisting King Feng's High. You people are nothing but lambs to the slaughter in front of us. At this moment, the people of Nyo village were all stunned with fear. Some watched their sons die before their eyes, letting out cries of grief. Others were so frightened that they cried, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The militia captain was a man named Digua, who was merely a local thug known for getting into fights. He could bully honest folks, but when had he ever killed anyone? Now, his hands holding the hoe were trembling slightly. Digua, get in there. You are the militia captain now. You have to set an example. Su Damao shouted in anger as he looked at the trembling Digua. Digua glanced at his parents behind him, then at the villagers who saw him as their savior. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. I'm going to fight you. Digua raised his hoe high and swung it at a mounted bandit. The bandit sneered and swung his knife directly at the hoe in Digua's hands. With a loud crack, the hoe was cut in half. Then, the bandit struck Digua's back hard with the back of the knife. Digua fell awkwardly to the ground, face full of dirt, and the bandits burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Is this your militia captain? A useless one. What does he have to fight us from King Feng's High? The bandit laughed disdainfully. Sudamao, seeing the weak combat abilities of the militia he had organized, turned pale with fear. He knew that he was gambling with the lives of the entire village. These bandits would truly slaughter the village. At this time, the villagers surrounded Sudamao. Village chief, what do we do? You were the one who led the formation of the militia. Now you have to make a decision. Yes, village chief, these bandits will really slaughter the village. What should we do? I said we shouldn't have listened to Su Damao back then. With just our farming tools, how can we fight against their swords and guns? Su Damao felt immense pressure, standing there covered in sweat, utterly clueless about what to do. Wang Manzi, holding his large knife, looked down at Su Damao. Su Damao, I will chop off your head and hang it at the village entrance for everyone to see, to show the fate of those who oppose King Feng's High. Go, chop off his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a bandit dismounted and walked towards Su Damao with his large knife. No one dared to stop him along the way. Su Damao trembled all over, watching as the bandit approached him step by step. Old man, die, the bandit cursed, raising his large knife to strike at Su Damao's head. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. I dare you. The roar was powerful, drawing everyone's attention. From the village emerged a burly man clad in armor, holding a heavy iron rod, followed by 2 men, stepping forward one by one. Upon seeing the armor, Wang Manzi shuddered in fear and quickly dismounted his horse. Oh, a military officer? Chapter 17. Stolen armor. Wang Manzi was startled. As a bandit, he had a certain fear of soldiers. If it were ordinary foot soldiers, he wouldn't be scared, but armored soldiers were usually formal troops with organization. These soldiers had been on the battlefield, their combat abilities were terrifying, and they had backing, making them troublesome to deal with. However, Wang Manzi didn't expect to see armored soldiers in a poor place like Nyo village. Damn it, the county didn't even send a notice. If he had known there were armored soldiers in Nyo village, he wouldn't have come. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Li Kai. At first, the villagers were delighted, thinking that the government had sent soldiers to eliminate the bandits. But upon closer inspection, they realized it was that kid from the Li family. Joe, Su Damao looked at the armored and very strong Li Kai in front of him and felt somewhat unfamiliar. How did this kid become so strong in just a few days? The villagers began to discuss among themselves. Isn't this the child of old Li's family? When did he go to the army? I never heard he joined the army. Where did he get this armor? Could it have been stolen? How did this kid get so buff in just a few days? Did his family leave him money? Hearing the villagers' discussions, Wang Manzi's eyes turned, realizing that Li Kai didn't seem to be a government soldier. Thus, Wang Manzi waved his hand and asked, "Hey, kid, who are you? Why are you wearing armor?" Wang Manzi initially planned to bluff Li Kai. If Li Kai were truly a government soldier, he would just take his people and leave. But unexpectedly, Li Kai coldly replied, "I'm a villager from Yo village. My parents died at your Qingfeng Zhai hands. As for this armor, I took it from a scoundrel." Wang Manzi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Haha, you took it? Why say it so nicely? Isn't it just stealing? If you had said you joined the army, I might have thought twice about you, but you just admitted it outright. I can take you to the government and get a bounty." Wang Manzi's eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Li Kai's armor. This armor was extremely valuable and could easily sell for over 50 taels of silver. The main point was that this thing couldn't be bought with money. The government didn't allow it to be sold. It was only provided to military personnel. If he could get a set to wear, it would not only look imposing, but also significantly increase his combat effectiveness. At this moment, the villagers were also in an uproar. Stolen? I thought this kid had accomplished something big, but it turns out he's just a thief. How could this kid be so foolish to speak the truth? It's over, it's over. The whole village is done for. Li Kai looked coldly at Wang Manzi. "You ants think you can take me? Today, I will kill you to avenge my parents." Wang Manzi, riding a horse, sneered, "You're the surviving kid from the Li family? We didn't find you back then, letting you slip through the net. You're lucky to survive and dare to appear before me again? Then I will send you to reunite with your parents. Cavalry against infantry, 25 to 1. Even if you have armor, what chance do you have? Moreover, you're not even a soldier, just a thief who stole someone else's armor. Who will kill him? I'll reward 10 taels of silver." Wang Manzi said high and mighty. Killing Li Kai didn't even require him to lift a finger. Even one person on horseback could take him down. It would also show the ignorant villagers of Niu village just how strong the bandits of Qingfeng Zhai were. "Third brother, I'll do it." After speaking, a one-eyed man rode a white steed from the crowd. That was 10 taels of silver, even for mountain bandits. That was not a small sum. In the one-eyed dragon's eyes, Li Kai was not a person, but money. The one-eyed dragon wore a contemptuous smile, slowly steering his horse towards Li Kai, as if Li Kai was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As he approached, the one-eyed dragon suddenly shouted, raising his long knife high, bringing it down from above with a whooshing sound, like a black lightning bolt, striking fiercely at the top of Li Kai's head. This strike used all his strength, intending to take Li Kai down in one blow. However, Li Kai showed no fear. His eyes narrowed, and he firmly gripped the iron rod weighing 88 kilograms, his feet firmly planted on the ground, as if rooted. Just as the one-eyed dragon's long knife was about to reach his head, Li Kai unleashed his power. His arm muscles bulged instantly, veins popping, and he swung the iron rod high, crashing it against the one-eyed dragon's long knife. Bang! The loud sound was like thunder erupting from the ground, shaking the surrounding air. The one-eyed dragon felt an overwhelming force come from the knife. His arm felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. A sharp pain surged, and a long knife slipped from his grasp. The momentum of the iron rod did not diminish, crashing heavily into the one-eyed dragon's chest. In an instant, all of the one-eyed dragon's ribs shattered. His internal organs were instantly crushed. The 88-kilogram iron rod hit him like a train, crashing into his chest. The one-eyed dragon spat out blood on the spot, and his body flew off the horse. With a thud, the one-eyed dragon fell to the ground, his chest caved in, and he was lifeless. At this moment, the entire scene was deathly silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. The mountain bandits were stunned, and the villagers were also shocked. Both groups had not expected Li Kai to be this fierce. One person with one rod, an infantryman challenging a cavalryman, directly killing a mountain bandit in one strike. One blow could send a person flying 7 or 8 meters away. How much strength must this person have? Wang Manzi's expression was extremely ugly. He knew he had encountered a tough opponent today. Old 4, Old 5 attacked together. First kill this kid. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 mountain bandits charged towards Li Kai on horseback. Li Kai's aura instantly soared, like a furious beast. Facing the 7 or 8 mountain bandits rushing in like a tide, he showed no fear. He gripped the 88-kilogram iron rod tightly, as if holding an indestructible divine weapon. The first to charge him was Old Four, riding a tall horse, with a long spear striking at Li Kai's throat like a venomous snake. Li Kai's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he advanced, pushing off the ground with a sudden burst, shooting forward like a cannonball. At the same time, he swung the iron rod at a tricky angle, accurately smashing into the long spear's shaft. With a loud clash, it rang out like a bell. Old Four felt a tremendous force surge, and his grip shattered, causing the long spear to fly out of his hands. Taking advantage of the momentum, Li Kai raised the iron rod high, bringing it down with overwhelming force towards Old Four's head. Old Four's eyes widened in terror, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. With a thud, the iron rod smashed down on his head, and Old Four didn't even have time to scream before he fell off his horse dead. Seeing this, Old Five felt a chill in his heart, but with the arrow already on the bow, he had to shoot. He swung his long knife from the side towards Li Kai. Li Kai sensed the attack from his right, quickly turning around. The iron rod acted like a black lightning bolt, blocking in front of him. Old Five's long knife struck the iron rod, sending sparks flying. Taking advantage of Old Five's old strength being exhausted and new strength not yet rising, Li Kai suddenly kicked the horse's belly. The horse, in pain, reared up, causing Old Five to lose his balance instantly. Li Kai seized the opportunity, swinging the iron rod again and striking Old Five heavily. Old Five was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground, losing his breath on the spot. Chapter 18 against several of the remaining 5 or 6 mountain bandits, though frightened, had no choice but to continue their assault on Li Kai under Wang Manzi's coercion. They rode their horses and surrounded Li Kai, attacking from all directions. However, Li Kai was both offensive and defensive, wearing armor. Even when some attacks couldn't be dodged, the long knife striking against his armor only sparked a shower of sparks. The main point was that Li Kai's 88-kilogram iron rod was simply too heavy. A single hit could injure. A powerful blow could kill. These mountain bandits couldn't even get close to Li Kai. He would sometimes sweep horizontally, sending one bandit and his knife flying. At other times, he would strike down vertically, the iron rod crashing down like a mountain, knocking the bandits trying to approach off their horses. The bandits' attacks were like child's play in front of Li Kai, easily deflected, while one by one they were struck down by his iron rod, lying in pools of blood. In a moment, 7 or 8 bandits were killed by Li Kai, and the horses, under Li Kai's careful control, were only slightly startled and unharmed. At this moment, Li Kai, holding the iron rod, stood amidst the chaos, his armor stained with the blood of his enemies, resembling a demon emerging from hell, exuding a chilling aura. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence once again, as everyone was stunned into speechlessness by Li Kai's terrifying combat power. Everyone was shocked by Li Kai's strength. Just a moment ago, Li Kai had killed a bandit alone, which could be attributed to luck. But now, he had killed 7 or 8 bandits all by himself, and they were all cavalry. Li Kai himself was unharmed. Such combat power, even a true armored soldier couldn't achieve. The villagers of Nio village erupted into enthusiastic cheers after being stunned for a long time. Good. Well fought. It felt so satisfying. Nio village was saved. Finally, they wouldn't be slaughtered. How come I never realized how powerful the child from the Lao Li family was? Li Kai is too fierce. With him around, how could the sweet potato become the village captain? This village captain must be Li Kai. Su Daomao stared blankly at Li Kai. At this moment, he seemed not to recognize Li Kai, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. Was this still the reclusive Li Kai from before? The sweet potato and other village soldiers looked at Li Kai with only 2 words in their eyes: fervor. The previous Li Kai in their eyes was just an inexperienced child. Under family protection, he had no social experience. But now in their eyes, Li Kai was a war god. When Li Kai killed Kong Zhen, the sweet potato and the others were only slightly shocked by Li Kai's thunderous methods. But now, they were in admiration. They were in total awe. Wang Manzi looked at the dozen or so riders behind him, suddenly feeling panicked. The villagers were displaying too much ferocity, so much that he felt a bit scared. But at this moment, Wang Manzi couldn't show fear. If he showed weakness, not only would morale plummet, but he would also lose his bargaining chip in negotiating with Li Kai. Ha! Brother, what great skills you have. Such skills would be wasted in this little Neo village, wouldn't they? You stole government armor, so you must be wanted by the authorities. How about this? Come with me to Qingfeng Stronghold. With your skills and abilities, I will recommend you as the 4th chief of Qingfeng Stronghold. At that time, you can have women if you want, and food and drink if you want. Wouldn't that be delightful? Wang Manzi feigned a hospitable demeanor, pretending to recruit Li Kai. If Li Kai really agreed, Wang Manzi would take him up the mountain, and then whether to keep him or kill him would be up to him. Right now, if they truly fought, Wang Manzi was not confident of 100% victory. At this moment, the villagers suddenly panicked. If Li Kai really went up the mountain to become a bandit, it would still be them who suffered. Xiao Kai, you can't go up the mountain to be a bandit. Yes, Xiao Kai, don't forget how your parents died. Facing the villagers' pleas, Li Kai shot them a cold glance. I don't need you to teach me what to do. With that one sentence, combined with his bloodthirsty gaze, the villagers dared not say anything more. Li Kai coldly looked at Wang Manzi, pointing his iron rod at him. You kill my parents. If I shamelessly follow you up the mountain, I will be worse than livestock. Today, one and all, you shall not live. Upon hearing this, Wang Manzi was completely enraged. I kindly invited you to the mountain. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wang Manzi, didn't become the 3rd chief of Qingfeng Stronghold by connections. Charge with me. Dozens of mountain bandits charged toward Li Kai in a fan shape. The sound of hooves like thunder, dust flying. Long knives and spears glinted coldly in the sunlight, like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Instead of retreating, Li Kai advanced, pushing off hard from the ground, the dust scattering in all directions as he shot forward like a cannonball into the group of bandits. He swung his iron rod high, drawing a black arc in the air, creating a whooshing sound like black lightning striking the foremost bandit. The bandit had no time to react before being heavily struck by the iron rod, sent flying along with his horse, leaving a streak of blood in the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Life or death unknown. The horse let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground. Li Kai charged into the group of bandits, his iron rod flying up and down, sometimes sweeping horizontally, the rod acting like a thick wall, sending those bandits attempting to approach flying along with their horses. The bandits' bodies arched through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, making dull, thudding sounds, sometimes striking down vertically. The iron rod slammed down with the force of a mountain, burying the bandits and their horses into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The bandits' attacks were like child's play in front of Li Kai, easily deflected, and one by one they were struck down by his iron rod, lying in pools of blood. Seeing Li Kai so fierce, Wang Manzi was both shocked and furious. Taking advantage of Li Kai's fierce battle with other bandits, he secretly rode in from the side, raising his long knife high, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Li Kai. Li Kai sensed the danger on his right side, his eyes sharpening like an eagle's, his body quickly turning, the iron rod horizontally blocking in front of him. Wang Manzi's long knife struck the iron rod, sending sparks flying. The powerful recoil making Wang Manzi's arm go numb. Li Kai seized the opportunity to kick Wang Manzi's horse in the belly. The horse, in pain, reared up, causing Wang Manzi to lose his balance. Li Kai seized the moment, swinging the iron rod down with overwhelming force toward Wang Manzi. Wang Manzi's eyes widened in terror as he frantically waved his long knife to defend. Bang! With a loud crash, the iron rod struck the long knife. And Wang Manzi felt a massive force surge through, the long knife instantly shattered. He was also violently thrown off his horse, crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Manzi struggled to get up, looking at Li Kai, who resembled a war god, filled with fear. Yet he still forced himself to act calm, shouting loudly, "Brothers, charge together, kill him." However, at this moment, the bandits were already frightened out of their wits by Li Kai's ferocity, each displaying fear, unwilling to advance easily. Li Kai stepped toward Wang Manzi, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wang Manzi watched as Li Kai drew closer, his legs trembling involuntarily. The fear on his face no longer hidden. "Spare me. I was wrong. Please let me go." Wang Manzi knelt on the ground, begging Li Kai for mercy. Li Kai coldly gazed at the kneeling Wang Manzi, his eyes devoid of any pity. "Did you ever think about sparing my parents when you killed them? Today is your day to die." After saying that, Li Kai raised the iron rod high above his head. The iron rod glinted coldly in the sunlight, carrying immense force as it swung down towards Wang Manzi's head. "No!" Wang Manzi shouted in despair, but it was too late. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the iron rod struck Wang Manzi's head heavily, instantly shattering it. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, and his body crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud, no longer breathing. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again, as everyone was left speechless, shocked by Li Kai's terrifying combat power. Chapter 19. The Village Militia Chief Among the 25 Mountain Bandits. Only 8 were still alive at this moment. The 8 bandits, seeing that the third leader had been killed, were so frightened that they dropped their weapons and knelt down in front of Li Kai. "Please spare us, sir. Please spare us. We surrender. Don't kill us." Li Kai coldly looked at the 8 bandits and said, "Tie them up." Zhao Qianhu and Zhao Tianbao, upon hearing this, immediately picked up ropes and bound the bandits tightly. The bandits did not dare to resist and were soon tied up like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. "Search them for valuables," Li Kai continued to order. Then, Li Kai and the others began to search the bandits for copper coins and silver. Soon, copper coins, silver, and a small amount of silver ingots were laid out in front of Li Kai. In total, there were 300 taels of silver. It seemed they had just robbed another village. Otherwise, they wouldn't have carried so much silver. With a wave of his hand, Li Kai directly put all the silver into his small treasury. With his own savings added in, his total had reached an astonishing 500 taels. The villagers present had no objections. After all, it was Li Kai who had killed the bandits, and it was only right for him to take their money. But what excited Li Kai the most was not the silver, but the 25 horses in front of him. Although these horses were not as good as military horses, each was robust. It is known that cavalry can easily crush infantry. Moreover, cavalry is highly mobile and can come and go freely. Each horse is worth 50 taels of silver, and it's the kind that is hard to buy even if you have the money. It's like modern black market handguns. Everyone knows that homemade guns sell for thousands, but there's no way to buy them. The horses in front of Li Kai were the same. Even King Fengzhi had very few horses. They used their horses in rotation. Whoever went down the mountain to rob would ride a horse. Now, King Fengzhi had lost 25 horses, almost 1/3 of their total, which was a huge loss for them. Su Damao looked at Li Kai with a grateful expression. "Shao Kai, when did you become so powerful?" Li Kai casually replied, "I used to stay indoors all day. Did you think I was just living off my family? In fact, I've been strengthening my body and practicing military strategy every day, all to serve my country and kill these bandits." Since the words were on Li Kai's lips, he could say whatever he wanted, and his words really impressed Su Damao and the others. After all, none of them knew what Li Kai had been doing at home before. Wow, I didn't expect our King Fengzhi to have such talent. Shao Kai, with you here, what do we have to fear from the bandits? From now on, you'll be the village militia chief of Nio Village. What do you think? Su Damao asked excitedly. As soon as Su Damao spoke, the other villagers also agreed. Yes, Li Kai is so capable, and he knows military tactics. If he becomes the militia chief, will those bandits dare to act recklessly? I agree to let Li Kai be the militia chief. Look, the third leader of King Fengzhi was killed by Li Kai. It's only fitting for him to be the militia chief. The villagers expressed their agreement one after another. They had been troubled by the bandits for a long time. Their homes had either been robbed of food or money, and some even had family members killed by the bandits. They desperately wanted someone to stand up and protect them from the bandits' harassment. Hearing this, Li Kai chuckled. Why should I become the militia chief? You know, the bandits from King Fengzhi have openly declared that any village with a militia will be slaughtered. The news that we have a militia in Nio Village hasn't spread yet. You can still disband a militia, but if I become the militia chief and those bandits find out, the first person to die will be me. Li Kai didn't actually want to avoid being the militia chief. He just wanted the villagers to understand that he Li Kai didn't owe them anything. It was they who were begging him to take on this role. The villagers looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. But soon, a wave of noisy discussions erupted in the crowd. An elderly man with gray hair, leaning on a cane, trembled as he walked in front of Li Kai, clasping his hands together, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Shao Kai, please show some mercy and save us poor souls. You know, our Nyo village has lived here for generations. But these past few years, we have been tormented by the bandits and really have no way to live. If you don't become the militia chief, what will we do? If those bandits come again, our entire village of old and young will suffer." As he spoke, the old man's eyes turned red, and his voice choked up. Then, a young woman holding a child knelt in front of Li Kai with a thud, crying, "Brother Li Kai, my husband has been missing since the bandits took him away. Now it's just me and my child, and I'm truly afraid those evil men will come again. You are skilled and wise. Only you can protect us. Please agree to this." The child in her arms seemed to sense his mother's sadness and began to wail loudly, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. At this moment, Su Damao stepped forward again and said sincerely, "Shao Kai, look, the villagers trust you so much, just agree to it. We all know this is risky, but don't worry. As long as you agree to be the militia chief, everyone in the village will support you. Those with money will contribute money. Those with strength will contribute strength. We will never let you face those bandits alone. Just think of it as giving everyone in Yo village a way to live." And what Li Kai wanted was exactly Su Damao's words. Li Kai clasped his hands behind his back and said lightly, "I could be the militia chief, but all food, clothing, and living expenses for the militia must be covered by the village. Military salaries can be waived, but every militia member must be fed and clothed properly. Can you do that? Feeding dozens of militia members wouldn't be a problem for the village. After all, how much could it cost to feed them? The food the bandits took in one raid could feed the entire village for a year. No problem." Su Damao was the first to agree. "Second, since I am militia chief, I will train the militia and no one is allowed to interfere. Third, clear out several houses next to mine, connect the houses, and turn them into my training ground." Su Damao hesitated for a moment. The houses next to Li's were occupied. However, he thought it should be manageable to persuade those villagers. "All right, I will represent the villagers and agree." Li Kai nodded slightly and looked at the remaining militia members. There were originally 18 militia members, but 8 had been killed by the bandits. Now, 10 remained in front of Li Kai. "If you want to follow me, Li Kai, you can't lack courage. Do you see those 8 surviving bandits? Whoever killed them will have the qualification to follow me." Chapter 20. Forming the militia attention. There are only 8 surviving bandits, which means I only need 8 people. Now, please begin your performance. After saying this, Li Kai stood with his hands behind his back, watching Digua and the others. 10 militiamen stood in front of Li Kai, feeling a bit timid and hesitant. Though they were called militiamen, they were actually just half-grown children. They had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. However, a few of them had been forced by Li Kai to stab someone in his home. These few had stronger psychological endurance than the others. After hesitating for a moment, Digua gritted his teeth and stepped forward with a knife. He was provoked by Li Kai. Originally, he was supposed to be the head of the militia, leading everyone to protect the people of Nyo village. But now, he felt as timid as a clown, overshadowed by Li Kai. He had become a joke in Nyo village. He wouldn't accept this. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Digua, was not a coward. He dared to kill. He dared to stand up to the bandits. No matter what others thought, he had decided to be a militia member. With that, Digua gripped the big knife tightly, clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and roared, "Kill!" With a slash, a bandit's head was severed instantly. The bloody scene caused many onlookers to vomit. The other militiamen turned pale. Some closed their eyes tightly, while others trembled slightly. Following Digua, Zhuang took a deep breath, gripping his spear tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. He remembered how his home had been ransacked by the bandits and the desperate look in his parents' eyes, filling him with a sense of determination. "I can't be a coward either," he shouted and charged at a bandit, thrusting the spear straight into the bandit's chest. The bandit let out a muffled groan and fell, blood gushing out along the spear shaft. A few drops of warm blood splattered onto Zhuang's face. But he was oblivious, panting heavily, filled with mixed emotions. Fear from killing for the first time and a thrill from proving himself. A Fu, who was originally a timid young man, watched his companion step forward to fight, feeling a mix of emotions. His hands clenched tightly around the knife handle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth, the violent acts of the bandits when they invaded the village flashing through his mind. And he no longer hesitated. He charged at a bandit, his knife trembling in his hand, but he still struck hard, hitting the bandit's arm, which let out a painful scream. Seeing this, a Fu struck again until the bandit stopped moving. Then he collapsed to the ground, vomiting heavily. With these few leading the charge, the remaining militiamen gathered their courage and moved forward to kill the bandits. In the end, only 2 militiamen remained, their faces as pale as paper, their legs trembling uncontrollably. One named Shunzi had quivering lips, wanting to say something, but fear choked his throat. The other named Xuanzi had already dropped his weapon, his eyes filled with pleading, looking at Li Kai as if hoping he would spare them. Li Kai coldly watched all of this, showing no compassion. Time us up. If you haven't acted, you're not qualified to follow me. With that, Li Kai didn't even glance at the last 2, stating, all militiamen, break through the courtyard of the houses opposite my home. From today on, you will sleep there, eat there, and train there. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave the village. Then, Li Kai ordered the militiamen to bring all the captured horses to the courtyard opposite his home. The villagers would keep the events of the day in Yo village a secret without Li Kai having to say anything. No one dared to reveal that Li Kai had stolen armor, nor that he had killed bandits, unless they didn't want to live anymore. After returning home, Li Kai removed the heavy armor, placed the iron rod behind the door, and began to wipe his body with a hot towel. Now, he had people and horses, but it was still far from enough to protect himself in this chaotic world, not to mention the government troops. If the bandits from Qingfeng Zhai came out in full force, it would be enough to make Li Kai drink a pot. Unfortunately, there were too few armors. If each of his 10 subordinates could have 1 set of armor, he wouldn't fear encountering organized troops. Thinking of this, Li Kai suddenly had a bright idea and looked at the iron rod in the corner. After greeting Su Yu, Li Kai set out alone, carrying the iron rod, sitting in a donkey cart, heading to Qingshan County. Before long, Li Kai arrived at the only blacksmith shop in the county town. Inside the shop, the master blacksmith was puffing and blowing as he worked the iron. Upon seeing Li Kai, he grinned. The young man is back again. What ironware do you need this time? Li Kai looked around, confirmed there was no one else, and smiled faintly. I need armor. With a loud clang, the master blacksmith's hammer slipped, creating a notch in the long knife. Frowning, the master blacksmith looked at Li Kai. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You dare to make such a joke? Li Kai calmly replied, I'm not joking. The world is unfair, the government does nothing, and the bandits are rampant. Since they want to change, I will change it. The master blacksmith saw ambition in Li Kai's eyes, but he still shook his head, saying, I can't make that. If you want to die, I still want to live. With a bang, Li Kai placed the iron rod in front of the master blacksmith and uncovered the black cloth wrapped around it. The rod was covered in blood and flesh. This is human blood. The 3rd leader of Qingfeng Zhai died under this iron rod, and the recently missing Zhou Bapai also died under this rod. Hearing this, the master blacksmith was shocked. The recent disappearance of Zhou Bapai had alarmed the entire army, and the government was cooperating to search the whole county for him. You killed Zhou Bapai? Li Kai nodded slightly. That's right. The master blacksmith hesitated and said, just because you say you killed him, should I believe you? With a snap, an iron badge was placed before the master blacksmith. It was Zhou Bapai's badge from the army, equivalent to an ID card. Upon seeing the badge, the master blacksmith's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly hid it. Oh, my ancestor, what exactly do you want to do? How dare you take this out? Li Kai coldly said, Zhou Bapai died under this iron rod, and this iron rod was forged by you. Tell me, if the government and army find out this news, can you still live? You have 2 choices. First, secretly forge me several sets of armor, and I will keep this secret. Second, we all perish together, and I will inform the government about this. By then, not just you, but your entire family will be doomed. Chapter 21. salt production. Although Li Kai knew that what he was doing was very unethical, he had no choice. Talented blacksmiths were simply too rare. Apart from using underhanded methods, he didn't know how to pull the blacksmith into his scheme. Did the greedy man die under Li Kai's iron rod? Of course not. It was just Li Kai scaring the blacksmith. The blacksmith, unaware of the truth, was frightened to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. If Li Kai really reported this to the authorities, the blacksmith's entire family would be in danger. Master, think carefully. If you work for me, I won't treat you poorly. For a set of armor, I'll give you 100 taels of silver, Li Kai said loudly. 100 taels. Upon hearing this number, the blacksmith's eyes lit up. This was no small amount. It was almost the income of an ordinary person for 10 years. Normally, the cost of making a set of armor was actually around 30 to 40 taels of silver. He could earn a significant profit from making a set of armor. To be honest, the blacksmith was tempted. The main reason was that he had no other options. If he didn't agree to Li Kai, and Li Kai really went to the authorities to report him, he wouldn't get the money and would also be in danger. After a moment of hesitation, the blacksmith said, "All right, I'll do it. But making armor isn't that easy. How many sets do you want?" Hearing the blacksmith agree, Li Kai felt a surge of joy. "I want 10 sets. The armor can forego any unnecessary decorations. The focus should be on the protective function, and the faster, the better." After saying this, Li Kai placed all his savings on the table. "Here are 500 taels of silver. I'll pay the remaining 500 after the armor is completed." Seeing the 500 shiny taels, the blacksmith felt his heart leap into his throat. As a blacksmith, he had never seen so much money in his life. "All right, wait for my news." The blacksmith took the money. After securing the blacksmith, Li Kai took the remaining few taels of silver and went to the market to buy some coarse salt. Relying solely on hunting would only earn him small change. He needed to rely on business to train his own troops. Making fine salt was Li Kai's first step. Due to the backward salt production technology in the Great Heavenly Dynasty, everyone ate coarse salt. Only the wealthy and powerful could afford finer salt. But it could not compare to modern fine salt. Before his rebirth, Li Kai loved watching short videos about rebirth, such as how to produce firearms and how to make fine salt. He remembered the method for making fine salt very clearly. After buying 10 pounds of coarse salt, Li Kai carried it back to Nyo village on a donkey cart. In Nyo village, 10 people, including Digwa and others, were learning the Black Dragon 18 styles that Li Kai was teaching them. In addition to practicing this martial art, Li Kai also had them build arrow towers and traps. Qingfeng village would not sit idly by and suffer such a huge loss, so arming Nyo village was Li Kai's first plan. First, he set up traps at various key points in the village to prevent the cavalry from Qingfeng village from entering. Secondly, he built arrow towers so that archers could shoot from the towers and suppress the bandits from Qingfeng village. While they were training, Li Kai returned home and pondered how to make fine salt in a small room. Li Kai closed the door tightly. In that small, dim room, on a worn-out table, lay the coarse salt he had purchased from the market, an iron pot, several clay jars, and simple filtering tools. At first, Li Kai was full of confidence as he carefully poured a pound of coarse salt into the iron pot and added an appropriate amount of water. He then heated the limestone with charcoal until it turned into quicklime. Next, he added water to turn the quicklime into lime milk. Afterward, he added the saturated lime milk to the water with dissolved coarse salt. Soon, impurities appeared on the water's surface. After filtering the brine, he left it to air dry. This drying process was mainly to allow carbon dioxide to enter the brine, causing impurities to form again. After filtering out the impurities, the final step was distillation. Li Kai slowly poured the filtered brine into the already cleaned iron pot, where the charcoal fire was burning fiercely at the bottom. He held a worn-out fan and gently fanned the charcoal fire to make the heat more even and stable, ensuring that the brine would be heated uniformly. Soon, fine white foam began to rise on the water's surface, constantly appearing, accumulating, and then breaking apart in an instant, making a faint sizzling sound. Li Kai's eyes were fixed on the changes in the pot, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, completely unaware. As the water evaporated continuously, the brine in the pot gradually thickened, becoming more transparent. Li Kai dipped a clean wooden stick into the pot and stirred gently, and a thin layer of salt crystals began to adhere to the stick, sparkling in the firelight. He He knew that the distillation was entering a critical stage. At this point, a salty, humid smell filled the room, intertwining with the scent of charcoal fire. Li Kai placed a broken lid upside down on the iron pot and found a wet cloth to tightly seal the gap between the lid and the pot, preventing steam from leaking. Beneath the lid, he placed a smaller container to catch the distilled pure brine. As time passed, steam continuously rose, striking the underside of the inverted lid, condensing into small droplets upon encountering the cold surface, sliding down the lid into the container below. After a long wait, when the liquid in the container reached a certain amount, Li Kai carefully lifted the lid and removed the clay bowl. He saw that the brine in the container was clear and transparent, without a trace of impurities, like a clear spring. This was the purest brine. He then poured the brine back into the pot and continued heating it. As the water evaporated, what settled at the bottom of the pot would be fine salt. Li Kai rubbed a bit of fine salt between his fingers, tasted it slowly, and his eyes lit up. It only had a salty taste, with no off flavors. He had succeeded. However, after repeated experiments, Li Kai had only extracted half a pound of fine salt from 10 pounds of coarse salt. But once he became skilled at the extraction process, he could extract a pound of fine salt from a pound and a half of coarse salt. This was quite a profit. However, it should be noted that in the Great Heavenly Dynasty, selling private salt was illegal. Exceeding 10 pounds could result in execution. But Li Kai was not afraid. The common people were suffering, and he didn't care about breaking the law. Surviving was the most important thing. Li Kai looked at a half a pound of fine salt in his hand, planning to sell it on the black market tomorrow. He was curious about how much this half a pound of fine salt could fetch. At that moment, it was already late at night. Li Kai was exhausted. Upon returning to his bedroom, he found Su Yu still awake. On the table were several small dishes made by Su Yu and a pot of clear wine. In addition, hot water was boiling on the stove, and the bathtub was filled with hot water. You're back. Tired, right? Quickly take off your clothes. I'll wash you. Chapter 22. Chef Wang. Li Kai's lips curled up. With such a gentle and caring wife, how could he not work hard? If he didn't work hard, how could he give his wife a good life? Wife, you're so wonderful. Wait for me in bed while I wash up. Let's go have some fun in bed. Su Yu glared at Li Kai, both shy and angry, and said softly, all you think about is having fun. Hurry up and wash, or the water will get cold. I don't want to wash alone. Let's wash together, Li Kai said, directly wrapping his arms around Su Yu's fragrant and soft body, regardless of her consent, and carried her straight into the bathtub. You're bad. Li Kai casually untied Su Yu's wet clothes, and suddenly, large areas of her snowy white skin were exposed to the air. Su Yu's little face turned red like a ripe apple, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Wife, you're so beautiful. Li Kai gazed at his stunning wife, his hands wandering over her body. Soon after, he embraced Su Yu and kissed her fragrant lips. The water in the bathtub splashed onto the floor, and the whole room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The next day, Li Kai rode a donkey cart, holding his refined fine salt, and arrived at Qingshan County. In the black market of Qingshan County, Li Kai wandered around continuously, but still couldn't find a suitable seller for the fine salt. After all, selling fine salt couldn't be done with loud shouts like selling mountain goods. Selling coarse salt was already illegal, let alone fine salt. After searching for half a day, Li Kai decided to inquire at the blacksmith's place. After all, the blacksmith was now a partner with him, and he could trust what he said. Inside the blacksmith shop, the blacksmith was busy forging iron. When he saw Li Kai come in, a warm smile appeared on his face. After all, Li Kai was now his big financier, so he had to be a bit more enthusiastic. Hey, Boss Li, why are you here again? Again? Are you not welcoming me? Li Kai raised an eyebrow. The blacksmith quickly slapped himself lightly on the cheek and said, Look at my mouth. How could I not welcome you? You're my big financier. Since you know I'm your financier, that's good. Besides those 10 sets of armor, I also have 10 good knives. 10 taels of silver each. Is that okay? Knives are different from armor. They're easier to make, and the risk is not as big as with armor. The blacksmith quickly nodded. No problem. I want to ask you something. I want to sell salt. Do you know who buys it? Hearing this, the blacksmith broke out in a cold sweat. This gentleman does nothing legal, only risky business. I don't know anyone who buys coarse salt, but I have a friend who works as a chef in a wealthy family. Maybe you could try him. Li Kai raised an eyebrow. A chef? Seeing the disdain in Li Kai's eyes, The blacksmith hurriedly said, "Don't underestimate him. He's not just an ordinary chef. His cooking skills are unmatched in the area. That wealthy family has a fortune, and buying some salt from you would definitely not be a problem." "Okay, give me the address, and I'll go try," Li Kai said. Then, the blacksmith gave Li Kai the address, along with a personal letter. The Gu family is definitely a big household in Qingshan County, and their residence is built extremely luxuriously. From a distance, Li Kai spotted the Gu family's mansion, which resembled a small palace, standing at one corner of the county town. The Crimson Gate was tall and majestic, towering over 2 people, with the copper doornails shining coldly in the sunlight. Above the door, there was a plaque with the words Gu Mansion written in gold on a black background, the strokes strong and powerful, exuding grandeur. At the entrance, 2 burly guards stood straight, dressed in tight black clothing, with wide leather belts around their waists, hanging sharp long knives. In front of the steps, several beautifully decorated carriages were parked, and the drivers sat on the shafts, leisurely smoking, occasionally chatting. Looking at the magnificent Gu family's mansion, Li Kai couldn't help but sigh. With such financial strength, it would be hard to find a rival in Qingshan County. Only such a wealthy family could afford to buy his fine salt. As soon as Li Kai arrived at the door and hadn't spoken yet, the guard at the entrance sneered, "Stop. No idle people are allowed to linger outside the Gu family's gate. Leave quickly." The guard was full of arrogance and did not regard Li Kai at all. After all, as a guard of the Gu family, common folks truly did not dare to provoke them. Li Kai didn't care about the guard's attitude and said lightly, "I'm looking for Chef Wang. I'm his friend." "Looking for Chef Wang? Wait there. Little one, go inside and call old Wang out." The guard waved his hand, and immediately someone went in to report. After about 10 minutes, a fat man walked out of the Gu family. He was the chef introduced by the blacksmith, Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang looked at Li Kai and frowned. "Who are you?" Li Kai immediately took out the blacksmith's personal letter and said, "I'm here by the blacksmith's introduction." Fatty Wang opened the letter, glanced at it, then put it away and said, "Come in." Then, Fatty Wang led Li Kai into the large courtyard of the Gu mansion. Inside, the roads were clean and tidy, nurturing all kinds of rare flowers and plants, and every few steps, armed guards could be seen patrolling. These guards all looked very capable, like military personnel. Even the local constables were no match for them. Fatty Wang walked ahead and said, "Since you're introduced by the blacksmith, I'll speak frankly. The blacksmith is a good friend of mine. Since he introduced you, I have to give him some face. In such a large Gu mansion, the monthly salt usage is quite a lot, but the Gu family has always bought public salt. I can't let the Gu family bypass the public and buy salt directly from you. However, since we are all from the same circle, I can give you some of the money the Gu family spends on public salt, allowing you to sell some salt to me as well. We can mix your salt with public salt, as long as the weight is fine. But let's be clear, if your salt is priced the same as public salt, there's no need for me to buy from you, right?" After listening for a while, Li Kai finally understood. He wanted to buy salt from him at a low price and take a kickback. Li Kai smiled faintly and said, "Chef Wang, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. My salt is not only not cheap, it's actually quite expensive. Here, 1 pound of salt costs 1 tael of silver." "What? How much?" Fatty Wang's eyes widened as he stared at Li Kai, angrily saying, "Are you trying to rob me? Coarse salt sells for only 100 coins per pound in the market, and you're selling me fine salt for 1 tael of silver? That's a 10-fold increase. Is your salt made of gold?" Li Kai smiled lightly and said, "My salt is different from theirs. Mine is fine salt." Chapter 23. The Gu family guard fine salt? Is that just refined salt? Wang Fatty frowned and said, "I've sold refined salt before. Regular coarse salt sells for over 100 won per pound, while refined salt is only 300 won per pound. I've never heard of anyone daring to sell refined salt for a tael of silver per pound." Li Kai smiled slightly. "Whether it's worth it, you'll know once you try it." With that, he took out the half-pound of fine salt wrapped in cloth and opened it in front of Wang Fatty. Wang Fatty's eyes lit up when he saw the snow-white fine salt. The salt was as fine as sand, without any impurities, and it looked more exquisite than any salt he had ever seen. When Wang Fatty gently tasted some, he became so excited that his hands started to tremble. The fine salt had no bitter or strange taste, only a pure salty flavor. This fine salt was tastier than any refined salt Wang Fatty had ever eaten. He couldn't imagine how delicious dishes would taste if cooked with this fine salt. Wang Fatty looked at Li Kai in shock and asked, "Where did you get such delicious fine salt?" Li Kai smiled slightly and said, "To be honest, I have a friend who does business in the western regions. Their salt-making techniques are far superior to ours, and this fine salt was brought back by him. My friend has already sniffed out the business opportunity for this fine salt in the Great Tian Dynasty, but selling private salt is illegal here. So he is secretly looking for channels to sell it. So there's a lot of this fine salt?" Wang Fatty asked. Li Kai nodded. "That's right." "Great. Wait for me. I'll go to the kitchen to get the money." Wang Fatty's eyes twinkled as he ran towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Kai wandered around the courtyard by himself. It was unclear how long it took, but suddenly, more guards appeared in the courtyard, all of them staring intently at Li Kai. Li Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he picked up his fine salt, preparing to leave. However, as soon as he moved, the guards rushed from all directions, surrounding him. "Be honest. Don't move." There were more than 20 guards in front of him, and they were not ordinary guards. From their demeanor and movements, it was clear they were skilled fighters. Li Kai's eyes narrowed. It seemed Wang Fatty did not go to get money, but to inform on him. No, he couldn't sit and wait for death. He had to leave immediately. Although the number of guards was large, Li Kai was not an easy target. At 188 meters tall and weighing 200 pounds, he was strong and full of power. Moreover, he was a retired Special Forces soldier and was not afraid of close combat. Li Kai snorted coldly. "Brothers, we have no grudges against each other. I don't want to hurt anyone. Just give me a way out, and I'll leave, okay?" Upon hearing this, one of the guards scoffed. "You don't want to hurt anyone? We have 25 men against you alone. Can you hurt us?" Li Kai's gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle, locking onto the guard who mocked him. Without hesitation, he exerted himself, his feet pushing off the ground like cannonballs, raising dust in the air. He shot towards the mocking guard like a black lightning bolt. His right arm swung high, muscles bulging, and his fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed directly at the guard's face. The guard hurriedly raised his arm to block. However, Li Kai's punch was incredibly powerful. With a muffled bang, it sounded like a bell ringing, and the guard's arm went numb, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Li Kai swiftly raised his left leg and delivered a fierce kick to the guard's waist. The guard had no time to dodge and was heavily struck, letting out a painful grunt as he flew out, knocking down 2 other guards beside him. Having taken down these 3, Li Kai did not pause and turned to face the other guards. He moved nimbly through the crowd like a ghost. One guard swung a long knife from the side, and Li Kai's eyes narrowed. He slightly leaned to the side, easily evading the knife attack, while his left hand shot out like an iron claw, grabbing the guard's wrist and twisting hard. With a crack, the guard's wrist dislocated and the long knife fell to the ground. Li Kai followed up with a kick to the guard's chest, sending him flying backward. Just then, 2 more guards attacked him from the front and back. Li Kai remained calm. He first sidestepped to avoid the attack from the rear guard while simultaneously swinging his right fist backward, hitting the rear guard squarely in the face. The guard let out a scream, blood pouring from his nose. Before the front guard could react, Li Kai took a quick step forward, driving his knee hard into the guard's abdomen. The guard's body instantly curled up, hands clutching his stomach as cold sweat poured down from the pain. In just a few minutes, Li Kai had knocked down 7 or 8 guards, creating a gap in the encirclement. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the gate. Just as Li Kai was about to escape through the gate, a figure suddenly blocked his path. It was a man dressed in a blue shirt with small, narrow eyes. Without saying a word, the man struck towards Li Kai's chest with the palm. Competing in strength, Li Kai was not afraid at all. He also threw a punch at the man. With a muffled thud, Li Kai's punch was strong enough to knock an ordinary person back. But the other man's strength was also terrifying. After their palm and fist collided in the air, the man did not get knocked back, but only took 2 steps back. The powerful rebound force also made Li Kai take 2 steps back. Li Kai raised his head and looked coldly at the man with narrow eyes. This person was a master. Li Kai's gaze sharpened, and he focused intently on the man before him, whose strength instantly put him in a heightened state of combat. The man flashed forward like a ghost, his palms flying, creating a whistling wind as each move aimed directly at Li Kai's vital points. Li Kai dared not be careless, nimbly dodging left and right while looking for a chance to counterattack. The man's palms slashed like blades, and Li Kai sidestepped to avoid them. following up with a straight punch aimed at the man's side face. The man reacted quickly, slightly tilting his head to easily dodge the punch while bending his arm, elbow like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Li Kai's shoulder. Li Kai hurriedly blocked with his arm, and with a loud bang, a huge impact force came, causing his arm to go numb. But he gritted his teeth and held on. Seizing the moment when the man's old strength had been exhausted and new strength had not yet been built, his right leg kicked out fiercely, targeting the man's abdomen. The man quickly stepped back to avoid this fierce kick. The two exchanged blows, neither giving way, and the surrounding air seemed to be stirred by their fight. Using his special forces combat experience and strong physique, Li Kai gradually gained the upper hand. He noticed a flaw in the man's defense and delivered a heavy punch to the man's chest. The man quickly crossed his hands to block, but Li Kai's punch was too powerful, directly sending the man staggering back a few steps. Li Kai pressed his advantage, taking a quick step forward and delivering a flying kick that knocked the man to the ground. He quickly pinned the man down, drawing a flying knife from his waist. The cold blade aimed at the man's throat, ready to end his life with a light swipe. Just as he was about to act, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Li Kai turned to see Wang Fatty breathlessly running out of the house, his face filled with urgency. Chapter 24 Deal Li Kai coldly looked at Wang Fatty and asked, "What do you mean, you dead fatty?" Wang Fatty stared at the messy courtyard, momentarily dumbfounded. "What's going on here?" At that moment, a woman suddenly appeared. "I told you to keep the person here, to treat them like a guest. Is this how you treat guests?" The woman gracefully stepped forward from inside the house. Her face was as pale as jade, her skin flawless, her eyebrows like distant mountains, and her eyes clear and bright like autumn waters, exuding vitality and intelligence. Li Kai squinted. He had seen this woman before. She was the one who bought his Ganoderma at 3 times the price at the medicine shop that day. Li Kai's impression of her was extremely deep because she was simply too beautiful, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. At this moment, Gulinger was quite surprised as she looked at the chaos in the courtyard. More than 20 guards, 7 or 8 of whom were injured, while Li Kai remained unscathed. These guards were all elite selected by her father from the army, meant to protect her, yet they were no match for this man alone. Most importantly, her personal bodyguard, Zhou Bo, had nearly been killed. He was her father's left-hand man, who had once fought his way out of siege. He was known as the god of death by the enemy. Yet, such a man nearly died at the hands of Li Kai. This person was too powerful. At this moment, Gulinger obviously recognized Li Kai and said, "It's you?" Li Kai nodded slightly and stood up from Zhou Bo's body. "Who are you?" Gulinger looked Li Kai up and down and said, "I am Gulinger, the master of the Gu family. Your skills, did you come from the military?" Li Kai shook his head. "Did you come from a guard agency?" Gulinger asked curiously. Li Kai shook his head again. Seeing this, Gulinger thought Li Kai was unwilling to answer and didn't ask further. She directly said, "Your skills are impressive. Come to my Gu family as a bodyguard. I'll give you 20 taels of silver a month. How about that?" 20 taels of silver. For ordinary people, this was definitely a large sum. It was more than what an ordinary person could earn in a year. In this era, it was considered a high salary. But Li Kai was not interested. "I didn't come here to apply for a bodyguard position. I came to sell salt. Miss, do you want this salt? If not, please let me leave." Upon hearing this, Gulinger waved her hand. "Bring the salt here for me to taste." Li Kai handed the fine salt to Wang Fatty, who brought it in both hands to Guling. Gulinger tasted a little of the fine salt, and her eyes lit up. What exquisite salt! This fine salt was better than any refined salt she had ever tasted and had no strange flavor at all. Gulinger saw endless business opportunities in this half a pound of fine salt. "How much is this fine salt?" Gulinger asked. 1 tael of silver per pound. Li Kai said, "I'll give you 1 tael of silver per pound, but you can only supply it to me." Gulinger asked it. Li Kai frowned slightly. "Supply it to you alone? Although your Gu family is wealthy, one person can't consume much salt daily. If I only sell to your Gu family, am I supposed to starve?" Gulinger shook her head slightly. "You've misunderstood. I want as much fine salt as you have. There is no such exquisite fine salt on the market, and at 1 tael of silver per pound, it's definitely unaffordable for ordinary people. Selling fine salt can cost you your head, so I plan to sell this fine salt to wealthy families and high officials. You sell at 1 tael per pound, and I'll sell it at 10 taels per pound. You can be my exclusive supplier." This proposal was quite appealing, and Li Kai was tempted. But he still wondered. Selling private salt can cost you your head. Aren't you afraid? Gulinger smiled slightly. For ordinary people, it's a matter of life and death. But in Qingshan County, who dares to chop off Gulinger's head? You have the goods, I have the channels. Isn't it great for us to work together to make money? The reason Gulinger dared to do this was that her father was also in a precarious position in the court. She wanted to raise some capital for her father, some funds that could save lives and support a rebellion at a critical moment. This capital was money, so Gulinger was also dancing on a tightrope. She was taking risks. Li Kai hesitated for a moment and then said, "Okay, I accept this cooperation, but you need to give me some advance payment. I'll go back and prepare to import a large quantity from the western regions." Upon hearing this, Gulinger smiled. "Money? That's easy. I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver first. Take it and spend it." Saying this, Gulinger waved her hand, and Wang Fatty immediately brought over a large box. The box contained exactly 100 silver ingots, totaling 1,000 taels of silver. This was a huge amount. Li Kai's eyes lit up. Since the young lady trusts me so much, Li will definitely not let her down. After that, Li Kai put down the fine salt, carried the heavy box, and climbed onto the donkey cart outside the Gu mansion. Once Li Kai left, Zhou Bo frowned and walked over. "Miss, aren't you afraid he'll take the money and run?" Gulinger looked at Li Kai's departing figure and said calmly, "Do you have confidence in keeping him here?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Bo lowered his head in shame. "With so many people in the Gu mansion, I have no confidence in keeping him alive, but killing him is not a problem." "Killing him? Will that give me the source of fine salt?" "Just 1,000 taels, but it could lead to an opportunity to earn 10,000 or even more. It's worth a gamble." On the donkey cart outside, Li Kai looked at the 1,000 taels of silver, extremely excited. This was the largest sum of money he had earned since his rebirth in the Great Tian Dynasty. This amount was enough for an ordinary person to live a worry-free life for a lifetime. But it was also a small amount, since a set of armor would cost 1,000 taels of silver. Li Kai drove the donkey cart and began buying coarse salt in Qingshan County. To avoid drawing attention, he didn't buy too much from each salt-selling place. But after going around the entire Qingshan County, he bought a considerable amount of coarse salt. He bought a full 50 pounds. While Li Kai was busy, he encountered an unexpected person. This person was a seller of private salt. The guy approached Li Kai and said, "Brother, how expensive is the public salt? I have cheap salt here. Do you want some? Only 51 per pound." "Wow, that's more than half cheaper than public salt." Li Kai's eyes brightened, seizing the opportunity, and said, "I have a big business opportunity here. I wonder if you're interested." "What kind of business?" "Private salt. I have as much as you want. Do you dare to sell it?" After hearing Li Kai's words, the private salt seller laughed. "Dear customer, selling private salt. If you exceed 10 pounds, you'll lose your head. I've been selling private salt in Qingshan County for so many years, and I dare to sell openly. Which means I have someone backing me up. I'm not afraid. I have as much private salt as you need." Chapter 25, Finding Uncle Fu Zhongsan. A salt trader selling illicit salt was naturally not afraid of clients with questionable backgrounds. On the contrary, the dirtier the background of the client, the more excited he became. Everyone was engaged in dangerous work that could cost them their heads, and since both parties had leverage over each other, they felt more secure. Therefore, when he learned that Li Kai needed over 100 pounds of illicit salt, Zhongsan's eyes lit up. "How much? 150 pounds? 150 pounds of illicit salt would amount to 7,500 copper coins. That's over 7 taels of silver." Zhongsan was a seller of illicit salt, but he usually didn't encounter such large clients. Over 7 taels of silver was basically a year's income for a laborer. "That's right, and it's 150 pounds every day," Li Kai said. "The cost is 7,500 coins. 1.5 pounds of coarse salt can produce 1 pound of fine salt. That means I can produce 100 pounds of fine salt daily, which can sell for 100 taels of silver, netting a profit of over 90 taels. The monthly profit would be 2,700 taels of silver. This amount is enough for me to support a troop of around 100 men." "Brother, do you really need that much illicit salt?" Zhang Sen became excited. If Li Kai could consume that much illicit salt every day, he could specialize in serving Li Kai alone. 7,500 coins a day would amount to about 220 taels a month, with a net profit of around 100 taels. In a month, he could earn what others might take several years to make. Indeed, I will have the salt delivered to Nyo village by this time tomorrow. This 5 taels is a deposit for the illicit salt. Li Kai directly handed Zhang San 5 taels of silver. Upon seeing the silver, Zhang San became ecstatic. Great! I'll make sure it's delivered on time tomorrow. Li Kai's prompt payment convinced Zhang San that he was dealing with someone who had money to spare. Although Zhang San didn't know what Li Kai needed so much coarse salt for, he understood that the less he knew, the better for him. All he needed to do was quietly amass his wealth. After securing a source for illicit salt, Li Kai drove his donkey cart to buy some meat, eggs, and milk. With a full load, he did not choose to return to Nyo village but headed to Zhanghe village, over 100 miles away. The reason Li Kai came here was to find someone, the former steward of the Li family, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was the most trusted person by Li Kai. He had grown up in the Li family and had served as the steward for 25 years. When the Li family was slaughtered, Uncle Fu happened to be out on business and fortunately escaped. After learning that the entire Li family had been killed, Uncle Fu, feeling hopeless, left the Li family. At that time, Li Kai was trembling in the cellar. Although Uncle Fu shouted loudly when he returned, Li Kai was too scared to respond. Later, Li Kai learned that Uncle Fu had gone to Zhanghe village, a place far from the mountains where bandits were less rampant. Now, Li Kai wanted to bring Uncle Fu back. It was impossible for Li Kai to produce fine salt alone. He had more important matters to attend to and didn't have the time to focus solely on making fine salt. Therefore, he needed someone he could trust to take his place, and Uncle Fu was the most suitable candidate. Li Kai had been raised by Uncle Fu, so he could be considered like a son to him. Additionally, Uncle Fu was loyal to the Li family and was one of the few literate people in the area. He would learn how to make salt more quickly. After a long journey, Li Kai finally arrived in Zhanghe village. After asking around, he finally located Uncle Fu's home. However, just as he reached the door, he heard a commotion inside. "You old bastard. You can eat when you have money, but when you don't, you still owe me, right?" A loud crash echoed as a bowl shattered. Inside a dilapidated courtyard, 5 burly men surrounded Wang Fu and his 2 sons. Uncle Fu and his sons were now emaciated, their clothes tattered. The bowls on the ground had only a few grains of rice in them. Clearly, after leaving the Li family, they had fallen on hard times. "Sir, we've given you all our money. We really have no more. Please show mercy and let us go, all right?" Wang Fu pleaded desperately. After arriving in Zhanghe village, Wang Fu had rented the dilapidated house before him. However, he did not expect that the rental contract was with Zhang Heng, the local bully. Zhang Heng had manipulated the contract, changing the rent from 300 coins a month to 300 coins a day. That meant 9 taels of silver for a month. After leaving the Li family, Wang Fu and his 2 sons worked as laborers in the market, earning only about 1 tael of silver a month, making it impossible to afford such an expensive rent. Zhang Heng had determined that Wang Fu's family was easy to bully, demanding payment daily and seizing all the money they earned. "No money? What are you renting a house for? Everyone knows that our Zhanghe village is safe with no bandits. Our housing prices are already high. You 3 poor bastards come here to rent a house without money? No money, huh? I'll break your legs. And then you'll have money." Zhang Heng brandished a wooden stick and swung it towards Wang Fu's knee. Wang Fu, utterly desperate, closed his eyes, feeling powerless in front of Zhang Heng and his men. But just then, a figure suddenly rushed into the courtyard. With a thud, the figure kicked Zhang Heng in the back. Zhang Heng yelped and was sent flying, crashing into the wall before falling to the ground. "Who the hell dares to ambush me?" Everyone was startled and turned to look at the intruder. It was none other than Li Kai. Upon seeing Li Kai, Wang Fu was momentarily stunned, his face filled with disbelief. "Young master, you're still alive?" Li Kai nodded slightly at Wang Fu and said, "We'll talk later." Zhang Heng, gritting his teeth, stood up from the ground, eyeing Li Kai from head to toe. "Who the hell are you? Dare to cause trouble in our Zhanghe village? Do you even know where this is?" Li Kai calmly replied, "Why are you bullying Uncle Fu?" "Bullied? Which of your eyes saw me bullying him? He owes me money, and I'm here to collect. It's only right. Here, the contract. Do you see it clearly? He still owes me 9 taels of silver." Li Kai glanced at the contract and recognized it as an oppressive agreement. With a cold smile, he said. "So you say he owes you 9 taels of silver, huh?" Li Kai reached into his bosom and pulled out a large silver ingot, tossing it to Zhang Heng. "Here's 10 taels, no need for change. Get lost." Zhang Heng was stunned when he caught the large ingot. The 9 taels of silver was merely an excuse to extort Wang Fu. He never intended to actually collect that amount. After all, how could an old man with 2 half-grown children possibly come up with 9 taels of silver? His aim was simply to extort a few copper coins from Wang Fu. But when 10 taels of silver was actually placed before him, he lost his composure. The look in Zhang Heng's eyes toward Li Kai was filled with greed. "Ha, the rent is settled, but what about that kick you just gave me? You owe me for medical expenses 50 taels. Chapter 26. The Insatiable Heart of Man. Li Kai smiled at this moment. He didn't want to stir up trouble, so he spent 10 taels of silver just for peace of mind. But he didn't expect the other party to be ungrateful and try to take advantage of him. Then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. 50 taels, huh? All right, I'll get you that." Li Kai waved his hand and brought Zhang Heng and 3 other strong men outside the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Li Kai's donkey cart was parked there, loaded with goods. There were large pieces of beef, half a slab of pork, 3 or 4 bamboo baskets of eggs, and several bags of rice and flour. At the center was a large wooden box. Li Kai opened a big box and saw it was filled neatly with silver ingots. There were so many that it was impossible to count them. Upon seeing such a large amount of silver ingots, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, shocked to the point where he couldn't move. Li Kai casually took out 5 silver ingots and slapped them into Zhang Heng's hands. "Medical expenses, 50 taels, is this enough?" Zhang Heng looked at the 50 taels of silver in his hands, feeling as if he were dreaming. He never dared to dream of holding 50 taels of silver. If he spent it sparingly, it would last a lifetime. Even if he went out to indulge, it could last him a year or 2. With the 50 taels, all Zhang Heng felt was greed. He had 4 men behind him, 5 against 1. How much chance did Li Kai have? If they dealt with Li Kai, all the silver ingots would be theirs. Immediately, Zhang Heng gave a subtle signal to his subordinates. The 4 men behind him understood and quietly approached Li Kai. Like 4 lurking, vicious dogs, they sprang into action at the signal. One wielded a wooden stick, leaping high to smash it down on Li Kai's head. Another rushed in from the side, throwing a straight punch aimed at Li Kai's abdomen, the punch fierce. The other 2 drew short knives from their waists, flanking Li Kai in an attempt to cut off his escape route. Li Kai's mouth curled into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with cold light. Facing the wooden stick coming down from above, he swiftly dodged to the side like a ghost. At the same time, his left hand shot out, grabbing the attacker's wrist like a steel claw, twisting hard. A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed, and the man screamed as he dropped the stick, crouching on the ground in pain, holding his wrist. Next, Li Kai pulled out a flying knife from behind his waist and swiftly slashed it across the attacker's throat. The man's eyes widened as he clutched his throat, blood gushing out, and he collapsed on the ground. Meanwhile, the punch aimed at his abdomen was also closing in. Li Kai remained unhurried, pinching the flying knife in his palm like a tiger's claw, and threw a punch back at the attacker. Bang! Li Kai took the punch head-on, but remained unscathed, his body not even moving an inch. Li Kai, at 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, had strength and defense several times that of his opponent. The punch from Li Kai was something the opponent could not withstand. The edge of the flying knife plunged deeply into the attacker's chest. The man looked shocked at the knife embedded in his chest. Then, with a thud, he fell to the ground. The 2 knife wielders were now closing in on Li Kai. Li Kai's gaze sharpened, and he pushed off the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards the knife wielder on the left. The knife wielder had no time to react and was struck head-on by Li Kai, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and slamming his head against the wall, blood streaming down. The knife wielder on the right, seeing this, felt a chill in his heart, but with an arrow on the string, he had to shoot. He swung his short knife, aiming for Li Kai's back. Li Kai seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, just as the short knife was about to touch him. He suddenly turned around, raising his right leg high and delivering a fierce whip kick to the man's neck. With a crack, the man's neck twisted to the side, and he fell straight to the ground, dead on the spot. At this moment, Zhang Heng stared wide-eyed in terror, watching his subordinates fall to Li Kai in an instant. filled with fear. He turned to run, but found his legs weak and unable to move. Li Kai stepped towards him, his gaze as cold as frost. "Don't come any closer," Zhang Heng stammered, his voice filled with despair. Li Kai ignored his pleas, walking up to him, grabbing his collar, and lifting him up. "Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. This is your fate," Li Kai coldly said, then punched Zhang Heng on the temple. Zhang Heng's head tilted, and his body fell limp to the ground, breathless. Li Kai clapped his hands, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and turned to walk back into the courtyard. At this time, Uncle Fu and his 2 sons were standing in the courtyard, shocked at everything they had witnessed. Is this still the Li Kai they knew? The Li Kai they knew was always submissive, spoke little, and had the image of a weak scholar. But the current Li Kai was not only brave, but also killed without even blinking. Uncle Fu even doubted that the person before him was his own young master. Wang Fu stared blankly at Li Kai and said, "Young master, are you all right? So many people are dead. This is a homicide." After the shock, Uncle Fu looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, panic setting in. At that moment, he steeled his heart and looked at his eldest son, Wang Dali. "Dali, the Li family treats us well. Moreover, the young master acted for our sake, so you must take the blame for this. You go to the government and confess, saying you killed these people. No one saw it. As long as you take the blame, the young master will be safe." Wang Dali nodded vigorously in response. "Father, I'll do it. I killed them. It has nothing to do with the young master." Seeing this, Li Kai found it both amusing and touching. Uncle Fu and his 2 sons were too constrained by rules. In such chaotic times, they were still afraid of the law. Li Kai said lightly, "Is there a possibility that if we leave, no one will know who killed these 5 men? Wang Fu was momentarily stunned, realizing Li Kai had a point. But he continued, "But everyone knows I, Wang Fu, live here. They died outside my residence. The government will definitely trace it back to me." Li Kai replied calmly, "Sometimes, don't overestimate the government's efficiency. They can barely protect themselves, let alone solve cases. Besides, even if they find out, so what? As long as you come with me to Nio village, I guarantee that even if the government sends catchers to arrest people, I'll make them walk in and lie down to go out." After hearing Li Kai's words, Wang Fu looked at him with a sense of unfamiliarity. The current Li Kai was clear-headed, disdainful of the law, and spoke and acted with experience. He was nothing like the old Li Kai, who was submissive and only consulted his parents when faced with difficulties. Li Kai had changed, so much that Wang Fu even doubted he was his own young master. Chapter 27, please return. Uncle Fu, come back with me. You are still the steward of the Li family, and I feel at ease with you at home," Li Kai said sincerely. Uncle Fu's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. "Young master, since you personally came to invite me, what reason do I have not to return? Dali, Xiaotian, pack up a bit and go home with the young master." In fact, there wasn't much to pack. The 3 of them only had a few tattered clothes. Then, Li Kai drove the donkey cart, taking Uncle Fu and the 2 sons, leisurely heading towards Nyotsuan. By the time they arrived at Nyotsuan, it was already dark. Uncle Fu was very familiar with the Li family, and he arranged accommodations for his 2 sons. Since it was late, Li Kai didn't assign any work to Uncle Fu, just washed up and brought a large box of silver into the house. Suyu looked at Li Kai curiously as he brought in a heavy box, her face full of curiosity. "What is this, dear?" Li Kai smiled slightly. "Open it and see." The moment Suyu opened the box, the reflection of the silver left her stunned. The box was completely filled with silver. Suyu had never seen so much money in her life. She was completely dumbfounded. "Did you rob a money shop?" Li Kai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Rob a money shop? It's not that easy. This is earned by your husband with his own abilities. My wife, follow me, and you will never suffer in this life. You will only enjoy endless blessings. From now on, all the money in our family will be managed by you." Hearing this, Suyu felt extremely happy and sweet inside. The fact that Li Kai could entrust her with so much money showed how much he trusted her. Suyu was also glad that she chose to marry Li Kai and didn't pick and choose. Otherwise, she would have missed such a good man. "You are so good, dear. Following you, I am really happy." Suyu took the initiative to link her arm with Li Kai's and rested her head on his shoulder. Li Kai looked at his fair-skinned wife beside him, and his heart began to heat up. "My wife, it's getting late, we should rest." "Resting is fine, but why are your hands wandering?" "My wife, After such a long time, you still haven't tried using your mouth. Let me teach you a trick. First drink hot water. Then drink cold water. This is called ice and fire. Annoying. A night of silence passed. The next day, Li Kai got up early. His task today was to teach Uncle Fu and his two sons how to make salt. Making salt was relatively simple. The three of them could produce several hundred pounds of fine salt in a day. This fine salt would be enough to meet the market supply in Qingshan County. Li Kai found a larger and more spacious room in the house to serve as their salt-making factory. Then, he brought in hundreds of pounds of coarse salt and began to teach Uncle Fu and the others how to make salt step by step. They were not slow learners. And under Li Kai's careful teaching, they learned to produce fine salt in just one day. In the evening, when Li Kai saw the first bowl of fine salt made by Uncle Fu himself, he was very satisfied. Li Kai earnestly said to Uncle Fu, this method of making salt is unique throughout the entire Great Heavenly Dynasty. I teach it to you because I trust you. The matter of making salt must be kept secret. Besides the four of us, no one else can know. First, because it is a crime that could cost us our lives, and second, because it is a closely held secret worth its weight in gold. I will certainly not treat you badly. You and your two sons will each receive 50 taels of silver per month. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu and his two sons were moved to tears. They had worked hard outside, but could barely earn a tael of silver in a month. Yet, with Li Kai's help, they would earn 150 taels in a month. Uncle Fu immediately knelt down before Li Kai. Young master, the three of us have grown up in the Li family and are loyal to the Li family. We will absolutely not mention this salt-making business to anyone else. Please rest assured, young master. Over the next 7 days, Li Kai secluded himself and focused entirely on training his body. He locked himself in his room and set up some simple training equipment. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone through the window, Li Kai began his training. He started with pull-ups using the pillars and beams in the room. His strong arms flexed, veins bulging, each pull accompanied by a low growl. As the training progressed, his movements became more skilled, and his strength continued to increase. After finishing pull-ups, he moved on to squats, even performing weighted squats with 50 kilograms. His feet were firmly apart, fists clenched against his chest, his body rising and falling rhythmically. With each squat, he could feel the stretching and contracting of his leg muscles, as if the power was about to burst forth from his body. During breaks in training, Li Kai would consume large quantities of protein-rich foods like meat, eggs, and milk. These foods acted like fuel, providing his body with a continuous source of energy. His appetite became particularly strong, and he could eat a lot at each meal. With the assistance of the energy within him, the food he consumed was digested and absorbed more quickly. Furthermore, 1 day of training for Li Kai equated to 10 days for others. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Kai's body underwent a tremendous transformation. Originally robust, his weight had now surged to 210 pounds. Standing in front of the mirror, Li Kai, who was 6 feet tall, looked extremely strong. His broad shoulders filled out his tight clothing, and his muscular arms flexed, with veins visibly outlining his strength. His wide chest resembled a thick shield, rising and falling slightly with each breath, exuding a sense of power. His abdominal muscles were clearly defined, showcasing his core strength. His thighs were thick like tree trunks, with well-developed calves and strong Achilles tendons, harboring astonishing jumping ability and endurance. His entire body had smooth muscle lines, with veins clearly visible beneath the skin. Li Kai was very satisfied with his current body. Now, with bare hands, he could easily take on 20 opponents without any problem. With armor and a steel rod, as long as he had plenty of stamina, he could keep fighting. In this era where cold weapons reigned supreme, the body was one's greatest asset. During these 7 days, Uncle Fu and his sons also became increasingly proficient in the art of salt making. From initially producing only 50 pounds of fine salt a day, they progressed to over 200 pounds on-site in a single day. 1 pound of fine salt was worth 1 tael of silver after deducting costs. They could net 200 taels in a single day. In a month, that amounted to 6,000 taels. After 7 days, the blacksmith had also completed 10 sets of armor. Along with 10 steel knives, they were delivered to Nyotsuan, in the training yard opposite the Li family. Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao along with 7 others, had also nearly mastered the Black Dragon 18 techniques. Chapter 28. The brash blade technique. The 10 men are now like little tigers, eager to find some mountain bandits to fight and see who is stronger. In the training ground, Zhao Tianhu is training with the other 9, while Li Kai quietly enters. Upon seeing Li Kai, Zhao Tianhu immediately jogs over. Big brother. The other 9 also stop training and jog over to Li Kai. Li Kai casually asks, "How is the practice going?" Di Gua patted his chest confidently and said, "Pretty good. If those mountain bandits dare to come again, I could take on 3 by myself." Hearing this, Li Kai smiled. He beckoned Di Gua with his finger. "Oh really? Come on, hit me. I'll only use one hand. If I move even one step, I'll admit defeat." Di Gua was immediately unconvinced. He admitted he wasn't Li Kai's match, nor as fierce as him. "But as a grown man, you're only using one hand. And even if I can't win, I shouldn't let you move a step, right?" "Sorry, Commander." Di Gua suddenly kicked off the ground like a black lightning bolt, aiming for Li Kai's chest. Li Kai's expression remained calm, and without a hint of panic. He extended his left hand. His movement seemed casual, yet precisely caught Di Gua's ankle. In an instant, Di Gua felt as if his foot was caught in an iron clamp, unable to move. Then, a tremendous force surged from his ankle, and before he could react, he was easily thrown away by Li Kai. Di Gua arched through the air, crashing heavily to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, he felt as if his entire body was falling apart, pain coursing through him. He was filled with shock. He never expected Li Kai could throw him so easily with just one hand. He was a living man, weighing around 150 to 160 pounds. Yet in Li Kai's hands, he felt like a chick. He truly felt like an ant in front of Li Kai, utterly powerless. Zhao Tianhu and the others around them were also wide-eyed, staring at Li Kai with awe and respect. Li Kai sneered and said, "You weaklings still want to go beat those ruthless mountain bandits? You'd only be sending yourselves to your deaths. You've only trained for a few days, and you think you're capable? The mountain bandits want to go easy on you like I just did. Remember, here you're all rookies. Rookies must have the awareness of rookies. You need to practice more." It was that Li Kai wanted to crush their morale. But the most concerning thing about leading troops is having soldiers with high spirits and arrogance. Arrogant soldiers are the hardest to command. What Li Kai needed was an elite force that could strike wherever pointed. It's not about the numbers, but the quality. "Di Gua, get up and hit Zhao Tianhu," Li Kai said coldly. Di Gua, just thrown away by Li Kai, froze. "Hit Zhao Tianhu?" Who didn't he know that Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao were Li Kai's most trusted men? Making him hit Zhao Tianhu was essentially asking him to offend him. "You hesitated?" Li Kai sneered and said to Zhao Tianhu. Zhao Tianhu hit him once. Without a word, Zhao Tianhu walked up to Di Gua and punched him squarely in the face. With a loud thud, Di Gua received a solid punch. Li Kai said calmly, "Remember, what I need is an elite force that can execute orders swiftly. In my troops, the commander's words are commands. Even if they ask you to die, you must execute without hesitation, because a soldier's duty is to carry out orders." Throughout history, whether a force is strong depends on its ability to perfectly execute the orders given by superiors. In the cold weapon era, a unit's victory depended on formation. If the formation breaks, the unit falls apart. If this unit has perfect execution, the formation won't scatter. But if there are individuals who fear for their lives and refuse to execute orders, fleeing the battlefield will lead to chaos. Once the formation is disrupted, failure is inevitable. That's why there have always been execution squads throughout history. The execution squads don't kill enemies, but their own people. Anyone who dares to retreat from the battlefield will be killed. Li Kai didn't want to form an execution squad. He didn't want to turn his blade against his own men. Therefore, the soldiers under him must be elite, and they must execute his orders without hesitation. Di Gua touched his face, holding no resentment toward Li Kai, only hating himself for being useless. "Next, we'll distribute military uniforms," Li Kai said lightly. "Military uniforms?" Everyone was stunned. "Aren't we local soldiers? Do local soldiers have military uniforms?" "Local soldiers aren't organized." Li Kai waved his hand, and Fu Bo and his 2 sons immediately brought a donkey cart into the yard. lifting the black cloth from the cart. 10 brand new suits of armor appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the armor, everyone's eyes lit up. The blacksmith, following Li Kai's instructions, removed unnecessary decorations from the armor, keeping only the essential protective functions. Each suit of armor weighed 30 pounds. Each was worth 100 taels of silver. It was all bought with my own money. From today on, you will train in armor, getting used to its weight until it becomes a part of your body. After speaking, Li Kai waved his hand again, and each person received a long knife. This is your weapon. Remember, you can lose your life, but you cannot lose your knife. Everyone, put on your armor. Grab your knives. At Li Kai's command, the 10 local soldiers immediately donned their armor and took up their weapons. Standing in a row before Li Kai, each in a new suit of armor and holding a brand new long knife, they looked just like an official army. Remember, you're no longer local soldiers, but regular troops. Next, I will teach you a set of knife techniques. I will only teach it once, so pay attention. Li Kai drew his knife, demonstrating the brash blade technique he learned from a master in his previous life. This set of techniques is simple to learn, highly destructive, and was modified during the anti-Japanese war for use by the knife squad. However, it gradually fell into obscurity during peacetime, and Li Kai had only managed to learn it from a reclusive master. Li Kai stood firm, feet shoulder-width apart, leaning slightly forward, holding the knife steadily in his right hand. His sharp gaze swept over the local soldiers, and with a flick of his wrist, the long knife drew a gleaming arc. Stepping forward with his right foot, he exerted force in his arm, bringing the long knife down with a powerful diagonal slash, the air whistling. Then his body spun sharply, pivoting on his left foot while his right foot swung the long knife in a horizontal sweep, kicking up dust and moving rapidly and defensively. Afterward, he sheathed the knife at his waist, pushed off the ground, and leaped into the air, flipping and bringing the long knife down like thunder, leaving marks on the ground. Next, the technique transformed, striking down in a torrential downpour while defending with a knife flower surrounding him. The movements were concise and effective, with no unnecessary flourishes, showcasing the essence of actual combat. After finishing the demonstration, Li Kai, breathing steadily, sheathed his knife and said with a determined gaze, "Did you all see that clearly? This brash blade technique is simple and direct, with immense power. Practice it well and master it as soon as possible." Chapter 29. Stirrups and Saddles Next. Li Kai personally guided these 10 people in practicing the rough man sword technique. Although he said he would only teach it once, Li Kai still pointed out the shortcomings of the 10 individuals. After 2 hours of instruction, the 10 of them had basically become proficient in the moves of the rough man sword technique. What they needed to do next was to practice slowly until they mastered this sword technique. Li Kai was so attentive to them because he was planning to build a very large army. In the future, Li Kai would not be able to teach every soldier one-on-one. Therefore, he needed a team of instructors. Zhao Qianhu and the other 9 were the first group of instructors that Li Kai was forming. In the future, when there were more new soldiers, they would be the ones to train them. They had learned close combat and sword techniques, and what they needed to learn next was horsemanship and archery. Archery was easy to learn and required almost no teaching. With daily practice, one could improve. However, horsemanship had to be taught. Li Kai took Zhao Tianhu and the others to the horse farm, where war horses were kept. There were more than a dozen war horses in the farm, all captured from mountain bandits. "Who knows how to ride a horse?" Li Kai asked. Everyone shook their heads. None of the 10 could ride. Horses were very rare in this era and expensive. These villagers hardly ever saw them, let alone rode them. So it was not surprising that they could not ride. Li Kai was a VIP member of a modern equestrian club, so riding was easy for him. He immediately led out a horse and said, "From now on, every word I say and every action I demonstrate must be listened to and remembered carefully." Li Kai skillfully mounted the war horse without a saddle, sitting upright, with his legs firmly gripping the horse's belly. He held the reins tightly and said loudly to the crowd, "When mounting, first stand on the left side of the horse. Grab the reins with your left hand and hold onto the horse's neck with your right hand. Use your strength to leap up while lifting your left leg over the horse's back. The movement must be quick and stable." As he spoke, he demonstrated it, his movements flowing smoothly and seamlessly. Sitting on the smooth horse's back, the body must be straight, with the knees bent and tightly gripping the sides of the horse, using the inner thighs to hold the horse's belly. This was the key to maintaining balance. The control of the reins was still important. A light pull on the left rein would turn the horse left, and a light pull on the right rein would turn the horse right. To make the horse move forward, one would lightly tap the horse's belly. To make the horse stop, one would pull on the reins firmly. While Li Kai explained in detail, he also carried out the corresponding actions, and the horse under his control responded obediently, moving forward or stopping, turning left or right. Zhao Tianhu was the first to step forward to try. Following Li Kai's instructions, he stood on the left side of the horse, took a deep breath, grabbed the reins and the horse's neck, and leaped up with force. However, as soon as he mounted, the horse began to move restlessly, and Zhao Tianhu instantly panicked, unable to maintain his balance, and fell to the ground with a thud. Next was Digua, who learned from Zhao Tianhu's lesson. As soon as he mounted the horse, he quickly squeezed tightly against the horse's belly, but the horse was startled and suddenly reared up. With no saddle to provide grip, Digua was thrown off, landing awkwardly. The others took turns trying, but none succeeded. They all fell off the horse. At this point, Li Kai noticed a problem. Why is there no saddle on this horse? Li Kai asked, where did the saddles go? The reason Zhao Tianhu and the others fell from the horse was that the horse's back was too smooth, leaving no points for them to grip, making it easy to fall. However, with a saddle, it will be different. A saddle not only has handholds, but also allows the feet to fit into the stirrups, providing points to grip and making it less likely to fall off and easier to control the warhorse. But at this moment, everyone looked at Li Kai with confusion. Saddle? What is a saddle? Li Kai slapped his forehead. Surely the Great Heavenly Dynasty wouldn't lack saddles and stirrups? Upon further thought, it really was possible. The Great Heavenly Dynasty did not belong to any era of Great Xia's history. It was a completely new world. Therefore, what existed in ancient Great Xia might not exist here. Even in ancient Great Xia, there were no saddles in the early period. They were invented and applied only during the late Eastern Han period. Li Kai's eyes suddenly brightened. Since there are no saddles and stirrups now, if he equipped them first, wouldn't the combat effectiveness of the cavalry greatly increase? Digua, go get paper and pen. Digua, having learned his lesson, did not ask why and quickly ran to find paper and pen. After bringing back the supplies, Li Kai began to draw the blueprints. Saddles and stirrups were not complicated. Li Kai completed all the details in just 1 hour. Then, he handed the blueprints to Zhao Tianhu. Take this blueprint to the city and find the best craftsman to make it out of the finest cowhide. The sooner, the better. Money is not a problem. Go ask your sister-in-law for money. We now have 15 horses, so let's make 15 sets of saddles and stirrups first. Take 200 taels of silver. That should be enough. Zhao Tianhu took the blueprint and nodded. Yes, elder brother. Raising an army really costs a lot of money. The 1,000 taels of silver given by Gu Ling had 500 taels paid to the blacksmith for the armor. Another 200 taels were given to Huzi to make the saddles. His own food and drink over the week had also cost 100 taels. Now, Li Kai calculated that he only had 200 taels left. As night fell, Li Kai left the training ground and returned home. Now, there were 7 people living in the house, including Li Kai, which made it feel less lonely. During meals, Li Kai would also invite Uncle Fu and his 2 sons to eat with him. To Li Kai, they were not family, but they felt even closer than family. As for Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao, they were picked up by Li Kai, who treated them well, and they were especially grateful to him. The 6 people were currently the ones Li Kai trusted the most. At night, after finishing training, Li Kai cuddled with his wife in bed, engaging in some exercise. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Li Kai's weight surged by another 10 pounds. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 220 pounds, he looked like a small mountain. With muscular build, smooth lines, and bronze skin, when wearing armor, he definitely resembled a fierce general. Now, when Li Kai wielded that 88-kilogram iron rod, he did so with ease. At this moment, Uncle Fu approached Li Kai. Young master, we have prepared 2,000 pounds of fine salt. The house is almost full. Li Kai nodded. Now that the money had been spent almost entirely, it was time to go into town to ask Gu Ling for more money. Uncle Fu, go borrow 2 donkey carts from the village. With our own cart, 3 should be enough. Let Dolly and Xiaodian come with me into the city to sell this fine salt. Chapter 30. The Bet with Gu Ling'er, the Good Young Master. According to Li Kai's instructions, 3 donkey carts soon stopped in the courtyard. Then, the 3 of them loaded all 2,000 pounds of fine salt from the house onto the carts. Each of the 3 took a donkey cart and headed towards Qingshan County. After a long time, the 3 donkey carts arrived at Qingshan County. Outside the gates of Qingshan County, there were many constables with knives, checking the vehicles coming in and out of the city. Li Kai's 3 carts were no exception and were also inspected by the constables. However, when Li Kai took out a token given by Gu Ling'er, the constables' attitudes changed immediately, and they respectfully allowed them to pass. Soon after, the 3 donkey carts arrived at the Gu residence. Hearing that Li Kai had come, Gu Ling'er also walked out from inside the house. Gu Ling'er was still very beautiful. Even though it wasn't their first meeting, Li Kai still found her extremely stunning. Her eyes were like cold stars, proud and aloof, and her slightly upturned lips were like a delicate shade of red. She had a graceful figure, a slender waist, and moved lightly, exuding the unique noble elegance of a wealthy family, captivating all who beheld her and becoming the center of attention just by standing there. "Oh, so much cargo. Mr. Li has worked hard," Gu Ling'er said with a smile that was both teasing and serious. Li Kai replied blandly, "A total of 2,000 pounds. After deducting the 1,000 taels you paid as a deposit, you still owe me 1,000 taels." Hearing this, Gu Ling'er was somewhat displeased. "You start off by talking about money. You are quite unfeeling. Brothers must settle accounts clearly. Feelings are feelings, and business is business," Li Kai said indifferently. Gu Ling'er was too beautiful and too shrewd. His mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive. Therefore, Li Kai had always kept his distance from beautiful women. Gu Ling'er looked at Li Kai with curiosity. The other men who had seen her in the past couldn't bear to take their eyes off her. But Li Kai was different. He hadn't even looked at her once from beginning to end. Li Kai, from Niu Village, whose parents were killed by mountain bandits. He is now the village captain of Niu Village and recently killed the 3rd leader of Qingfeng Stronghold. He has 10 village soldiers under him. Am I right? Gu Ling'er said with a faint smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Li Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Ling'er with a somewhat unfriendly expression. "You investigated me? Don't misunderstand. For such a big business, I must check whether the other party's background is clean," she replied. Li Kai sneered. "Checking the background is a lie. Checking the source of the fine salt is the truth, isn't it?" However, Li Kai also saw through her, but chose not to expose it. Very few people knew about the salt-making business, and Gu Ling'er wouldn't be able to find out. "Li Kai, you're in trouble. As far as I know, the leader of Qingfeng Stronghold has already declared that he will slaughter Niu Village and several surrounding villages to intimidate the remaining villages. The action will likely take place in the next few days. Since you are my partner, I won't stand by and watch you die. How about this? You bring your family to live in my Gu residence. No one dares to touch you there. How's that sound?" Gu Ling'er said, looking at Li Kai with a smile, as if it was for his own good. Li Kai knew that it wasn't his charm that attracted her, but the temptation of the salt source. "A few mountain bandits? I don't take them seriously," Li Kai said lightly. "A few mountain bandits? Last time you lucked out and killed more than 20 bandits. You don't think the people of Qingfeng Stronghold are all useless, do you? Qingfeng Stronghold has 180 bandits. They have knives and guns, and more than 60 warhorses. With such combat power, even the garrison of Qingfeng County wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. It would be a piece of cake to flatten your villages. With just you and your 10 village soldiers, what can you use to resist?" Li Kai crossed his arms and scoffed. 180? Even if it were 1,008 or 10,008, I, Li Kai, would not be afraid at all. Bring as many as you want, and I will kill as many. After saying this, the imposing aura emanating from Li Kai stunned Gu Ling'er. Gu Ling'er had seen many fierce generals who killed like harvesting wheat and strategized, but none had the kind of dominance that Li Kai exuded. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 220 pounds, he looked like a small mountain, filled with killing intent and a proud gaze that looked down upon everyone. This was the first time Gu Ling'er had seen someone like this. However, she did not believe that Li Kai could be a match for Qingfeng Stronghold. After all, there were 180 of them. Even the fierce generals under her father needed hundreds of cavalry guards to fight their way in and out of battle. And Li Kai was alone. What could he use to resist? He don't believe it? Then let's make a bet. If you can withstand the slaughter of Qingfeng's stronghold, I will give you 1,000 taels of silver. Gu Ling'er said with a giggle. Mentioning silver made Li Kai's eyes light up. All right, but if you can't do it, then you must move next to me, Gu Ling'er, and be my guard for 10 years. Are you willing? Gu Ling'er looked at Li Kai with a smile in her eyes. To be honest, she had taken a liking to Li Kai. Her father's fierce generals were numerous, and she also wanted to cultivate her own trusted confidant. Li Kai smiled playfully. That's not fair. You want to trade 1,000 taels of silver for 10 years of my life? Isn't that fair? 1,000 taels of silver is enough for me to buy 20 slaves. Gu Ling'er looked at Li Kai. Ha! I, Li Kai, alone can withstand thousands of troops. How can you compare me to a slave? Li Kai crossed his arms and said disdainfully. Li Kai's arrogance made Gu Ling'er find him increasingly interesting. Since 1,000 taels doesn't satisfy you, how about this? If you can withstand the slaughter of Qingfeng's stronghold, I will allow you to enter my Gu residence as a son-in-law. How about that? When Gu Ling'er said this, the guards beside her were stunned. Miss Gu, do you not know your own status? Countless high-ranking officials in the capital want to marry you, and you actually want to recruit a commoner as your son-in-law? If Li Kai really became a son-in-law of the Gu residence, it would be a rapid rise in status. But Li Kai still dismissed the idea. As a man of 7 feet, how can I be his son-in-law? No way. Li Kai's direct rejection made Gu Ling'er feel somewhat embarrassed. Usually, those men who saw Gu Ling'er would wish to be her pet. But in front of Li Kai, she was not at all charming. How about this? If I can withstand the slaughter of Qingfeng's stronghold, I want 10 top-notch blacksmiths. How about that? Talents are far rarer than silver. With top-notch blacksmiths, Li Kai could endlessly forge armor and weapons. A hint of shock flashed in Gu Ling'er's eyes. This man had great ambition. She knew what the need for blacksmiths meant. However, if she really gave Li Kai 10 blacksmiths, if he were to rise up in the future, then she would be an accomplice. By then, the entire family would be implicated. However, right now the Gu family was unstable in the court, with those ministers daily impeaching Gu Ling'er's father. Even without helping Li Kai, could the Gu family remain safe? No. Gu Ling'er's intuition told her that the Gu family would eventually face trouble. Once the military power was seized, the Gu family would be in dire straits. But if she helped Li Kai now, and he really rose in the future, it would also be a great support for the Gu family. This was a gamble for the Gu family. After pondering for a moment, Gu Ling'er had her answer. All right, I agree. Chapter 31. The county magistrate's son, when Li Kai heard Gu Ling'er agree, his eyes lit up and he felt a bit excited. Blacksmiths are rare talents. And even for a giant like the Gu family, recruiting 10 blacksmiths would be quite challenging. But since Gu Ling'er had agreed, Li Kai wasn't worried about her going back on her word. A promise is a promise. Gu Ling'er nodded and said, a promise is a promise. The reason Gu Ling'er dared to agree to Li Kai was that no matter what happened, she wouldn't lose out. If Li Kai couldn't fend off the bandits' massacre of the village, he would lose, and he would naturally come to serve as her guard. But if Li Kai succeeded in stopping the bandits, it would prove that he had the ability to rise up, and sending him 10 blacksmiths will be an early investment. Gu Ling'er said, remember, if you can't fend off those bandits, run if you can. If you can't run, show them the token I gave you. The bandits will spare you out of respect for the Gu family. Li Kai glanced at the token in his hand, which was given to him by Gu Ling'er to facilitate his entry and exit from the county town. He didn't know the origins of this token, but it made officials fearful, and even the bandits would show some respect when they saw it. Is it a royal token? He said, got it. The remaining 1,000 taels of silver should be given to me now. Gu Ling'er noticed that Li Kai's eyes were only on the money and felt a bit displeased. Money, money, money. Is that all you care about? I have done you such a great favor, and you don't even appreciate it? Li Kai replied lightly, thank you. In the past, those commoners whom Gu Ling'er had helped, and the servants who had benefited from her, all expressed their gratitude. Only Li Kai had maintained a cold demeanor throughout, as if all of this was what he deserved. However, his attitude also sparked Gu Ling'er's great curiosity about him. How boring, let's go. With a wave of her hand, Gu Ling'er intended to send Li Kai away. At this moment, the 1,000 taels of silver were loaded onto Li Kai's donkey cart. Li Kai said nothing and prepared to leave. Just then, A man's voice came from outside the courtyard. Lingya, Linger, are you home? Upon hearing this voice, Gu Linger's expression changed, and she said to her maid beside her, Quick, go inside and say I'm not here. After saying that, Gu Linger hurriedly ran towards the house. In her haste, however, she slipped and exclaimed, falling directly towards the nearby water basin. Just as she was about to fall into the water, Li Kai appeared in front of Gu Linger in a flash. He directly caught Gu Linger around her waist, pressing her delicate body tightly against his chest. Are you okay? Li Kai frowned slightly and asked. Gu Linger started, felt her heart racing. She stared blankly at Li Kai. It was the first time in her life she had such close contact with a man. Li Kai, tall and strong, made Gu Linger feel an unprecedented sense of safety in his embrace. Meanwhile, Li Kai looked at Gu Linger in his arms and swallowed hard. Gu Linger's beauty could withstand scrutiny under a magnifying glass. Up close, her features were exquisite, her face full of collagen, and her skin so tender it seemed to glisten. A faint floral fragrance surrounded her, making Li Kai's heart race. Suddenly, a vase fell to the ground, and a young man who had just entered the courtyard froze in place. Linger, who is he? Upon hearing this, Gu Linger and Li Kai quickly got up and separated. The newcomer was a slender young man, appearing to be in his 20s, dressed in luxurious clothing that suggested he came from a distinguished family. He held a folding fan in his hand and was followed by 2 strong guards. This person was Zhu Ming, the son of the county magistrate of Qingshan County. After getting up, Gu Linger felt a panic as if she had been caught cheating. But upon further reflection, she realized that she had nothing to do with Zhu Ming and even found him quite annoying. So why should she panic? Gu Linger smiled playfully and casually linked her arm with Li Kai's. Who he is none of your business. Seeing the two so close, Zhu Ming's blood pressure surged. He had been pursuing Gu Linger for 3 years, rarely even seeing her face. Yet this unfamiliar man was actually holding her. How could Zhu Ming bear it? Get your filthy hands off Ling, Zhu Ming shouted angrily. Li Kai looked coldly at Zhu Ming upon hearing this. He smiled playfully and directly pulled Gu Linger back into his embrace. Gu Linger found herself pressed against Li Kai's powerful chest, which surprised her. Then, she shot a glare at Li Kai, clearly not expecting him to be so bold. Just now, I think I heard a dog barking. Did you hear it? Li Kai asked Gu Linger with a playful tone. Who you are doesn't matter. If I find you unpleasant, I won't show you any respect. Zhu Ming was shaking with anger, shouting, Do you know who I am? I am the son of the county magistrate. I command you to take your filthy hands off. Upon learning Zhu Ming's identity, Li Kai's expression turned even colder. Nowadays, the officials in Qingshan County protected each other, and Li Kai had no good feelings towards that so-called county magistrate. The common people outside were starving to death, while this county magistrate's son had fair skin, dressed in fine clothes, and held a folding fan worth dozens of taels of silver. They were well-fed and completely indifferent to the plight of the common people. I don't care who you are. Here, you have no face. Zhu Ming, furious, looked around, picked up a stone from the ground, and charged at Li Kai. I'm going to kill you. Li Kai scoffed. How could Zhu Ming, a weak scholar, be his opponent? As Zhu Ming rushed to Li Kai, raising the stone to strike, Li Kai swiftly grabbed Zhu Ming's wrist. Then, with a forceful twist, crack! Zhu Ming's wrist was immediately broken by Li Kai. Zhu Ming let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Ah, my hand. What are you still standing there for? Kill him. The 2 guards' eyes turned cold, and they were about to draw their knives. But at that moment, Gu Linger said coldly, I want to see who dares to draw a knife in my Gu residence. With just one sentence, Gu Linger frightened the 2 guards into an action. Who is Gu Linger? She is the daughter of a high-ranking official. Even the county magistrate would have to give her face, let alone these servants. Li Kai released Zhu Ming, pushing him away, and Zhu Ming fell to the ground with a thud. Linger, you actually defend an outsider and not me? Zhu Ming said angrily. Gu Linger coldly replied. You're the outsider. Zhu Ming, I'm not interested in you. Don't bother me again in the future. Did you see? The kind of man I like is someone like him, a strong and fierce man. Zhu Ming stared blankly at the burly Li Kai in front of him. Rough, uncouth warrior. Rough, uncouth warrior. Chapter 32. The rude warrior? Linger. This guy is big and strong, but what use is he aside from his strength? I, Zhu Ming, am full of knowledge. I have talent that surpasses his. In what way am I inferior to this rude warrior? The poem I wrote for you, to gift to Gu is now displayed in the most prominent spot in the famous poetry building. Why do you not like me, but prefer him? Zhu Ming's face was one of discontent. The famous poetry building is the gathering place for scholars in Qingshan County. These talented individuals enjoy writing and reciting poetry there, and if their works are recognized by the public, they are hung within the building. Zhu Ming's poem for Gu is now hanging inside the famous poetry building. Huh? Zhu Ming, did you really write that poem? Gu Moket. Zhu Ming seems to have some knowledge, but in reality, he is full of malice, usually using his status to oppress the common people, indulging in pleasure. How could he possibly understand poetry? That poem was written by someone else. Of course I wrote it. Zhu Ming's face was as calm as ever. My poem is currently ranked 38th in the famous poetry building. That guy, aside from his strength, does he understand poetry? Does he know what it means to have the spirit of a scholar? Upon hearing this, Li Kai scoffed. The famous poetry building? Huh, if I, Li Kai, wanted to, I could easily take the top spot. After saying this, Zhu Ming burst into laughter. You? Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. The top poem in the famous poetry building was written by the top scholar 5 years ago. You, a mere rude warrior, can barely recognize a few characters. How could you write poetry? You think you can reach the top of the famous poetry building? Gu looked at Li Kai with curiosity. She had seen Li Kai's skills, but she truly didn't know if he could write poetry. Can Li Kai write poetry? Of course not. But let's not forget, he came from the modern world. His mind is filled with countless poems from the greatest poets. Li Kai smiled playfully. Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Good. How do we bet? Zhu Ming looked at Li Kai with resentment. Within 7 days, if my poem doesn't reach the top of the famous poetry building, you can do whatever you want with me. But if my poem does reach the top, you, the county magistrate's son, Zhu Shao, must strip naked and run through the county town. Do you dare? Make Zhu Ming run naked? How could Zhu Ming possibly agree to that? But to reach the top of the famous poetry building is as difficult as ascending to heaven. It's harder than becoming the top scholar. Zhu Ming was confident he would win. What is there to be afraid of? All right, I accept your bet. If you can't do it in 7 days, I will make your life worse than death. Zhu Ming said with a grimace, holding his injured wrist. Li Kai nodded and said, bring me paper and ink. Gu waved her hand, and immediately a servant brought paper and ink. Li Kai took the paper and ink, pondered for a moment, and quickly recalled the majestic poem man Jiang Hong. His eyes were resolute as he dipped the brush in ink, and the brush tip danced across the paper like a dragon and snake, flowing smoothly as he wrote the timeless masterpiece. Anger burst forth with my hat flying. At the railing, as the rain lightly stops, I raised my eyes to the sky and let out a long roar, filled with fierce ambition. 30 achievements are but dust and earth, and 8,000 miles of road are clouds and moon. Do not wait idly, lest your youthful hair turn white, and you lament in vain. The shame of Jinkong is yet to be avenged. When will the hatred of the ministers be extinguished? Drive the long carriage. Trample the Helan mountain pass. With a lofty ambition, feast on the flesh of the Hu invaders and laugh while drinking the blood of the Xiongnu. Let us begin anew, reclaim the old mountains and rivers, and face the heavenly threshold. The handwriting was strong and vigorous, like iron painting on silver hooks, seemingly infused with an invisible power that leaped onto the paper. After finishing, Li Kai tossed the brush aside and looked sharply at Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming leaned in to look at the poem on the paper, and a wave of inexplicable shock surged in his heart. Gu was also stunned upon seeing the poem. This poem was passionate and heroic, giving a strong visual impact. In just a few lines, it expressed profound sorrow for the country's downfall and deep hatred for the enemy. Furthermore, this poem was very relevant to the current situation of the Great Tian Dynasty. A good poem, a rare masterpiece in 100 years. Gu looked at Li Kai in extreme shock. Throughout history, it has been difficult to excel in both literature and martial arts, as both fields require a great deal of effort and energy. But Li Kai can fight 10 against 1 and write timeless verses. Such a perfect man, and so young, was something Gu had never seen before. Although Zhu Ming is only half illiterate, He could tell that Li Kai's poem was passionate and stirring. His expression began to darken. This poem was many times better than his own crude verses. This. Zhu Ming stammered for a long time without being able to say anything. Li Kai casually said, "Please trouble Miss Gu to send this poem to the famous poetry building. I want to see if my man Jiang Hong can reach the top." Gu Linger then looked at Zhu Ming playfully. "Zhu Gongzi, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't think about any underhanded dealings. My people will be watching the famous poetry building every day, and whether this poem is good or not will be judged by everyone." Zhu Ming's face turned ashen. He originally planned to use connections for underhanded dealings. Even if Li Kai's poem was good, it wouldn't be seen by the public. However, the Zhu family couldn't compare to the Gu family's connections. With the Gu family intervening, who would dare to manipulate things behind the scenes? The Zhu family is a local tyrant, but the Gu family is a powerful dragon. After finishing the poem, Li Kai glanced at Zhu Ming with amusement, then got onto the donkey cart and said, "Miss Gu, let's go." Then, Li Kai left under the gaze of everyone. Zhu Ming watched Li Kai swagger away, unable to do anything about it, feeling extremely furious. He had no face to stay at the Gu family and hurriedly ran out. Find out who this kid really is. Find a way to get him locked up in the yamen. After leaving the Gu residence, Zhu Ming ordered with rage in his eyes. As the son of the county magistrate, he could be said to be one below 10,000. When had he ever faced such humiliation? Not only was his wrist broken by someone, but he might also have to run naked through the county town. Zhu Ming could not afford to lose. If Li Kai dies, then this bet would be void. Gu Lingya, what is so great about you? It just relying on having a good father? Just wait until I marry you, and see how I will trample on you. After getting into the carriage, Zhu Ming left angrily. On the other side, Wang Dali and Wang Xiaotian were waiting outside the Gu residence. "Young master, how did it go?" Wang Dali asked. Li Kai said, "Everything went smoothly. Then should we return to Niu village?" Wang Dali asked again. Li Kai shook his head slightly and said, "No, we need to buy some gunpowder." "Gunpowder? What kind of medicine is that?" "Young master, are you sick?" Wang Xiaotian asked with concern. Li Kai slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot this era doesn't have gunpowder." "No, gunpowder is fine. We can make it. Let's go buy some charcoal." The method of making gunpowder is actually quite simple. You just need to mix ground charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter to successfully create gunpowder. Making guns is somewhat difficult. It requires top craftsmen. However, using gunpowder to make some explosives is not a big problem. Chapter 33, You Are My Meal Next. Li Kai took the two of them on a large tour around the county town, solely to procure the raw materials needed for making gunpowder. Charcoal and sulfur were easy to buy, but saltpeter was simply unavailable in Qingshan County. It wasn't that saltpeter was rare, but rather that it was too niche, not widely used, hence no one minded. Helpless, Li Kai had to return home and entrusted Gu Linger to find saltpeter for him. When Li Kai returned to Niu village, Zhao Tianhu was also back. He appeared excited, holding a heavy package in his arms. Upon seeing Li Kai, he rushed over. "Big brother, I bought the saddle and stirrups you wanted." Li Kai's eyes lit up and he said, "Let's open it and take a look." As the package was opened, a saddle and stirrups made of cowhide appeared before Li Kai. The appearance and details were quite similar to the drawings Li Kai had made, and they were basically indistinguishable from modern saddles and stirrups. After all, this thing was simple to make without much difficulty. But we only managed to make one set today because the time was too tight. The tailor said he can finish the remaining 14 sets within 3 days. Zhao Tianhu said. Li Kai nodded slightly and said, "Bring a horse here, and let's put this saddle and stirrups on." Soon, a tall steed was led in front of Li Kai. He personally strapped the saddle and stirrups onto the warhorse. Then, Li Kai began to demonstrate. Look carefully. The handles on the saddle can give you a point of leverage when riding, and the cowhide has a certain degree of anti-slipability. So sitting on the saddle won't be as slippery as sitting directly on the horse's back. The key point is this stirrup. Once you mount, firmly place your feet in the stirrups, and imagine you're not sitting on the horse, but standing on its back. Your balance will be much easier to control. Who wants to try first? Zhao Tianhu eagerly volunteered. "Big brother, let me go first." With excitement on his face, Zhao Tianhu strode up to the horse, mimicking Li Kai's previous actions. He tightly gripped the reins with his left hand, steadied himself on the saddle with his right hand, placed his left foot firmly in the stirrup, pushed off with force, and lightly leaped onto the horse's back. Once seated, he held onto the handles on the saddle, and his feet slipped into the stirrups, experiencing a completely different riding sensation. "How is it, Tiger? Do you feel stable?" Li Kai asked with a smile. "Big brother, this feels so different. Before, I was just sitting on the horse's back, and I felt so anxious. With this saddle and stirrups, I feel much more stable, as if I'm standing on solid ground." Zhao Tianhu responded excitedly. "Good, try to make the horse move. Gently pull the reins to control the direction, and if you want to go forward, lightly nudge the horse's belly." Li Kai patiently guided from the side. Zhao Tianhu followed the instructions, gently pulling the reins. The horse slowly turned, then lightly nudged its belly, and the horse began to walk steadily. At first, Zhao Tianhu was a bit nervous, his body slightly stiff, but as the horse moved smoothly, he gradually relaxed, and the smile on his face became more pronounced. The other village soldiers watched eagerly from the side, all eager to try. Digwa couldn't help but shout, "Big brother, let me try too." Li Kai nodded in agreement, and after Zhao Tianhu rode the horse around once and returned to the group, he dismounted and gave the position to Digwa. Digwa eagerly mounted the horse and quickly grasped the basic riding techniques, joyfully running around in the open space. With the assistance of the saddle and stirrups, the village soldiers learned to ride much faster. What would originally take months to master could be learned in just half a day. Then, Li Kai ordered, "Now listen up. There's only this one set of saddle and stirrups for now, so you'll take turns practicing. You must learn to ride within 3 days. The retaliation from Qingfeng Stronghold is coming soon. Digwa, arrange for people to keep watch at the village entrance, keep a close eye on things. And if there are bandits attacking, report back immediately." "Yes, boss." After assigning the tasks, Li Kai left the training ground and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he caught a whiff of delicious food. On the table, there were scrambled eggs, stewed beef brisket, and a whole roast chicken, all of which were Li Kai's favorites. Suyu was wearing an apron around her waist, her fair face dusted with some flour as she was rolling out dumpling wrappers, preparing to make dumplings. "Dear, you're back. Sit down and eat. The dumplings will be ready soon." Looking at the table full of delicious food, Li Kai couldn't help but exclaim, "Wife, you are so capable. You can manage the household and cook so well. It's my fortune to marry someone like you." Suyu smiled indulgently. "As long as my husband is satisfied, you provide for me, keep me warm and fed. If I become lazy, I would just be a burden to you." Suyu feared that if she became lazy, her husband would not want her anymore. Hearing this, Li Kai came up behind Suyu and gently embraced her. "Silly wife, what are you talking about? I would never not want you. Even if you become old and disabled in the future, you will always be my wife." Although Li Kai's words were meant to comfort her, Suyu's heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten candied fruit. She was increasingly grateful for marrying Li Kai, feeling she had chosen the right man. Suyu didn't ask for how much wealth her husband had, just that he could be safe and sound. Even if she had to eat rough food with him, she was willing. Turning her head, Suyu looked at Li Kai sincerely. Li Kai lowered his head and gazed at Suyu's delicate and fair face, unable to resist planting a kiss on her lips. Suyu let out a soft gasp and pulled away from Li Kai. "Husband, I'm cooking." Li Kai directly picked up Suyu and placed her on the table. "Cooking? You are my meal." Saying this, Li Kai's large hand went straight into Suyu's clothes. After finishing their exercise and dinner, Li Kai went to bed early after training. The next day, before Li Kai got up, he heard a commotion coming from the village. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up in bed and asked, "Wife, what is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" At that moment, Suyu was standing under the eaves looking outside. Seeing Li Kai awake, she quickly closed the door. "Dear, some villages next door are causing trouble for our Nyo village. I think it will be better if you don't go out." Upon hearing this, Li Kai furrowed his brows. "Causing trouble? What trouble? In Qingshan County, is there anyone who dares to cause trouble for our Nyo village? Stay at home. I'll go take a look." Chapter 34 united important figures at this moment. Dozens of villagers gathered in the square of Nyo village. People from nearby Lu village, Zhang village, as well as Huxiao village and Xinjia village, among others, had come. Each village sent about 7 or 8 people, totaling around 70 to 80 people. Leading the group were the village heads of Hexiao Village and Xinjia Village, Lu Laotu and Zhang Dajiang. Hexiao Village and Xinjia Village were the two wealthiest villages among the several at the foot of the mountain. It was not because their geographical locations were good, nor because their land was fertile. Rather, it was because most of the bandits from King Fengzhi came from these two villages. Therefore, they were robbed the least. And compared to Niu Village, which had been robbed dozens of times, these two villages appeared extremely wealthy. At this time, 7 or 8 village heads surrounded Niu Village's head, Su Damao, and were scolding him angrily. Su Damao, you are too selfish. The bandits from King Fengzhi have already declared that they will slaughter all the villages at the foot of the mountain. It's all because your Niu Village formed local militia. That's right. If the people of Niu Village don't want to live anymore, don't drag us down with you. Disband the militia immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for joining forces against you. Lu Laotu and Zhang Dajiang spat as they spoke, and the several village heads and villagers behind them attacked Su Damao relentlessly. Su Damao was almost drowned in their spit, waving his hands and saying, "Forming a militia is our own business. What does it have to do with you? It has everything to do with us." The third in command of King Fengzhi was killed in your Niu village, and now King Fengzhi is furious and wants to slaughter all the surrounding villages. It's all your Niu village's fault, Lu Laotu said angrily, leaning on a cane. Impossible. Those militia are the children of our Niu village. Why should we hand them over? Su Damao said with a dark face. At this moment, a woman from Xinjia village stepped forward, hands on her hips, appearing unreasonable. Your Niu village's children are children, but our Xinjia's children are not. If we can't appease King Fengzhi's anger, our village will be slaughtered. It's your Niu village that caused this trouble, so you should resolve it. Exactly. Today, Niu village must hand over the person who killed the third in command. Otherwise, we will burn Niu village to the ground. Su Damao and the villagers behind him were surrounded by dozens of people, unable to even speak. Su Damao felt like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express his grievances. He knew he was in the right, but arguing with unreasonable people was inherently futile. Just then, Li Kai's cold voice rang out. I killed the third in command of King Fengzhi. If there's an issue, come at me. As soon as Li Kai's words fell, everyone turned to look at him. Upon seeing Li Kai's height of 188 meters and his sturdy build of 220 pounds, everyone was taken aback. Clearly, they didn't expect that Niu village had such a strong man, standing there like a small mountain. Su Damao quickly said, "This is our Niu village's militia leader, Li Kai." Once the villagers learned that Li Kai was the one who killed the third in command of King Fengzhi, their eyes lit up. So he asked the one who killed the third in command, "Capture him and hand him over to King Fengzhi, and then they won't slaughter our village." That's right. He asked the root of the problem. Eliminate the root cause, and everyone will be safe. Su Damao, are you going to take action? If you don't, we will. Under the leadership of Lu Laotu and Zhang Dajiang, the villagers were eager to act, wanting to rush forward and bind Li Kai. In this chaotic world, these people did not adhere to righteousness or reason. They did not distinguish right from wrong, only caring about their own interests. They were used to being oppressed by mountain bandits, and even wanted to turn against those who bravely fought back against them. They were the egoists of this era. Huh, you want to take me, Li Kai? Just you? Do you know why the mountain bandits are so rampant? It's because of your weakness. Your weakness has allowed them to become increasingly bold. You don't even want to confront those bandits. Yet you want to tie me up and hand me over to them, the one who helped you fight against the bandits? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Li Kai's words made some villagers flush with embarrassment. They naturally knew they were in the wrong. But for their own safety, even if they were in the wrong, even if their conscience would be condemned, they had to force themselves to continue. Stop spreading your nonsense. Are the bandits that easy to resist? They have knives and horses. What can we defenseless commoners use to fight back against them? If you and T killed the third in command, we could still coexist peacefully with the bandits. Now, because you killed him, King Fengzhi wants to slaughter us. If it's not your fault, then whose fault is it? Slap, slap, slap. After hearing this villager's words, Li Kai clapped his hands and laughed playfully. Is it my fault? Fine, let us say it's my fault. But I, Li Kai, do not admit to being wrong. I not only killed the third in command of King Fengzhi, but I will also kill their second in command, and then their leader. That's my stance. As for your frog in the well views, I don't care. Now, please go back to where you came from. Neo Village does not welcome you. If I find you daring to come to Neo Village again, next time you'll be greeted with blades. After Li Kai's words fell, Lu Laotu slammed his cane hard on the ground. Who are you trying to scare here? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Do you think a few harsh words will scare us away? It's not that easy. We have so many people from 7 or 8 villages, and we can't even take one of you? Neo Village people, listen up. Whoever dares to stop us from taking him, that person is our enemy. Attack. Upon hearing this, Li Kai smiled playfully. You think it's just you all? Clap. Clap. After saying this, Li Kai clapped his hands. Soon, 10 people, including Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianlong, charged out from the nearby training ground. Each of these 10 men wielded a shiny big knife, the blade sharp and glinting coldly. They stood behind Li Kai, fearless, staring directly at Lu Laotu and the others. Digwa was the first to step forward, carrying a big knife, and shouted angrily, Listen up, I am a militia of Neo Village. The one standing in front of you is the militia leader of Neo Village. If any of you dares to touch our militia leader, you will be enemies with the militia of Neo Village. Who dares to step forward first? Let me see if I one-t chop you down. The appearance of Digwa and the other 10 truly intimidated Lu Laotu and the others. They initially thought it would be easy to take someone, so they came empty-handed. Even if they brought their farming tools, they were still a group of old, weak women and children, while standing in front of them were 10 strong young men. The most important thing was they had knives. With knives in hand, whoever held them held the truth. Chapter 35. 10 slaps per person. The Great Tian Dynasty has very strict knife control regulations. Even kitchen knives have size requirements. And a long knife like the one in Digwa's hand is something they don't even have at home. Despite their large numbers, if a fight really broke out, these 10 village soldiers would be as easy to defeat as cutting vegetables. Old Lu and Zhang Dajiang exchanged a glance, both looking embarrassed. They never expected that in just a few days, Neo Village had formed a group of village soldiers all armed with knives. Although village soldiers are allowed to carry knives, due to the laws prohibiting the sale of knives, villages with village soldiers generally do not have any knives, and the weapons they use are mostly farming tools. Where do they get these 10 big knives? Seeing that they couldn't resort to violence, old Lu pointed at Su Damao. Su Damao, if you don't hand him over today, you will be at war with us from Xinjia and Huxia villages and the other 8 villages. Su Damao could no longer tolerate it and erupted. Damn you. This is Neo Village. Li Kai is also considered half my son-in-law. If you touch Li Kai, I, Su Damao, will be the first to disagree. Then, Su Damao stomped his foot angrily. Instantly, the doors that had been tightly shut in every household swung open, and the villagers rushed out with farming tools. Some held shovels, some held kitchen knives, and others held hoes. Hundreds of villagers from Neo Village rushed in from all directions, surrounding the villagers led by old Lu in the center. The villagers were all filled with righteous indignation, their faces full of anger. Huxia and Xinjia villages had relied on their larger populations to bully Neo Village, and now they wanted to arrest the village soldier leader of Neo Village. The villagers could no longer tolerate it. Old Lu, let me tell you, if you want to arrest our village soldier leader, you must first step over my corpse, Lu Tsue, shouted a woman in her 40s, brandishing a kitchen knife. Another old man shouted angrily, That's right. Just a few days ago, Li Kai helped us kill the 3rd chief of Qingfeng village and saved our lives. If anyone touches Li Kai, I will fight to the death. Don't think that just because you several villages have united, we will fear you. If you're not convinced, let's fight it out. Old Lu and Zhang Dajiang turned pale with fear. They never expected the villagers of Neo Village to be so united. To protect a village soldier leader, they were willing to mobilize everyone and challenge the village heads of 10 villages. The reason the villagers came out to defend Li Kai, aside from Su Damao's influence, was primarily because they had had enough of the mountain bandits' oppression. Li Kai was the glimmer of hope they had seen. If Li Kai could really scare off and eliminate the mountain bandits, the people of Neo Village could return to a normal life. Before that, they would not agree to anyone touching Li Kai. Seeing the overwhelming number of opponents, old Lu trembled with anger. All right, you want to disband the village soldiers, huh? You want to hand them over, huh? Then just wait to die. The mountain bandits will first slaughter your village when they come down. With a command, old Lu led his people to leave. However, at that moment, Li Kai's cold voice rang out, "Stop. Did I let you leave?" Old Lu turned around, trembling, and asked, "What? You want to kill me?" Li Kai sneered, "Kill you? Not worth it. But you barged into Nyo village and threatened our village leader. As the village soldier leader, I have the duty to protect the people of Nyo village. To make you remember this lesson, Digwa, go up and give them each 10 big slaps." Without hesitation, Digwa charged forward with a big knife. Sudamao, seeing this, secretly tugged at Li Kai. "Shao Kai, isn't this going too far?" Li Kai looked down at Sudamao. "Uncle Su, if you don't show strength, you can't stand firm. Don't you understand such a simple principle? If we don't make them feel pain and make them submit, they will never respect us in Nyo village." Digwa reached old Lu's front, and before he could react, Digwa's strong arm raised high. With a loud slap, a resounding slap landed on old Lu's face, instantly making it red and swollen, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Old Lu screamed, but did not dare to resist, only watching Digwa in fear. Digwa showed no signs of stopping, delivering another slap, alternating sides, making old Lu's head sway back and forth. 1, 2, 3. Digwa counted as he ruthlessly slapped, each hit carrying tremendous force. The onlookers were too scared to even breathe, watching as Digwa taught them a lesson one after another. Old Lu's face turned iron gray, his body trembling, wanting to curse, but was frightened into swallowing his words by Digwa's fierce gaze. Soon, Digwa completed the task, and old Lu and his group all had swollen cheeks, blood at the corners of their mouths, and fear in their eyes. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Li Kai and the villagers of Nyo village again, leaving in shame. As they watched old Lu and the others get beaten and flee Nyo village, the villagers erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. "Well done. That felt so good." Old Lu and Zhang Dajiang relied on their bigger village to show off all the time. "Yes. Luckily, we have a village soldier leader like Li Kai. Otherwise, we would have been bullied again today. So satisfying. I absolutely support Li Kai as our village soldier leader. If anyone touches Li Kai, I will stand up for him." After dealing with old Lu and the others, Li Kai waved his hand. "Everyone, go back to the training ground to train." Then, everyone scattered and left. Li Kai also went to the training ground to train. With the aid of that energy, Li Kai's training speed was very fast. A day's worth of training for him equated to over 10 days for others. Li Kai stood on the training ground, with a pair of specially made large dumbbells weighing 50 kilograms each in front of him. He bent down, firmly grasping the handles of the dumbbells. Taking a deep breath, the muscles in his arms instantly tensed, and with a loud shout, he exerted force to slowly lift the dumbbells. With his arms straightened, the dumbbells hung high at his sides, and his body stood firmly like it was rooted, bearing the weight. After completing a set of movements, Li Kai took a short break and then began the next round. This time, he increased the speed, quickly alternating lifting the dumbbells, each lift accompanied by heavy breathing. The dumbbells traced arcs in the air, creating a whooshing sound. The surrounding village soldiers watched in astonishment. Why did they respect Li Kai? They had no choice but to. A dumbbell weighing 50 kilograms, Li Kai lifted one in each hand and managed to do 15 fly movements in a row. Wasn't this like hitting them as if they were grandchildren? After training until dark, Li Kai finally returned home to wash up and rest. The next day, he weighed himself 225 pounds. He had gained some more weight. At that moment, another piece of good news came in. Chapter 36. The second in command has come down the mountain, big brother. The saddles and stirrups are all ready, just waiting for you to inspect them. Li Kai nodded and went to the training ground. He saw 15 war horses, all fitted with brand new stirrups and saddles. At this moment, Digwa and his 10 men each rode a tall war horse, looking majestic. In fact, there were more than just these 15 war horses captured. However, some of the horses were of varying quality and did not meet the standards to be war horses, so Li Kai had them taken care of by the villagers. "Can everyone ride now?" Li Kai asked. Digwa nodded, "Yes, boss. With the help of these saddles, riding is much easier." Li Kai nodded and continued, "Good. Now that the saddles and stirrups are ready, I order you to start training to ride. Put aside the Black Dragon 18 moves and the Brute Blade technique for now. Just focus on riding. Yes, boss. Li Kai looked up at the blazing sun overhead and calculated the time. It should be about time. At that moment, Su Damao rushed into the training ground in a flurry. Xiao Kai, it's bad. The mountain bandits have come down. Hearing this, Li Kai was not afraid but rather excited. They've come down? Where? Su Damao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Several villages at the foot of the mountain have already been looted. This time, the second-in-command of Qingfeng village led the team, with over 80 people. They have plundered their way from Zhang village, killing many people along the way. They kill anyone they see. Although it hasn't reached the point of slaughtering entire villages, the number of dead this time is 10 times more than before. They are killing one by one in order. It's likely they will reach our Nio village before dark. Li Kai clenched his fists, making a popping sound. Before they kill us, we will kill them first. Digua, have everyone put on armor, mount the war horses, and follow me. At this moment, over 80 mountain bandits from Qingfeng village were marching out of a recently looted village. More than 30 of them were riding horses, and a dozen were pulling carts. The carts were filled with the valuables they had stolen, grain, jewelry, and silver. Leading them was the second-in-command of Qingfeng village, named Jiang Dongfeng. This Jiang Dongfeng had quite a background. He was not just a villager turned bandit, but a genuine soldier. After fighting on the frontier for decades and achieving numerous military accomplishments, he held the rank of centurion. However, after getting drunk and confronting his superior, he killed him with a knife and fled the army, eventually joining the bandits in Qingfeng village. That useless third-in-command. He never listened to me practice sword techniques. And now look at him. He's become someone else's victim, standing at a height of 178 meters. Jiang Dongfeng carried a large knife in one hand and a wine jug in the other, taking several swigs of strong liquor. Beside him was his trusted aide, Ho Jun. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the third-in-command was the big boss's childhood friend, with his skills, how could he have become the third-in-command of the bandit camp? Such a useless person deserves to die. Jiang Dongfeng, with a proud expression, said lightly, but no matter what, he is one of us from Qingfeng village. Last time, over 20 of our men fell, and I heard that Nio village has formed a militia. We can spare other villages, but Nio village must be wiped out. Otherwise, if every village forms militias like Nio village, how can we continue to plunder? Ho Yun, hearing this, looked a bit worried. Second-in-command, last time over 20 men led by the third-in-command died there, and they also captured over 20 war horses. Since the militia from Nio village was able to kill the third-in-command, it shows they have some strength. Should we be cautious? Should we call the big boss down? Upon hearing this, Jiang Dongfeng waved his hand dismissively. Just a few militiamen. Do we really need to call the big boss down? I, Jiang Dongfeng, can take them all down myself, but they also captured our war horses. If they form a cavalry. Jiang Dongfeng laughed dismissively. Haha. Let me ask you, how long did it take you to learn to ride a horse from the first time you touched one? Ho Jun hesitated for a moment and replied, more than a month. Exactly. More than a month is fast. They've only been touching horses for a few days. Do you really think they can learn a ride? Just relax. At this moment, Ho Jun realized and scratched his head, chuckling, you're right, second-in-command, I didn't think of that. Once we reach Nio village, we'll leave no one alive. After capturing the militia, we'll execute them all to set an example. At this moment, in a dense forest outside Nio village, 11 war horses stood quietly. The riders, each holding a long knife, were clad in black armor. They wore helmets, providing ample protection, revealing only pairs of cold eyes. Digua and the others gripped their long knives tightly, feeling excited and agitated. Li Kai held a long knife and said coldly, remember, catch them off guard. After we succeed, quickly retreat back to the village, understood? Yes. Li Kai tightly gripped the hilt of his knife, his eyes filled with vengeful fury. Although it was the previous life as parents who died, Li Kai had inherited the memories of that life, and this hatred had not diminished for him. It was a pity that the iron rod was too heavy to carry on horseback. It not only couldn't be carried, but also affected mobility. So he could only use the knife for now. As the sky gradually darkened, after a while, a team of over 80 people was seen marching towards Nio village. Boss, they are coming, Digua said excitedly. Li Kai slightly nodded, gripping the handle of his knife tightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Dongfeng and Ho Jun had no idea that an elite militia team had already set their sights on them. Seeing Niu village right ahead, Ho Jun pointed and said, "Second in command, that is Niu village." Jiang Dongfeng replied lightly, "Accelerate and charge into the village. Leave no one alive." With the command, over 60 of the team charged towards the village. More than 30 cavalrymen were in front, followed by over 30 infantrymen armed with long knives, and the carts at the back. Just as they were about to burst into the village, suddenly, with a loud bang, a rope sprang up from the ground and tightened. The war horses in the front could not stop in time and were all tripped by the rope, crashing to the ground. In an instant, chaos ensued. Jiang Dongfeng reacted quickly and was the best rider, leaping over the rope with his horse. But his subordinates were not so lucky. 7 or 8 war horses were tripped. "It's an ambush!" Jiang Dongfeng shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a cavalry team of 11 suddenly burst out from the dense forest by the roadside. "Kill them!" These 11 men moved at great speed, and in the blink of an eye, they charged in front of the mountain bandits. Leading them was Li Kai. Li Kai wielded his long knife and struck down on a mountain bandit. The tremendous force split the bandit in half. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 37. No time to hesitate, Li Kai swiftly drew his knife and attacked the bandit beside him, his movements seamless and without hesitation. Digwa closely followed, squeezing his legs tightly against the horse's belly, the war horse neighing as it charged towards the enemy. With both hands firmly gripping the long knife, he raised it high and struck down with immense force, hitting a bandit's shoulder. The man let out a scream as he was directly cleaved from his horse by the power of the blow. The other militia fighters were equally undeterred, riding their war horses through the bandit crowd, charging left and right. One man seized the opportunity, slicing his knife across a bandit's neck, instantly splattering blood on the spot. The bandits were now completely stunned. Charging towards them was an elite cavalry clad in armor. Each soldier wielded a brand new large knife, their armor gleaming coldly. Only a regular army would have such equipment. Bandits, by nature, fear the authorities and military personnel. At this moment, Jiang Dongfeng reacted, roaring, "There are only a dozen of them. Get a grip. Fight back." With Jiang Dongfeng's loud shout, his subordinates finally responded and rushed towards Li Kai and the other 11. However, their steel knives only sparked against Li Kai and the other's armor, unable to inflict any damage. The armored fighters were impervious to the bandits' attacks. Zhao, Tianhu, and the others were exceedingly brave, having practiced their reckless sword techniques for many days. Now, they were finally put to use. They moved freely among the bandits, blood splattering everywhere in an instant. Zhao Tianbao laughed heartily. "Ha ha, what a thrill. This is truly exhilarating. In just one encounter, more than a dozen have fallen to our blades." Seeing that it was almost time, Li Kai shouted, "Retreat." As Li Kai led the charge out of the crowd, Zhao Tianhu and the others quickly followed suit. With a shout, the group came and went swiftly, leaving the bandits no time to react as they cut their way out. As they were leaving, Li Kai provocatively glanced at Jiang Dongfeng and made a slitting motion across his neck. Jiang Dongfeng watched helplessly as Li Kai and the others broke out and rode back to the village, feeling extremely furious. After being a bandit for so many years, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? At this time, Ho Jun, looking flustered, ran under Jiang Dongfeng's horse. "Second captain, over a dozen brothers are dead. Are those people government soldiers? Should we run?" "Run my foot." Jiang Dongfeng roared angrily. "We have our informants in the government. If they were to move, they would definitely notify us in advance to give us time to retreat. Moreover, although they are in armor, it has no adornments. It's obvious they are privately made, and there aren't many of them. They're the militia from Niu village." "Militia?" Upon hearing these two words, the bandits were stunned. Can a militia ride horses? Those 20-odd horses were just confiscated a few days ago. Ho Jun asked in confusion. Jiang Dongfeng gritted his teeth. "I'm also curious. Regardless, we must take revenge for this. Let's go into the village, kill them, and reclaim the war horses. Those dozen sets of armor will be ours. Follow me." With Ho Jun's command, the large force of over 60 men charged towards Niu village again. At this point, Li Kai had already returned to Niu village with the militia and had hidden the war horses. Digwa, following behind Li Kai, asked with a puzzled expression, militia captain. It was so exhilarating to fight outside just now. Why come back to the village to fight? Li Kai replied calmly. Just now, we only caught them off guard. If we wait for them to recover, 80 will attack us 10. Do you think you can hold up? We must force them into the village, make them dismount, and use our guerrilla tactics to take them down one by one. Oh, Digwa nodded, somewhat understanding. Everyone, ambush in the alleys, and fight according to the tactics I've taught you. Remember, shoot and change positions. Do not get entangled in battle. With Li Kai's command, the 10 men behind him immediately dispersed. At this moment, Jiang Dongfeng and the bandits had already reached the village. However, the village was eerily quiet. Every household had tightly shut its doors, and there was not a single person on the road. The sky had darkened, and visibility in the village was low. Where are the people? Where do they hide? Ho Jun led a team, while Wang Wu led another, ordering, split up and search. Jiang Dongfeng commanded. More than 60 men divided into 3 teams, with cavalry riding at the front and swordsmen following behind. Ho Jun and Wang Wu each led their teams cautiously into different alleys. The cavalry at the front gripped their reins tightly, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Suddenly, the ground ahead of Ho Jun's team collapsed without warning. The front hooves of several war horses suddenly fell into the pit, sending their riders tumbling into the trap amidst a chorus of tragic neighing and cries. The cavalry behind quickly pulled on their reins, the horses rearing up, whinnying incessantly, and the formation instantly fell into chaos. Be careful, there are traps, Ho Jun shouted loudly. However, his warning came too late. With several muffled thuds, sharpened wooden stakes suddenly protruded from walls on both sides of the alley, stabbing towards the panicked bandit team. Bandits caught off guard were impaled by the stakes, screaming in agony. Meanwhile, Wang Wu's team encountered the same situation. As soon as they entered the alley, the ground beneath them cracked as if enchanted, causing the war horses to tumble, throwing their riders aside. In the chaos, numerous stones flew from nowhere, striking the bandits, causing many to bleed from their heads. From a distance, Jiang Dongfeng saw this scene, and his face turned pale with anger, roaring, "Dismount! Everyone dismount! Search on foot! We must drag this group of bastards out." With no choice, the remaining 50 men had to dismount, cautiously advancing into the alley with long knives in hand. Just as Ho Jun and his men reached the Li family's doorstep, Zhao Tianhu suddenly appeared with 4 others. The burly Zhao Tianhu, clad in armor, revealed a pair of cold eyes beneath his helmet, tightly gripping a steel knife. Kill! Without any hesitation, Zhao Tianhu led the 4 directly into the crowd. Ho Jun never expected these militia fighters to be so fierce. In an instant, several bandits were slain under Zhao Tianhu's blade. Fight back! They are just 4 of them. What are we afraid of? Ho Jun roared. Ho Jun's subordinates attempted to counterattack, but Zhao Tianhu and the others' armor was impervious. Their long knives only sparked against the armor. They couldn't harm Zhao Tianhu and the others at all. Moreover, in the narrow alley, the 5 of them were enough to push Ho Jun and his men back step by step. But before they could retreat from the alley, Zhao Tianbao and Di Gua, along with the remaining 3 militia fighters, blocked their escape route. Zhao Tianbao coldly said, "The militia captain said, for every bandit killed, a reward of 1 tael of silver." No time to hesitate. Chapter 38. Here you come. As soon as they heard that killing mountain bandits would be rewarded with silver, the local soldiers were all fired up. When they went out to work, they could barely earn a tael of silver in a month. Now, killing a person could earn them 1 or 2 taels. Why not do it? Kill! Zhao Tianbao and Digua charged into the crowd with their long knives. At this moment, the group of mountain bandits led by Ho Jun was crying out in distress, caught in a pincer attack, and unable to fight back at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Dongfeng and Wang Wu, leading another group of bandits, heard the commotion from Ho Jun's side. Jiang Dongfeng immediately shouted, "Assemble! Support Ho Jun!" The 2 teams quickly converged, over 40 strong, charging towards Ho Jun's direction. In a narrow and dark alley, Wang Wu led his men at the front, while Jiang Dongfeng brought up the rear. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. In the pitch-black alley, the person's silhouette was extremely tall, like a small mountain. He was shouldering a pitch-black stick that, in the moonlight, resembled a monstrous creature. Wang Wu and the others were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks, holding their long knives with wary expressions. Who is it? At that moment, Li Kai slowly raised his head, and the 88-kilogram stick slammed heavily onto the ground with a thud. Still watching? Here you come. With that, Li Kai turned around and swung the heavy iron stick directly at the nearest mountain bandit. The bandit foolishly tried to raise his knife to block, but with a crack. The long knife was smashed in two. Then, the stick came down firmly on his head, which burst open like a watermelon. Weighing 225 pounds, clad in impenetrable armor, and wielding an 88-kilogram iron stick, Li Kai was like an invincible war god in this narrow alley. He was like a black whirlwind, the iron stick swirling around him, creating a fierce wind. With overwhelming force, the stick swept towards a nearby mountain bandit. The bandit widened his eyes in terror, trying to dodge to the side. But in the narrow alley, there was nowhere to escape, and he could only watch helplessly as the iron stick crashed down on him. With a crack, the bandit's ribs instantly broke, and he was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing against the alley wall before sliding down, lifeless. Seeing this, the surrounding bandits turned pale with fear, their legs trembling, but under Jiang Dongfeng's intimidation, they had no choice but to charge forward. Li Kai's gaze was cold as he locked onto another bandit, taking a heavy step forward, shaking the ground. He raised the iron stick high and brought it down fiercely. The bandit instinctively raised his hands to block with his knife. However, in the face of Li Kai's terrifying strength, the long knife crumpled like paper, instantly shattered. The bandit's arms were also broken, and he was smashed into the ground, creating a dent. Li Kai continued his assault, lunging left and right, wherever the iron stick went. Bandits fell, screaming in pain. The alley was filled with a strong smell of blood, the ground littered with injured and dead bandits, severed arms and legs scattered everywhere. Li Kai was like a demon god, rampaging through the group of over 40 bandits, leaving them in disarray, utterly defenseless. In just half a stick of incense's time, more than 20 had died under Li Kai's stick. The remaining 20 or so were so frightened that they trembled, not daring to attack. Each time Li Kai advanced, they retreated a step. At this moment, Jiang Dongfeng roared, "You bunch of useless trash, get out of my way." The crowd immediately parted, and Jiang Dongfeng stepped out from among the bandits, holding a long knife, looking fiercely at Li Kai. No wonder the third brother died in this little Neo village. I didn't expect there would be such a fierce person here. But I, Jiang Dongfeng, have fought on the frontier for many years. I'm no pushover. Shall we have a contest? Li Kai smirked and said, "All right." Without further ado, Jiang Dongfeng swung his knife towards Li Kai's neck. Li Kai, wearing a contemptuous expression, raised the iron stick with one hand, and with a bang, the long knife struck the iron stick, but the stick remained unmoved. Instead, the long knife was chipped. What incredible strength! Jiang Dongfeng exclaimed in shock. The second in command of Qingfeng village? Is that all you've got? I'm a bit disappointed. Li Kai Motsket. Provoked by Li Kai, Jiang Dongfeng instantly became furious. I haven't even shown my true skills yet. With that, Jiang Dongfeng turned around, striking down repeatedly with his long knife. Having survived many battles on the frontier, Jiang Dongfeng relied on his fierce knife techniques. This knife technique was extremely domineering, characterized by speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. Jiang Dongfeng's long knife was indeed fast, so fast that Li Kai could barely see it. However, Li Kai understood the simple principle that strength overcomes skill. In the face of Jiang Dongfeng's attack, Li Kai casually raised his iron stick to block, managing to fend off most of the blows. Occasionally, when a knife struck his armor, it did him no harm. After a flurry of strikes, Jiang Dongfeng was already panting heavily, while Li Kai remained unscathed. Jiang Dongfeng, drenched in sweat, angrily shouted, "You have armor. That's unfair. Are you brave enough to take it off and fight me?" Li Kai fully replied. "Did you think about fairness when you bullied those defenseless commoners? You've struck me with so many knives, and I've only returned one blow. If you can withstand it, I'll let you go." With that, Li Kai gripped one end of the iron stick with both hands and swung it overhead. With a whoosh, the iron stick came down towards Jiang Dongfeng. Jiang Dongfeng's eyes widened as he hurriedly crossed his long knife in front of him. Crack! The long knife shattered instantly. Then, the stick continued its momentum, smashing Jiang Dongfeng to the ground. Jiang Dongfeng's shoulder and chest instantly contorted. Blood mixed with his internal organs exploded out in an instant. With just one blow, it was as if he had been turned into a meatball, causing Jiang Dongfeng to die on the spot. In an instant, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The mountain bandits stared at Li Kai, who looked like a giant, completely dumbfounded. It was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Is he even human? The iron stick in his hand injures with a touch and kills with a hit. One person fighting 40, and he is not at a disadvantage. Completely unreasonable. At this moment, Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao had also dealt with the more than 20 men under Ho Jun's command and came to provide support. The two groups squeezed into the alley. But when they saw the blood everywhere, they were stunned. The ground was littered with corpses. Not a single body was intact, and the ground was covered with pieces of flesh, resembling a hellish scene. Li Kai shouldered the iron stick, and the remaining 20 or so mountain bandits were so terrified that they all knelt on the ground, not daring to move. My God, is the boss even human? The fiercest warrior of the Great Heavenly Dynasty is not as fierce as the boss. Chapter 39, Counting the Spoils, how's it going over there? Li Kai glanced at Zhao Tianhu and asked casually. Zhao Tianhu immediately replied, everything is taken care of, not a single one left. Li Kai nodded, what about the brothers? Any casualties? A few got injured, but they're all minor injuries, nothing serious, Zhao Tianhu said. Not bad, this battle was a complete victory, 11 against over 80. We killed more than 60 and captured over 20. Not a single one of our side died. This is indeed a complete victory. The reason this battle was won so easily was not only because these local soldiers had armor, steel knives, and saddles, but mainly because this group of mountain bandits had not undergone professional training. They were just a mob wielding knives. Holding a knife makes them bandits. Without it, they're no different from the farmers in the fields. If Li Kai's 10 subordinates encountered regular troops, they wouldn't stand a chance. Clean up the battlefield, Li Kai ordered. Zhao Tianbao looked at the 20 or so captured mountain bandits and asked, Big brother, what about these people? Tie them all up, and tomorrow we'll take them to the outskirts of Zinzhaken and Hexaiken and execute them directly. Li Kai's words sent shivers down the spines of the 10 local soldiers. Ruthless. Li Kai's move was indeed too ruthless. This was meant to serve as a warning. Half of the mountain bandits from King Fengzhai came from the wealthy villages of Xinzhai and Hexia. To push their own children to their doorstep and kill them was a heart-wrenching act of revenge. Soon, more than 20 were tightly bound. The spoils were also counted. Digwa came before Li Kai and said, Captain, we killed a total of 63 mountain bandits this time. We seized 51 long knives, 13 bows and arrows, 2 long spears, and 3 long swords. There were 40 war horses and 15 carts. We found a total of 560 taels of silver from these people. The carts held 400 taels of silver, and the food filled 10 carts to the brim, along with some gold and silver jewelry. Li Kai was very satisfied with this haul. All food into storage. All gold and silver jewelry to my house. Keep all the war horses saddled and equipped with stirrups. No one had any objections to Li Kai pocketing the silver, nor did anyone dare to voice any. Who made Li Kai's fists so strong? After the battle ended, the villagers of Nyotsuan finally dared to open their doors and cautiously stepped out. When they saw the mountain bandits lying dead everywhere, the villagers were both shocked and delighted. Fellow villagers, come out. The local soldiers have killed all the mountain bandits. With shouts ringing out, more and more villagers emerged from their homes. Upon seeing the dead mountain bandits and the blood-soaked Li Kai and his men, the villagers were overjoyed. Before the battle, they were uncertain and didn't know if forming a local soldier team was the right choice. But after seeing the results, their hearts finally settled. Su Damao, surrounded by the crowd, arrived at the battlefield. After seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, Su Damao nodded excitedly. Good, very good. Truly worthy of the local soldier captain I chose. Everyone look, over 60 mountain bandits are dead. With Li Kai here, which mountain bandit dares to come and wreak havoc in our Nyotsuan in the future? The villagers were overjoyed to tears. They had suffered from mountain bandit raids for too long, with no food reserves at home, and worried for their safety even when stepping outside. Now, They no longer had to endure that humiliation. Little Kai has achieved something. How did I not see how capable he was before? With Captain Lee here, everyone can finally sleep soundly and no longer fear the bandits. Today, we must hold a grand feast in the village to celebrate this victory. The crowd, each voicing their thoughts, clearly regarded Lee Kai as a hero. At this moment, in the Gu residence in the county town, Gu Ling'er sat by the pond, holding a handful of fish food, feeding the fish in the pond. A guard hurriedly approached Gu Ling'er and knelt down. "Miss, there's news from Yotsuan." Gu Ling'er's eyes lit up, and she stood up. "Quickly tell me, did that kid Lee Kai lose?" The guard shook his head. "No, he won." At this, Gu Ling'er felt a tinge of disappointment. In fact, she somewhat hoped for Lee Kai to lose, as it would mean an interesting person could be by her side. One? A Pyrrhic victory? Didn't King Feng's High send over 80 people this time? I've heard their second-in-command is quite capable. No, miss, they achieved a complete victory. Jiang Dongfeng is dead. After hearing this, Gu Ling'er widened her eyes in shock. Complete victory? Jiang Dongfeng is dead too? How is that possible? Didn't they only have 11 people in total? That's right, only 11 people, but each of them had armor. And remarkably, all 11 could ride horses and were very skilled at it. Before Jiang Dongfeng entered the village, they had set an ambush and caught Jiang Dongfeng and his men off guard. Then, they set traps in the village, causing heavy losses to Jiang Dongfeng's group, forcing them to dismount and enter the village. They were then attacked from both sides by these armored local soldiers and suffered a crushing defeat. The fiercest of them was Lee Kai. According to our informants, Lee Kai killed over 20 people with an iron rod, captured over 20, and even killed Jiang Dongfeng with a single blow. It is said that his rod weighs 88 kilograms. Upon hearing the guard's words, Gu Ling'er was lost in thought for a long time. 88 kilograms? That's almost twice her weight. Although Lee Kai is tall and strong, how could he possess such terrifying strength? A fierce general, a born warrior, and possessing both courage and strategy, this person could achieve great things in the future. If only my father could have such a fierce general, perhaps the situation at the border would change. Gu Ling'er mom uret. The guard looked at Gu Ling'er with some surprise. He knew his young miss well and understood that few could earn her respect. Yet, Lee Kai received high praise from Gu Ling. "Miss, this person is quite arrogant. He probably won't be content to live under someone else's roof," the guard reminded. "It doesn't matter. Such a person can only become our friend, not our enemy. While his wings are still unformed, we should seize the opportunity to befriend him. Better to help him in times of need than to embellish his success." "Have the 10 blacksmiths been recruited?" Gu Ling'er asked. The guard clasped his fists and replied, "In response to the miss, they have been recruited. Willing to bet, willing to lose. Let us send all 10 to Lee Kai, and all their food and drink will be provided by the Gu residents." Yes. At this moment, in the Ming Shilu gathered the talented scholars of the entire Qingshan County. Ming Shilu is actually a tea house, and a high-end one at that. Those literati take pride in patronizing Ming Shilu to become part of the upper class of Qingshan County. One must be able to afford Ming Shilu. This man Jiang Hong is truly a masterpiece. Chapter 40. Su Yu's confession inside the famous poetry building. The fragrance of tea wafts through the air. Numerous elegantly dressed young masters and cultured scholars are enjoying tea and reciting poetry. On the walls hang countless works from various poets. Not everyone's poetry is qualified to be displayed on the walls of the famous poetry building. It must be recognized by the owner to be eligible. The poems that are displayed can be voted on by all the guests who come to enjoy the establishment. The higher the votes, the more prominent the poem is displayed. Lee Kai's poem man Jiang Hong has already secured the top position in the famous poetry building. In just a few days, countless people have voted for this poem, as it possesses profound artistic conception. Anger rises to the crown. At the railing, the drizzle ceases. Raising my gaze, I look to the sky and roar, filled with passionate ambition. 30 achievements are but dust and soil. 8,000 miles of road are clouds and moon. Do not wait idly, as youth turns gray, leaving only empty sorrow. Inside the famous poetry building, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe gazes at the poem, unable to recover from its impact for a long time. After a while, he finally stands up and exclaims, "What a good poem! Who wrote this?" I am willing to offer 100 taels of gold for the chance to meet this person. Upon hearing this, the people around him shake their heads. They do not know, only that the poem was sent by someone from the Gu family. The Gu family? I have long heard that the young lady of the Gu family is both talented and beautiful. It seems true indeed. Li Kai, completely unaware that his man Jiang Hong has become famous throughout the streets and alleys of Qin County, has even spread to the capital. However, he does not care. At this moment, he is at home counting silver with his wife, happily laughing. At this time, he has 2,000 taels in cash, enough for him to live without worry for the rest of his life. But Li Kai is not a person easily satisfied. This 2,000 taels is his capital to start new. A true man should accomplish great things, rather than giving up for petty gains. In bed, Suyu gazes at the large amount of silver on the table, feeling a bit dazed. Just half a month ago, she was a poor woman sold to a brothel. But now, not only does she have a home and a man, but she also has no worries about food and clothing, and can even fall asleep holding over 1,000 taels of silver. All of this is because she chose the right man. Thinking of this, Suyu cannot help but lean against Li Kai's chest, happily closing her eyes. It's so good to be with you, dear husband. Suyu is really happy. Li Kai holds Suyu and laughs, wife, just follow me and wait for a life of enjoyment. Come on, let us do some exercises. Suyu's small face turns red. Dear husband, you're too fast. I can't take it. Why don't you find a concubine? That way, so you can get some rest too. What are you talking about? How can a woman find a concubine for her husband? Li Kai scratches his head. Suyu is serious. Husband, you are so outstanding. If you don't have a concubine, others will say I am stingy. Which capable man doesn't he have 3 or 4 wives? It's normal. Suyu knows a friend who is also quite good-looking, standing at 7 meters with a great figure. How about I introduce her to you, husband? Suyu's words stir Li Kai's heart. But having lived a monogamous life, he finds it hard to accept. Let us not talk about that for now. Let us focus on our life first. Wife, turn around and face away from me. Suyu hesitates a bit, but obediently turns around. Then, Suyu welcomes him with her legs. An hour and a half later, the battle ends. Both are out of breath. At this moment, Suyu is lying on Li Kai's chest, and unexpectedly, she starts to cry. Tears the size of yellow beans fall onto Li Kai's chest. Li Kai is startled and quickly holds Suyu, wife, what is wrong? Did I use too much strength just now? No, husband. Suyu just misses home indeed, as a delicate woman. Suyu has been married to Nyo village for half a month, and logically, she should visit her mother-in-law. Li Kai has no idea that Suyu was sold to a brothel and that he intercepted her halfway. This is something Suyu dares not tell Li Kai for fear he would abandon her. After all, it has been so long, and she has not met her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Why find some time? Let us go back together. At this moment, Suyu fiddles with the hem of her clothes, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. Husband, there is something I've been hiding from you. But now before she could finish, Suyu suddenly jumps out of bed, kneeling in front of Li Kai with a thud. Li Kai quickly helps her up. Wife, what are you doing? Husband, actually, Suyu is sold to a brothel, but I was too scared to go to such a place. So I ran to Nyo village before reaching the brothel and sought refuge with Uncle Su. At that time, I was afraid that if I told the truth, you would not want me anymore, so I didn't dare say anything. It's all my fault. I admit my mistake. After saying this, Suyu tries to slap her own face. Li Kai quickly grabs her wrist. Wife, I thought it was a big deal. I don't care. Really? Suyu raises her head, her watery eyes staring intently at Li Kai. I really don't care. What about you? Your family sold you to a brothel, and you still miss home? A hint of pain appears in Suyu's eyes. My family was also forced by circumstances. They really couldn't make ends meet. And my brother is seriously ill. That is why Li Kai nods. Don't say any more. I understand. It's my fault for not being considerate. I haven't visited your in-laws in so long. Let us go tomorrow. Okay. The next day, in Xia village. Village head Old Lu is leading the villagers to rebuild their homes. Yesterday, the mountain bandits came down, and the first village they attacked was their Xia village. Although many young men from Xia village are bandits at Qingfeng Stronghold, Qingfeng Stronghold is not theirs, and they don't get to choose which village to attack. However, Xia village has suffered significantly less damage compared to other villages. Almost no one died. They just lost some grain and money. Old Lu looks at the devastated village and bitterly says, "It's all the fault of those ignorant villagers from Yo village. If it weren't for them, our village wouldn't have been so badly destroyed." Hearing this, a nearby villager sneers, "At least our village didn't have any deaths. But Nyo village had over 80 mountain bandits go there yesterday. Now the people in that village might all be dead." As soon as he finishes speaking, a villager rushes over in a hurry. "Village head, people from Yo village have come." Upon hearing this, Old Lu's eyes light up. "Are they here to ask for our help?" "Those useless people. I advised them to disband the militia, but they didn't listen. Now their village has been slaughtered, and they think of coming to us for help. Drive them away." "Drive them away? We can't drive them away. They came with knives." Chapter 41. Killing with a broken heart. What does it mean to come with a knife? Old Lu was stunned. "Village chief. You'll know if you go to the village entrance." The villagers were almost in tears. Old Lu also realized something was wrong and hurriedly walked towards the village entrance. At this moment, a large number of villagers had gathered at the entrance of Xia village. 10 local soldiers from Yo village stood there, each wearing pitch-black armor and holding a gleaming big knife, looking extremely imposing. In front of them knelt more than 20 people, who were the captured mountain bandits. Leading them was Zhao Tianhu. Seeing that the villagers had gathered almost completely, he loudly proclaimed, "Fellow villagers of Xia village. Yesterday, the mountain bandits from Qingfeng Zhai came down the mountain and plundered several surrounding villages, ultimately arriving at our Nyo village. But our Nyo village is the only village in the foothills with a local soldier team, under the leadership of our local soldier, Captain Li Kai. More than half of the 80 mountain bandits were killed or injured. More than 60 were wiped out. The remaining more than 20 are all captured. Yes, these people kneeling before you, these mountain bandits have committed murder and robbery, and our local soldier captain has said, these scum and tumors cannot be allowed to exist in the world, so they are specially brought here for execution to show the public." As soon as they heard that they were going to be beheaded, the mountain bandits panicked. One by one, they were so frightened that they cried and wet themselves. Among them were several who came from Xia village, and their parents were watching from the side. They began to wail loudly, "Dad, Mom, save me. I don't want to die. Village chief, save us. I took care of you when I was abandoned on the mountain." Upon seeing this, Old Lu was also a loss, sweating profusely. It was hard to believe that a team of more than 80 had been wiped out by just 10 local soldiers from Yo village. Such combat power. Are they really local soldiers? Even the regular army of the government couldn't fight such a beautifully executed battle. Now, seeing his own villagers and juniors kneeling before him, he wanted to save them but was powerless. Because they are bandits. They deserve to die. At the same time, Old Lu knew that this was Li Kai's way of hitting him, insulting him, pushing the people from your village to the entrance to be beheaded, to intimidate you, to scare you, making you watch but unable to stop it. At this moment, the villagers of Xia village were in an uproar, and the family members of those mountain bandits were unable to remain calm, clamoring to rescue them. But a big knife was held horizontally in front of everyone. Our local soldier captain said, "Anyone who dares to disrupt the execution will be treated as a bandit accomplice and be killed on the spot." With this one sentence, the villagers immediately fell silent. This group of local soldiers had knives in their hands. They were all wearing armor. A few armed bandits could easily plunder a village, let alone these local soldiers who were comparable to regular troops. Zhao Tianhu saw that the purpose of intimidating the crowd had been achieved and ordered, "Everyone listen. Raise your knives. Cut." As the big knives fell, 10 heads neatly rolled to the ground. In an instant, a wail echoed from the village. Many people were directly frightened to tears by the bloody scene. Zhao Tianhu sheathed his knife and said blandly, "Take the remaining people away and execute them at Xinzhai village." At this time, Li Kai from Yo village had just leisurely gotten out of bed. Uncle Fu knocked on Li Kai's door. "Young master, there is someone named Zhou Bo looking for you outside." "Zhou Bo?" Li Kai recalled carefully. Wasn't this person Gu Ling's personal bodyguard? When Li Kai first arrived at the Gu residence, he had sparred with him. This person was not weak and was a skilled fighter. Dressing up, Li Kai came to the courtyard of the Li family, where Zhou Bo stood at the door, expressionless, holding a long knife. His indifferent expression made it seem as if someone owed him 200 taels of silver. You looking for me? Li Kai asked. Zhou Bo replied coolly. The people and things are outside. Please check. Li Kai was taken aback and looked outside the Li family. He saw 10 horse-drawn carts parked neatly outside. 10 sturdy men stood on the carts. Each of these men was extremely robust, and their right arms were thick, clearly having done physical labor often. Blacksmiths. Li Kai's eyes lit up. Blacksmiths' right arms are usually much stronger due to swinging hammers to forge iron. He didn't expect Gu Linger to keep her promise and send him 10 blacksmiths. In this era, blacksmiths were high-paying jobs, and it was hard to find one. Most old blacksmiths had been recruited into the army or worked under local tyrants. The carts were loaded with items needed for blacksmithing. They should find a place to settle down. Miss also said that the living expenses for these 10 blacksmiths would be covered by the Gu residents. Zhou Bo stated plainly. Li Kai was delighted again. He had been worried that the expenses for 10 blacksmiths would be too high for him to bear. But Gu Linger not only sent blacksmiths, but also covered their living expenses. It was truly considerate. Hey, brother, go back and thank your young lady for me. Li Kai deliberately took out a silver ingot and secretly slipped it to Zhou Bo to get closer. However, Zhou Bo turned and skillfully dodged Li Kai's bribe. No need. I don't want this. Li Kai suddenly felt a bit awkward and retracted the silver. The people and things have been delivered. I'm leaving. After saying that, Zhou Bo did not wait for Li Kai to reply, mounted a fine horse, and left directly. Li Kai hurriedly chased after him. Hey, what about the carts? Are you leaving them? They're yours now. Li Kai looked at the 10 exquisite carts in front of him. His eyes lit up again. Hey, I got 10 carts for free. Then, Li Kai found the village chief Su Damao. He asked Su Damao to clear out a few rooms specifically for the blacksmiths to live in and to build a few workshops for them to work in. Now, Li Kai was the benefactor of the entire Niu village. Clearing out a few rooms was not difficult to manage. Soon, several households diagonally opposite Li Kai's house voluntarily cleared out rooms for the blacksmiths to live in. Thus, directly opposite Li Kai's house was a training ground for the local soldiers, and diagonally opposite was a blacksmith shop for the blacksmiths to rest and forge. At this moment, the leading man among the 10 blacksmiths came before Li Kai. Hello, local soldier captain. I am Li Daniu, the head of these blacksmiths. In the future, you can just assign any work to me. Li Kai nodded. Good. The more armor, the better. Upon hearing this, Li Daniu extended his hand. Li Kai was taken aback. What? Money? How can we forge armor without payment? Did Gu Linger not cover your living expenses? Li Kai scratched his head. The young lady did cover our living expenses, but forging armor requires iron. Doesn't buying iron cost money? However, our wages have already been covered by the young lady, so we only need the money for raw materials. A set of armor costs about 20 taels of silver. How many do you want to forge, local soldier captain? Chapter 42. Returning to mother's home, 20 taels? That's a great price. You see, Li Kai needed 100 taels of silver to forge a set of armor at the blacksmiths in the county town. But now it only cost the cost price. 20 taels. Li Kai's lips curled up crazily as he said, Make me 100 sets of armor first. 100 sets of armor? Several blacksmiths exchanged glances. And Li Daniu asked, Village captain, that would require 2,000 taels of silver. Do you have that much money? I do, just wait. Not long after, Li Kai brought out all his savings. There is 1,000 taels of silver from selling fine salt, and another 1,000 taels from loot confiscated from mountain bandits. Together, it added up to exactly 2,000 taels. This amount is not trivial. In an era where the average monthly wage is only 501, 2,000 taels is an astronomical figure that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. However, Li Kai was not confused at all about spending it. After all, a man who doesn't want to be a hero is not a good man. Having this armor would make recruiting soldiers much easier. Seeing the cash, Li Daniu wasted no time. All right, village captain, just wait and see. With 10 of us working together, we will finish all 100 sets of armor in less than a week, and we'll forge 100 good knives as well. Li Kai said, No problem. It won't take much iron to make knives. We can just use the leftover scraps from making the armor, Li Daniu replied. It's good to have a straightforward conversation among friends. If it were outsiders, they would definitely try to cheat Li Kai out of more silver. After finalizing the armor deal, Li Kai took Su Yu and prepared to return to her home. Su Yu had dressed up carefully today. wearing a new outfit made from fabric that Li Kai brought back from the county town. The light pink short jacket fit her perfectly, with white flowers embroidered on the collar and cuffs, and the stitches were fine. She wore a light blue pleated long skirt that swayed gently as she moved. Her black hair fell to her shoulders, and she had a jade hairpin slanted in, with the pearl tip gently swaying, making her fair face look as delicate as jade. Her skin tender like flower petals. Her bright and lively eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Her straight nose and cherry-like lips were naturally red, and she wore a sweet smile at the corners of her mouth. In this outfit, Suyu looked stunning, gentle, and charming. Standing there, she was a beautiful painting, and Li Kai looked at her with love and pride. He remembered when Suyu first came. She was somewhat weak and malnourished. But now, Suyu had been nourished by Li Kai to be plump and fair, looking like a refined lady. "Wife, let us go. We'll take the horse-drawn carriage back." Li Kai specially arranged for a carriage. This carriage was borrowed from the Gu family, made of high-quality redwood. In this era, such a carriage was extremely luxurious, affordable only by wealthy families. And Li Kai had 10 of these carriages at home. Inside the carriage were gifts that Li Kai brought. They were actually selected from the spoils of war. 10 bags of white flour, 10 bags of rice, half a slab of pork, and 10 taels of silver. These gifts seemed ordinary, but in this era of scarcity, these items could not be afforded by a household, even for the new year. After everything was ready, the two of them left Nyo village in the carriage. Suyu's family was far away in Jingtian village, 100 miles away. This village was not large, with only 100 households. Due to its remote location and poor soil, the village was not wealthy, even considered one of the poorest villages. Most of the young people in the village had left home, either to work in the county town or conscripted into the army, leaving only the elderly, weak women and children behind. Suyu's home was in a corner of the village, consisting of only 2 dilapidated tile-roofed houses. Describing the family as impoverished would be an understatement. Their home was shabby, and the clothes they wore were patched and mended over the years. Suyu's mother, Mrs. Su, was blind and could see nothing. Suyu's brother, Su Wu, was suffering from tuberculosis, weak by nature and unable to do heavy work. Suyu's father, Su Shangxiang, was the only labor force in the family. Usually, Su Shangxiang made a living by weaving straw sandals. However, due to excessive taxation and the fact that his son, Su Wu, needed a lot of money each month for medicine to survive, Su Shangxiang could not support the 3 of them alone. In desperation, he married off his daughter and earned 10 taels of silver. But Su Shangxiang did not expect to be deceived. His daughter had actually been sold to a brothel. The contract was signed, and illiterate Su Shangxiang had no way to appeal. Moreover, the silver he received had already been spent clean, so he could only accept this fate. At this moment, Mrs. Su sat on the threshold, asking everyone who passed by, "Is Xiaoyu back?" But she waited day after day and still could not see her daughter return. The villagers in the village also discussed this family. The Su family is really pitiful. The wife is blind, the son has tuberculosis, and the daughter has been sold to a brothel. Yes, Su Shangxiang is over 50 this year. Although the straw sandals he weaves are of good quality, who still wears straw sandals nowadays? Everyone wears cloth shoes, and his business is getting worse. Hey, isn't that Wang Ganyang from next door? She actually bought a donkey cart. Isn't it because Wang Ganyang has a good son-in-law? I heard her son-in-law is quite something, a butcher in the county town. He can earn several taels of silver every month. A horse-drawn carriage slowly stopped at the door of the Su family. Wang Ganyang, dressed in coarse cloth, jumped down from the donkey cart with a swagger. Glancing at Mrs. Su, who was blind and sitting on the threshold, and sneered, "Old Lady Su, stop mentioning your daughter who is selling herself in a brothel. Your daughter only cares about having fun with other men in the brothel, and doesn't he care about you at all?" Wang Ganyang spoke without any courtesy, specifically rubbing salt in the wound. The reason for Wang Ganyang's sharp tongue was the long-standing grudge between the two families. In the past, the two families had a good relationship, and Suyu was engaged to Wang Ganyang's son since childhood. But unexpectedly, Wang Ganyang's son was irresponsible. He not only liked to fool around outside, but also contracted an unclean disease. After Wang Ganyang's son fell ill, the Su family directly broke the engagement and refused to marry Suyu to him. because Wang Ganyang's son had become infamous, making it difficult to find a wife. She harbored resentment towards the Su family. "You venomous woman, don't you dare speak about my Xiaoyu like that." Mrs. Su pointed at Wang Ganyang, trembling all over. "Oh, you're angry? Just bear it. One with tuberculosis and one half-dead old man. Your family has no descendants, so you deserve to be bullied. Unlike me, I have good son-in-law. Who in Jingtian village would dare to bully Wang Ganyang? Good son-in-law, you're home, get down." As her voice fell, a tall and stout man jumped down from the donkey cart. This man had a face full of flesh, extremely greasy, with so many pimples that it could trigger someone's trypophobia. Even though he was ugly, no one dared to underestimate him. He owned a shop in the county town that sold pork and made 2 to 3 taels of silver every month. This was also the reason why Wang Ganyang was willing to marry her beautiful daughter to him. Chapter 43. Lu the Butcher swaggered down from the carriage and glanced at Su Shi, who was sitting on the threshold, frowning as he said, "Who is this?" As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw a blind old woman crying here. "What bad luck." Wang Ganyang mocked. "This is all retribution. Some people just don't keep their promises, which is why their son got tuberculosis, and they went blind." Su Shi was so angry that she trembled and groped to stand up. "Wang Ganyang, you're going too far." "Going too far? Can't you handle a few insults?" "I not only want to insult you, I want to hit you too." After saying that, Wang Ganyang deliberately walked up to Su Shi and slapped her face. Slap! A crisp slap echoed on Su Shi's face. Su Shi covered her face, groping to fight back, but her hands swung in the air again and again, unable to reach Wang Ganyang. Seeing this, Wang Ganyang laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha! A blind person, even if I slap you, you don't even know where I am. Come on, I'm right in front of you, hit me back." Wang Ganyang took advantage of Su Shi's blindness to humiliate her without restraint. The villagers around were also furious but dare not speak out, as Wang Ganyang had a good son-in-law. Lu the Butcher saw this and also showed a mocking smile. "Blind old woman, my mother hits you, you just endure it. If you want to cry, go find a deserted place. Don't block my view here. Mother, let's go inside." Lu the Butcher and Wang Ganyang had hit someone and swaggered into their home, completely ignoring the sobbing Su Shi. At this moment, a young boy heard the commotion and ran out from the house. The boy was dressed in worn-out cloth, already faded from washing, and he looked thin, appearing somewhat malnourished. He was Su Shi's son, Su Wu. Although named Su Wu, he was a scholar. Due to a lack of money for books and tuition, Su Wu could only borrow books from others and usually practiced writing with branches on the ground. When Su Wu saw the bright red handprint on his mother's face, he hurried to support Su Shi. "Mother, what happened to you? Who hit you?" "I'll, cough, 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 I'll go take revenge for you." The blind Su Shi wiped her tears and forced a smile. "No one hit me. I just fell accidentally." "Son, go home and read." Su Shi knew her family could not compete with the Wang family. Sending her son would only bring humiliation, and he might even be beaten by the tall Lu the Butcher. So she simply didn't tell the truth. At this moment, Su Wu clenched his fists. His face flushed. "Mother, even if you don't say it, I know it was the Wang family, right? The Wang family. Cough, cough, cough. They're truly going too far." As soon as he finished speaking, the neighbor's Wang family door opened, and Wang Ganyang poured a basin of foot wash water towards Su Wu. Splash! Su Wu was instantly drenched. Wang Ganyang, with a disdainful expression, said, "Oh, sorry. I didn't see." After saying that, she closed the door with the wooden basin. At this moment, laughter erupted around them. Villagers pointed at the two from the Su family, discussing amongst themselves. How frustrating, being slapped and not daring to retaliate. What a shame. This family is pitiful. Wang Ganyang went too far, but what can they do? They have a good son-in-law. Su family's son is useless. They had a beautiful daughter who was deceived into a brothel. The Su family is destined to never hold their head high. Exactly. Someone once advised Su Shi to marry her daughter to a wealthy family as a concubine, but she refused, insisting her daughter shouldn't be a concubine. Now look, she's sent to a brothel, not even qualifying as a concubine. Su Wu clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with humiliation, feeling utterly disgraced. At this moment, he wished he could grab a knife and rush to the Wang family to chop them all into pieces to feed the dogs. But he knew he was just a tuberculosis patient. Even walking a few steps would make him cough violently. How could he fight them? Su Wu's fists tightened and then relaxed repeatedly. He didn't know whether to continue enduring or to fight back. Even if he fought back, it would only lead to more humiliation and beatings. Son, don't be impulsive. Their family is powerful. We can't afford to provoke them. Wait until you are stronger and become a top scholar. Then it won't be too late to take revenge. Su Shi held Su Wu's hand and comforted him. But Su Wu knew he had no money to become a top scholar. Traveling to the capital for the exam was a big problem. Not to mention, he hadn't even attended a private school. Mother, it's my fault for not being capable, making you suffer. Su Wu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, tightly gripping his mother's hand. My son is not at fault. It's this world that is to blame. Come on, let's go home. Su Wu supported Su Shi and wanted to go home. But at that moment, the villagers around suddenly gasped in surprise. Oh, whose carriage is that? Indeed, in these times, donkey carts are rare, and this is actually a horse-drawn carriage with a sedan chair. This carriage must not be cheap. It must be expensive. The horse and carriage together probably cost 30 or 40 taels of silver. Only the big officials in the city can afford such a nice carriage, right? The appearance of this horse-drawn carriage immediately attracted the attention of all the villagers present. In this era, a laborer's monthly wage was only about 500 won. Over a year, they could only earn a paltry 6 taels of silver. This means a laborer would have to go without food and drink for 6 or 7 years to afford a carriage. Usually, carriages only appeared in the city. In rural areas, having a mule to ride was already good enough, let alone a horse-drawn carriage. So the appearance of this carriage directly became the focus of the village. Villagers spread the news from one to another, standing on the street to see whose carriage it was. Even Wang Ganyang was standing outside with Lu the butcher, looking at the luxurious carriage. Son, how much silver must this carriage cost? It looks much more impressive than our donkey cart. Why don't we sell the donkey cart and buy a horse-drawn carriage? Wang Ganyang looked at the envious gazes of the surrounding villagers, feeling extremely jealous. Lu the butcher wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "This carriage can only be afforded by a wealthy family. Even if we could buy it, we couldn't afford to use it. The horse needs to eat fine feed, and the sedan chair requires maintenance. If we don't earn more than 100 taels of silver a year, who can afford a horse-drawn carriage?" Wang Ganyang also knew her family couldn't afford it, so she was just saying it. I wonder whose carriage this is. It seems we need to curry favor with them in the future. The carriage directly stopped in front of the Su family's door. Su Wu stared at the luxurious carriage parked at his home, stunned. Su Shi couldn't see, but she heard the sound of the carriage stopping at her home. Son, who has come? Is it the county magistrate here to collect taxes? Chapter 44. The son-in-law of the Su family, Su Wu, looked at the horse-drawn carriage with a face full of secrets. The tax collectors from the county could not afford such a fine carriage, and in his family, he didn't know any high-ranking officials or wealthy relatives. So why was this carriage parked outside his house? Could be just passing by? Just then, a man and a woman lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. The man was tall and imposing, standing at 188 meters, with a muscular build that made him look extraordinarily strong. When he stood in front of people, he resembled a small mountain. The woman wore a delicate cotton coat on her upper body and a flowing long skirt on her lower body, with fair skin and a rosy little face. But upon closer inspection, Su Wu was stunned. This woman was none other than his own sister. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Wu began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Su Wu cough, Su Yu hurriedly approached him and asked with concern, "Brother, are you all right?" And when Su Shi heard that longed-for voice, she was also taken aback. "Xiao Yu? Is that you, Xiao Yu?" Su Yu quickly grasped her mother, Su Shi's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. "It's me, mother. I'm back." The mother and daughter reunited and immediately embraced each other, weeping uncontrollably. At this moment, the villagers were also astonished, continuously sizing up Li Kai, who got off the carriage, and the luxurious carriage itself. Wasn't that Su family's daughter Su Yu? Didn't she get sold to a brothel? How did she come back? And in such an expensive carriage? Right, look at that man with Su Yu. He's so tall and strong. He could probably eat as much as our family does in a month. How could he have grown so robust if his family is poor? Could it be that Su Yu was favored by some wealthy gentleman and became a concubine? That is indeed a possibility. Look at Su Yu's face. It's so fair and plump, much better than when she was in the village. She must have been living well. Next door, Wangan's mother was also stunned upon seeing Suyu. She had always thought that Suyu would never return from the brothel. After all, no man would marry a woman who was not pure. That's why she dared to bully Su Shi, believing Su Shi's children were incapable. But now, Suyu had actually returned in a horse-drawn carriage. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be angry? At this moment, Su Shangxiang, who sold straw sandals, also returned. He was carrying a shoulder pole with some straw sandals and tools for making straw sandals. When he saw the carriage at the door, he was also taken aback. Upon seeing Su Yu at the entrance, the burden on his shoulder fell to the ground with a thud. "Daughter, are you back, daughter?" Su Yu nodded and walked over to Su Shangxiang. "Father, I'm back." Seeing Su Yu, Su Shangxiang also burst into tears, filled with guilt. "It was my fault. Deceived by that scoundrel, I foolishly signed your selling contract for 10 taels of silver. It was all my fault." Saying this, Su Shangxiang began to slap his own face. Su Yu quickly stopped him. "Father, it wasn't your fault. You just wanted to marry me to a good family. You were deceived too. Besides, I have also turned misfortune into a blessing, and now I'm married to a good family and living happily." Saying this, Su Yu pulled Li Kai over. "Father, mother, Xiao Wu, this is my husband, the head of our family, Li Kai." Li Kai nodded slightly and said, "Father, mother, from now on you'll be my parents, and I will take care of you." With that, Li Kai waved to Su Wu, obediente malked uptoli, who then rummaged through his clothes and pulled out 2 taels of silver. "Since this is our first meeting, I don't have anything special to give you. So please take this 2 taels of silver." Su Wu was stunned when he saw the 2 taels of silver in his hand. This was a fortune he had never seen in his life. Su Shangxiang made only a few hundred when selling straw sandals in a month. Li Kai had directly given him half a year's income as a gift for their first meeting. "Son, I can't accept this, it's too valuable," Su Shangxiang quickly said. But Li Kai waved his hand and said, "Father, mother, I don't have much money with me this time. This amount is just small change to me. You don't need to be polite. There are still some gifts I brought in the carriage. I'll move them into the house." With that, Li Kai began to unload things from the carriage to give his wife face. Li Kai specifically did not take the things into the house, but unloaded them one by one at the door. 10 bags of flour, 10 bags of rice, half a slab of pork. These gifts seemed ordinary, but in this era of scarcity, these were items that a family could not afford to use even during the new year. Upon seeing these grains, the entire Su family was stunned. White rice and flour. These are fine grains. Their family could not afford fine grains, only cooking some during the festive seasons. As for meat, Su Wu hadn't eaten meat in years. The surrounding villagers were also discussing this scene, extremely shocked. The son-in-law of the Su family was impressive. His strength was far better than the butcher from the Wang family. Yes, the butcher only brings back half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour at most each time, but this son-in-law of the Su family brought back 20 bags and half a slab of pork. It seems the Su family is going to prosper. We should be nice to them in the future, at least don't offend them. Wang Gan's mother's expression was quite interesting at this moment. She was both jealous that the Su family had such a good son-in-law and began to feel apprehensive. She was afraid that the Su family's son-in-law would take revenge on her. Her family's butcher son-in-law couldn't compete with him. Her heart was anxious and nervous, and she directly closed the door. Once Li Kai felt he had shown off enough, he moved all the food into the Su family's house. The Su family's home was very dilapidated, with almost no furniture except for a bed. Although the house was old, it was quite tidy. The yard was planted with vegetables and grains, and the rooms were spotless. Although Su Yu had already married, the family still kept a room for her. Upon entering the house, the Su family did not have any tea to offer Li Kai, only a broken bowl of plain water for him to drink. Li Kai did not mind and drank heartily. At this moment, Su Shangxiang finally had the chance to ask Su Yu what had happened, why she hadn't gone to the brothel, but instead married Li Kai. Su Yu recounted the entire story in detail. At this point, Su Shangxiang finally realized. So that's how it is. Father, I didn't go to the brothel. Didn't the people from the brothel come looking for trouble? Su Yu asked. Su Shangxiang shook his head and said, no, 10 taels of silver is a huge sum for us, but for the brothel that makes money daily, it might be insignificant. They might not bother to come, but they might not have discovered that you didn't go. With a thud, Li Kai placed a heavy silver ingot on the table. Father, Mother, here are 10 taels of silver. If they come asking for money, just return it to them. If they come looking for you, go to Nyo village to find me, and I will deal with it. Chapter 45. Beating Wangan Yang. Li Kai's words brought comfort to the two elders, and they were moved to tears. With a son-in-law like this, we can rest easy, Sushir said, patting Li Kai's hand with relief. At this moment, Li Kai noticed the handprint on Sushir's face and frowned, asking Mom, how did you get hurt on your face? Upon hearing this, Sushir quickly lowered her head to cover the scar. It's nothing, just a little accident, she said, not wanting to trouble her new son-in-law and thinking it was better to keep things simple. But Su Wu, filled with anger, indignantly said, Mom's injury is definitely not from an accident. Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for Mom. It was all done by that Wangan Yang next door. Xiao Wu. Sushir slapped the table, a bit angry. So Wudi Torti, Mom, in the past, our family had no one successful, and we could only endure being bullied by the Wang family. But now that I have such a powerful brother-in-law, why should we be afraid of them? Cough, cough, cough. Li Kai furrowed his brow. Su Yu's mom is also my mom. If my mother-in-law is being bullied, as her son-in-law, I should stand up for her. Xiao Wu, tell your brother-in-law what exactly happened. Then, Su Wu recounted the events and the grievances between the two families clearly. After learning the truth, Li Kai was furious. This is too much. Let's go. Brother-in-law will take revenge for you. With that, Li Kai strode towards the Wang family next door. Meanwhile, in the Wang family, Wangan Yang and her family were extremely anxious. Now that the Su family has such a successful son-in-law, they won't come to seek revenge on us, right? Wangan Yang looked at the greasy pork belly on her plate, but had no appetite whatsoever. However, Wang Haojia, Wangan Yang's son, was not afraid at all. Mom, why are you afraid of them? Just because Su family's son-in-law is powerful, does that mean my brother-in-law isn't? As long as my brother-in-law is here, they won't dare to come. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud banging at the door. Open the door. Upon hearing Li Kai's furious shout from outside, Wangan Yang was so frightened that she dropped her chopsticks. My goodness, they really came. Everyone, be quiet and pretend we're not home, Wangan Yang hurriedly said. Even Lu the butcher, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now obediently kept his mouth shut. He knew that anyone who could afford a carriage must be from a wealthy family, and as a mere pig butcher, he couldn't afford to provoke them. Now was not the time to be bold. Silence was the best strategy. After banging on the door for a long time without a response, the outside gradually quieted down. Just when everyone in the Wang family breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the person had left, there was a loud crash. The solid wooden door was kicked open. The door bolt, as thick as an arm, snapped in two instantly. The door crashed to the ground. Then, a man who was 188 meters tall, like a small mountain, charged into the Wang family. Wangan Yang was so frightened that her face turned pale, and Lu the butcher cowered in a corner, speechless. At this moment, Li Kai looked fierce and grabbed Wangan Yang by the collar. Damn it, you're the one who hit my mom, right? Wangan Yang was so terrified that she couldn't say a word and could only look pleadingly at Lu the butcher. Seeing this, Li Kai wasted no time and slapped Wangan Yang twice across the face. Instantly, her face was swollen and she lost 2 teeth. Li Kai tossed Wangan Yang to the ground, angrily saying, I am Li Kai, the son-in-law of the Su family. These 2 slaps are a little lesson for you. If you don't accept it, come find me, Li Kai, in Nyo village. If you dare to bully my father-in-law's family again, I will make sure you suffer. Seeing his mother being hit, Wang Haojia was scared, but still shook Lu the butcher beside him. Brother-in-law, say something. Are you just going to pretend you didn't see it while our mom is being beaten? Hearing this, Lu the butcher could only muster up the courage to step forward and cupped his fists at Li Kai. Brother, it doesn't seem right to come in and hit people like this. We should talk things over. Upon hearing this, Li Kai sneered and slapped Lu the butcher across the face. Smack! The tremendous force knocked Lu the butcher to the ground, and his hefty body crashed onto the wooden table, smashing it to pieces. You think hitting you is justified? After being hit, Lu the butcher fell silent, not daring to say a word. At this moment, Li Kai looked at Wang Haojia. Oh, you seem quite unconvinced. Now your brother-in-law can help you. What else do you have to say? Wang Haojia seeing that Lu the butcher had been beaten, was so frightened that he shook his head. I have nothing to say. Good, but to be fair, since they both got slapped, you should too. Smack. Li Kai slapped Wang Haozhe to the ground. After dealing with them, Li Kai glanced at Su Wu and Su Yu, who were watching the show, and said, "Let's go." The three of them swaggered out. Due to the commotion, many villagers witnessed the scene of the Wang family being beaten. This was intentional on Li Kai's part. He had shouted so loudly just now to attract the villagers and set an example. In the future, anyone who dared to bully his father-in-law's family would suffer the same fate as the Wang family. After returning to the Su family, Su Wu was excited, feeling a sense of relief. After being bullied for so many years, he finally felt proud. No longer would they have to lower their heads. Sister, brother-in-law is really amazing. Marrying him is your blessing. It's also a blessing for our family. Su Yu looked at her brother with affection and said, "Yes, I'm also glad I married your brother-in-law. Otherwise, the Wang family would keep bullying us." After saying this, Su Yu looked at Li Kai, her eyes filled with admiration. The two stayed at the Su family until the afternoon, and in the evening, Su Yu reluctantly left the Su family. By the time she reached her village, it was already night. Upon entering the house, Su Yu thoughtfully went to boil water for Li Kai. Soon after, the two of them shared a bath in a tub. Looking at her delicate wife with skin as smooth as silk, Li Kai felt a rush of desire and took Su Yu's hand, placing it on his chest. Su Yu's face turned slightly red as she shyly asked, "Husband, what do you think about the idea of marrying a concubine that I mentioned last time? I came home in a hurry today and didn't get a chance to show you my best friend's picture. She's really beautiful with a hot figure, and I'm sure she would satisfy you." Li Kai hugged Su Yu, pressing her warm body against himself. "Husband doesn't need any concubines. One of you is enough. You might be enough, but I can't handle it alone. If we marry another, it could help share the burden." Li Kai, hearing this, looked down at his size and said, "Indeed, it's not your fault, but would your best friend agree?" Chapter 46. Recruiting soldiers if she dares to disagree. "Then I will help my husband hold her down." Li Kai was momentarily at a loss, amused by his silly wife's naivety. "Never mind her for now. I will hold you down first." With that, Li Kai pressed Su Yu's head down. After a night of silence, Li Kai was called up early the next morning. Zhao Tianhu stood outside the door and said, "Big brother, you should come out and take a look. Many people have come to the village." Li Kai sat up in bed. "Many people? Are they here to cause trouble?" "No, many villagers have come. You'll know when you come out." Li Kai got dressed and followed Zhao Tianhu to the village entrance. Indeed, there were many villagers, at least 300 to 400. Most of them were men, young and old. When Di Gua saw Li Kai arrive, he breathed a sigh of relief and introduced, "You can tell our village soldier leader what you want to say." "This is our village soldier leader." Li Kai frowned at the large crowd and asked, "What does it mean to gather so many people here? Are you here to cause trouble?" Upon seeing Li Kai, the villagers became excited. "Village soldier leader Li, we are not here to cause trouble. We have come to join you. Yes, we heard that your team is not afraid of mountain bandits and can even kill them. Everyone has armor and weapons. The treatment is better than being a soldier, so we all want to join you. Let's be your soldiers too." The armor rate in the Heavenly Dynasty is very low. In the various dynasties of the Great Xia, the lowest armor rate was only 1 in 10, meaning that among 10 people, only 1 had armor. The highest was 7 in 10, meaning 7 out of 10 had armor. But in the Heavenly Dynasty, the armor rate is only 2 in 10. In other words, for every soldier, 8 are commoners and only 2 have armor. However, Li Kai's village soldier team had achieved a point where everyone had armor. Isn't this safer and more enjoyable than being a soldier? In this era, everyone seeks to eat a full meal, so the number of people choosing to become soldiers is countless. With money, food, and the chance to rise in rank and wealth, many choose to come to Li Kai. One reason is they see the possibility of getting armor, and the second is the low risk. Village soldiers do not need to go to the real battlefield. They just kill mountain bandits to protect the village's safety. To get a full meal, everyone flocked to Nyo village. Hearing this, Li Kai's eyes lit up. He was worried about how to expand his team, and unexpectedly, ready-made soldiers came to him. After considering, Li Kai said, "Due to my limited strength, I will only recruit 100 people. Anyone below 1 meter 75 will not be accepted. Anyone under 16 or over 30 will not be accepted. The disabled or those with hidden ailments will not be accepted. Lastly, those from Huxia village and Xinjia village will not be accepted. Li Kai's conditions immediately filtered out half of the 300 to 400 people present. An uproar of complaints arose. What? There's so many rules to be a village soldier? Yeah, not accepting those below 175? Where are there so many tall people these days? In this era, there are indeed not many men over 175. Because everyone struggles to eat, they naturally cannot grow too tall. People like Li Kai, who can reach 188, are rare exceptions with good genetics and family conditions. Stop. Let me finish. Being a village soldier under me means receiving military pay. 500 coins a month. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was stunned. Military pay. And such a high amount. Many thought being a village soldier would just mean getting food, but it turns out they would receive such high military pay. A regular soldier gets only 300 coins a month. Being a village soldier pays 500 coins. My goodness, that's so much military pay. It's even higher than regular soldiers. Is Nyo village really that wealthy? I want to join. I meet all the conditions. Pick me, pick me. Li Kai continued. And I guarantee everyone will have armor. Food will be provided. Full meals. With that, the scene became lively again. 500 coins for food. And it's guaranteed to be full meals. Such treatment is hard to find in the entire Great Heavenly Dynasty. Furthermore, if you die in battle, you will receive compensation. The compensation is 5 taels of silver for each person. Once Li Kai finished speaking, everyone was stunned again. If you die, there is still money. In the Great Heavenly Dynasty, if a soldier dies, he just dies, and even the military pay does not need to be given. Yet here, being a village soldier, there is compensation, and it's 5 taels of silver. That is a huge sum. It's money that a laborer would take 2 years to save up. My goodness, these conditions are too good. No wonder he has so many requirements. It's worth it. It seems I really came to the right place today. If I can become a village soldier in Nyo village, I will have a stable job. Everyone became excited. Li Kai calmly said, but my requirement is that you must be able to endure hardships and obey orders. If you want to be a village soldier here, line up to register, and I will accept those who meet the conditions on the spot. Digwa, bring the registration book. In this era, there are no computers for registration. All the information about how many soldiers there must be manually recorded. In no time, the 300 to 400 people began lining up to register. They didn't care if they met the requirements. They thought it was worth a try, just in case they got accepted. After an afternoon of screening and registration, Li Kai finally selected 100 village soldiers. The reason for only needing 100 people is that Li Kai currently only has the income from selling private salt. If there are too many people, he cannot afford to support them. The recruitment was completed, but Li Kai noticed that Digwa and the other 10 people were looking at him with resentment. Li Kai knew what they were thinking. They were village soldiers without military pay, and if they died, there would be no compensation. Li Kai smiled faintly and said, "Don't look at me like that. From now on, you are nominally village soldiers, but in reality, you are my private army. From now on, all of you will be promoted to sergeants. Each will manage 10 people. Moreover, each of you will receive a military pay of 1 tael of silver per month, and if you die, the compensation will be 10 taels." As soon as Li Kai finished speaking, Digwa and the others immediately erupted in excitement. My goodness, I didn't expect even I, Digwa, could become an officer. I can earn 1 tael of silver each month. Long live the village soldier leader. Seeing the excited faces of these people, Li Kai also smiled and shook his head. From now on, he finally has an army under his command, although it is not large. Only a little over 100 people. But Li Kai believes that under his scientific training, this army will definitely become an elite force. Even when facing enemies 10 times their number, they will not be afraid, and may even win. After settling the army, Uncle Fu ran up to Li Kai and said, "Young master, we have accumulated quite a bit of fine salt. When shall we send it to the county town?" Chapter 47 Private Soldiers. Li Kai said, "Don't rush. Let's wait until there are more to send together." Upon hearing this, Fu Bo got up and left. In the following 7 days, Li Kai focused on training the troops. Zhao Qianhu and the others were all first-time trainers, meaning they were also new soldiers themselves. Therefore, Li Kai had to teach them seriously, showing them how to be good instructors. During these 7 days, all the new soldiers diligently learned the Mong Fu sword technique and the Black Dragon 18 hands. Additionally, the 100 sets of armor from the blacksmith were completed as promised. When all 110 men were dressed in black armor, holding steel swords, Li Kai realized he had formed a private army. During these 7 days, apart from training, Li Kai also kept himself busy. He consumed a large amount of high-protein food daily and engaged in intense workouts, burning off calories. However, as his weight increased, his progress slowed down. Over the course of these 7 days, Li Kai's weight only increased by 5 pounds, bringing him to a total of 230 pounds. From now on, his weight gain would slow down even more. But this did not mean that Li Kai's progress was slow. On the contrary, his improvements would accelerate. With the assistance of that energy, Li Kai could break through the limits of his body. He could compress his muscles infinitely, increasing the density of his bones. Although his weight gain was slow, each increment represented a breakthrough in his physical limits. At this moment, Li Kai was as strong as an ox. Even a punch against a stone could create a crack. However, after 7 days of training and consumption, Li Kai's food supplies had been completely depleted. The grain confiscated from Qingfeng village had been entirely consumed by his army of over 100 men. If they had eaten sparingly, the supplies could have lasted a month. But when Li Kai recruited them, he promised them plenty of food, so the consumption was staggering. However, the improvement was noticeable. These previously malnourished and somewhat weak soldiers had significantly strengthened recently. One day, upon waking up, Li Kai stated, "It's time to head to the county town." The purpose of this trip to the county town was twofold. First, to make money. Second, to find a carpenter. Li Kai's army had armor and large knives for everyone, but no bows and arrows. He didn't care for ordinary bows and arrows. He had designed plans for a compound bow, but making it required a carpenter. However, carpenters were highly sought after in this era, and ordinary people couldn't hire them. Therefore, he had to trouble the Gu family for assistance in finding one. At this time, the 10 carriages gifted to Li Kai by Gu Ling'er came in handy. Each carriage was filled with fine salt, totaling 10 carriages. Each carriage held 300 pounds of fine salt, amounting to 3,000 pounds. Based on the exchange rate of 1 pound of fine salt for 1 tael of silver, that equated to 3,000 taels of silver. The production cost for this fine salt was less than 200 taels of silver. This was a huge profit. The fine salt invented by Li Kai sold very well in Qingshan County. Gu Ling'er, using her connections and means, opened up the market in Qingshan County and made a substantial profit. Moreover, Gu Ling'er also sold the fine salt to counties outside of Qingshan County. For every pound of fine salt, Li Kai charged Gu Ling'er 1 tael of silver, and she sold it for 3 taels, making an even larger profit than Li Kai. However, Li Kai was not envious. After all, she had the channels, and the 2 taels of silver were her rightful earnings. On this trip, Li Kai did not bring his private army. He only took Wang Xiaodian and Wang Dali, along with 7 villagers to help drive the carriages. Upon reaching the county town gate, they displayed the Gu family token, and the officials did not make things difficult, allowing them to pass. However, one of the officials, upon recognizing Li Kai, quickly ran away. Soon after, Li Kai arrived at the Gu residence to begin unloading and weighing the salt. There, he also saw Gu Ling, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Oh, young Master Li, long time no see. Have you missed me?" Gu Ling'er approached Li Kai with light steps, gracefully walking towards him. She wore a scarlet gauze dress, the thin fabric perfectly outlining her graceful figure. With every movement, the gauze dress fluttered in the wind, revealing glimpses of her snowy skin, exuding a captivating sensuality. "Ahem!" Li Kai awkwardly coughed twice and said, "Miss Gu, please don't joke around. I'm just a rough and uncouth warrior, not worthy of your attention. Is it that you dare not, or that you do not want to? Am I not attractive enough?" Gu Ling'er teased, her voice soft and sweet, with a playful tone. As she spoke, she intentionally leaned closer to Li Kai, a faint scent wafting from her, causing his heart to flutter. Her gaze fixed on Li Kai, seeming to see through him, her alluring demeanor almost overflowing. For some reason, Gu Ling'er had become bolder. Every time they met, she seemed to be teasing him. If it weren't for Li Kai's strong resolve, he might have fallen for her charm. His mother once said that the prettier the woman, the more deceitful she can be. One must have self-awareness. Li Kai knew he was just an ordinary villager. Even if he could produce salt, at most he could only be considered a merchant. But this Miss Gu not only lived in a grand mansion, surrounded by hundreds of guards, but she also had a good father. She was beautiful, so how could someone like her possibly be interested in him? Therefore, she was merely teasing him or looking to gain something from him. In either case, Li Kai cannot be fooled. There are 3,000 pounds of fine salt. Miss Gu, let us settle the bill. Li Kai changed the subject. Seeing Li Kai not engaging, Gu Linger rolled her eyes at him. How boring. Just give him the money. After saying that, one of Gu Linger's guards immediately brought over a large chest. Inside the chest was filled to the brim with silver. There were a full 300 ingots. 1 ingot of silver was 10 taels. 10 ingots made 100 taels. 100 ingots made 1,000 taels, and 300 ingots totaled 3,000 taels. Money is great. The moment Li Kai saw the money, his eyes lit up. Thank you. Li Kai carried the chest to the carriage and wanted to leave, now wanting nothing more than to distance himself from this alluring woman. However, at that moment, Gu Linger's teasing voice came from behind. Didn't you ask me to help you find a carpenter? You were just going to leave without even asking? It seems this carpenter isn't important to you. Someone, drive those carpenters away. Hearing this, Li Kai's eyes brightened, and he quickly turned back. You found a carpenter? Chapter 48. The carpenter Gu Linger lazily said, finding a carpenter is hard for you, but for me, it's just a matter of a word. Li Kai's army is strong in close combat, but weak in long-range attacks. Li Kai had drawn the blueprints for a composite bow himself, but had been struggling to find a carpenter to make it. So during the last visit, he had entrusted Gu Linger to help find a few carpenters. Unexpectedly, she found them so quickly. At that moment, Gu Linger's eyes were fixed on Li Kai's sturdy chest. Li Kai gritted his teeth and said, how about I offer myself in return? Huh, you think too highly of yourself. Gu Linger rolled her eyes at Li Kai and then smiled seductively. I'm afraid you have the intention but lack the courage. Upon hearing this, Li Kai's face turned red. He indeed had the intention but lacked the courage. I don't like owing others favors. I'll consider the carpenters as bought. I'll pay whatever it costs. Gu Linger smiled playfully. Really? Then it's 100 taels each. Although it was a bit expensive, it was still acceptable. 100 taels of silver? Fine. I'll take them all. No, I think you misunderstood. I meant 100 taels of gold each. Li Kai's eyes widened immediately. 100 taels of gold? That's 8,000 taels of silver. That's an outrageous price. With Li Kai's 3,000 taels of silver, he could only buy 3. Too expensive. What's wrong? Do you think the price is high? Then you can find him yourself. But I'm afraid you won't be able to. Li Kai fell silent. He really had no channels to hire carpenters right now. Gu Linger, seeing she had Li Kai under her thumb, felt quite pleased. Actually, I can give you the carpenters for free. However, I have one condition. What condition? Come into the house with me, and you'll know soon. After saying this, Gu Linger smiled enticingly and turned to walk into the room. Li Kai, feeling a bit dazed, followed her inside. Soon, he found himself in Gu Linger's boudoir. As soon as he entered, he caught a whiff of a milky fragrance. It was Gu Linger's body scent. Gu Linger's room was decorated warmly, filled with purple everywhere, and all the bedding was made of fine silk, with high-quality sandalwood incense burning in the incense burner. I'm a bit nervous about doing this for the first time. At this moment, Gu Linger had her back to Li Kai and seemed a bit shy. Li Kai's heart skipped a beat. She wouldn't really want me to offer myself, would she? Although Gu Linger was very beautiful and had a great figure. Looking at her enchanting curves, Li Kai almost lost control. Cough for the first time? You were just giving it to me, so casually? Li Kai scratched his head and asked, what? You're not willing? Gu Linger turned to look at Li Kai, her eyes filled with laughter. Li Kai felt a surge of excitement. Not only would he get carpenters, but he would also get to sleep with her. If you're willing, what do I have to be unwilling about? Li Kai answered honestly. That's good, but you must be a novice at this, right? You probably have no experience. But I'll give you time. We can take it slow, Gu Linger said. Li Kai was startled by Gu Linger's bold statement. I always thought ancient women were very conservative, but I didn't expect you to be so open. Doing this for the first time will be painful. You don't fear that? Gu Linger blinked her innocent big eyes at Li Kai. What should I be afraid of? Shouldn't you be the one afraid? Li Kai immediately gasped. From Gu Linger's tone, it seemed she was quite confident in her abilities. It looked like this would be a tough battle. Huh, if you're not afraid. What do I have to fear as a big man? Just watch how I conquer you with a single move. Gu Linger covered her mouth and chuckled. Then I'll wait. You sit on the bed first. I'll go get something. After saying this, Gu Linger left the room. Once she was gone, excited Li Kai almost jumped up. Just thinking about having that kind of relationship with Gu Linger made him thrilled. Li Kai quickly stripped off all his clothes and dove into Gu Linger's bed. So fragrant. The bed was filled with Gu Linger's body scent. Soon after, Gu Linger returned, holding a rolled-up painting. When she saw Li Kai nestled in her bed, she was taken aback. What are you doing? Li Kai responded nonchalantly. Every time I do this, I like to warm up first. Gu Linger looked confused, her big eyes blinking. But I didn't say you should do it now. Get up. Not doing it now? Then when are we doing it? Li Kai scratched his head awkwardly. How about you go out first? What'll I go out for? You just need to get up. Gu Linger looked puzzled and confused. Seeing that Gu Linger was so open, Li Kai had nothing else to say, so he lifted the blanket and stood up. This time, it was Gu Linger's turn to be stunned. She never expected Li Kai would be completely naked. Lying in her bed, at that moment, Li Kai's strong muscles were displayed in front of Gu Ling. Every part of them was toned, showcasing the strength of a man. After a moment of shock, Gu Linger let out a scream. What are you doing? Gu Linger's scream immediately attracted the guards of the Gu residence, with dozens of footsteps sounding outside the door. Miss, are you in danger? Gu Linger covered her flushed face and quickly said, It's nothing. Just encounter a cockroach. No need to come in. If those guards saw a naked man in her room, her reputation would be ruined. Li Kai felt uncomfortable under Gu Linger's intense gaze. What are you doing? Didn't you say we would do this together? Li Kai asked with confusion. Gu Linger angrily threw the painting she was holding at Li Kai's chest. Who said I wanted to do that with you? I meant for you to help me kill someone. Kill someone? Li Kai opened the painting, revealing a scruffy barbarian who was clearly not from the Great Tian Dynasty. After all that talking, it turned out Li Kai had misinterpreted Gu Linger's meaning. She wanted him to help her kill someone. Instantly, Li Kai's face turned red, and he hurriedly picked up his clothes to put them on. Sorry, I misunderstood. You wanted to kill? All right, I'll go kill after I finish eating. As Li Kai fumbled to get dressed, he walked toward the exit. Gu Linger couldn't help but laugh at Li Kai's comical scene. But don't be disappointed. If you perform well, the things you want to do in the future, we might be able to do them together. The person in the painting is a barbarian with a high status in the barbarian army. I'm not asking you to kill him right now, but when you become stronger in the future, help me kill him. Chapter 49. Caught red-handed, the barbarians are neighbors of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, living to the north of it as a nomadic people. The barbarian tribes excel in horseback riding and archery, and each of them is brave and strong. However, due to the limited arable land available to them, they primarily rely on pastoralism for survival, which leads to a lack of food and essential living supplies like iron. What to do in the absence of these things? Of course, they resort to stealing. As neighbors, the Great Heavenly Dynasty becomes the target of the barbarians' plundering. Essentially, the barbarians raid about 10 times a year, each time stealing a large amount of supplies and abducting many women from the Great Heavenly Dynasty, while also killing many people. To resist the invasions of the barbarians, the Great Heavenly Dynasty even built the Great Wall along its borders. However, this only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, as the barbarians still manage to circumvent or breach the wall to raid the Great Heavenly Dynasty. The current decline of the Great Heavenly Dynasty is largely related to the invasions by the barbarians. Do you have a grudge against these barbarians? Li Kai glanced at the portrait and asked. Gu Linger nodded slightly. Yes, there's a deep-seated hatred. What's wrong? Are you scared? Hearing this, Li Kai sneered dismissively. There's nothing in this world that I fear. The barbarians are indeed lifelong enemies of our great heavenly people. Killing them is merely a matter of convenience. Looking at the imposing Li Kai before her, Gu Linger was momentarily stunned. Due to the strength of the barbarians, many people from the Great Heavenly Dynasty are now terrified at the mention of them, not to mention going to fight the barbarians. Even seeing them would make people turn and run. But to Li Kai, those barbarians seemed like mere ants. All right, you said it. If you really help me kill him, then I will agree to do that with you. Cough, cough. Seeing the shy Gu Linger before him, Li Kai couldn't help but cough awkwardly. It was embarrassing. Things had been too awkward just now. Now, Li Kai just wanted to escape this place of trouble. 10 carpenters are already waiting outside for you. You can leave any time. Farewell. After Gu Linger spoke, Li Kai cupped his fists and was about to walk outside. Upon arriving in the courtyard, the 10 carpenters were indeed waiting for him, and Li Kai was quite pleased. He called Wang Dali and Wang Xiaodian and prepared to leave the Gu residence. However, just as he stepped out of the Gu residence's gate, there was a loud clatter. 2 gleaming long knives were drawn and pressed against Li Kai's neck. Not only that, but a dozen constables armed with long knives rushed out from both sides of the wall, surrounding Li Kai and the others tightly. With a swish, a folding fan opened, and Zhu Ming, dressed in white, stepped down from a horse-drawn carriage. He wore a cold smile and looked at Li Kai with a face full of resentment. A few days ago, Li Kai had made him the laughingstock of the entire Qin County. Gu Linger had intentionally spread the news of the bet between Li Kai and Zhu Ming, and Li Kai's poeman Jiang Hong had successfully topped the poetry tower. Everyone knew that Zhu Ming had lost, with the consequence of running naked. But who was Zhu Ming? He was the son of the county magistrate. How could he possibly run naked? But if he didn't run naked, he would earn the title of being untrustworthy. Last time, Li Kai not only injured him, but also made him lose face. How could Zhu Ming not take revenge? So, upon hearing that Li Kai had entered Qin County, he immediately rushed over with his men. Well, Li Kai, you dare to smuggle private salt. That's a crime that could cost you your head, Zhu Ming said, holding a bag of private salt, smiling as he walked towards Li Kai. Li Kai showed no fear and asked, "What private salt? I don't know what you're talking about." Still pretending, huh? When you passed through the city gate, my men secretly took a bag of private salt from your carriage. Do you dare to argue now? Zhu Ming said, opening the bag, and fine white salt spilled out. Now you are caught red-handed. What else do you have to say? Zhu Ming wore a cold smile, reveling in Li Kai's predicament. In truth, Zhu Ming knew who was selling this private salt and who was supplying it. However, he couldn't afford to offend Gu Linger, so he could only target Li Kai directly. With Gu Linger protecting him, Zhu Ming didn't dare to kill Li Kai, but he could still take him back to the county office to torture him. At that moment, Gu Linger strode out from the Gu residence with her guards. Young Master Zhu, you are capturing people right at my Gu residence's door. You really don't take me, Gu Linger, seriously? Upon seeing Gu Ling, Zhu Ming slightly cupped his fists and said, Miss Gu, I'm just doing my duty. This Li Kai is caught red-handed smuggling private salt. Are you really going to obstruct the county office from doing its job? You, Gu Linger was instantly speechless. With so many people watching, she couldn't use her power to intimidate him. She whispered in Li Kai's ear, you go back with him for now. At most, you'll suffer a bit. I will find a way to get you out. Right now, Li Kai was her money tree, and Gu Linger would not easily give him up. Zhu Ming looked at Li Kai with a sense of pride. Shall we? Li Kai sneered and said, Zhu Dasha, last time you and I bet on whether my man Jiang Hong could top the poetry tower, and it seems I won, right? Why haven't you fulfilled the bet? Seeing Li Kai still daring to bring up that bet, Zhu Ming's face turned red with embarrassment. That was just a joke. It doesn't count. Doesn't count? Oh, so what the county office says is just a joke, and it doesn't count. Then the county office holds no credibility in my eyes, especially since even the son of the county magistrate goes back on his word. I have no respect for such a county office. You, smooth talker. Zhu Ming was furious, pointing at Li Kai. If you don't come with me, it's an arrest. I have the right to kill you right now. Li Kai looked disdainful. Just with your little cronies? Bullying the common people is fine, but killing me? You're not qualified. Hearing this, Gu Linger also stepped back with her people, looking at Zhu Ming with intrigue. Zhu Dasha, I advise you to withdraw. I believe you saw his skills last time. Last time, Zhu Ming hadn't brought so many people, which was why Li Kai had managed to prevail. But this time, he had 18 constables behind him, all armed with knives. He didn't believe that he couldn't take down a mere Li Kai this time. What a joke. You think you can contend with my 18 constables? If I can't capture you today, I will write Zhu backwards. Charge. Li Kai's mouth curled into a cold smile, showing no fear in the face of the 18 constables charging at him like wolves and tigers. He was tall and robust, standing at 6 feet 2 inches and weighing 230 pounds, resembling a towering mountain. Just standing there exuded a tremendous sense of pressure. He took a deep breath, and his muscular arms bulged like coiling dragons. The first constable rushed forward, raising his knife to strike down fiercely. Li Kai did not dodge or evade. He shouted loudly and suddenly extended his right hand, directly grabbing the sharp blade with his bare hand. Chapter 50. Forced to run naked, the constable swung his knife with all his might, only to find that the blade was as if caught in an iron clamp, not moving an inch, while Li Kai's palm bore not a single scratch. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Kai pulled, causing the constable to lose his balance and lunge towards him. Li Kai raised his left hand and threw a heavy punch, striking the constable squarely in the face. The punch was powerful and heavy, and the constable flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. And he fainted on the spot. Seeing this, the other constables attacked even more fiercely, surrounding Li Kai from all directions. Li Kai showed no fear. He turned his body like a raging bull and charged into the crowd. With each punch he threw, it carried an immense force, landing on the constables and producing dull thuds. One constable attempted to sneak up from behind, but Li Kai sensed it and turned around, delivering a kick that sent the constable flying several meters, crashing against a nearby wall, which shook from the impact. After that, he grabbed the collars of two constables, lifted them high, and then flung them away like cannonballs, knocking down a whole group of their companions. In just a few minutes, all 18 constables lay on the ground, groaning in pain, while Li Kai merely panted lightly and dusted off his clothes. Zhu Ming watched in shock from his side. He never expected Li Kai to be so fierce, with 18 armed constables having no power to fight back in front of him. Behint gu lingya, Zhou Bo narrowed his eyes, gasping in disbelief. Just not long ago, he had fought with Li Kai. Although Li Kai had the upper hand then, it had been a narrow victory. But now Li Kai seemed stronger than before, and quite a bit stronger at that. If he were to fight Li Kai again now, his chances of winning might not even be 2 out of 10. This man is incredibly fierce. Gu Linger looked at the imposing and domineering Li Kai before her, feeling a small shock in her heart. Her father had countless fierce generals under his command, but none of them were as fierce as Li Kai. If such a fierce general were to join her father's ranks, wouldn't he be invincible on the battlefield? At this moment, Zhu Ming was dumbfounded. Dozens of constables wielding knives appeared like a group of 3-year-old children in front of Li Kai. They had no resistance and were all taken down in one move. Is this still human? Li Kai looked at Zhu Ming with a playful expression and said, "Is this the kind of useless bunch you have in your county office? No wonder you can't catch bad guys or eliminate mountain bandits. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings." Zhu Ming was terrified as Li Kai approached him. He trembled, saying, "Don't come any closer. I'm the son of the county magistrate. If you touch me, my father won't let you off." "Oh, really? Then I want to see how he won't let me off." With that, Li Kai slapped Zhu Ming hard across the face. Smack! The tremendous force spun Zhu Ming around on the spot, leaving a bright red handprint on his face. Zhu Ming covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. When he saw the mocking look in Gu Linger's eyes, he became even more furious and ashamed. "You dare hit me? I'll fight you," Zhu Ming shouted, charging forward. But having long been depleted by alcohol and indulgence, he was no match for Li Kai. Li Kai delivered a kick to Zhu Ming's abdomen, sending him flying. Zhu Ming rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach, looking utterly pathetic. Many people were drawn to the commotion, watching from a distance. Isn't that Zhu Ming, the son of the county magistrate? Someone actually dared to hit him? Who is that person? I don't know, but it feels good to see. Zhu Ming, that bastard, has been bullying others with his father's power, abducting pretty girls at will. Finally, someone is here to teach him a lesson. That's right, this is satisfying. Zhu Ming, seeing Li Kai approach, finally felt fear. Brother, stop hitting. I'll give you money, just let me go." Li Kai spat a mouthful of saliva directly onto Zhu Ming's face. "Who the hell wants your filthy money? But what you owe me must be paid back." "Dolly," shouted he on. "Come here. Strip him of his clothes, tie him to the back of the cart, and let him run around the county." Hearing that he would be forced to run naked, Zhu Ming immediately panicked. His face turned pale with fear as he trembled, pleading, "Li Kai, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I promise I won't dare again." Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Li Kai ignored him, his gaze as cold as frost, urging Wang Dali and Wang Xiaotian, Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Wang Dali and Wang Xiaotian exchanged glances, quickly stepping forward, each grabbing one of Zhu Ming's arms and pinning him to the ground despite his desperate struggles. Zhu Ming cursed and fought back, but against their great strength, all resistance was in vain. They swiftly untied Zhu Ming's clothing, stripping him layer by layer, exposing his thin and pale body to the crowd. Next, they found ropes and securely tied Zhu Ming to the back of the cart. At this moment, Zhu Ming felt utterly humiliated, both ashamed and furious. But there was nothing he could do. Li Kai jumped onto the cart, flicked the reins, and the cart slowly started moving. Zhu Ming, pulled by the ropes, had no choice but to run alongside the cart, his feet stumbling on the ground, occasionally falling, only to be yanked up harshly by the ropes, looking extremely miserable. The cart moved slowly down the main street of the county, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around, pointing and laughing at Zhu Ming. Some even cheered loudly, expressing their long-held grievances against him. Zhu Ming's face turned bright red with shame. He wished he could find a hole to hide in, but Li Kai showed no signs of stopping, driving the cart in circles around the county, turning Zhu Ming into a complete laughingstock. At this moment, Gu Ling'er frowned at Zhu Ming, who was running naked in front of her. "It's a good thing I didn't marry him." "Miss," Zhou Bo reminded from behind, "isn't what Li Kai is doing a bit too much? If the county magistrate pursues this, it won't be easy to explain." Upon hearing this, Gu Ling'er laughed. "The county magistrate? Huh, there was a bet made first. Even if he is the magistrate, he has no grounds. What about the private salt issue?" Zhou Bo frowned and asked, "What about private salt? The county magistrate also benefits from it. Does he dare to break the jar and let the water out?" Gu Ling'er still looked disdainful. "There's nothing more to see. Let's go back." With Gu Ling'er's turn, the door of the Gu residence closed behind her. After Li Kai had his fun, he let Zhu Ming go. Zhu Ming, embarrassed and covering himself, ran back to the county office. Meanwhile, Li Kai, taking advantage of the fact that the county guards hadn't arrived yet, bought some grain and essential supplies before hastily leaving the county. With 3,000 taels of silver, he spent 500 taels on grain, leaving him with 2,500 taels. The grain Li Kai bought was not for himself, but for his soldiers, so it was all coarse grain. He couldn't afford fine grain. His subordinates were not picky. In these times, being able to eat their fill was enough, regardless of whether it was coarse or fine grain. Upon returning to Nyo village, Li Kai began crafting compound bows. Chapter 51. Making a compound bow. The bows and arrows of this era are quite simple, mainly consisting of a bowstring and a bow body. A light pull bends both ends of the bow, thereby storing energy. The downside of this type of bow is quite evident. The farther it is drawn, the more effort is required. Once fully drawn, fatigue causes a decrease in aiming accuracy. After several pulls, physical strength is depleted. The creation of the compound bow involves adding pulleys to both ends of the bow body, making it less labor-intensive. This is the first generation of compound bows. However, although adding pulleys reduces effort, the distance exerted on the object is longer and the applied pressure remains unchanged. While it saves energy, the distance required to draw the bow is greater. To compensate for this, half-circular cams are used, controlling the cable and bowstring with different half-circular profiles at both ends. When drawing the bow, the outer wheel drives the rotation, while the inner wheel controls the length of the bowstring. This applies the principle of leverage to the draw force curve, giving the compound bow different mechanical characteristics. When the bowstring is drawn to more than 80% of its maximum, it becomes a point of effort reduction, significantly lowering the draw force. In contrast to ordinary bows that require constant draw force, the compound bow greatly reduces it, allowing even a child to easily draw the bow fully. This is the principle of the second-generation compound bow. At that time, Li Kai took out the blueprints and began to draw. 5 hours later, he finally completed the blueprints for the compound bow. He called over the 10 carpenters and personally handed the blueprints to them. The leader of the carpenters, Zhang Aimin, was a master carpenter with over 30 years of experience, specializing in making bows and arrows. Upon seeing the blueprints, Zhang Aimin did not understand why Li Kai wanted to create such an oddly shaped bow. However, since Li Kai was the boss and the boss had spoken, Zhang Aimin could only follow his instructions. About 3 hours later, The first compound bow was successfully made. Li Kai tried it out, but found a few minor flaws. So he had Zhang Aimin take his team to correct them. Soon after, a true compound bow appeared in Li Kai's hands. Looking at the compound bow in Li Kai's hands, Zhang Aimin asked, "Boss, why did you want to create such an oddly shaped bow? It takes time and effort to make, and it's much heavier than ordinary bows. Logically, a compound bow should be much lighter than an ordinary bow. However, due to the lack of materials with high strength and low weight in this era, heavier iron and wood were used instead. You can give this bow a try," Li Kai said with a slight smile. Zhang Aimin scratched his head, "But I don't know how to shoot." "It's okay, just give it a try." Zhang Aimin, confused yet intrigued, picked up the compound bow. He gently pulled it, and the half-circular cams on both sides lifted the bowstring. Without much effort, he fully drew the bow. As he released it, whoosh, an arrow shot out directly, hitting a tree several meters away, piercing several centimeters into the wood. "This bow is surprisingly easy to use?" Zhang Aimin was astonished. A person who had never drawn a bow before was able to pull it fully with ease. Li Kai smiled slightly. "Now do you understand why I wanted to create this bow?" Zhang Aimin looked at him with admiration. Anyone who could invent such a bow and arrow in the Great Heavenly Dynasty was undoubtedly a genius. Being associated with such a person would surely lead to a bright future. "Master Zhang, I now need each of my soldiers to be equipped with a compound bow. How long will it take?" Zhang Aimin thought for a moment and said, "With the experience from making the first bow, the subsequent bows will be much faster. If our 10 people work overtime, we can make 111 bows in, at most, 3 days. Li Kai nodded. "Good, then I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I need every one of my soldiers to be equipped with a compound bow." At this moment, in Qingfeng's stronghold, the leader Zhao Qingfeng wore a worried expression. Recently, 2 of his brothers had gone down the mountain, only to be killed at the foot of the mountain. The third brother, along with 20 to 30 men, was completely wiped out. The second brother had taken away nearly half of the stronghold's troops, but not a single person returned. The captured bandits were executed in front of the villages, causing Zhao Qingfeng to refrain from leading his men down the mountain to rob. However, there were still 200 people in the stronghold waiting for food, and not going down the mountain was also not a solution. Where did those local soldiers from Yo village come from? It's truly puzzling. I've never heard of local soldiers being so formidable before. Zhao Qingfeng picked up a wine bowl and drank deeply, then slammed it onto the table. Now that both the second and third brothers had died at the hands of those local soldiers from Yo village, they had seized dozens of horses. Half of his brothers were also dead. Being a bandit is truly frustrating, Zhao Qingfeng lamented. Hearing this, a person behind Zhao Qingfeng smiled slightly and stepped forward. "Leader, there's no need to panic." This person was Zhao Qingfeng's military advisor, holding a very high position in Qingfeng's stronghold, second only to the 3 leaders. His name was Li Ruiming, the military advisor of the entire Qingfeng stronghold. "Since we can't take them down, let the officials take care of them. I've heard that the local soldiers in Yo village are all in armor and wielding sharp blades. Their equipment is even better than regular troops. Don't forget, our Qingfeng stronghold pays nearly 1,000 taels of silver to the government every month. If we cannot go down the mountain, the first ones to be anxious are not us, but the officials. Let someone notify the county magistrate to frame those local soldiers from Yo village with charges of rebellion and have them arrested and executed. After that, the nearby villages will still belong to our Qingfeng stronghold." Zhao Qingfeng, upon hearing this, seemed to ponder. Ruiming makes a good point. "In that case, I will write a letter immediately and send it to the government, asking them to dispatch troops to eradicate those local soldiers." 3 days later, Li Kai quietly assembled his army. Before him, 110 soldiers stood in neat rows. They were all uniformly dressed in black armor, holding new steel knives, standing silently with a fierce aura. Li Kai was very satisfied and said calmly, "I believe that during this time, you have practiced the Black Dragon 18 styles and the Reckless Blade technique quite well. Now it's time to test you. Tonight, we will go in a battle to eliminate all the bandits in Qingfeng's stronghold. Are you confident?" As soon as he finished speaking, the hundreds of local soldiers exchanged shocked glances. They never expected that their first battle would be to eliminate the bandits from Qingfeng's stronghold. Was Qing Feng's stronghold so easy to attack? If it were that easy, the officials would have already wiped it out. At this moment, a local soldier raised his hand and said, "Captain, Qing Feng's stronghold is easy to defend, but hard to attack. If we attack from below, we are at a disadvantage. Without 2,000 to 3,000 troops, we're afraid we won't be able to take it down." Li Kai nodded slightly. He certainly knew that Qing Feng's stronghold was easy to defend, but hard to attack. Although the bandits colluded with the county magistrate, if there were no other options, the magistrate would also want to remove this thorn in his side. However, because Qing Feng's stronghold was too difficult to conquer, 300 to 400 people could easily hold it, and without 3,000 to 4,000 troops, it was simply impossible to take it down. The county magistrate simply did not have that many troops, and even if he did, he would not be willing to spend so much effort to take down a mere stronghold. Chapter 52, Persuasion to Surrender. I know, but since I want to fight, I must have full confidence. Then Li Kai snapped his fingers. Soon, Uncle Fu and his 2 sons brought a horse-drawn cart in front of all the local soldiers. Over 100 local soldiers curiously stared at the strange objects in the cart. Li Kai took a compound, bowed down from the cart, and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Digwa scratched his head and said, "It looks like a bow and arrow, but maybe not." Li Kai replied calmly, "This is a bow I invented called a compound bow. I ask you, who among you can use a bow? How far can you shoot?" In this era, those who had never used a bow could only shoot about 20 or 30 steps. Experienced archers could shoot between 50 to 80 steps. Those who could shoot over 100 steps were considered sharpshooters, and those who could shoot over 200 steps were extremely rare. Digwa said, "I can't use a bow. I can shoot at most 30 steps." Li Kai casually handed the compound bow to Digwa and said, "Now aim at that tree in front of you and shoot." Hearing this, Digwa widened his eyes. "That tree? The distance from here to there is at least 100 steps. I can't hit it. I told you to shoot, so shoot." Li Kai said, visibly displeased. Digwa's body tensed, and he quickly drew the bow to shoot. As he pulled the bowstring, Digwa instantly noticed something was off. Why was it so effortless? He had used regular bows before, and it took immense strength to draw them fully, and they shook a lot, making it impossible to aim. But this bow was easy to draw and didn't shake at all. Releasing the bowstring, whoosh, the arrow shot directly into the tree 100 steps away. A perfect hit. Wow, this bow is so effortless. I've never used a bow before, yet I can accurately hit a tree 100 steps away. Digwa was astonished. Hearing this, the others gathered around curiously to check out the compound bow invented by Li Kai. Li Kai calmly said, "This bow is called a compound bow, and it is extremely effortless. With it, each of you can become a sharpshooter. With this, can we not take down a small bandit stronghold, like King Feng's High? Now tell me loudly, do you have confidence?" At that moment, over 100 local soldiers did not hesitate and shouted in unison, "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone was extremely excited. They had been oppressed by these mountain bandits for so many years. Normally, they didn't dare to retaliate or even curse back. Now, they finally had a chance for revenge. Originally, they became local soldiers just to earn a meal. But now, Li Kai had given them an opportunity to eradicate the bandits. If they really wiped out the mountain bandits, they could return home and boast about being people who accomplished great things. Li Kai was very satisfied with the morale of his troops and nodded. "Everyone, take a compound bow each, practice in place for an hour, then we'll set off." The 100-strong troop moved under the night sky. After 2 hours of marching up the mountain, they finally approached King Feng's High. The reason King Feng's High was easy to defend but hard to attack was that the village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, making it very difficult to climb. With only one entrance at the front, and they had to enter from below, it was easy for 300 or 400 people to defend this single entrance, especially since the main gate of King Feng's High was built very high, made of green stones. Moreover, there were 4 watchtowers on either side of the gate, with 4 archers taking turns on guard duty. However, the people inside King Feng's High were bandits. As bandits, their discipline was poor, and they naturally didn't pay attention to guarding. There were only 4 people standing guard at the entire gate. At that moment, these 4 were dozing off with knives in hand, completely unaware that an army had sneaked up to the base of the gate. It was no wonder they were careless. After being bandits for so many years, almost no one dared to target King Feng's High. Everyone knew it was easy to defend but hard to attack. Who would invest in tackling such a tough nut? But Li Kai would. At this moment, with a gesture, everyone crouched down. Zhao Tianhu asked nearby, "Big brother, are we going to ambush?" Li Kai shook his head and said, "Ambush? We have absolute strength to crush them. Why ambush? Digua, go up and persuade them to surrender." Digua was taken aback, then excitedly nodded. "All right, boss." Then, over 100 people lit their torches. Digua, holding a large metal loudspeaker, walked to the gate. "Listen up, bandits inside. This is the local soldiers from Yo village. You're surrounded by us. Quickly open the gate and surrender." Digua's shout instantly woke the 4 sleeping mountain bandits. The bandits looked outside the gate and were immediately startled. There were torches everywhere. Moreover, these people were all wearing black armor and holding long knives. This was a regular army attacking us. "Quick, report to the chief. The government troops are here to encircle us." Suddenly, the entire stronghold became lively. The bandits hurriedly got up, quickly putting on their clothes and grabbing their weapons before rushing out. Zhao Qingfeng and his strategist, Li Weiming, naturally could not sleep either. They got up and ran to the gate. "What is going on?" Zhao Qingfeng frowned and asked. The bandit pointed at the local soldiers below and said, "Chief, they say they are local soldiers from Yo village and are here to persuade us to surrender." Zhao Qingfeng was taken aback for a moment, then laughed in anger. "Damn it, what a disgrace. A mere local soldier from Yo village dares to shout outside our King Feng's gate? Listen well, you little brats outside. I am Zhao Qingfeng, the chief of King Feng's. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, I will definitely storm in Yo village and kick your heads off to use as balls." Digua heard this and immediately started cursing. "Zhao Qingfeng, what are you bragging about? Why wait until later? We are right here waiting for you. If you have the guts, come out and fight." Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng burst into laughter. You have armor, but I'm not stupid enough to engage in close combat with you. But you seem to be not very wise. You come to my doorstep in the middle of the night. If you had sneaked in under the cover of night when we were unprepared, you might have succeeded. But you insist on shouting outside. Now we are prepared. Do you think you can attack this stronghold? My stronghold, even if 3,000 or 4,000 regular troops came. They couldn't take it down, let alone your mere 100 or so people. A bunch of idiots. Just as Digua was about to curse, Li Kai snatched the metal loudspeaker from his hand. Li Kai coldly said, "Zhao Qingfeng, is it? Sorry, but it doesn't take a sneak attack to take down such a tiny place. The reason I sent someone to persuade you to surrender is to give you a chance to live. Now, those who come out to surrender, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can promise to spare your lives. But if you wait for me to storm in, then I'm sorry. I will slaughter the entire stronghold." Zhao Qingfeng grinned. "Who can't brag? Just with your 100 or so people, you think you can attack my stronghold? My stronghold has bows and arrows. There are rolling stones, even excrement and urine. If you don't believe it, come and try to attack." Chapter 53. Breaking the mountain stronghold. Zhao Qingfeng was extremely confident in his mountain stronghold. With preparations made, even 3,000 to 4,000 regular troops would find it extremely difficult to conquer, unless the enemy had siege engines like catapults. But catapults were exceedingly advanced strategic weapons in this era, generally only used against barbarian forces on large battlefields, and there were not many in the entire Great Heavenly Dynasty. How could they possibly appear in a remote county town? This was the fundamental reason Zhao Qingfeng felt fearless. Li Kai's insistence on having Zhao Qingfeng and others be on guard was not due to arrogance. It was intentional. If people did not gather together, wouldn't it be a waste of the composite bow's lethality? The denser the crowd, the more excited Li Kai became. This was a great opportunity for these new recruits to experience real combat. "This was what you said. When the city falls, don't blame me," Li Kai said coldly. Zhao Qingfeng laughed dismissively. "Ha. Are you not afraid of breaking your teeth with such big talk? If you have the ability, come on in." Upon hearing this, Li Kai waved his hand, and a soldier immediately handed him a composite bow. Li Kai drew the bow and aimed directly at a bandit on the stronghold. Seeing this, Zhao Qingfeng scoffed. "This guy thinks he can shoot with a bow? He is at least 100 paces away. Archers who can shoot 100 paces are few and far between. Is he dreaming? Just as his words fell, an arrow flew directly toward the stronghold. With a loud thud, the arrow struck a bandit's head directly. The arrow pierced through his skull, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Everyone was stunned. How could this be possible? At a distance of 100 paces, he could shoot so accurately. Was that person a sharpshooter? After a moment of shock, Zhao Qingfeng said, "No need to panic. Even if that person is a sharpshooter, he is just one. As long as we defend carefully, they won't be able to climb the stronghold." Upon hearing this, the subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. After all, sharpshooters are extremely rare talents. One sharpshooter cannot change the situation on the battlefield. After shooting an arrow, Li Kai said blandly, "Follow my orders. 50 men shoot arrows from a distance, and 50 men attack the stronghold's gate. The archer's task is to cover the assault troops and kill the enemy as much as possible. Understood?" "Understood." All the subordinates nodded in response. Action. Soon, Zhao Tianhu led 50 men carrying a large log, charging towards the stronghold. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianbao led another 50 men to shoot arrows from a distance. At this moment, a bandit on the stronghold shouted, "Boss, they are attacking." Zhao Qingfeng was extremely excited. "I was just afraid you wouldn't come. Get ready with your bows and arrows." As soon as he finished speaking, the bandits popped their heads out from behind the stronghold, preparing to shoot the assailants. But just as they exposed themselves, they heard a series of whooshing sounds. A rain of arrows shot over. 7 or 8 people were hit instantly, collapsing at the gate. For a moment, everyone was so frightened that they shrank back, not daring to show their heads again. Now, it was Zhao Qingfeng's turn to be stunned. What was going on? Why did the enemy have so many sharpshooters? 4 or 5 dozen people, each capable of shooting over 100 paces. Even the most elite troops of the Great Heavenly Dynasty did not have such powerful archers. "Boss, we can't even poke our heads out. We get killed as soon as we do," the bandits complained. At this moment, Zhao Tianhu and his men quickly approached the stronghold's gate. Zhao Qingfeng shouted angrily, "Take out their archers! Shoot those archers!" Upon hearing this, the subordinates shot arrows in Li Kai's direction. However, their arrows could only reach 50 or 60 paces, and their accuracy was poor. They posed no threat to Li Kai and his men, who were over 100 paces away. The archers more than 100 paces away could easily shoot over that distance, and their accuracy was extremely high. This made Zhao Qingfeng and his men hate Li Kai. Yet they were helpless. At this moment, Zhao Tianhu also led his men to the base of the stronghold. At the gate, Zhao Tianhu commanded, "Everyone, break down the stronghold's gate." Zhao Tianhu and his team began to ram the gate with a sturdy log. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact made Zhao Qingfeng and the others tremble, although they also tried to throw stones from above to attack Zhao Tianhu and his men. Each of them wore armor and helmets, rendering the stones ineffective. And as for the bandits, they were just bandits. Such an important gate was only secured with a simple wooden bolt. After dozens of impacts with a crack, the wooden bolt broke. The gate opened. Li Kai drew his long knife and shouted, "Charge into the stronghold." Li Kai's over 100 rural soldiers were now filled with high morale. Each one, like a little tiger, raised their long knives and charged into the stronghold. The remaining bandits were merely remnants, many of whom were injured. Facing the armored elite soldiers under Li Kai, they had no resistance whatsoever. In just one encounter, 7 or 8 bandits fell under the rural soldiers' knives. Among them, Zhao Tianhu and Zhao Tianbao were the fiercest, while Digua was not to be outdone, raising his long knife and harvesting the lives of the bandits. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhao Qingfeng was filled with despair. He never expected that his stronghold, which could withstand 3,000 to 4,000 regular troops, would collapse in just 10 minutes under Li Kai's attack. It seemed that Li Kai hadn't lied to him earlier. The reason he didn't launch a surprise attack and instead sent someone to persuade surrender was indeed to give them a way out. "Surrender. We surrender." At this moment, Zhao Qingfeng raised his weapon and knelt down with a thud. The bandit leader had surrendered, and his subordinates immediately threw down their weapons and knelt down as well. After this battle, the bandits, originally numbering 200, were reduced to only 70 or 80. Li Kai, holding his long knife and covered in blood, said, "Digua, Report the casualties. Boss. A dozen lightly injured, no deaths. Li Kai nodded slightly. His casualty rate was quite good. Tie up all those who surrendered. Clean up the battlefield. Then, all the surviving bandits were tightly bound. The bandit leader Zhao Qingfeng was also brought before Li Kai. Li Kai looked at Zhao Qingfeng with a smile, while Zhao Qingfeng felt ashamed and did not dare to raise his head. I told you that surrendering was a chance for you to live. But you didn't listen and waited until your subordinates were all dead before you were happy? Zhao Qingfeng looked at Li Kai with a complex expression. Who exactly are you? Why do you ask that? Li Kai raised an eyebrow. My third and second brothers both died at your hands. And you took down my impregnable stronghold in just 10 minutes, saying you were just an ordinary rural soldier. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Li Kai grinned and said, I am indeed not an ordinary rural soldier. I used to be a Special Forces soldier, the captain of the Dragon Special Operations Team. Special Forces? Although Zhao Qingfeng did not know what kind of soldiers they were, the names sounded very impressive. All right, no more nonsense. Tell me honestly how much stock you have in this stronghold. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng sighed and said, Are you referring to food or silver? Chapter 54. A bountiful harvest, how much do we have? Li Kai asked. For grain, there is probably about 20,000 jin. Zhao Qingfeng had finished speaking when the nearby Di Gua widened his eyes and exclaimed, What? 20,000 jin? No wonder the people at the foot of the mountain are nearly starving. All the grain has been taken up the mountain. 20,000 jin of grain would be enough for Li Kai's troops to eat for 3 months. If they rationed it, they could even last for half a year. Continue. Li Kai said, There is not much silver, only 5,000 taels, Zhao Qingfeng replied. For a mountain stronghold with 300 to 400 people, 5,000 taels of silver was indeed not much. Most of it had been given as tribute to the officials by Zhao Qingfeng. I ask you, how many people can your stronghold accommodate? Li Kai looked at the large stronghold and asked. There are 108 man-made caves in this stronghold, and each cave can house about 10 people. Additionally, there are over 50 houses built outside, each capable of accommodating a dozen or so people. If we squeeze a bit, we can accommodate 2,000 people, Zhao Qingfeng explained. Li Kai nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the large stronghold. Indeed, Li Kai wanted to take Qingfeng's stronghold for himself. Such a good location, easy to defend and hard to attack. Plus, with Li Kai's own possession of gunpowder as heavy weaponry, even 100 guards could hold it against 7,000 or 8,000 attackers. What a great place. All right, take me to your warehouse to have a look, Li Kai said. Zhao Qingfeng did not dare to refuse and led Li Kai toward a cave. The cave was a man-made cavern dug out by Zhao Qingfeng. When they opened the door to the cave, several neatly arranged large boxes came into view. Inside were piles of shiny silver, Zhao Qingfeng's entire fortune. At that moment, Zhao Qingfeng felt like his heart was bleeding, watching his wealth change hands. It pained him. Deeper inside were large quantities of stored grain. Further in were various useful and useless items that Zhao Qingfeng and his men had looted, such as clothes, carts, and copper mirrors from various households. These items were covered in dust, clearly having been stored there for a long time. Li Kai casually glanced through them. There wasn't much of value. Just as he was about to leave, one item suddenly caught his attention. Li Kai froze and quickly opened a bamboo basket, pulling out a vine-like object. Where did you get this? Li Kai asked excitedly. Zhao Qingfeng recalled carefully and replied, This thing? Oh, I remember now. A while ago, a merchant caravan with very fair skin and blue eyes passed through here, and we took these from them. A merchant caravan with very fair skin and blue eyes? Aren't they white people? What happened to them? All killed, Zhao Qingfeng said straightforwardly. Li Kai was instantly speechless. What he held in his hand was a sweet potato root. Sweet potatoes were introduced to China during the late Ming Dynasty, around the Wanli period, generally believed to be in 1593. At that time, Chen Jinlong from Chang'an, Fujian, and his son Chen Jingluan, seeing the high yield of sweet potatoes grown in the Philippines, which were resistant to poor soil and suited to their hometown's natural conditions, risked their lives to bring them to Fujian, China. To think that in this world, sweet potato roots would appear in the Great Heavenly Dynasty. It's known that the grain yield in the Great Heavenly Dynasty is very low. Millet, sorghum, rice, wheat, and beans due to primitive farming tools and relatively backward agricultural techniques, have low yields. The yield per mu is about 1 shur, which is approximately 100 kilograms, or about 200 jin. However, sweet potatoes can easily yield 4 to 5,000 jin per mu. This yield is directly multiplied by dozens. Having discovered such a good thing, how could Li Kai not be excited? Is there more of this? He asked, pointing at the sweet potato root. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head in confusion. No, there were quite a few of these in the merchant caravan escort, but I burned them all. Was the caravan traveling from east to west, or from west to east? Elikoi Prisidon. From east to west, Zhao Qingfeng replied, indicating that the caravan was leaving the Great Xia, meaning the sweet potato roots might have already been sold elsewhere. But if it was from west to east, it would mean the caravan had just entered Great Xia, and the sweet potato roots hadn't been sold before they were wiped out by the bandits. It seems it was from west to east, Zhao Qingfeng recalled. Li Kai was extremely excited and left the cave holding the sweet potato root. There are 2 planting seasons for sweet potatoes, one in spring and one in summer. Spring sweet potatoes can be planted when the temperature stabilizes above 15 degrees, generally from mid-April to mid-May. Summer sweet potatoes are usually planted around mid-June after the harvesting of crops like wheat, when the soil's moisture and temperature are suitable for sweet potato seedling growth. It was now mid-June, the perfect season for planting sweet potatoes. Li Kai carefully cradled the sweet potato root, anxious to plant it immediately and witness its growth. He quickly walked out of the cave, eagerly searching the stronghold for suitable land. Finally, he found a relatively flat area at the edge of the stronghold, and the soil looked quite fertile. Li Kai didn't bother to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He immediately squatted down and began to dig with his hands. Before long, a neat little pit appeared before him. Li Kai carefully placed the sweet potato root into the pit, gently covering it with soil, and pressed it down with his hands to ensure the root made full contact with the soil to absorb nutrients. After planting the sweet potato, Li Kai snapped his fingers. Digua. Hearing this, Digua immediately ran overexcitedly. What's up, boss? Why are you called Digua? Li Kai suddenly thought of this question. Digua is just sweet potato, right? I don't know. My parents named me that. Saying a humble name is easy to raise. Digua scratched his head. Li Kai rolled his eyes at him and said, from now on, you take care of this little pit. Water it on time every day. And if anyone damages this pit, I'll take your life. Although Digua didn't fully understand, he dared not disobey Li Kai's orders. Yes, Zhao Tianhu, take a few brothers who can build walls and fix the stronghold gate for me. From now on, this stronghold will be our base. Li Kai continued to give orders. At this time, in a mansion in Qingshan County, this was the residence of the county magistrate. The county magistrate, Zhu Kaijiang, sat with a gloomy face in a redwood armchair. Before him, Zhu Ming was kneeling honestly at his feet. What a humiliation! What a humiliation! As my son, Zhu Kaijiang, you were stripped naked and ran around in the street. The one who made things difficult for you was just a mere village soldier. If you can't even handle a village soldier, how can you show your face again? Chapter 55. Raiding down the mountain at this moment. Zhu Ming was crying with snot and tears, trembling as he said, Father, don't blame your son. It's that local soldier, Li Kai. He is incredibly strong, and the 20 or so constables around me are no match for him. Zhu Kaijiang tightly gripped the armrest of the chair, angrily saying, too much. In Qing County, no one dares to disrespect the Zhu family like this. A local soldier, does he really think he can rebel? Father, you must avenge your son. I wish I could skin him alive and drink his blood. Father. Zhu Ming cried with tears streaming down his face. Zhu Kaijiang pondered for a long time and said, such humiliation to my son. Even if the eldest lady of the Gu family protects him, I must take his life. Someone, summon the county captain, gather all military forces and destroy this group of local soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, a constable rushed into the Zhu family hall. Report. Sir, it's urgent. Qingfeng's stronghold has been taken. Hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang's eyes widened. What? Taken? Who took it? Did the court send troops directly? No. It was taken by the local soldiers from Yotsuan. The local soldiers from Yotsuan now have a force of 110, and each has a brand new set of armor. Qingfeng's stronghold couldn't hold out for even half a day before being breached. After hearing his subordinate's report, Zhu Kaijiang sat down heavily in his chair. 110 soldiers, each with a set of armor. With such military strength, even if all the soldiers from the county office went, they would be helpless against them. Zhu Kaijiang knew how difficult it was to attack Qingfeng's stronghold. Now that it belonged to Li Kai, it would be hard to kill him. Father, Li Kai is just a mere local soldier leader. The position of local soldier leader is just a title, without any grain or fund from above. How could he afford to raise over 100 soldiers? Each with a set of armor requires a lot of silver. Zhu Kaijiang glared at Zhu Ming in frustration. Can't you see? The eldest lady of the Gu family is letting this kid use the title of local soldier to support his private army. What? Then can't my revenge be fulfilled? Zhu Ming was shocked. Zhu Kaijiang frowned tightly, thinking for a long time. The mountain bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold were very useful to Zhu Kaijiang. They were a force that could be mobilized at will without paying military salaries. Moreover, the mountain bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold also provided Zhu Kaijiang with a substantial benefit every month. He could also apply for funding from above under the pretext of exterminating bandits. Now that Li Kai had taken Qingfeng's stronghold, how could he not hate him? But now Li Kai had troops and guns and was guarding Qingfeng's stronghold, with the support of the eldest lady of the Gu family behind him. Zhu Kaijiang had no way to deal with Li Kai. But at that moment, the constable kneeling on the ground suddenly said, "Report, sir, while investigating in Yotsuen, I found." Found what? Speak quickly. I found that the armor on Li Kai seems a bit familiar. It looks like the one belonging to Zhou Bapi, said the constable. Hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang's eyes lit up, and he suddenly laughed. Ha ha, heaven is helping me. A group of local soldiers, just a bunch of scattered soldiers. Can they compete with regular troops? Go. Invite the 1,000-man commander from the military camp. After a day and night of moving, Li Kai finally moved all his belongings to Qingfeng's stronghold. Not only his wife and the local soldiers under him, but also the 10 blacksmiths followed Li Kai up the mountain. 10 horse carts and a donkey cart made several trips down the mountain to transport everything needed for living. The stronghold's gate was also repaired with strong defenses. 45 horses were also brought up the mountain to be kept in the stronghold. In fact, counting those 10 horse carts, Li Kai had a total of 55 horses. When necessary, he could unload the horses from the carts and use them as war horses. The 110 local soldiers were all arranged by Li Kai to live in the cave dwellings. Each cave could accommodate about 10 people. Li Kai divided the 110 soldiers into 10 squads, with Zhao Tianhu and Digua each leading a squad into the 10 cave dwellings. Although the cave dwellings were caves, they were quite comfortable to live in, warm in winter and cool in summer, not leaking rain or letting in wind, much more comfortable than living in the village's houses. Li Kai and his wife lived in the largest and most spacious cave dwelling. At this moment, Suyi was laying bedding on the bed, busy with her hands while also surveying her new home. Why did we move up the mountain when we were living so well down there? Li Kai smiled slightly. Though it's good down there, it's not as safe as up here. Besides, living in the mountains means everything in the mountains belongs to us, and there is plenty of game. What's wrong? Don't you want to live in the mountains? Li Kai asked with a smile. Marry a chicken and follow a chicken, marry a dog and follow a dog. Everything at home is decided by the head of the family. I have no objections, Suyu said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling. Looking at his beautiful wife, Li Kai couldn't help but hug Suyu from behind. Then, how about considering trying out the new bed to see if it's soft? Although Suyu appeared shy on the surface, she was a bit eager inside, and she shyly said, Suyu will listen to the head of the family. Upon hearing this, Li Kai directly picked up Suyu and said, Today, I'll take you to unlock a new position, a human meat pile driver. The next day, after getting up, Li Kai heard Zhao Tianhu leading over 100 people training in the yard. This 100 local soldiers mainly practiced the reckless knife technique and the Black Dragon 18 moves. Moreover, Li Kai also brought some military rules from his past life to the stronghold. Everything was moving towards military management. Li Kai sat in the sun, but looked a bit troubled. Suyu stood behind Li Kai, massaging his shoulders. Head of the family, why do you look troubled? Do you have something on your mind? Li Kai pointed to the army in front of him and said, Look, 110 people are all being supported by me, Li Kai, and I currently have only one way to make money, which is making private salt. Although the money earned from making private salt is enough to support so many people, it's hard to expand further. I'm thinking of ways to earn more money. So you thought for a moment and said, head of the family, have you thought about going down the mountain to collect protection fees? Hearing this, Li Kai looked at Su Yu in surprise. Wife, why do you have such an idea? Going down the mountain to collect protection fees? What is the difference between me and the previous bandits? Su Yu sat down beside Li Kai and said, Husband, you misunderstood me. Do you think that after you exterminated the mountain bandits of Qingfeng Stronghold, there will be no bandit problems down the mountain? Li Kai frowned slightly. Could there be more? The previous Li Kai was just a foolish boy, having never ventured beyond his door, and was completely unaware of the situation around him. Chapter 56. Encirclement of Niu Village. Su Yu nodded. There are several hills around, each with its own stronghold, some with one and others with several. Qingfeng Stronghold is among them, and is considered to have a smaller influence. The villages at the foot of the mountain, there are not less than 50, with more than 40. The larger villages have 400 to 500 households, while the smaller ones have around 100 households, totaling nearly 10,000 households across these villages. With such a large market, it is natural that there are not just a few hundred people in Qingfeng Stronghold. Husband, now that you have soldiers, why not go down the mountain to collect protection fees? We are different from the previous bandits. We only charge 200 won per household, collected once a month. The families that pay us protection fees will have our Niu village militia responsible for their safety. If they are robbed, we will help them get their things back. If we can grow this business, we could bring in several thousand taels of silver each month, enough for you to recruit more soldiers. After hearing Su Yu's words, Li Kai's eyes lit up. What a great idea. Wife, I didn't expect you not only to be beautiful, but also have a business mind. Let's do it your way. Digwa, Li Kai shouted, and the training Digwa immediately ran over. Boss, what do you need? Li Kai said, go and notify the villagers of Niu Village. Let them help spread the word that the Niu Village militia is now collecting protection fees. 200 won per household, collected monthly. It's not mandatory. Whether to pay or not is entirely voluntary. Those who pay the protection fee will have our Niu Village militia responsible for safeguarding their safety. By the way, have a blacksmith inside make some iron tokens with serial numbers matching those in the ledger. Those who have paid the protection fee will receive a token. If anyone dares to rob, let them show the token. If they are still robbed, they should come up the mountain to find us. After verifying the token, we will send soldiers to retrieve it. After saying this, Li Kai looked at Su Yu. Wife, from now on, you will be responsible for keeping and maintaining the ledger. Record who paid, which village they are from, how much they paid, when it ends, and the serial number of the token. Also, we can introduce monthly, quarterly, and yearly cards. The monthly card is 200 won. The quarterly card is 500 won. The yearly card is 900 won. After hearing Li Kai's words, Su Yu's eyes brightened. Husband, you're so smart. The longer the duration, the lower the fee, which can attract some villagers to buy the yearly card, giving us more silver. Li Kai affectionately patted Su Yu's head. No wonder you are my wife. So clever. Although Digwa did not fully understand, he memorized every word Li Kai said. Yes, I will go do it right away. Just as Digwa was about to head down the mountain, a militia soldier came running up. Militia captain, a man claiming to be a villager from Niu Village requests an audience. Li Kai frowned slightly and said, let him in. After opening the stronghold's gate, a panting villager from Niu Village rushed in. He gasped, not good. There are many government soldiers coming down the mountain. They have surrounded the village. They specifically want to see you, the militia captain. Government soldiers? Li Kai's eyes narrowed. He had few enemies in this world, and Zhu Ming was one of them. The only one who could mobilize soldiers was Zhu Ming. Zhao, Tianhu, mobilize 4 squads to come with me. Each person bring a composite bow. The rest must hold the stronghold firmly. No one is allowed and except us. Understood. Li Kai restructured his militia. They no longer used titles like squad leader or 100 households, but instead divided into team leaders, platoon leaders, and company leaders like a modern army. Of course, with Li Kai's current troop strength, he could only be a platoon leader at most. Zhao Qianhu and his 10 men were all appointed as team leaders. Immediately, Li Kai took 4 squads down the mountain in a rush. At the entrance of Niu Village, a regular army of 500 men encircled the village like an iron wall, leaving no way in or out. The soldiers wore shining armor, and the sound of armor clanking echoed, reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight. They held long spears with sharp tips, glinting coldly, lined up neatly like a forest of steel. Among them, 100 cavalry rode on tall, strong steeds, their muscular horses occasionally neighing and kicking up dust, displaying their might. The cavalrymen had long knives at their sides, stood tall in their stirrups, with cold and stern expressions. At the forefront of the formation was Qianfu Zhang Maiyong, riding a magnificent horse. He was burly, with a strong build and a square face. Under thick brows, his piercing eyes revealed the authority and sharpness of someone who had seen many battles. Unlike the bandits on the mountain, this was a battle-hardened force. "Is Li Kai not down yet?" Maiyong asked coldly, sitting on his steed. Below, Su Thimao trembled and said, "We have sent someone to call him, but the journey is long. It will take at least an hour for them to come and go." Maiyong snorted coldly. "Humph. Zhou Huntao is my trusted aide. Now he has died at the hands of such an unknown little character. If I don't kill him, my anger won't be resolved." Zhou Huntao was the real name of Zhou Papi. After receiving the news from the county magistrate, Maiyong was furious and immediately mobilized 500 soldiers to charge towards Nyo village. But he didn't expect to find an empty stronghold, as Li Kai had already taken 100 elite soldiers up the mountain. As the Qianfu Zhang, Maiyong naturally knew that Qingfeng's stronghold was easy to defend but hard to attack. Although he was confident he could take Qingfeng's stronghold, he didn't want to lose his men. After all, these soldiers could die on the battlefield, but they could not die in the mountains, especially not at the hands of the militia. Just as Maiyong was growing impatient, a sound of hooves echoed in the distance. Dust kicked up as a cavalry unit of over 40 men galloped towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that each of the 40 riders was mounted on a tall horse, with something resembling a saddle tied to the horses. These over 40 militia soldiers rode expertly, rivaling the seasoned horsemen in Maiyong's army. Each of them wore practical armor that gleamed coldly. Though less ornate than Maiyong's soldiers, its practicality was not diminished at all. Each carried a gleaming long knife at their waist. Even facing Maiyong's 500 elite soldiers, they showed no fear, marching proudly. Soon, Li Kai arrived at the village entrance, facing Maiyong directly. Upon realizing the approaching army was military personnel, he was also surprised. After all, Zhu Ming was the son of the county magistrate, and the magistrate had no military power. Only those from the Ministry of War could mobilize troops. "May I ask what General wants with me?" Li Kai cupped his fist and inquired. Maiyong remained silent, staring intently at the armor Li Kai wore. Li Kai's heart sank immediately. Chapter 57. War Horse Yong, it seems the other party has come for Zhou Pa Pai. "Where did you get that armor on you, my lord?" Maiyong asked coldly. Maiyong initially thought Li Kai would make excuses, claiming the armor was either found or bought. But to his surprise, Li Kai straightforwardly admitted, "I killed Zhou Pa Pai, and I took this armor from him." Upon hearing this, Maiyong narrowed his eyes. "Good. Do you know that Zhou Juntao is one of my trusted subordinates? He is also an 8-year veteran. Killing a soldier is a capital offense." Li Kai met Maiyong's gaze and said, "I know, and it was him I killed." "Why did you kill him?" "Because Zhou Pa Pai was a tyrant, treating human lives like grass. Otherwise, why would he be called Zhou Pa Pai?" "You killed him to rid the people of harm?" "Not entirely. The other half is because I coveted his armor." "Heh, after all, you have your own selfish motives." Maiyong looked down at Li Kai. "Zhou Juntao was my trusted subordinate. I won't let his death go unpunished. I will take your life to repay his." Saying this, Maiyong raised his spear, pointing it directly at Li Kai. Li Kai looked at the 500 elite soldiers behind Maiyong and sneered. "What kind of skill is it to bully the weak with numbers? Want my life? Come and take it yourself." The 500 elite soldiers behind Maiyong were not just random fighters. They were seasoned warriors who had been on the battlefield and seen blood. If they charged, the 40 men behind Li Kai would be unable to withstand them. It was possible that he could be overwhelmed in a single encounter. "Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Maiyong and his soldiers all burst into laughter, their eyes full of derision, mocking Li Kai's ignorance. A soldier brandishing a long knife pointed at Li Kai and taunted, "Kid, do you know what achievements our 1,000-man commander has? He has killed over 100 barbarians. With your little frame, How can you compete with our commander? Barbarians were nomadic people, naturally skilled in horseback riding and archery, and since they grew up eating meat, they were all strong and sturdy, with combat power several times that of ordinary people. The fact that Ma Yong had killed over 100 barbarians indicated that his combat strength was not low. Moreover, being promoted to a 1,000-man commander due to military merit meant he was certainly very strong. Li Kai knew Ma Yong was strong, but now he had to confront Ma Yong head-on to escape his predicament. Killing over 100 barbarians is nothing. If I were on the battlefield, I might not kill fewer than him, Li Kai said calmly. Ma Yong looked at Li Kai with a playful expression. Kid, you managed to kill Zhou Juntao, which shows you have some skill, but you're not my match. I only need 3 rounds to take you down. Oh, what if I don't fall in 3 rounds? Li Kai countered. Heh, if I can't take you down in 3 rounds, I'll spare your life. If you can survive 10 rounds, I won't hold you accountable for Zhou Juntao's matter. If you can last 20 rounds with me, I'll reward you with 500 taels of silver. If you can tie with me, I'll take you as my brother. Upon hearing this, Li Kai's heart surged with excitement. Since arriving in the Great Heavenly Dynasty, he had trained his body to the limit every day, but had struggled to find an opponent to unleash his strength. Now, finally, there was someone he could fight fairly. All right, I'm in. With that, Li Kai dismounted, taking down the 88-kilogram iron rod tied to his horse. With a loud bang, the iron rod struck the ground heavily, producing a dull sound. Although Li Kai was tall and imposing, standing at 6 feet 2 inches and weighing 230 pounds, Ma Yong had killed countless barbarians on the battlefield, and those barbarians were not all small in stature. Therefore, Ma Yong had plenty of experience dealing with such heavy opponents. The battle was imminent. Ma Yong was the first to attack, thrusting his spear towards Li Kai's abdomen. The spear was the king of weapons. Because it was easy to practice with, once mastered, it became extremely fierce, as thrusting with a spear was very hard to defend against. In theory, Ma Yong's spear should have a significant advantage over Li Kai's rod. However, Li Kai was also a veteran who had fought on the battlefield for many years. Facing Ma Yong's thrust, he remained calm and swung his rod towards Ma Yong's wrist. Ma Yong shifted from thrusting to defending, and Li Kai's rod struck hard against Ma Yong's spear. Bang! The immense force made Ma Yong's tiger mouth tingle, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. Such strong power. Although Ma Yong was startled, he became more courageous in battle, retracting his spear and thrusting it again at Li Kai. This time, Ma Yong held the tail end of the spear with one hand, fully extending it. The longer the weapon, the stronger it became. With Ma Yong holding the spear single-handedly, Li Kai's rod couldn't reach him even if he counterattacked. Faced with the sharp spearhead, Li Kai chose not to dodge. He lunged forward like lightning, grabbing the spear shaft just behind the spearhead. With a snap, before the spear could pierce Li Kai's body, he had firmly grasped the shaft. Ma Yong, seeing this, quickly gripped the spear with both hands and used all his strength to thrust forward. Li Kai tightly held Ma Yong's spear with one hand while swinging the iron rod down hard at Ma Yong, with his weapon controlled by Li Kai. Ma Yong dared not take Li Kai's strike head-on. Reluctantly, he released the spear and dodged to the side to avoid the heavy blow. Bang! The rod struck the ground hard, creating a small pit. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Yong stepped on Li Kai's iron rod, sprinting a few steps on it before delivering a flying kick aimed at Li Kai's head. In order to defend against Ma Yong's kick, Li Kai had no choice but to let go of both the spear and the rod, raising his arms to protect his head, allowing Ma Yong's kick to land solidly on his arms. Bang! After landing, Ma Yong did not bother to pick up the weapons on the ground, but rushed towards Li Kai, engaging in close combat. At this point, the fight between the two had already surpassed 3 rounds. Good kid, not bad. Ma Yong laughed heartily as the battle grew more exhilarating. You're not too shabby yourself. Li Kai smirked. Oof, not too shabby? Watch how I take you down. Ma Yong shouted, launching a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Li Kai's face, the wind from his fist whistling. Li Kai quickly sidestepped to avoid it, while simultaneously raising his right elbow to strike at Ma Yong's ribs. Ma Yong reacted quickly, leaning back to cleverly evade the blow, then swiftly kicked out his left leg, aiming for Li Kai's lower body. Li Kai bent his knees slightly, standing firm, and grabbed Ma Yong's ankle as the kick came in, using all his strength to fling him away. Ma Yong was sent flying, but quickly adjusted his posture in midair, performing a backflip and landing steadily. As soon as he landed, Ma Yong's toes touched the ground, and like a cheetah, he charged at Li Kai again, unleashing a flurry of punches, the shadows of his fists overwhelming and dazzling. Chapter 58. A draw. Li Kai was not to be outdone. He nimbly dodged left and right, evading Ma Yong's fierce attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity during Ma Yong's assault, Li Kai suddenly stepped forward, his right fist, powered by his entire body, shot out like a cannonball. Ma Yong hurriedly blocked with his arm, but the force of the punch was immense, numbing his arm and forcing him to step back a few paces. The two exchanged blows back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, they had fought over 100 rounds. The soldiers around them were spellbound, their eyes fixed on the two fighters without daring to breathe. At this moment, Ma Yong was sweating profusely, his breathing quickening as his stamina began to wane. His movement started to slow down, each attack and defense appearing increasingly labored. In contrast, Li Kai, though he had a few scrapes, remained vigorous. His breathing was steady, and every punch and kick was delivered with ample force. Moreover, Li Kai's punches seemed to grow heavier with each strike, as if he had an endless supply of strength. As the fight dragged on, Ma Yong began to groan in despair. Not only was Li Kai physically strong, but his defense seemed impenetrable. Every punch that landed on him felt like hitting a wall, while a single punch from Li Kai could leave him reeling for half the day. If this continued, he would inevitably lose. Suddenly, Ma Yong made a mistake, giving Li Kai an opening to strike. Li Kai threw an uppercut aimed squarely at Ma Yong's chin. If this punch landed, Ma Yong would either be knocked out or worse. In despair, Ma Yong closed his eyes, bracing for the impact. But Li Kai's fist swept past his nose, creating a gust of wind. After waiting for a long moment, the punch never landed. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Li Kai, panting and bent over in front of him, hands resting on his knees to catch his breath. "I'm done. I have no strength left. If we keep going, I'll lose." With that, Li Kai flashed a smile at Ma Yong. Ma Yong instantly sighed in relief. He understood that Li Kai was giving him a way out. After all, as a commander, Ma Yong's image was crucial in the eyes of his soldiers. Fighting alongside an undefeated officer would boost their morale. If Ma Yong lost today, the soldiers would realize that even a 1,000-man commander could be defeated, which might affect their performance in future battles. In reality, Ma Yong knew he had lost. He was no match for Li Kai. He looked at Li Kai gratefully and patted his shoulder. "You're not bad. Let's call it a draw this time." Li Kai grinned and said nothing. Li Kai had two reasons for not going all out. First, there was no hatred between him and Ma Yong. There was no need to be ruthless. Second, killing Ma Yong would only bring him trouble. How would he handle the 500 elite soldiers behind him? If they all swarmed him, could he withstand them after already exhausting so much energy? Therefore, not killing Ma Yong was the best choice. As I said earlier, you've survived 10 rounds, so let's forget about Zhou Huntao. Also, I'll owe you 500 taels of silver. Finally, I want to become sworn brothers with you. With that, Ma Yong waved his hand, and his subordinates brought over a bowl filled with water and a dagger. They were about to make a blood oath with Li Kai. Seeing this, Li Kai quickly reached out to stop him. "I'll take the silver, but the blood oath is off." Ma Yong was quite surprised. Who was he? A 1,000-man commander. He commanded 1,000 men and could walk freely in Qingshan County. Even the county magistrate had to show him respect. Many wanted to curry favor with him, but lacked the means. Now he was offering to become sworn brothers with Li Kai, only to be rejected? Why? Li Kai replied straightforwardly, "We're not familiar with each other, and I don't know what kind of person you are, so why should I become sworn brothers with you?" Li Kai did not flatter Ma Yong, just because he was a 1,000-man commander. As he put it, "I don't owe you anything. Why should I become sworn brothers with you?" Ha ha ha. Hearing Li Kai's blunt response, Ma Yong not only didn't get angry, but laughed heartily. "Brother, I like your character. Much better than those treacherous schemers. You make a good point. We aren't familiar, so there is no need for a blood oath. But I'm determined to be friends with you. Are you interested in joining the army? I can promise you a 100-man commander position right off the bat." 100-man commander. He could command 100 men and earn 5 taels of silver a month. The treatment was quite good. Moreover, becoming a 100-man commander wasn't easy. It required military achievements. Ma Yong's direct recommendation for Li Kai to become a 100-man commander indicated he had some backing. Li Kai, that's in it. Forget it. I'm used to being free and can't stand the constraints of the army. Seeing Li Kai refuse, Ma Yong didn't mind. No witties. I just think it's a pity that someone with your skills isn't on the battlefield slaying the barbarians. Who says you have to be a soldier to kill barbarians? Don't you think my brothers behind me are any less capable than the soldiers under you? Li Kai smiled playfully, pointing to the more than 40 men behind him. Ma Yong looked over and saw that the more than 40 men were not much different from his own soldiers in terms of equipment and spirit. They were just fewer in number. They're indeed impressive. It seems you have other ambitions. Since that's the case, I won't push you. Li Kai looked at Ma Yong and said, Brother Ma, since you consider me a friend, could you tell me where you got your information? Ma Yong thought for a moment and said, There's nothing I can't share. The county magistrate sent someone to tell me that Zhou Huntao's armor is on you. Actually, I didn't come here to kill you. I know Zhou Huntao has been bullying people for a long time, but he is backing too, so I had to put on a show. So I must warn you to be careful. Zhou Huntao's brother-in-law is quite formidable and has some connections in the army. Li Kai nodded slightly. Thank you for the information, Brother Ma. Since you've shared such important news with me, I don't have much to offer in return. But if you come with me up the mountain, I'll give you a gift. All right. Ma Yong readily agreed. Then, Li Kai led the more than 40 men, while Ma Yong brought only a dozen or so as they headed up the mountain. Ma Yong had no defenses against Li Kai. After all, he was a 1,000-man commander. Killing him would be a huge problem. Besides, if Li Kai wanted to kill him, he could have done so earlier without needing to lure him up the mountain first. Before long, the group arrived at the base of the stronghold. The people at the stronghold saw Li Kai had returned and dared to open the door. Then, Li Kai brought out Zhao, Qing Feng, and the other 70 or 80 people. Brother Ma, these people were originally bandits from Qing Feng's stronghold, and now they've been captured by me. Keeping them would consume a lot of food every day, so why not just give them all to you? When Zhao, Qing Feng, and the others saw soldiers coming, they were almost scared to death. No, we don't want to be soldiers. Chapter 59. Su Wu seeks help. Why did Zhao, Qing Feng, and others go up the mountain to become bandits? The inability to afford food and high taxes are only part of the reason. Many people went up the mountain to escape military service. The Great Heavenly Dynasty is currently in constant turmoil, with princes rebelling and barbarians rampaging, battles happening everywhere. It's manageable to serve in the military in peaceful areas, as one generally won't see combat. However, serving in the military in Qing County is not feasible. As soon as they join the army, they are sent to the battlefield to fight the barbarians. The death rate is extremely high. Out of 10, only 4 or 5 can return. Moreover, the military pay is not much. After they have finally become bandits, how would they be willing to return to military service? Furthermore, there are ranks in the military. Those from wealthy families are first-class soldiers, and such soldiers generally receive armor upon entering the army. Those who are physically fit and enlist through conscription are second-class soldiers. Although they are commoners, they still have hope of obtaining armor through military achievements. Criminals, or those forcibly conscripted from banditry, are third-class soldiers. These individuals do not receive armor, and when they reach the battlefield, they are arranged at the front lines as cannon fodder, with no hope of military merit. On the battlefield, the chances of survival are slim. Ma Yong's eyes lit up. It's so difficult to recruit soldiers these days. Li Kai directly sent him 70 or 80 men, expanding his forces by nearly 1/10. Ha ha ha. Then I thank you, brother. Bring these men and tie them to the back of the horses to take them back. There was a hard battle coming up, and sending them to the front could also save some of my brothers. Ma Yong was a man of his word. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates brought over a small box. When opened, it contained 50 silver ingots. 500 taels of silver. I owe you, brother. Li Kai accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, Brother Ma. Why not come in for a drink? Li Kai invited him. Ma Yong waved his hand. No, I have urgent matters to attend to. Next time when I have free time, I will come find you for a drink. Farewell. Li Kai cupped his fists and watched as Ma Yong left with those bandits. Then, Li Kai had the silver sent to the treasury. Now, Li Kai's small treasury had a total of 8,000 taels of silver. This was already an amount that many people could not earn in a lifetime. But for an army, it was not much at all. Just after sending Ma Yong away, a blood-soaked man rushed up the mountain, panting. Sister, brother-in-law, cough, cough. Open the door, brother-in-law. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Li Kai frowned and immediately went up to the gate. Outside the gate, a ragged, bloodied man was weakly slumped on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he knocked on the gate with his bloodied hands. This person was Li Kai's brother-in-law. Su Wu, quick, open the gate. Upon receiving Li Kai's command, his subordinates immediately opened the gate, and Li Kai quickly stepped out to support Su Wu. Xiao Wu, what happened to you? Su Wu looked at Li Kai with tears in his eyes and grasped his hand tightly. Brother-in-law, save my father. The people from the brothel are after us. Cough, cough, cough. Li Kai carefully examined Su Wu's injuries. He had several knife wounds and marks for being whipped. He already suffered from a lung disease and had traveled dozens of miles to Qingfeng village, his blood nearly drained. At this moment, Su Yu also heard the commotion and rushed out of the cave. Xiao Wu, what happened to you? Don't scare your sister. Su Wu, extremely weak, used his last bit of strength to look at Su Yu's sister. Then, Su Wu's head drooped, and he fell silent. Su Yu was so frightened that she hugged Su Wu and immediately began to cry, trembling all over. Xiao Wu, wake up. Xiao Wu. Li Kai checked Su Wu's pulse and breath, saying, Don't worry, he should just be overly exhausted and fainted. Digua, go down the mountain and find the best doctor. Zhao, Tianhu, take all the cavalry and follow me down the mountain. Su Yu grabbed Li Kai. Head of the household, where are you going? Li Kai's eyes were cold. To take revenge for your brother. I'm going too. 6 hours earlier, after receiving Li Kai's assistance, the Su family's life had noticeably improved. People in the village knew that the Su family had a successful son-in-law, so they dared not bully the members of the Su family. However, the neighbor, Wang Gaining, found the Su family 100 times unsatisfactory. In the past, she bullied the Su family however she wanted, but now she saw them and had to take a detour, because the Su family's son-in-law was indeed too fierce. One day, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived in the village. There were about a dozen of them, all tall and strong. They arrived in 3 or 4 horse-drawn carts and came to Jingtian village. Upon entering the village, they inquired about the location of the Su family. Upon learning that they were thugs from Chunfeng building, Wang Gaining immediately led them to the Su family. Sirs, this is the Su family. The Su Shangxiang you're looking for is inside. Wang Gaining smiled widely. The leader, Chang Tianxiao, the gold medal thug of Chunfeng building, nodded in satisfaction and tossed a copper coin. Not bad, a reward for you. After receiving the coin, Wang Gaining hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Thank you, sir. Then, with a wave of Chang Tianxiao's hand, a strong man behind him kicked the Su family's door. With a loud bang, the Su family's door was kicked open. In the courtyard, Su Shi was doing needlework. She was startled when the door was kicked open. Who is it? Chang Tianxiao sneered and led a dozen men straight into the courtyard. Old thing, who is Su Shangxiang to you? He's my husband. Su Shi panicked upon hearing so many footsteps. Since he is your husband, then it's easy to handle. With a loud crash, Chang Tianxiao took out a contract of sale. Your husband, Su Shangxiang, sold his daughter to our Chunfeng building in black and white. Now that so many days have passed and she hasn't arrived, how do you propose we handle this? Upon learning that the people from Chunfeng building had come to cause trouble, Su Shi was filled with anger. You bunch of frauds. My husband can't even read. At first, you said you were finding a good husband for my daughter. Who would have thought you sold my daughter to a brothel? How dare you come here? Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, a resounding slap landed on Su Shi's face. Watch how you talk to our boss. What do you mean by fraud? We are legitimate businessmen. A strong man shouted angrily. At this moment, Su Shangxiang and Su Wu, who learned about the incident at home, rushed back home. As soon as they burst through the door, Su Wu saw his mother being beaten. Su Wu's eyes widened in anger. Don't touch my mom. Su Wu rushed forward to pull the strong man away from in front of Su Shi. Chapter 60. The thugs of Chunfeng Tower, but Su Wu had been weak and sickly for many years. How could he possibly stand up to these thugs? Before he even reached them, he was kicked away. With a thud, Su Wu crashed heavily to the ground. Where did this sickly wretch come from? One of the thugs chuckled. Su Shanxiang clearly recognized Chang Tianxiao. Initially, he had signed a contract of servitude with Chang Tianxiao through an acquaintance. It was only later that Su Shanxiang realized he had been deceived. However, Su Shanxiang had a timid personality. He knew he could not fight against Chunfeng Tower. Chunfeng Tower was the largest brothel in the county town, with countless connections to the local government. The simplest and most brutal truth was that common people should not oppose officials. Sir, I'll return the money to you. Will you tear up the contract of servitude? Su Shanxiang took out 10 taels of silver given by Li Kai and handed it to Chang Tianxiao. Chang Tianxiao weighed the silver in his hand and chuckled. The contract clearly states that to redeem yourself, you need 1,000 taels of silver. 10 taels? Are you trying to send me a beggar? Su Sangqiang panicked instantly. But I can't read. At that time, you only gave me 10 taels. Whether you can read or not is none of my concern. Now, either you hand over the person, or you pay 1,000 taels. You choose. Chang Tianxiao crossed his arms, very domineering. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? At this moment, Su Wu stepped forward and shouted angrily. Seeing Su Wu's imposing manner, Chang Tianxiao was taken aback. Among those who roamed the rivers and lakes, they were most wary of people with connections and backgrounds. After all, they ran a brothel. If they truly encountered someone in power, they couldn't afford to offend them. Carefully, Chang Tianxiao clasped his fist and asked, Who is your brother-in-law? My brother-in-law is a local soldier from Niu village. Be careful, or my brother-in-law will smash your heads. Upon hearing this, Chang Tianxiao was momentarily stunned. Then he and his men burst into laughter. Ha ha, I thought it was some big shot. Turns out he's just a local soldier. A local soldier? Even the catchers from the government we don't give face to. Why would we fear a mere local soldier? This kid can't be serious, can he? Chunfeng Tower operated in the county town, so they were completely unaware of what happened in the villages. They didn't know how many local soldiers there were in Niu village or how powerful they were. Local soldiers, to put it bluntly, were militia without any official structure, receiving no rations or pay from above. What was there to fear? It was like kicking a police dog. Was that considered attacking an officer? Of course not. Su Wu was so furious that his chest heaved. You're bullying people too much. I'm going to tell my brother-in-law. Cough, cough, cough. Chang Tianxiao's face turned cold. Still want to call someone? I think you're itching for a beating. Get him. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 people surrounded Su Wu and began to beat him violently. Fists fell on Su Wu like raindrops. Su Wu, already weak, quickly began to cough up blood. Chang Tianxiao stepped on Su Wu's head, looking down at him. A pest like you, I can crush with just one hand. Next time, speak to me more politely. Although Su Wu was weak, he had an extremely strong-willed character. Suddenly, he crazily grabbed Chang Tianxiao's foot and bit down. My foot. Chang Tianxiao cried out in pain, and his subordinates kicked Su Wu fiercely, but Su Wu refused to let go. In a fit of rage, Chang Tianxiao drew his knife and stabbed at Su Wu's back several times. Swish, swish, swish. After several stabs, Su Wu's back was lacerated, blood flowing freely. Su Shi and Su Shanxiang quickly knelt before Chang Tianxiao, pleading desperately. Sir, please, don't hit my son anymore. Spare my son. Sir, if you're angry, just vent it on me. We only have this one son. Su Shi cried until her face was distorted. At this moment, Su Wu lay on the ground, barely alive. Either pay up or hand over the person. You decide, Chang Tianxiao said coldly as he sat down on the threshold, tired from beating. Su Shanxiang looked troubled. But 1,000 taels is just too much. We can't come up with that. Can't come up with it? Then today, I'll kill your son. Our Chunfeng Tower's money is not so easy to spend. Chang Tianxiao sneered. I'll pay for them. Just as the elderly couple was in distress, a crisp voice rang out. A woman dressed in coarse linen walked slowly in from outside. Though her clothes were plain and even had some patches, they were clean, and she looked extremely simple. Her long black hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling by her cheeks, adding a touch of liveliness to her. The woman was not tall, only about 1.60 meters, but her figure was exceptionally exaggerated, towering high. Chang Tianxiao's eyes lit up upon seeing such a beauty. He raised the corners of his mouth. Who are you? My name is Huang Yuling. I'm a good friend of Su Yu. I'm also a neighbor of the Su family. Huang Yuling helped Su shore up from the ground and gently reassured her. Don't be afraid, Annie. I'm here. Huang Yuling then looked at Chang Tianxiao. Aren't you just looking for someone? If Su Yu won't go, I'll go in her place. Chang Tianxiao examined Huang Yuling. Although she was not tall, her looks and figure were quite good, with delicate features and round eyes. Even though she was an adult, she looked like a child. This type was very popular in brothels and could easily become a top performer. Good. Since you're willing to go in her place, I can grant you that. Chang Tianxiao said playfully. Yuling, no. This is our Su family's business. How can we let you? Su Shi's words were not finished when Huang Yuling softly whispered in her ear, Auntie, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Having said that, Huang Yuling turned to Chang Tianxiao. But you have to let me say goodbye to my family first, and I need to pack my things. No problem. At this moment, Chang Tianxiao glanced at Su Shangxiang and ordered, tie up this old man. No one is allowed to let him go until this woman arrives at Chunfeng Tower. With that, Su Shangxiang was tied up tightly. Now, only a blind person and a half-dead consumptive remained at home. Then, Huang Yuling led Chang Tianxiao and the others to her home. Seeing Huang Yuling taken away, Su Shi cried even harder. How can we let Yuling go in place of Xiao Yu? How can my conscience bear it? Mother, Sister Yuling is buying us time. Just then, Su Wu staggered up from the ground. I'll go to Niu village to find my brother-in-law. Mother, don't go anywhere at home. Cough, cough, cough. Although Su Shi could not see, she knew her son was severely injured. Xiao Wu, can your body handle it? You should seek medical help first. Let me go. Mother, you can't see. By the time you reach Niu village, it will be too late. I'm fine, I can go. Mother, I'm leaving. Coughing, Su Wu staggered out the door and rushed towards Niu village. Chapter 61 Huang Yuling more than 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Chang Tianxiao and the others were becoming increasingly impatient because Huang Yuling was taking too long. First, she wanted to say goodbye to her parents. Then she needed to pack her luggage, and she even had to find a village doctor for some medicine. Even saying goodbye to her dog took half an hour. As the sky began to darken, Chang Tianxiao completely lost his patience. Damn it, are you finished yet? Grab your damn luggage and come with me. At the Huang family home, Chang Tianxiao grabbed Huang Yuling by the collar, speaking impatiently. Huang Yuling was only 6 meters tall, and with such a grip, she could only stand on her toes. Big brother, just wait a moment. I've raised this little rabbit for 7 or 8 years. Can I say goodbye to it before we leave? Do you think I'm a fool? Chang Tianxiao replied impatiently, stop wasting time. No one can save you now. Come back to Chunfeng building with me immediately. Seeing that she couldn't stall any longer, Huang Yuling decided to stop pretending. She shrugged and said, fine. I never intended to go with you in the first place. You tricked me? Chang Tianxiao narrowed his eyes. So what if I did? We didn't sign any contract. Even if this goes to the authorities, I'm in the right. Huang Yuling crossed her arms and said aggressively. Chang Tianxiao found it amusing. Ha! In Qing County, no one dares to go against us at Chunfeng building. Reporting to the authorities? My boss is friends with the county magistrate. Go ahead and report. You've tricked me, and I'm very angry. The consequences will be severe. Brothers, close the door and take care of her. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so men behind Chang Tianxiao laughed lewdly, their eyes sizing up Huang Yuling. She had a stunning figure, and they had long been drooling over her. If it weren't for the fact that a virgin could fetch a good price, they would have acted long ago. Now that Huang Yuling was uncooperative, they could use some violent means to force her to comply. Seeing the door close, Huang Yuling began to feel scared. What are you going to do? I warn you. I've trained. Chang Tianxiao shrugged off his coarse outer garment and sneered. What a coincidence, so have I. I trained in the 18 touches. What about you? Ha ha. A group of men burst into lewd laughter. Just as Chang Tianxiao was cornering Huang Yuling, preparing to take advantage of her, a loud bang sounded. The main door of the room was suddenly kicked open. Then, a tall man dressed in coarse cloth strode into the room. He was 188 meters tall, extremely strong and robust, standing like a wall. Huang Yuling? Li Kai asked coldly. To reach Jingtian village quickly, Li Kai had not worn armor, as it was too heavy and would slow him down. He had arrived at the village alone, on horseback. Huang Yuling was taken aback. although she hadn't seen Li Kai. She had heard descriptions of the Su family son-in-law. She immediately shouted, "Brother-in-law, save me, brother-in-law." This kid is the son-in-law of the Su family who works as a village soldier in Yotsuan. Chong Tianxiao, now wearing the coarse garment he had just taken off, looked Li Kai up and down. Li Kai's build was so imposing that even with a dozen subordinates, Chong Tianxiao felt somewhat intimidated. "Brother, we are from Chunfeng building. Just give us some face and don't get involved." Upon hearing this, Li Kai sneered, "Chunfeng building? Do you think you have any face in front of me? Let her go." As soon as he said this, Chong Tianxiao's expression darkened. "I call you brother out of respect. You don't really think I'm afraid of you, do you? You're just a small village soldier from Yotsuan, with no formal troops at all. What do you think you're doing in front of me?" Chong Tianxiao crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Li Kai grinned and said, "So what if I'm a village soldier? Aren't village soldiers still soldiers?" Hearing this, Chong Tianxiao and his subordinates exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Ha! A village soldier counts as a soldier? Do you have swords? Do you have armor? Do you have war horses? You have nothing but shovels and hoes, and you call yourselves soldiers? Just a bunch of rabble. This is a private matter between us and the Su family. It has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly. Otherwise, I'll chop off your head." Chong Tianxiao waved his hand impatiently. But Li Kai didn't leave. Instead, he took a couple of steps forward. One of the thugs nearby saw that Li Kai wasn't backing down and blocked his way. "Our boss told you to get lost. Are you deaf?" Li Kai glanced at the thug and instantly made his move. He grabbed the thug by the neck. The 160-pound adult man was lifted like a chick in Li Kai's grip. Then Li Kai slammed the thug against the wall with a loud bang. The entire room shook, and dust fell as if it might collapse at any moment. The thug spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Li Kai released him, and the thug slid to the ground. When Chong Tianxiao saw that Li Kai dared to act, he was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. "You're looking for death." With a whoosh, Chong Tianxiao drew his long knife, and the dozen or so thugs around him also drew their long knives, surrounding Li Kai. With weapons in hand, Chong Tianxiao finally felt a bit more at ease. After all, the scene where Li Kai had taken down one of his subordinates with a single hand was too shocking. But now, with a dozen men each wielding a knife, they could easily take him down. Li Kai glanced at the dozen men surrounding him. Although he felt no panic, he didn't move to attack. The space here was too cramped, and he wasn't wearing armor. If a fight broke out, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. While he wouldn't die, he would surely get injured. After all, Li Kai wasn't Superman. His body was made of flesh. Who dares to touch someone from Chunfeng building? Are you tired of living? Do you know who our boss is? Kneel down, Chong Tianxiao roared. Li Kai coldly replied, "I advise you to put down your knives, or I'll get very angry." "You angry? What good is that? The knives are in our hands, and if we want, we can turn you into meat paste at any time," Chong Tianxiao said disdainfully. "Heh, are you bullying me because you have more people and more knives?" Li Kai asked with a playful expression. "So what if we are?" Chong Tianxiao sneered. Li Kai calculated the time. It was about right, and said, "Sorry, but I have more people than you, and my knives are sharper than yours." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of hooves echoed from outside. Chapter 62. Making friends upon hearing the sound of hooves, Chong Tianxiao and the others instantly felt a wave of panic. The ground trembled slightly, indicating that there were definitely a lot of horses. Who were those people outside? Officials? Or soldiers? Looking at Li Kai's confident expression, Chong Tianxiao's heart sank. Could it be that this kid had reinforcements? Impossible, he was just a small village soldier. His subordinates were merely villagers, and those villagers couldn't even afford to eat, let alone raise horses. But then, the sound of hooves stopped outside the courtyard. Following that, a series of clattering noises erupted. This sound was familiar to Chong Tianxiao. He had heard it once before. A few years ago, when the elite troops of the court passed through Qingshan County, the sound of their armor clashing was just like this. Village soldiers were wearing armor? Impossible. But soon after, dozens of muscular men clad in dark armor strode into the room. The space was too small to accommodate so many people, and some remained standing outside the door. Each of them carried a uniquely shaped bow on their back, with quivers and long knives hanging at their waists. Not a single person was shorter than one. 75 meters. They stood there in silence, and the aura they exuded made Chang Tianxiao feel terrified. These people could not possibly be village soldiers. The elite troops of the court that Chang Tianxiao had seen a few years ago were no match for these men. Chang Tianxiao quickly put on a forced smile and stepped forward, saying, "Gentlemen, I am from Chunfeng Tower. Are you here to carry out a mission in the village?" However, the armored men didn't even glance at Chang Tianxiao. They knelt down halfway toward Li Kai, calling out, "Boss." Dozens of them knelt in unison. Seeing this, Li Kai felt a bit helpless. "How many times have I said it? You don't need to kneel when you see me." Zhao Tianhu insisted, "You feed us. So how can we not kneel when we see you?" Hearing this, Li Kai had no choice but to compromise, get up. With a loud clatter, dozens of men stood up together and then coldly looked at Chang Tianxiao. At that moment, Chang Tianxiao and the others were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? These people called him boss? In other words, they were all from the village soldier team in Yotsuan? Impossible. The village soldiers had no military pay or organization. How could they afford to recruit so many people? And they were all wearing armor. To know, the armored rate of the Great Heavenly Dynasty's army was no more than 30%. At least 7 out of 10 were commoners. Yet this army before them had armor on every single person. The armored rate exceeded 100%. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Chang Tianxiao wouldn't even dare to believe it. At this time, Huang Yuling was staring blankly at Li Kai. As a woman, it was a lie to say she didn't admire strength. Huang Yuling was born in a small mountain village and had never seen much of the world. The most successful man she had known was merely someone from the village who did a bit of small business in the county and could ride a donkey cart home. Now, seeing Li Kai face dozens of tough guys without fear and easily killing one opponent with a single hand, along with the dozens of armored men behind him showing him such respect, the oppressive feeling from this strong man made Huang Yuling feel an overwhelming admiration. Was he the man of Sister Suyu? He was truly powerful. Just then, Suyu, who had been riding in the cart, finally arrived late. She hurriedly rushed into the room and immediately started looking for someone. "Sister Yuling, are you okay?" Upon seeing Suyu, Huang Yuling's eyes brightened, and the two women immediately embraced each other. "Sister Suyu, I am fine. I was so scared just now, I was really afraid." Huang Yuling hid in Suyu's embrace, her exaggerated curves pressing against her. Seeing that Huang Yuling was unharmed, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, after forcing himself to calm down, Chang Tianxiao cupped his fists toward Li Kai. "Brother, may I ask what position you hold in the army?" Until now, Chang Tianxiao still couldn't believe that the army before him was composed of the village soldiers from Yotun. In Chang Tianxiao's judgment, Li Kai must at least be a centurion, and a centurion of an elite army at that. Such a person was not someone Chunfeng Tower could afford to offend, nor did they need to. After all, these armed soldiers were the least afraid of death. Li Kai replied indifferently, "Nyotsuan village soldiers." Village soldiers? Chang Tianxiao's face was filled with shock. How could village soldiers have such scale and equipment? Was he really that ignorant? The Nyotsuan village soldiers are quite formidable. The bandits from King Fengzhi, were they formidable? They were eliminated by my brother-in-law, Huang Yuling said proudly, as if she had personally killed those bandits. Upon hearing this, Chang Tianxiao was even more shocked. He had heard of how formidable the bandits from King Fengzhi were, but he never expected they would be wiped out by village soldiers. However, judging by the combat power of these village soldiers before him, it was not surprising they could eliminate those bandits. It seemed this person before him must have a significant background. Thinking of this, Chang Tianxiao took out Suyu's slavery contract and respectfully returned it to Li Kai. "Brother, I was presumptuous earlier. Here's the slavery contract back to you. You don't need to return the money. Let us just be friends. How about that?" Li Kai took the slavery contract, tore it into pieces, and scoffed. "What are you? You think you're worthy to be friends with me?" Chang Tianxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, knowing that Li Kai was not easy to deal with. He said, "How about this? I represent Chunfeng Tower and offer you 100 taels of silver as compensation. Okay?" This was already the biggest concession Chunfeng Tower could make. Li Kai disdainfully replied, "Not okay." Seeing that soft tactics were ineffective, Chang Tianxiao steeled his heart and said, "Sir, as the saying goes, one must look at the master when beating a dog." If you take this money, we can be friends. If you insist on opposing Chunfeng Tower, our backer is not to be trifled with. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Kai slapped Chang Tianxiao hard across the face. Sorry, my slap is not to be trifled with either. Back then, you deceived my father-in-law into signing this slavery contract, and you think you're in the right? You came to demand 1,000 taels of silver. You think you're in the right? You beat my brother-in-law and father-in-law to the brink of death, and you think you're in the right? Now you want to settle this with 100 taels of silver? Sorry, that doesn't work with me. Li Kai's killing intent made Chang Tianxiao break out in a cold sweat. Then what do you propose? Why not report to the authorities? Once it gets to the magistrate, my Chunfeng Tower's owner can easily make sure you're done for. But Li Kai was not foolish. He scoffed. In this world, officials protect each other, and thieves are in cahoots. If reporting to the authorities were useful, would you dare to act so recklessly? Resolving this is easy. You beat my brother-in-law and father-in-law, right? Zhao Tianhu, break all their tendons and ligaments. Chapter 63. Taking a concubine, Zhao Tianhu received the order, his eyes instantly turning as cold as frost. He drew the long knife from his waist, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. The local soldiers behind him also drew their knives in unison. The atmosphere filled with a murderous intent that seemed to lower the temperature in the room. Chang Tianxiao and the others turned pale with fear, their legs weak, wanting to escape, but finding their retreat already blocked. They watched in terror as Zhao Tianhu approached step by step, desperately crying out, "Spare us. We were wrong." But Zhao Tianhu remained indifferent, his face showing no mercy. The first to be caught was a thug beside Chang Tianxiao, who struggled fiercely but was utterly unable to move under Zhao Tianhu's iron grip. Zhao Tianhu pressed him down to the ground, his knee firmly against the thug's back, rendering him immobile. Then, with precision, Zhao Tianhu's long knife sliced towards the thug's ankle. A scream echoed as the thug's tendons were severed. His body twisted in agony. Rolling on the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his face contorted in pain. Next, Zhao Tianhu grabbed another person, using the same method, and severed his hand tendons. The man let out a pig-like wail, his hands hanging limply, blood gushing from the wound and staining the ground red. Chang Tianxiao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his pants soaked with fear, pleading, "Please spare me. I won't dare again." But Zhao Tianhu showed no signs of stopping and quickly arrived in front of him. Chang Tianxiao looked at the glinting long knife, closing his eyes tightly in terror, his body trembling like a sieve. Zhao Tianhu did not hesitate. With one strike, he severed Chang Tianxiao's tendons, who let out a piercing scream that echoed in the room, lingering for a long time. After that, Zhao Tianhu cut his hand tendons, and Chang Tianxiao completely lost the ability to resist, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. In a short moment, more than a dozen thugs brought by Chang Tianxiao had their hand and foot tendons severed. They lay sprawled on the ground, groans and cries intermingling, creating a scene too horrific to behold. Go back and tell your master that this was done by Li Kai from Yo Village. If you're not satisfied, you are welcome to come find me anytime, he ordered. Then, Chang Tianxiao and the others were discarded like trash from the village. All of this was seen by Huang Yuling, who stood by. Li Kai was tall and strong, with good looks, and when he acted decisively, it made Huang Yuling's heart race. Su Yu naturally noticed her friend's unusual demeanor and quietly tugged at Huang Yuling. "Yuling, how's my man?" Huang Yuling's eyes showed a hint of shyness. "He's amazing, handsome, and gives me a sense of security." "Sister Su Yu, you really married the right person." Su Yu smiled slightly, "Of course. Let me tell you, every meal in Yo Village, I can have meat, and I only eat fine grains. My man is quite capable." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuling was filled with envy. In this day and age, having coarse grains for every meal was already considered good. Being able to eat fine grains at every meal was a privilege only the landlords could afford. Moreover, Su Yu could even eat meat at every meal. Even the county magistrate's living conditions were not as good. Seeing that Su Yu was now living happily, Yuling felt very happy too. Huang Yuling's face was sincere. At this moment, Su Yu held Huang Yuling's hand, her expression serious. "Yuling, would you like to be my man's little concubine?" "Huh?" Huang Yuling was taken aback and immediately became very shy. Sister Suyu, what are you saying? How can I compete with you for a man? My brother-in-law is excellent, but he already has you. Suyu gently patted Huang Yuling's small hand. Silly girl. Which capable man doesn't he have 3 wives and 4 concubines? It's normal. Besides, your brother-in-law is too skilled in that aspect. I can't handle it. And your family. If you become my man's little, I will feel at ease. If he marries another concubine in the future, the 2 of us can team up to prevent being bullied, right? Huang Yuling was swayed by Su Yu's simple words. Although sharing a man with her sister sounded very shy, Li Kai was just too outstanding, and even being a little concubine was acceptable to her. Sister is right. I will listen to you. Hearing this, Su Yu finally showed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Let's go. I'll take you to meet our man. With that, Su Yu pulled Huang Yuling and went to Li Kai. At first, Li Kai thought the 2 girls had a good relationship and were whispering to each other. But upon reaching them, he realized that Su Yu was actually looking for a concubine for himself. Master, this is my good friend I mentioned to you before. Yuling and I have already agreed. She is willing to be your little. After hearing Su Yu's words, Li Kai nearly spat out his drink. He had always thought Su Yu was joking, but he didn't expect her to really want to find him a concubine. He looked Huang Yuling up and down. She wasn't very tall, but her curves were quite ample. As the saying goes, delicate branches bearing large fruits. She was appealing and cute, with a baby face that made her look like a legitimate loli. Sleeping with such a woman must be delightful. However, as a man, Li Kai still had to maintain some decorum. Cough, cough. Suyu, isn't it a bit too hasty to take a concubine? After all, we just got married a few days ago. Not hasty at all. Do you not like my Yuling? Don't underestimate her, just because she is young. She looks quite mature. If you don't believe me, touch her. With that, Suyu reached to grab Li Kai's hand, and he quickly pulled it back. Cough, cough. Don't mess around. I'm not planning to take a concubine right now. Seeing Li Kai's serious face, Suyu became a bit anxious. No, you must marry Yuling today. Otherwise, I will stay at my family home and not come back. Seeing that Suyu couldn't be persuaded, Li Kai finally nodded helplessly. All right. I'll do as you wish. But in reality, Li Kai was overjoyed, with one gentle and charming woman and one legitimate loli accompanying him at night. Wouldn't that be heavenly? Okay, let's go ask Yuling's parents if they agree or not. Huang Yuling's parents were both born and raised in the countryside. They had long heard that the son-in-law of the Su family was capable, and now seeing Li Kai bring so many soldiers and driving off the thug from Chunfeng Tower, they expressed great approval of him. They did not oppose the matter of marriage. Right then, Li Kai took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Huang Yuling's family as a betrothal gift. After settling Su Yu's family, and due to concerns over Su Wu's injuries, the group hurried directly to Qingfeng Fort. Chapter 64. Steelmaking after arriving at the village. The doctor said that Su Wu had already woken up, although he had several knife wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were not deep, and he would recover after a few days of rest. Li Kai decided to keep Su Wu in the mountain stronghold, where he could eat well and stay comfortably, allowing him to recuperate in peace. That night, Su Yu prepared a large feast. 2 red candles were lit in the cave, and Huang Yuling changed into a new outfit, sitting by the table. Come on, Yuling, from today on, I'm the older one and you're the younger one. From now on, we are both Li Kai's women. Raising her glass, she toasted the head of the household first. Huang Yuling and Su Yu raised their glasses simultaneously and drank it all in one go. The spicy flavor immediately made their expressions delightful. Huang Yuling's doll-like face turned as red as an apple, looking exceedingly cute. Sister, I'm full now. What's next? Su Yu actively handed a pair of chopsticks to Huang Yuling. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Huang Yuling was almost drooling. There was roast chicken, braised beef, and pork knuckles, 8 dishes and a soup. Although Huang Yuling's family wasn't particularly poor, they weren't wealthy either. They usually only ate meat during festivals, and even then, it was just a few slices added to stir-fries or porridge. Eating meat as a staple like this was something Huang Yuling had never experienced. With Su Yu by her side, Huang Yuling felt relaxed and began to eat heartily. Soon, she patted her slightly bulging belly and burped. Sister, I'm full. At that moment, Sujudibida meaning fetis might. Since you're full, doesn't that mean you need to digest a bit? Digest? How do I do that? Huang Yuling blinked her innocent big eyes. Helping people digest is our men's strong suit. Just ask him, Suyu said, looking at Li Kai. Huang Yuling also looked at Li Kai, half understanding. Li Kai coughed twice, feeling a bit awkward. Ahem, Suyu, don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Sister, now that you're full and satisfied, what should we do next? Suyu stood up and glanced at the bed. On the bed were the new bedding Suyu had laid out, red and festive. Huang Yuling's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, I know. It's the wedding night. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Yuling showed a pitiful expression. Sister Suyu, I'm a bit scared. Can you stay with me? Silly sister, of course, I'll stay with you. Don't worry, with me around, you won't be scared. Under Suyu's reassurance, Huang Yuling was coaxed onto the bed. At this moment, Li Kai felt an overwhelming sense of wickedness. Why did he feel like a pervert coaxing a child to bed? Before long, both women had undressed and crawled into the quilt. Suyu popped her head out from under the covers and called to Li Kai, head of the household. Kumin. Li Kai was also stirred by the scene and quickly stripped off his clothes and dove into the quilt. I'm coming. That night, Li Kai felt extremely comfortable. In the past, his fighting power was too fierce, and Suyu couldn't handle it alone. Now with an extra sister, it felt just right. There was time to catch his breath and enjoy himself. Huang Yuling gave Li Kai one impression. She was big. At first, Huang Yuling was shy and introverted, but as the night progressed, she exhibited her astonishing talent. She unexpectedly went from passive to active. Fortunately, Li Kai had rich combat experience and managed to narrowly win this battle. That night, all three of them slept soundly. The next morning, after having breakfast, Li Kai went to the training ground. Since he invented the composite bow, his soldiers not only trained in the MNGF sword technique and Black Dragon 18 styles, but also needed to practice archery every day. However, Li Kai soon discovered a problem. The soldiers' swords seemed a bit too fragile. Not only were they dull, but sometimes, for some reason, the blades would chip. Ultimately, it was still due to the era's backward smelting technology, which could not significantly eliminate impurities from iron ore. Although the swords were called steel swords, they actually contained no steel, just iron. This was because producing steel required a very high temperature, and the Great Heavenly Dynasty had not yet developed that technology. If Li Kai wanted to smelt steel, the first thing he needed to do was upgrade the fuel. The first step was to replace charcoal with coke to increase the fuel temperature. Coke can reach a burning temperature of 700 degrees Celsius and has a low sulfur content. Making coke also required digging a clay kiln, which is a relatively large project. But Li Kai didn't mind the trouble and immediately instructed the people in Qingfeng's stronghold to prepare to dig a larger clay kiln specifically for making coke. At this time, in a large household in Qingshan County, Chang Tianxiao and over 20 others lay neatly in the courtyard. Their hands and feet had been broken, so they could only lie there. The owner of Chunfeng Tower, a man whose temperament and appearance resembled a woman, stood there with a gloomy expression. He delicately covered his mouth and nose with his fingers and asked, Who hurt you all so badly? Didn't you mention our Chunfeng Tower? At this time, Chang Tianxiao cried out in grievance, Boss, we did mention it. But that person didn't give you any face. That person was a local soldier from Nio village. Although he was a local soldier, he had 4 or 5 dozen good men under him, all wearing armor and wielding knives. My brothers were no match for them. Boss, you have to stand up for us. Jiang Luolan frowned tightly, murmuring, Nio village local soldiers? As the owner of Chunfeng Tower, Jiang Luolan was naturally well informed. He knew what had happened in Nio village and who was backing those local soldiers. The private soldiers of the Gu family were not to be trifled with. Gu family? Upon hearing these 2 words, Chang Tianxiao immediately despaired. The Gu family was a powerful force in Qingshan County. Although he had just arrived in Qingshan County not long ago, their background was impressive, and even the county magistrate could not afford to offend them. Boss, does this mean our injuries were for nothing? Jiang Luolan took out a handkerchief and wiped his delicate hands. With the Gu family's protection, I can't interfere directly. But hurting you is tantamount to tarnishing our Chunfeng Tower's reputation. If everyone acts like them, signing contracts and then going back on them, who would want to come to our Chunfeng Tower to be a prostitute? I'll go to the county office. I heard the county magistrate is also worried about this matter. I might as well give him some advice. Chapter 65. Disbanding the militia at this moment. In the county office, Zhu Kaijiang was sitting under a gazebo, savoring tea. His son, Zhu Ming, stood opposite him, with his head lowered, looking unwilling and wronged. "Father, is my humiliation just going to be overlooked like this?" As soon as this matter was mentioned, Zhu Kaijiang was filled with anger. He initially thought that with Ma Yong's soldiers, he could easily take revenge. But unexpectedly, after Ma Yong fought with Li Kai, they ended up becoming brothers. So, it's not that your father doesn't want to avenge you, but Li Kai has the support of the Gu family behind him. And now he has also formed a connection with Ma Yong. "It's truly difficult for me," Zhu Kaijiang said with a bitter smile. Zhu Kaijiang naturally knew that Li Kai had taken over Qingfeng village. Qingfeng village was easy to defend, but hard to attack. Even if all the constables in the county office were mobilized, they wouldn't be able to capture Li Kai at Qingfeng village. Therefore, he could only accept this silent loss. Just then, a constable hurriedly entered. "Sir, Jiang Luolan from Chunfeng Tower requests an audience." Hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang's eyes lit up. Chunfeng Tower was the largest brothel in Qingshan County. For a brothel to be so large, it naturally engaged in many illegal activities. The county office was able to turn a blind eye because they had received many benefits from Jiang Luolan. As long as Jiang Luolan came to visit, it meant money was going to fall into Zhu Kaijiang's pocket. "Quickly, let her in." Soon, the constable brought Jiang Luolan to the courtyard of the office. Looking at Zhu Kaijiang, who was sipping tea under the gazebo, Jiang Luolan raised her delicate fingers and said, "The county magistrate truly has a refined interest." Zhu Kaijiang forced a smile. "Not at all. Just taking a break from my busy schedule. However, it's rare for Boss Jiang to visit my county office. I also wouldn't come here without a good reason. I heard that the county magistrate has been troubled recently by a local militia led by someone named Li Kai." Jiang Luolan sat down with a slight smile. The incident of Zhu Ming being forced to run naked had already spread throughout the streets and alleys of Qingshan County. However, most people didn't dare to mention it in front of Zhu Kaijiang due to his status. Jiang Luolan was the first to bring it up in front of him. Zhu Kaijiang's expression darkened slightly as he nodded. "Indeed, this person is rude and despicable, relying on his connections to act wantonly." Jiang Luolan smiled slightly. The county magistrate wants to eliminate him, but relying solely on the county office's military strength, he cannot match Li Kai. Can he? Zhu Kaijiang nodded, right? In fact, to get rid of Li Kai, does the county office even need to mobilize its troops? If you listen to my suggestion, the county magistrate could send someone to order Li Kai to disband the militia. If he complies, it would be easy to control him. If he refuses, you can accuse him of treason and apply to the state government for troops to suppress him. No matter what, he is doomed. After hearing Jiang Luolan's words, Zhu Kaijiang's eyes sparkled. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Brilliant! Brilliant! Such an ingenious plan. How did I not think of it? Boss Jiang, you've truly helped me a great deal. Zhu Ming, don't you want revenge? I'll assign this task to you. Remember, you are only to convey my orders and not to engage in any armed conflict with them." Zhu Ming was extremely excited at this moment and nodded. "Rest assured, Father, I know what to do." After saying this, Zhu Ming went out, summoned a few constables, and got into a carriage, heading towards Nyokun. At this moment, inside Qingfeng village, Suya had become a very busy person. This was because Li Kai had entrusted her with managing all the money in Qingfeng village. Daily expenses had to go through Suyu's approval. Since Li Kai started collecting protection fees, more and more villagers willingly paid for protection. Li Kai's method of collecting protection fees was similar to modern gym memberships. The longer the membership, the cheaper it became, with better value for money. Monthly cards cost 201. Quarterly cards cost 501. Annual cards cost 901. The so-called cards were actually iron tokens made by the blacksmith at Li Kai's request. Li Kai wasn't too worried about anyone forging fake tokens, as his tokens had serial numbers stamped on them. The numbers were also recorded in Suyu's little notebook. If someone forged a fake token, they couldn't replicate the number. Any token not recorded in Suyu's notebook was a fake. Since Li Kai started selling tokens, business had been good due to the high value for money. Each household only needed to pay 201 for a month apiece. It should be noted that in this era, Having more men in a household made them less likely to be bullied, so most families had 3 or 4 men. 3 or 4 men could earn 1 or 2 silver coins a month, which was about 1,000 won. Spending just 200 won for a month of safety was indeed very cost-effective. In comparison, if bandits came and robbed all the family as savings, the cost-effectiveness of buying the token was undeniable. Furthermore, since Li Kai had eliminated the bandits at Qingfeng village and even executed some at the village entrances, the villagers had a high level of trust in the Nyotsuen militia. Li Kai was munching on sunflower seeds, watching Siyu check the accounts, and casually asked, "Wife, how many tokens have we sold? How much protection money have we collected?" Siyu replied casually, "We've already made 2,000 taels." Upon hearing this, Li Kai's eyes widened. "What? How much? It's only been a few days since we started selling tokens, and we've already made 2,000 taels? If calculated at 200 won per household, that meant about 10,000 households had bought Li Kai's tokens." The surrounding villagers were terrified of being robbed, especially with the recent impressive performance of the Nyotsuen militia, which naturally led many to buy tokens. They had sold around 7 or 8,000 tokens, including those for annual and quarterly memberships. Li Kai nodded upon hearing this. Including his own savings, he now had almost 10,000 taels. For an ordinary person, this was an astronomical figure. With so much money, it was time to start expanding the militia. Tell Li Daniu to forge 200 sets of armor and 200 swords for me. Also, tell Zhang Aimin to make me 200 composite bows. 200 sets of armor would cost 4,000 taels. 200 composite bows would also cost 2,000 taels. 200 swords would cost 1,000 taels. In an instant, 7,000 taels would be spent. Chapter 66, Who Says There Are No Bandits? Tell Digwa to release the news that the militia of Nyotsuen Township is recruiting soldiers. The requirements remain the same as before. Anyone shorter than 175 meters will not be accepted. Those younger than 16 or older than 30 will not be accepted. The disabled or those with hidden illnesses will not be accepted. Lastly, those from Huxiao village and Xinjia village will not be accepted. Each person will receive 500 coins a month, and if they die in battle, their families will receive 5 taels of silver as compensation. The Nyotsuen Township militia does not lack soldiers because the benefits are too good. As long as they pass the interview, they will receive armor upon joining. With armor, the chances of being killed on the battlefield are significantly reduced. After giving these instructions, the sentry at the gate suddenly whistled. "Militia chief, the officials are here." Li Fromnet, "The officials are here? Are they coming to attack Qingfeng village?" "How many people came?" "Just 2 horse-drawn carriages. They're shooting TB many." 2 horse-drawn carriages? Li Kai climbed up the gate and looked down. Indeed, only 2 carriages had come. When the carriages reached the gate of Qingfeng village, 4 constables with knives jumped down from the back carriage. The curtain of the front carriage was lifted, and Zhu Ming, dressed in white, appeared before Li Kai. With a flourish, Zhu Ming opened his folding fan, looking suave and smiling. "Li Kai, long time no see." Upon seeing Zhu Ming, Li Kai raised the corners of his mouth. "Oh, ISNT this young Master Zhu? What brings you to my Qingfeng village? Missing that feeling of me beating you up?" Li Kai's words made Zhu Ming's mouth twitch. "Hej Li Ikai. Don't get too smug. You might not be smiling for long." After saying this, Zhu Ming waved his hand, and one of the constables stepped forward with glue, applying it to the gate before directly posting a notice on it. "To prevent you from not seeing it, I will read the contents of this notice to you. The bandit problem around Nyotsuen has been resolved, and the mountain bandits of Qingfeng village have suffered heavy casualties. Therefore, this notice is posted to disband the Nyotsuen militia." "Li Kai, did you hear that? This is an order from the officials, commanding you to disband the militia." Zhu Ming looked at Li Kai with a smug expression, his eyes filled with glee. "Li Kai, aren't you just relying on someone behind you for money, pretending to be a militia while actually maintaining your own private army? Now that this notice has been issued, let us see how you can still be smug. This is an official notice. You must disband the militia within 3 days. If you don't disband, my father can report to the provincial government and have them send troops to eliminate you. By then, you won't be a militia anymore, but a rebel." Hearing this, Li Kai furrowed his brows. The Great Tian Dynasty has almost zero tolerance for rebellion. The reason is that the world is too dark, and the emperor fears a large-scale uprising that could overthrow his rule. Therefore, as soon as there is news of rebellion or uprising, they would rather kill innocents than let it go. This move is ruthless. If he does not disband a militia, he will face the court's siege. Although Li Kai believes that his troops are quite capable, if the court sends several thousand or even tens of thousands of troops, can his 100 men hold up? Of course not. If he disbands, it will be like a tiger without teeth, easily slaughtered. Li Kai, why are you not speaking? Are you scared? Zhu Ming, feeling extremely pleased, looked down at Li Kai. I'm a generous person. As long as you kneel down and call me Master Zhu, and then crawl through my legs, I can forget the past. How about it? Upon hearing this, Li Kai also laughed. Heh, I think you're itching for a beating. Someone, rush out and give him a beating. Digua immediately took action, leading his men to open the gate and charge towards Zhu Ming. At this moment, Zhu Ming panicked and quickly shouted, "You dare! I am an official of the county." Digua came to Zhu Ming's face and asked, "Then may I ask what position you hold in the county?" With this question, Zhu Ming was left speechless. He held no official position in the county. He was just the son of the county magistrate. Without an official position, you're just like us, a commoner. Digua smirked. What about commoners? You commoners don't have the right to touch me. The constables are watching. Zhu Ming hurriedly looked towards the 4 constables beside him. At this moment, Digua revealed his large knife, playfully saying, "Oh really? Did you foresee me beat someone?" Digua and his men were all wearing armor and wielding large knives. There were also dozens of people at the gate with bows and arrows aimed. The 4 constables didn't dare to say a word. They hurriedly looked up and down, but couldn't find Zhu Ming. Since he didn't see it, then let us beat him. With that, 4 or 5 people surrounded Zhu Ming and began to punch and kick him. A series of wails erupted, and a few minutes later, Zhu Ming was left bruised and battered, with several teeth knocked out. Let us go back. Li Kai waved his hand, and Digua led the others back into the village. At this moment, Zhu Ming's face was covered in bruises. Even if his own mother came, she would take a few seconds to recognize him. Filled with hatred, Zhu Ming pointed at Li Kai on the mountain and muttered incoherently, "Li Kai, you just wait. You want to have good days ahead." With that, Zhu Ming almost fled from the village. After Zhu Ming left, Zhao Tianhu looked worried. "Big brother, are we really going to disband the militia?" Hearing this, Li Kai laughed. "Why disband? What if we don't disband and the court really sends troops to suppress us? What should we do?" Zhao Tianhu asked. Li Kai replied casually. "They're forcing us to disband the militia because there are no longer bandits in the mountains. Without bandits, the militia is unnecessary. But what if there are still bandits in the mountains?" Zhao Tianhu scratched his head and said, "But haven't we wiped out all the bandits in the mountains? Where else would there be bandits?" Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianhu suddenly had a look of realization. "Oh, I understand." Li Kai smiled, looking at Zhu Ming's departing figure. "You are too naive to compete with me." Soon night fell. In front of Li Kai stood 20 people. Leading these 20 people were Digua and 10 team leaders. The remaining 10 were the best of the best. All 20 were dressed in night clothes that covered their entire bodies, leaving only their eyes visible. Each person also carried an empty bag on their back. Leading them was Li Kai. "Remember, once we get to the city, do not kill innocent civilians, do not rob ordinary merchants, only target the wealthy households. Rob but do not harm. Time is limited. We need to act quickly. After half an hour, regardless of how much wealth we gather, we must withdraw from Qingshan County. Understood?" Chapter 67. City Invasion and Robbery. 21 men, mounted on 21 swift horses, left Qingfeng's stronghold under the cover of night. In the early morning hours, Qingshan County was silent. At this time, almost everyone had already fallen asleep. The county's main gate was tightly locked, and 4 or 5 guards were dozing off on the city wall. Since Qingshan County was neither a front line nor a rebellion area, there was little chance of an enemy attacking the city, so the guards were quite lax. They followed a routine of closing the city gate at a certain time and opening it at another, similar to the security guards in residential communities, just passing the time. However, entering the city at night still posed some challenges. The city wall was a full 8 meters high, making it nearly impossible for an average person to climb over. But for a trained special forces soldier, it was a piece of cake. Li Kai led his 20 men to the foot of the city wall. He then took out a rope from his pack. One end of the rope was tied to an iron claw. Li Kai swung the rope, and the iron claw was hurled toward the top of the city wall. With a snap, the claw firmly latched onto the edge of the wall. After testing its weight-bearing capacity, Li Kai was the first to grab the rope and climb up the wall. Having executed numerous special operations, Li Kai was quite adept at climbing walls. He made it up with little effort. There were no guards patrolling the city wall. After all, it was the rear line, and the vigilance was not so strict. Next, Li Kai pulled and tugged to bring the remaining 20 men up. Once they reached the top of the wall, Li Kai did not rush into the county, but instead led his men to the gate guard. The 4 guards at the gate were sitting on the ground, dozing off with their long rifles, completely unaware that 20 strong men dressed in night suits had appeared before them. Suddenly, when a cold blade was pressed against their necks, the 4 guards jolted awake. "Don't make a sound. If you dare to make any noise, it will cost you your life." Li Kai, masked and full of murderous intent, terrified the guards into trembling, not daring to make a sound. Li Kai then ordered his men to tie up the 4 guards. The reason for binding them was that the commotion Li Kai would cause in the city would undoubtedly be loud. If they woke up and were on guard, it would be like closing the door to beat the dog. After binding the 4 guards, Li Kai climbed down the city wall, opened the county gate, and let his men ride their war horses in. He left 2 men to guard the gate, while the remaining 18 followed Li Kai on horseback, heading straight for the Zhu residence. The Zhu residence was the home of Zhu Kaijiang and Zhu Ming. First, Li Kai aimed to take action against the 2 of them. Although Zhu Kaijiang was the county magistrate, the Zhu residence was not the county office, but his private home. Even if there were guards, there would definitely not be many. After all, assassinating the county magistrate was a serious crime, and no one would think of killing the magistrate, inviting the court's pursuit. When they arrived outside the Zhu residence, Li Kai kicked open the door. The 18 men behind him each held a burning torch. Remember, if you can avoid killing, do not kill. If anyone resists fiercely, break their arms and legs. If someone attacks with a knife, kill them directly. Do not be soft-hearted. Li Kai commanded. The 18 men nodded in unison. Action! With Li Kai's order, the 18 men charged into the Zhu residence like hungry wolves. They illuminated the courtyard with their torches, and one man kicked open the main hall door, slamming it against the wall with a loud bang. Inside the hall, several servants were startled awake by the sudden noise and groggily rushed out from the side rooms to check the situation. Before they could react, 2 strong men quickly stepped forward, blocking their necks with long knives. "If you don't want to die, behave yourself." The servants turned pale, their legs weak, trembling as they raised their hands, daring not to make a sound. Li Kai strode into the inner courtyard, kicking open the doors of each room he came across. The maids and young servants screamed in terror, and Li Kai shouted, "Shut up! If anyone dares to make a sound, this knife doesn't have eyes." The crowd immediately covered their mouths, curling up in the corners, their eyes filled with fear. At that moment, a bodyguard rushed out from the shadows, swinging a club, trying to drive away the unwelcome guests. Seeing this, one of Li Kai's men snorted coldly, stepped forward, and with a sweep of his long knife, the bodyguard club was cut in 2. Before the bodyguard could react, the man kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying backward to the ground, rolling in pain, unable to resist. In another area, a servant, emboldened, grabbed a candlestick from the table and swung it at a strong man rummaging through the cabinets. The strong man sensed the attack, dodged to the side, easily avoiding it. Then, in a swift move, he rushed forward, grabbed the servant's wrist, and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the servant's wrist dislocated, the candlestick fell, and he screamed in agony. The strong man followed up with a punch to his face, causing blood to flow from the servant's mouth and nose as he collapsed to the ground. Li Kai and his men made their way to Zhu Kaijiang's study, kicking open the door and starting to rummage through the room. Ink, paper, and writing brushes were carelessly thrown on the floor, and books from the shelves were pulled down, scattering everywhere. They did not miss a single corner, grabbing anything that looked valuable and stuffing it into their bags. The entire Zhu residence was in chaos, with cries, shouts, and the sounds of items being overturned blending together. In this turmoil, Li Kai and his men brazenly looted valuables, turning the Zhu residence into a scene of devastation. It must be said that the Zhu residence had many valuable items. In terms of silver alone, Li Kai looted several hundred taels. They also found numerous precious jewels. Zhu Kaijiang had many concubines, and each concubine's room contained many valuable accessories. Li Kai took all the jewelry without hesitation. Seeing Zhu Kaijiang's beautiful concubines, Li Kai's men were also tempted. They were all farmers from the village, and before, they felt inferior and did not dare to speak to women from the city. But now, witnessing even the county magistrate's women trembling and looking pitiful before them, how could they not harbor evil thoughts? However, Li Kai had warned them that anyone who dared to violate women would be executed. While they did not dare to go that far, they still felt bold enough to take advantage of the situation. Li Kai turned a blind eye to his men's behavior. After all, they were a group of young men full of vigor, and it wasn't worth it to hold them back. As for the commotion, it eventually woke Zhu Kaijiang and Zhu Ming, who were sleeping in their bedrooms. Who is it outside? Intruders. Help! Help! Chapter 68. Tattoo Punishment. Zhu Ming was in a panic, shouting as he hurriedly dressed. But after calling for a long time, no one responded. Just then, with a bang, the door burst open. 3 masked men entered Zhu Ming's room, each wielding a gleaming large knife, exuding a chilling aura. Zhu Ming was so frightened that he wet himself and fell to his knees, hurriedly saying, "Gentlemen, I have some hidden money under my bed. Take it all. I beg you, just spare my life." Upon hearing this, Li Kai waved his hand, and the man beside him, Digua, directly pulled out a box from under Zhu Ming's bed. When the box was opened, it contained 10 gold ingots. Seeing the gold, Li Kai's eyes lit up. 1 ingot of gold was worth 100 ingots of silver, and 1 ingot of silver was 10 taels. This meant that these 10 gold ingots were worth a full 1,000 taels of silver. It was unimaginable that the son of a mere county magistrate had saved up such a fortune. "I can't believe how much you must have embezzled," Li Kai said coldly. At this moment, Zhu Ming felt that Li Kai's voice was somewhat familiar, but he didn't think much of it. "Gentlemen, isn't it the purpose of being an official to be greedy? What kind of official wouldn't be greedy?" Zhu Ming said with a grin. Hearing this, Li Kai laughed. "Being an official is for greed?" Before Zhu Ming could react, Li Kai stomped hard on his chest, knocking him to the ground. "It's because of you greedy officials that Qingshan County is suffering. If you used this money to eliminate bandits, the robbers in the mountains would have been wiped out long ago. A bunch of corrupt officials. Zhu Ming, remember, I, Li Kai, will take your head one day." After saying this, Li Kai crouched down in front of Zhu Ming and directly pulled off his mask. When Zhu Ming saw Li Kai's face, he was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. "Li Kai, it's you. How dare you break into my Zhu family? Robbers. You're all a bunch of robbers. I will send troops to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, Li Kai and Di Guo exchanged glances and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. You're right, we are robbers. We are the remnants of Qing Feng Mountain. Didn't you say there were no bandits in Qing Feng Mountain? That you would forcibly disband the militia of Niu Village? Sorry, we are the bandits of Qing Feng Mountain. Tomorrow, everyone in Qingshan County will know that the bandits of Qing Feng Mountain have not been wiped out, and you have no right to disband our militia." At this, Zhu Ming's chest heaved with anger as he shouted, "Nonsense! Qing Feng Mountain has no bandits. You are just pretending to be bandits." Li Kai shrugged and said, "Who knows? What if you know the truth? Who would believe you? Everyone knows our Niu Village militia has made great contributions in eliminating bandits, protecting the safety of so many villages at the foot of the mountain. We have won the people's hearts. No one will believe the government. If we say there are bandits in Qing Feng Mountain, then there are bandits in Qing Feng Mountain." After hearing Li Kai's words, even Zhu Ming, no matter how foolish he was, understood that what Li Kai said was true. This was an open conspiracy, a conspiracy that he knew was a conspiracy. Li Kai swaggering like this. No one would think they were the militia of Niu Village. Everyone would think they were bandits from Qing Feng Mountain. At this moment, Li Kai crouched down and patted Zhu Ming's face. "Kid, you were quite arrogant in Qing Feng camp yesterday. Weren't you going to lead troops to eliminate us? Now I'm standing right in front of you. So go ahead and eliminate us." Zhu Ming lowered his head and said nothing. You should be thankful that the real bandits didn't come this time. The real bandits would have killed every last one of you. To leave you with a deep impression, I have prepared a little gift for you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming immediately looked up at Li Kai, his eyes filled with fear. "What do you want to do?" Li Kai then took out the tools used for tattooing. "You officials love to tattoo people's faces, don't you? Today, I will leave a mark on young Master Zhu's face, so that the world will remember you." "No, please no," Zhu Ming screamed in terror. In this era, those with tattoos on their faces were exiled criminals, despised by everyone. Once a tattoo was on, it could never be washed off. He, Zhu Ming, was the young master of the Zhu family and was destined to embark on a political career. Leaving a tattoo on his face would ruin his future and make it impossible for him to show his face in public ever again. "Li Kai, I beg you. I'll give you all my money. I'll kneel for you. Just don't tattoo my face." Zhu Ming knelt before Li Kai, crying and snotting, looking utterly pitiful. But Li Kai was not soft-hearted. With a glance, Digua and Zhao Tianbao directly pinned Zhu Ming to the ground, and Li Kai took the needle, dipped it in dye, and began to tattoo. This operation was called tattoo punishment in the Great Heavenly Dynasty. It involved tattooing the most visible parts of a criminal's face, making it clear to everyone that he was a criminal, which was a great insult to his dignity. If a poor person was tattooed, it was acceptable since they were already at the bottom. But if a person from a wealthy family was tattooed, they would never be able to hold their head up again and would become a laughingstock in their circle. Li Kai's actions were undeniably ruthless. Amid Zhu Ming's extreme resistance and wails, Li Kai awkwardly tattooed the words "corrupt official" on his face. One on the left, one on the right. It looked quite comical. After doing all this, Zhu Ming collapsed on the ground, his face filled with despair. Li Kai said blandly, "You like being a corrupt official, don't you? Then I will let the whole world know that you will be a corrupt official in the future." "Oh, sorry," after tattooing these two words, "you probably won't be able to be an official anymore." After saying this, Li Kai sneered and directly left Zhu Ming's room. After leaving Zhu Ming's room, Digua asked, "Boss, why not just kill him? Wouldn't that be more satisfying?" Li Kai rolled his eyes at him and said, "Stealing some property is at most robbery, and the government of Qingshan County will handle it. But if we kill the county magistrate's son, that would be rebellion, and they would send troops to suppress us." Digua nodded in understanding. "Have you found Zhu Kaijiang, that old bastard?" Digua shook his head and said, "That old bastard is truly cunning. There's a tunnel in his room. It leads directly outside the Zhu residence. By the time we broke in, Zhu Kaijiang was already gone." Li Kai nodded. "That's not a big problem. After all, we didn't come here for the people." "Did you finish writing the words outside the Zhu residence?" "Yes." "Boss, you should go take a look." Upon arriving outside the Zhu residence, they saw a row of large words neatly written on the wall with blood. "The king of Qingfeng Mountain visited here." Chapter 69. Dog bites dog. Li Kai led his 18 subordinates and, after robbing the Zhu residence, conveniently plundered several wealthy households in the vicinity. Li Kai wasn't indiscriminate in his thefts. He didn't target honest merchants, but focused only on those who bullied others and engaged in illicit dealings. He robbed 3 or 4 of such households. Finally, just before leaving the county town, he set fire to the Chunfeng Tower. After completing these deeds, the 21 men rode on 21 swift horses and took advantage of the chaos to leave Qingshan County. The next morning, news of the robberies at the Zhu residence and several wealthy households spread throughout the county. Outside each looted household, blood was used to write "The king of Qingfeng Mountain passed by here," clearly indicating to everyone that the bandits from Qingfeng Mountain had come. Early in the morning, many citizens pointed and discussed the blood-written words outside the doors. The bandits had become increasingly brazen, daring to enter the city. In the past, those bandits only dared to rob the villages outside the city, but now they even dared to raid the residence of the county magistrate. I say good job. The bandits from Qingfeng Mountain have robbed those few notorious wealthy households, and it feels so satisfying. The people in the city were abuzz with conversation, while at that moment, County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang, assisted by 2 subordinates, returned to the Zhu residence in great disarray. Last night, upon hearing the maid's cries outside, Zhu Kaijiang had fled through a secret passage under his bed without a second thought. He disregarded his wife and children, prioritizing his own escape. After escaping the Zhu residence, Zhu Kaijiang hid in a garbage pile for the entire night, only daring to return home when it was light. Upon learning that the robbers who had ransacked his home were from Qingfeng Mountain, Zhu Kaijiang was furious. Bastards! Bastards! Zhao Qingfeng is dead. What bandits are left in Qingfeng Mountain? It must be those country soldiers from Yotsuan. They did this. Send troops to exterminate the country soldiers from Yotsuan. I want their bodies torn to pieces. In the hall, an agitated Zhu Kaijiang spat as he spoke, nearly driven to madness by his anger. Meanwhile, the scribe beside him wore a troubled expression. He wasn't sure if Zhu Kaijiang was just venting or if he truly intended to send troops to Yotsuan. At that moment, Jiang Luolan's voice rang out from outside. County Magistrate, please calm down. If you send troops now, you won't have the advantage of time, place, or people. You might not only lose the battle, but also your official hat. Dressed in a spotless white robe and smelling even more fragrant than a woman, Jiang Luolan was currently fanning herself with a folding fan, clearly disgusted by Zhu Kaijiang's odor. Seeing Jiang Luolan, Zhu Kaijiang's temper eased somewhat. Boss Jiang, you're not here just to see me make a fool of myself, are you? Jiang Luolan replied coldly. We're both in the same boat. Those bastards set my Chunfeng Tower on fire when they left. Although there were no casualties, I suffered at least several thousand taels in losses. I hate those bastards even more than you do. Hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang felt somewhat relieved. It seemed he wasn't the only one having a bad time. Do you have any good ideas, Boss Jiang? Jiang Luolan smiled slightly. County Magistrate, why not let them dog bite dog? Dog bites dog? What do you mean? Zhu Kaijiang was intrigued and asked earnestly. You know that there are many mountains outside the county, including Qingfeng Mountain, Heifeng Mountain, and Huangdang Mountain. These mountains hide countless bandits. However, these bandits dare not openly oppose the government. Without your protection, County Magistrate, they wouldn't last long. If possible, you wouldn't want bandits in the jurisdiction of Qingshan County either. But there are too many bandits for you to kill them all. If you must take action, it's best to catch them all at once. But if you can't uproot them, they might revolt if they feel they have no way out. A few thousand of them could easily attack your county office. It wouldn't be worth losing your head over it. Zhu Kaijiang fell silent, seemingly agreeing with this line of thought. Since he couldn't kill them all, it was better to turn a blind eye, take some benefits from them, and let them live happily in the mountains. You could notify the leaders of several nearby bandit camps, promise them some benefits, and have them send people to Yotsuan to force the country soldiers from Qingfeng Mountain down. Then you can watch them fight among themselves. After they're both weakened, you can lead the troops from the county office to attack, killing two birds with one stone. You can eliminate the bandits and take revenge on the country soldiers from Yotsuan, achieving a perfect outcome. After hearing Jiang Luolan's analysis, Zhu Kaijiang squinted and thought. But how do you know they will end up in a mutually destructive fight? Zhu Kaijiang asked. Jiang Luolan smiled slightly. This is easy to analyze. The reason the country soldiers from Yotsuan could defeat the bandits from Qingfeng Mountain is not because they were numerous, but because of their superior equipment. Each of them is equipped with brand new armor and has strong combat capabilities. But no matter how strong they are, there are only 100 of them. The nearby bandit camps combined have at least a few thousand people. However, these camp leaders definitely want to send all their men down the mountain. Each camp will send dozens or hundreds of men, totaling about 1 or 2,000. 1 or 2,000 against 100. Even if the country soldiers have superior equipment, they will definitely be defeated. And these mountain bandits are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Even if they will win at a great cost. At that time, County Magistrate, you can take advantage of their weakness and finish them off. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After listening to Jiang Luolan's analysis, Zhu Kaijiang nodded slightly. Very good, very good. If this plan succeeds, Boss Jiang, you'll have done a great service. I will treat you to a feast then. Ha ha ha. Zhu Kaijiang was very pleased, because if this plan succeeded, he would gain merit for eliminating bandits, and his official position would rise. After all, he was just a minor official of the 7th rank. If this succeeded, he might even be promoted to the 6th rank. At this moment, the gloom from the robbery at Zhu Kaijiang's house dissipated, and he hummed a little tune as he headed to his concubine's room. In Qingfeng village, Li Kai and the others were counting their spoils. How much did we steal in total? Li Kai asked. At that moment, in front of over 100 onlookers in Qingfeng village, the ground was covered with a carpet, which was filled with gold, silver, and jewels. After counting, Di Guo said, "There are 2,000 taels in silver. These assorted jewelry and treasures should be worth over 10,000 taels." Li Kai's eyes lit up. They had struck it rich. However, since these were stolen goods, selling them at their original price would likely deter buyers, but selling them at a low price should yield quick sales. Chapter 70. Li Kai naturally understood this principle and nodded. "That's right, Zhao Tianhu, you are responsible for taking these items to the neighboring county to sell them. The sooner the better." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhu nodded, packed up the gold, silver, and jewels, took 2 people with him, and left the village. The reason for sending Zhao Tianhu was that he was one of Li Kai's most trusted subordinates. His parents' grievances were avenged with Li Kai's help, so he naturally wouldn't take a cut. With the 2,000 taels of silver they seized, Li Kai now had 5,000 taels in savings. Although it seemed like a lot, this amount had to cover the expenses of over 100 people in the village, so it wouldn't last long. The key point was that Li Kai was currently recruiting soldiers and spending money like water. "Boss, the cellar you wanted has been dug," Di Guo reported at this time. Li Kai nodded. Some time ago, he thought about smelting steel, and the first step in steelmaking was to dig a clay furnace. So he instructed Di Guo to have a few people handle it. With many hands, the clay furnace was quickly completed. Li Kai arrived at the clay furnace and saw a 3-meter deep pit in front of him. After checking the depth and size, Li Kai nodded. Moreover, the interior of the deep pit was lined with stone walls. With stone walls, the clay furnace wouldn't collapse after being used a time or two, allowing for long-term use. Throw the charcoal into the clay furnace, light it, seal the furnace, and leave a vent. "It needs to burn for 5 days, Li Kai said lightly. His subordinates immediately followed his instructions, throwing a large amount of charcoal into the clay furnace, lighting it, and sealing it to make charcoal. The reason for doing this was that Li Kai needed to obtain coke. To smelt steel, the temperature must be high. Ordinary charcoal simply doesn't meet the standards. In contrast, porous coke raises the calorific value by 50% and reduces sulfur pollution. Additionally, Li Kai needed to improve the structure of the iron smelting furnace. He took paper and a pen and began to draw blueprints. After finishing the blueprints, he called Li Daniu over. "Can you build a few iron smelting furnaces according to my design? Is it feasible?" Li Daniu looked at the blueprints, frowning as he examined them. "It is possible. But what use is this oddly shaped iron smelting furnace?" Li Kai explained, "The iron tools produced by this iron smelting furnace will have stronger toughness, several times that of current iron tools." Upon hearing this, Li Daniu's eyes widened. "Several times? That's too outrageous, right? If we can really develop such a weapon, wouldn't that be equivalent to creating a divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud? Imagine on the battlefield, 2 soldiers wielding knives. When one strikes down, the opponent's knife breaks while their own remains unscathed. The next moment would be a massacre. Boss, is this really feasible?" Li Kai nodded slightly. "It is feasible. First, use clay and quartz sand to line the interior, increasing the furnace height to 3 to 4 meters. Widen the furnace belly to expand the combustion area. Additionally, add a bellows to provide airflow to raise the furnace temperature. This is essentially a modern version of a simple Bessemer converter. This technology was invented during the Second Opium War, 200 years after the establishment of the Qing dynasty. Although the steel knives produced won't be as tough as modern steel knives, it is still a qualitative improvement compared to the current iron smelting technology of the Great Tian dynasty. Once the iron smelting furnace is completed, I'll teach you how to smelt iron," Li Kai said lightly. After hearing Li Kai's words, Li Daniu looked at him with even more skepticism. "Damn it, I've been a blacksmith for most of my life, and you, a kid who hasn't even touched a hammer, want to teach me how to smelt iron? If it weren't for you being the boss, I would have already blown up." Although Li Daniu complained in his heart, he didn't say a word. After all, Li Kai was the boss. "All right, boss." Then, Li Daniu followed the blueprints provided by Li Kai to build the new iron smelting furnace. In the following days, everything was calm. As a recruitment notice for Qingfeng village was posted in various villages, more and more people eagerly signed up. On the day of selecting new soldiers, A good number of over 1,000 people came from Niu village. Li Kai assigned Zhao Tianbao to handle the selection of candidates. The requirements remained the same. Only those with high quality would be accepted. If they didn't meet the standards, Li Kai would rather not recruit than choose the best among the worst. Soon, Zhao Tianbao returned with 200 people. Each of these 200 individuals was over 175 meters tall. In this era, due to malnutrition and insufficient food, there weren't many men taller than 175 meters. These individuals, if placed in modern times, would all be around 180 meters tall. Furthermore, their ages range from 18 to 30, all in their prime. Since Li Kai had already instructed Li Daniu to craft armor, each new soldier was issued a set upon arrival. As for weapons, each was given a composite bow. However, knives were temporarily not issued, as Li Kai planned to upgrade the close combat weapons. With these new recruits joining Qingfeng village, Li Kai's team grew from the previous 100 to 300. Of course, including 10 of Li Kai's trusted aides, the total was 310. These 300 were still divided into 10 squads, each led by the previous 10 individuals. However, now each squad had grown from 10 members to 30. During these days, Li Kai didn't remain idle. He exercised daily, pushing his physical limits. As expected, Li Kai's weight increased by 5 kilograms. His current weight was 235 pounds. Standing in front of the bronze mirror, Li Kai examined his physique. He stood in front of the mirror with broad, sturdy shoulders, thick arms like tree trunks, a wide chest with well-defined pectoral muscles, a firm abdomen, and 8-pack abs that looked chiseled. His waist, though thick, was still agile, providing stable support for his movements. His legs resembled stone pillars, with well-developed thigh muscles and hard lines in his calves, embodying both strength and endurance. Li Kai looked at himself in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. Although he was only 18 or 19 years old, it was this physique that made the new recruits dare not underestimate him. Instead, they all feared him. There was no way around it. This was a world where the one with the biggest fist had the final say. Days passed, and the coke was ready. It was successfully produced. Li Kai had people crush the coke into walnut-sized pieces for later use. The iron smelting furnace was also completed, and although some aspects didn't meet Li Kai's expectations, he had Li Daniu make the necessary adjustments. Now that the iron smelting furnace was ready and the coke was available, the next step was to smelt steel. Li Daniu stood before Li Kai, feeling quite unconvinced. Li Kai had promised to teach him how to smelt iron, and had claimed that the iron tools he forged would be several times stronger than those forged by Li Daniu. Having worked as a blacksmith for most of his life, Li Daniu was naturally skeptical. Today, he wanted to see how Li Kai would smelt iron. Chapter 71. Challenge next. Whatever I say, you will do. First, crush the ore with a stone mill until it's the size of soybeans. Then use a bamboo sieve to remove the powder. Spread the ore on a ceramic plate, cover it with wood, and burn it to remove sulfur. Upon hearing this, Li Daniu didn't hesitate and began to follow Li Kai's instructions. He first crushed the ore with the stone mill until it was the size of soybeans. Then used the bamboo sieve to remove the powder. Finally, he spread the ore on the ceramic plate and burned it with wood. Then, Li Kai said, add 10% limestone. Li Daniu continued to follow suit. In the iron smelting furnace, layer coke, iron, ore, and limestone mixture until full. Ignite and blow air, continuously burning for 12 to 24 hours. That's your task for today, remember? Li Kai asked. Li Daniu nodded. Got it, boss. After that, Li Kai explained some details and left. After Li Kai left, a blacksmith approached curiously and asked, Brother Daniu, does the boss's method really work? I've never heard of anyone forging iron like this. Li Daniu shrugged. Just do as the boss says. After all, he's young. How can he grow without experiencing failure and setbacks? Clearly, Li Daniu didn't think Li Kai's method would work either. After all, he had been a blacksmith for most of his life and had never heard of iron being smelted like this. Moreover, Li Kai had never been involved in iron smelting. The method he mentioned was certainly something he had come up with on his own. Without practical experience, it couldn't possibly work. At this moment, Li Kai was exercising with a heavy stone lock. Suddenly, the sentinel at the gate blew the whistle. Li Kai immediately became alert. The sentinel wouldn't blow the whistle unless there was an urgent enemy situation. Could it be that the government troops were encircling the mountain? At this time, the local militia practicing their punches and knives all grabbed their composite bows and broadswords, rushing swiftly towards the gate. Li Kai also stepped up to the gate. Outside the gate, 12 strong men on horseback were provocatively staring at the local militia inside the stockade. These 12 men all had rugged appearances, some carrying broadswords, others holding long spears, and they all looked strong and powerful. But at first glance, they didn't look like soldiers. They were either draped in animal skins or wearing rough cloth clothes. Their attire resembled that of bandits more than anything. "Who are you?" Li Kai asked loudly. The leader, a man nearly 2 meters tall, was muscular, resembling a small mountain, weighing close to 300 pounds. He wasn't purely muscular like Li Kai, but had a build of muscle covered by fat. Someone with this physique was incredibly strong, capable of lifting and fighting, and could easily be likened to a land tank. The man pointed at Li Kai at the gate and shouted, "Listen up, you brats of Qingfeng Stockade. I am Haixuanfeng, the first general of Haifeng Mountain. The 11 brothers behind me are representatives from 11 mountain strongholds. Now, we 12 strongholds have joined forces to destroy your Qingfeng Stockade. If you're sensible, open the gate and surrender, and maybe our leader will spare your lives. Otherwise, once we break through the stockade, there will be corpses everywhere." Upon hearing this, Li Kai squinted his eyes. 12 strongholds teaming up against Qingfeng Stockade? What a grand show! If he said they didn't have anyone stirring the pot behind them, Li Kai definitely wouldn't believe it. But at this moment, Li Kai felt no fear and said playfully, "Do you know that Qingfeng Stockade is easy to defend but hard to attack? With your group of wild rogues. Even if you brought 3,000 to 5,000 people, you still couldn't break in." Hearing this, Haixuanfeng laughed proudly. "We know that. But aren't you the militia from Nyotsuan? If you don't come out of the stockade, we will slaughter the entire Nyotsuan." Upon hearing this, many of Li Kai's militia became anxious. Over 300 men under Li Kai's command came from Nyotsuan. Nyotsuan was their home. How could they watch their home be slaughtered? Militia leader, "We can't let them massacre the village." "Yes, militia leader, we are the militia from Nyotsuan. Protecting Nyotsuan is our duty." Li Kai raised his hand, interrupting the anxious militia. He spoke calmly to Haixuanfeng outside the gate. "The disaster won't involve our families. Our Qingfeng Stockade has no grievances with you. There is no need to resort to such deadly measures right from the start, right?" Haixuanfeng snorted disdainfully. "Blame yourselves for being too arrogant and offending those you shouldn't have. If you want to protect the people of Nyotsuan, we can settle this 3 days later in the open space north of Qingfeng Mountain. If you don't come, don't blame us for being ruthless. We're leaving." After saying this, Haixuanfeng turned his horse around, and the group left just as quickly as they came. Digwa looked anxious. "What should we do, militia leader? They want to really massacre Nyotsuan, will they?" Li Kai, with his hands behind his back, appeared calm. "No, their target is us. If they really slaughter Nyotsuan, they would be afraid of us holding the stockade. So, they're just using Nyotsuan to threaten us to come down." Zhao Tianhu frowned tightly, with 12 strongholds joining forces. If one stronghold only sends 200 men, that is 2,400 people. We only have 300 in Qingfeng Stockade. Can we compete with them? Hearing this, Li Kai smiled. "You underestimate yourselves. Should we say they will be our opponents?" Until now, this group of militia still hadn't realized how strong their combat power was. With composite bows, armor, and the soon-to-be-released steel knives. Even if there were only 300 of them, they could definitely make those bandits flee in panic. Not to mention, Li Kai had taught them reckless knife techniques and the Black Dragon 18 hands. "Gather everyone. I want to train the troops," Li Kai suddenly said. Digwa immediately gathered all the militia together. 310 men stood neatly in front of Li Kai, silent and serious. To be Li Kai's soldiers, they must stand in formation properly and maintain silence during drills. This is the most basic quality of a soldier. Just now, you saw that 12 mountain bandits have joined forces to target us, the Nyotsuan militia. Now I ask you, are you afraid? As soon as his words fell, all 310 militia members shouted in unison, "Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid." Li Kai nodded slightly and said, "Although I don't know if you're truly unafraid or just pretending, I appreciate your attitude. Remember, we are not like those bandits. We are soldiers. They are bandits. The ones who should be afraid are them. Which soldier fears a bandit? Now, you can eat your fill at every meal. You also receive silver every month. Now someone wants to take our food, take our money. Tell me, what should we do? Chapter 72. The emergence of divine weapons. Kill. 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 At this moment, the 310 local soldiers suddenly became agitated, each with flushed faces, roaring in anger. To boost their morale, they must understand that they are not fighting for Lingzhi, but for their own interests. Otherwise, they wouldn't truly exert themselves on the battlefield. Very well. Now I send you a phrase. Live as a hero, died as a ghostly champion. Strike. Hit hard for me. Show our spirit. Make our name known. Strike until everyone fears us. Strike until no one dares to issue a challenge like those few today. Even if we die in battle, we must die gloriously. Die in a way that earns respect. Of course, with me, Lingzhi. Here, I will not let you fight a battle that leads to your demise. Now, those who do not wish to die, listen carefully. What I will teach you next is a formation that can save your lives. This formation is called the triangular formation. The so-called triangular formation is actually a tactic used by the Japanese during World War II. Although the Japanese are extremely detestable, it must be said that their combat effectiveness is quite terrifying. During World War II, it took 10 soldiers from the Great Xia to replace one Japanese soldier. The casualty ratio reached a terrifying 10-1. The reasons for this, aside from the advanced equipment of the Japanese, also include the significant role of this triangular formation. The Japanese never act alone, but instead in groups of 3, 1 in front and 2 behind. The 3 form a triangle, facing enemies from 3 directions, without exposing their backs to the enemy. This formation is simple and practical. On the spot, Lingzhi had these local soldiers freely form teams, find their fixed teammates, and begin training. The next day, fresh molten iron was produced. Lingzhi came to the iron smelting furnace and continued to guide Li Daniyu in smelting iron. Now, they would add broken ceramic pieces to the molten iron and stir. Finally, the molten iron would be poured into a mold, shaped, quenched, and polished to complete the steel knives. The subsequent work was much simpler, and Li Daniyu could easily handle it alone. Following Lingzhi's method, Li Daniyu added broken ceramic pieces to the molten iron, stirred it, poured it into the mold to shape it, quenched and forged it, and finally polished it. A brand new steel knife appeared in Li Daniyu's hand. This was genuine medium carbon steel, an absolute divine weapon in this era. It must be said that this knife was truly beautiful. Li Daniyu exclaimed. The steel knife, forged at a higher temperature, had many impurities removed, and its surface shone like a mirror. Lingzhi smiled slightly and said, "Now you can try to cut this knife with your old knife." Upon hearing this, Li Daniyu picked up an old knife he had forged earlier. Then, Li Daniyu struck the new knife fiercely with the old one. There was a loud crack. The old knife instantly broke into 2 pieces. Looking at the new knife, not even a chip had appeared. At this moment, Li Daniyu was completely shocked. The hardness of this knife was incredibly high, and it was so tough. With one strike, the knife remained unscathed, while the old knife had already broken. If this were on the battlefield, one strike would directly break the enemy's weapon in half, leading to a massacre. A divine weapon. Truly a divine weapon. I didn't expect the master to possess such incredible iron smelting skills. Impressive. Li Daniyu was so excited that he trembled all over. Now he understood that Lingzhi was not just acting on a whim. He could truly enhance the iron smelting technology of the entire Great Tian Dynasty. With a thud, Li Daniyu directly knelt before Lingzhi. Lingzhi had entrusted him with such important technology. How much trust did that show? Mastering this technology meant he would be a renowned craftsman wherever he went. Lingzhi had given him a golden rice bowl. "Master, you have taught me such a divine skill without reservation. I have no way to repay you." Lingzhi helped Li Daniyu up and patted his shoulder. "We are all one family. I taught you because I trust you, but remember, within 10 years, you're not allowed to forge such knives for anyone else." Li Daniyu nodded repeatedly. "Master, rest assured, I understand the rules." Lingzhi nodded and said, "Next, I want you to forge 310 of these knives. How long will it take?" Li Daniyu thought for a moment and said, "If 10 of us work day and night." We can ensure that everyone has one of these steel knives before we go after the bandits. Li Kai nodded. Good. Thank you for your hard work. At this time, a force of 3,000 troops arrived at the outskirts of Qingshan County, setting up camp to rest. This was an elite unit of the Great Tian Dynasty, as evidenced by its 100% armor rate. Each soldier was equipped with brand new armor. Among them were 500 cavalry, 500 archers, and 2,000 infantry. The military flag prominently displayed the character Gu. At this moment, a man riding a white steed walked out of the barracks and slowly approached the city gate of Qingshan County. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, with a strong build, sharp eyes, and a face chiseled like a knife. He was Gu Nan, the eldest son of the Gu family and the older brother of Gu Linger. Brother. At the city gate, Gu Linger had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing Gu Nan, she immediately ran over. Gu Nan also dismounted, and Gu Linger directly hugged him, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother, it's been 2 years since we last met, and you've lost weight, Gu Linger said with concern. Gu Nan, being the eldest son of the Gu family and the most trusted by their father, led the trusted elite troops that made up the 3,000 stationed outside the city. These soldiers had experienced dozens of battles, were rich in combat experience, and were absolutely loyal to the Gu family. They were the Gu family's trump card and private army. Linger, it's been 2 years, and you've grown up. I almost didn't recognize you. Gu Nan ruffled Gu Linger's hair affectionately. Brother, are you leaving again after coming back this time? Gu Linger asked with anticipation. Gu Nan sighed and nodded. Yes. This time, I am ordered to the border to repel the barbarians advancing southward. I will only stay home for a few days before leaving. Huh? Gu Linger luokit disappointed. There's no way around it. Now that father is unstable in the court, if I don't achieve some military merit, how can I help father? Gu Nan said, leading his horse with one hand while holding Gu Linger with the other, walking into the city. Brother, actually I have a favor to ask of you. After hesitating, Gu Linger stopped and looked at Gu Nan. Linger, you are my sister. What help is there to speak of? Just say it. Brother, 3 days from now, the bandits on several nearby hills will gather together. I want you to use those 3,000 troops to eliminate them. Gu Nan frowned slightly and asked, eliminate the bandits? Why? Of course, because these bandits are killing innocents indiscriminately. They must be dealt with. If we eliminate the bandits, the local people will surely support our Gu family. Gu Linger said, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic, but quickly returning to normal. Chapter 73. Gu Nan looked at his playful little sister in front of him and helplessly shook his head. Linger, I've watched you grow up. I know what kind of personality you have. In your heart, there's only your little family, not a big one. The people you care about, even the emperor can't touch. Those who don't matter to you, you wouldn't care if they died. Caring about the common people? That's not your personality. Seeing her lies exposed, Gu Linger didn't blush. Instead, she chuckled and tugged at Gu Nan's sleeve, acting cute. You really know me, brother. Actually, I've been doing some small business in the county town recently. Those bandits want to cause trouble for my business partner, and if that partner dies, my little treasury will be gone, so I need you to help me. Upon hearing this, Gu Nan helplessly patted Gu Linger's little head and said indulgently, I thought it was a big deal. Don't worry, your brother will help. After hearing Gu Nan's words, Gu Linger was very excited and shouted, Thank you, brother. His name is Li Kai. He's a local soldier from Yo village. You must protect his life. Then, Gu Linger bounced away. After Gu Linger left, Gu Nan waved his hand, and his deputy quickly ran over from the military camp. The deputy half-knelt in front of Gu Nan and asked, General. The smile on Gu Nan's face had disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. Bring 10 elite soldiers and come with me to Nyo village. Hearing this, the deputy looked at Gu Nan in confusion. Nyo village? Why does the general want to go to such a poor and remote place? Linger, you almost wrote infatuated on your face. As your brother, I want to see just how outstanding the man you have your eyes on is. Gu Nan, with his deputy and 10 elite soldiers, rode on war horses and hurried to Nyo village. Nyo village is located at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, where the villagers live by farming and hunting. It is very poor, with only about 100 households. For Gu Nan, who had lived in the capital for many years, this place was indeed a remote corner. Looking at the dust filling the air, Gu Nan frowned slightly. The man his sister had taken a liking to lived in such a place? What kind of success could a man from such a backwater achieve? My willful and mischievous sister fled to this tiny place to escape the family marriage. Local tyrants tried hard to marry into the Gu family, but none of the men could catch Ling'er's eye. Now, Ling'er actually asked me to move troops for a mere local soldier. I'm becoming more and more curious about this person named Li Kai. Gu Nin murmured to himself. In the village, there was a commotion. Nio village was very poor and remote. People from the city rarely came here, let alone soldiers. When they saw these soldiers, the villagers' first reaction was fear. In these times, both bandits and soldiers could kill without blinking. Seeing everyone avoiding him, Gu Nin gave his deputy a look, and the deputy swiftly grabbed a passing villager. Where's Li Kai's house? Take us there. The villager, pale with fear, dared not resist. Please don't kill me, military officer. I'll take you there right away. Under the guidance of the villager, Gu Nin successfully arrived at Li Kai's home. However, Li Kai's house had long been deserted. Although it was the best house in the village, as Li Kai's parents were once considered wealthy in the village, in Gu Nin's eyes, this house was no different from a toilet. It was just a slightly larger toilet at best. Upon entering the house, Gu Nin found a chair and sat down. The village chief, Su Damao, quickly rushed over after hearing the news. When he saw these armored soldiers with a fierce aura, Su Damao was drenched in sweat. Sirs, are you looking for Li Kai for something? Gu Nin said indifferently, whether it's something or not is none of your business. I want to see Li Kai within 10 minutes. Gu Nin's attitude was firm, and just as Su Damao was about to say a second word with a whoosh, a gleaming long knife appeared, and the deputy had already pressed the blade against Su Damao's neck. Do you not understand what our general says? Get lost. General? Upon hearing these words, Su Damao's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. How high-ranking must he be? Su Damao hurriedly stumbled out of Li Kai's house and rushed up the mountain without stopping. Not long after, he arrived at Qingfengzhai. The local soldiers recognized Su Damao and led him in directly. Meanwhile, Li Kai was lifting dumbbells to exercise. When he saw Su Damao, he was very curious. So Su, why did you come up the mountain? Su Damao, sweating profusely, said, Xiao Kai, something big has happened. A general came to the village and specifically asked to see you. You should quickly pack your things and run. A general? To see me? Li Kai immediately became interested. Run? I haven't committed any crimes or done anything wrong. Why should I run? Besides, if they were coming for my life, they would directly send troops to besiege Qingfengzhai. Why bother coming to Nio village? Come on. I'll go down the mountain with you to see. After thinking carefully, Su Damao felt that Li Kai's words made sense, so he followed Li Kai down the mountain. Not long after, Li Kai stepped through the door of his home. At this time, Gu Nin was becoming somewhat impatient. When Gu Nin looked up and saw Li Kai, he was clearly surprised. He thought the man his sister liked would be elegant and fair-skinned, but unexpectedly, Li Kai was 188 meters tall, weighed over 200 pounds, and had no excess fat on him. He was very strong. As a general, Gu Nin liked soldiers with this physique, but he didn't want such a person to be his sister's man, because Gu Nin knew that, generally, those with big muscles had no brains and couldn't achieve great things. In this era, you don't need to be muscular to accomplish great things. For example, the emperor. Have you ever heard of an emperor who worked out and built muscle? Are you Li Kai? Gu Nin asked. Li Kai casually sat down across from Gu Nin and said, What's the matter? Who are you? At this moment, Gu Nin's deputy was furious. How dare you? Who allowed you to sit in front of the general? Li Kai glanced at the deputy with disdain. This is my home. Why can't I sit? The deputy was furious and was about to draw his sword when Gu Nin stopped him. To be honest, I was quite disappointed when I saw you. Dressed in ragged clothes, lacking eloquence, I really don't know how Ling'er came to like you. Just name a number. How much silver do you need to completely disappear from my sister's life? Gu Nin said indifferently. Ling'er? Only then did Li Kai realize that the person in front of him was related to Gu Ling'er. Chapter 74, No Talent? Let's not talk about money for now. What's wrong with being a commoner? What's wrong with having patches? My clothes may be worn out, but they are clean. They are earned by me. Talent? Don't waste my time with these useless things. You want talent, right? Then let me give you a couple of lines. Drunk, I light the lamp and draw my sword, dreaming back to the sound of horns in the camp. 800 miles of roasted meat divided under my command. 50 strings echo the sounds beyond the Great Wall. In autumn on the battlefield, soldiers are mustered. The horse of Lu flies fast, the bow like thunder, the strings tremble. To settle the king's affairs, to win fame in life and death. Pity the white hair. Li Kai recited a poem by Xian Qiji casually, and Gu Nan was immediately stunned. Gu Nan suddenly stood up from his chair, and the teacup in his hand crashed to the blue brick floor with a clang, shattering and splashing tea everywhere. He stared at Li Kai, his eyes filled with disbelief. Those resonant lines seemed to transform into thousands of galloping horses rushing past his ears. Drunk, I light the lamp and draw my sword. This line struck him like a heavy hammer, breaking open his sealed memories. It made him recall countless late nights when he too had touched his blood-stained sword under flickering candlelight, longing for distant battlefields. 800 miles of roasted meat divided under my command. 50 strings echo the sounds beyond the Great Wall. The grand battlefield sketched between the lines overlapped with the countless brutal scenes he had experienced. It was the boldness of soldiers sitting together, sharing roasted meat. The military band playing battle songs with fervor, every note wrapped in the camaraderie of life and death. And the horse of Lu flies fast, the bow like thunder. The strings tremble, vividly depicted the intensity and danger of battle. It made him feel as if he saw himself charging in a battle on horseback, with the bowstring resonating like thunder, arrows piercing the air like shooting stars. What shocked him the most were the lines to settle the king's affairs. To win fame in life and death. Pity the white hair, which poured over him like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking him from his heated blood. For many years, he had fought north and south. Didn't he also want to pacify the kingdom for the king and achieve great deeds? But now he still hadn't fulfilled his ambitions. The helplessness and desolation in the poem echoed his innermost sentiments. At this moment, he realized that this seemingly rough man before him could express the half-life of a general's military exploits and regrets with such concise and profound words. Clap, clap, clap. Good poem, good poem. After Li Kai finished reciting the poem, Gu Nan's view of him changed slightly. He had to admit that Li Kai indeed possessed some talent. But unfortunately, Li Kai's background was truly too poor. After entering the village, Gu Nan had sent someone to inquire about Li Kai's background. Orphaned and alone, he was now just a village soldier without an official position. In his view, the reason Li Kai could live carefree in Qingfeng village was entirely because of his sister supporting him from behind. To put it bluntly, he was living off her. Such a man, no matter how talented, would be of no use to the Gu family. What the Gu family needed was a powerful background that could bring immense benefits. Although Gu Nan also disliked family marriages, this was Gu Linger's fate. The poem is good, and I appreciate you, but you and Linger are not suitable. Gu Nan thought Li Kai would argue, but unexpectedly, Li Kai nodded directly and said, "Yes, indeed, it's not suitable. She's a young lady from a wealthy family, and I'm just a rough martial artist. We are not from the same world. Since you understand, why do you still entangle with my sister Linger?" Gu Nan asked curiously. "What have I entangled with her? We're just business partners." Li Kai widened his eyes. "No entanglement?" Gu Nan raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing Li Kai's words. "Of course not. How do you explain that you were able to raise a 300-man army in just 1 month and defeat the bandits of Qingfeng village? Without the Gu family's financial support, could you have done it?" Upon hearing this, Li Kai was instantly furious. "I did spend the money from the Gu family, but that money was earned by my own abilities. Are you treating me like a kept man of the Gu family?" Gu Nan smiled playfully and shook his head. "Some people are just like that, eating the food provided by a woman while pretending to be a man outside." Even Gu Nan, who had experienced countless battles, could not have raised a 300-man army and defeated the bandits in just 1 month if he were in Li Kai's situation. As a general, Gu Nan couldn't do it, so how could Li Kai? Gu Nan clearly did not believe it. "Considering Lingzhi, I initially planned to send troops to help you deal with the bandit problem here, but now it seems you don't need my help." With that, Gu Nan stood up and was about to leave. Gu Nan was threatening Li Kai. After all, with over 2,000 bandits against his 300 men, even with Gu Linger supporting Li Kai from behind, how could Li Kai win? If he were a normal person, he would definitely lower his stance to ask Gu Nan for help at this moment. But Li Kai looked at Gu Nan leaving, showing no intention to stop him. Gu Nan strode to the door and turned back. "Am I leaving?" "Go ahead." Li Kai said boldly. At this moment, Gunan became very interested in Li Kai. If I leave, what will you use to deal with those bandits? Li Kai disdainfully said. You said it yourself? Those people are just bandits. Although we are village soldiers, we are still soldiers. Dealing with those bandits is easy. Do you really only have 300 village soldiers? Gunan asked. That's right. Gunan smiled at this moment. Hee, 300 village soldiers can deal with over 2,000 bandits? Even I wouldn't dare to say I could do it with 300 armored soldiers. Can you? If you really can, how about I betroth my sister to you? With that, Gunan left with his men. Soon, Gunan and the others rode their war horses away from the village. His deputy hurriedly asked from behind, General, are you really not going to help them? Gunan said coldly, This kid is so arrogant. I want to see what real skills he has. With over 2,000 bandits, to win, they would need to launch a surprise attack, or use the terrain to encircle and kill them. But as far as I know, the agreed-upon method of battle was open combat on the plain, meaning a direct confrontation. In this kind of battle, 300 against over 2,000, one person would have to fight 7 or 8. If it were me, even with armor, I wouldn't be a match for those bandits. I'm curious how he plans to win. At this moment, Li Kai also left the Li family, and Su Damao hurriedly ran over. Xiao Kai, what did that general want with you? Li Kai casually snatched the cucumber from Su Damao's hand and took a bite. He is crazy, wanting to betroth his sister to me, and I didn't agree. Hearing this, Su Damao's eyes widened in shock. Are you stupid? Why didn't you agree to such a good thing? Chapter 75. The final battle with the bandits soon. The day for the decisive battle with the bandits arrived as scheduled. In a large open area on the north side of Qingfeng Mountain, the troops from 12 mountain strongholds had gathered. There were a total of 2,500 men, a grand sight. Most of them were infantry, around 2,000, while the remaining 500 were cavalry skilled in horseback riding. As for weapons, they were varied and numerous. Some had knives, others had guns, and even some wielded tridents. However, there was not a single piece of armor among them. At most, some had draped some leather over themselves. At this moment, the leaders of the 12 strongholds had gathered together. At the forefront was the fiercest general from Heifeng Mountain, Black Whirlwind. The kings of these 12 mountain strongholds did not personally descend for battle, but instead sent their elite troops. After all, their homes needed to be guarded. Otherwise, what if someone took the opportunity to rob them? Black Whirlwind looked at the imposing 2,500 men before him, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. I never thought that one day I, Black Whirlwind, would lead a force of 2,500 men. If we win this battle today, my name will surely spread throughout the entire Great Heavenly Dynasty. At that time, perhaps the court will offer me a substantial reward and assign me important duties. I might even become a general. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, several leaders from the other strongholds seized the opportunity to flatter him. One bald man clasped his hands and smiled, saying, If we become rich and powerful, do not forget us, big brother. The speaker, nicknamed Mole, was smooth-tongued, not particularly capable, but exceptionally skilled at flattering others. It's all good, but the urgent matter is to win this battle beautifully. We need to impress the county magistrate. The magistrate has said that if we win this battle, our taxes will be exempted for 3 years. Indeed, even as bandits, they still had to pay taxes. Moreover, the tax was not small. If they did not pay taxes, the government would send troops to encircle and suppress them, which would be very unpleasant. Thus, the bandits from these 12 strongholds united to deal with the rural soldiers of Nyo village, all for the sake of being exempt from taxes for 3 years. Mole smiled knowingly. Big brother, there's no need to be nervous. Nyo village only has 300 rural soldiers. How can they fight against our 2,500? 1 pea from each of us could drown them. I'm afraid by the time we engage, they'll have already surrendered. Ha! As these words fell, a burst of laughter erupted. Clearly, these bandits did not take the rural soldiers of Nyo village seriously. Black Whirlwind also smiled with pride and nodded, though that may be the case. Everyone should still be cautious. Let us aim for 0 casualties so that we can report back to the king without any issues. At this moment, a large army appeared in the distance on the hillside. This army had about 1,000 men. Among them, 300 were clad in armor, and the other 700 were in civilian clothes. Compared to the disorganized bandits below, This army had been silent since its appearance, hiding in the forest. This army was led by Zhu Kaijiang, with his son and Jiang Luolan, the owner of Chunfeng Tower, by his side. In order to eliminate Li Kai's rural soldiers, Zhu Kaijiang had specifically mobilized 1,000 troops under the pretext of suppressing bandits and had ambushed them in this hillside. Jiang Luolan covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, frowning slightly, clearly unable to tolerate the smell of sweat emanating from the soldiers. County Magistrate, we just need to wait and see. If these 2,500 bandits can easily wipe out the rural soldiers of Niu village, then we will remain inactive. If they suffer heavy losses, we will mobilize our troops to encircle and suppress them. In any case, we will be the beneficiaries. Zhu Kaijiang nodded slightly, but then posed a question. What if the rural soldiers of Niu village defeat these bandits? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Kaijiang slapped his own mouth. That's impossible. These rural soldiers have only been formed for a month, just 300 of them. How could they survive under the blades of these bandits? I was overthinking. Jiang Luolan nodded slightly. The county magistrate is wise. Meanwhile, Zhu Ming had a face full of hatred, now laughing with glee. Li Kai, oh Li Kai, today you are doomed. At this moment, another troop slowly arrived on the other side of the battlefield. This troop had only 500 men, but each was clad in armor and rode a warhorse. The formation of this army was neat, and they moved almost silently. Even from a great distance, one could feel the killing intent emanating from them. This troop was the private army of the Gu family. Leading them was the young general Gu Nanjing. Beside Gu Nanjing, Gu Ling'er also rode a horse, her face full of excitement. Ling'er, you're a girl. Why do you want to go to the battlefield? People will laugh at you if they find out. Gu Nanjing looked at Gu Ling'er with affection, feeling helpless. Who dares to laugh at me? Gu Ling, I just want to see how brave and invincible you are on the battlefield. Gu Nanjing shook his head helplessly. Are you afraid I want to go to battle and let your crush die? Gu Ling'er paused at his words, then blushed and immediately retorted. What crush? What are you talking about, brother? I said it's just ordinary business dealings. Ling'er, we grew up together. I know your character too well. It's Li Kai, right? I've already investigated him, and he does have some special qualities. But his background is too humble. Ling'er, I can save him this time for your sake, but you must cut off all ties with him afterward. Can you do that? Gu Nanjing looked at Gu Ling'er with burning eyes. Brother, you really misunderstood me. Gu Ling'er was a bit anxious at this moment. Clearly, she did not want to agree with Gu Nanjing to sever ties with Li Kai. You don't need to answer me right now. Once we're on the battlefield, you can tell me your choice at any time. Time flew by, and it was now noon. At this moment, the bandits were starting to get a bit impatient. Black Whirlwind wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing, damn it, those bastards wouldn't dare to come, would they? Mole shook his head. They shouldn't, unless they don't want the people of Niu village to live. Just as he finished speaking, a bandit shouted, The rural soldiers of Niu village are coming. As the words fell, a squad of over 200 soldiers marched in from the distance. There were a total of 270 men, forming a square formation, orderly and exuding a fierce aura. Each of them was clad in black armor, which tightly wrapped their bodies without leaving any gaps. Their helmets concealed their faces, leaving only a pair of eyes filled with killing intent visible. Each one carried a uniquely shaped bow on their back, with a quiver hanging from their waist and a long knife on the other side. Chapter 76. Gu Ling'er's choice. It must be said that in terms of equipment, the rural soldiers of Niu village have completely overwhelmed these bandits. When Black Whirlwind saw this elite force of 270 men, he couldn't help but exclaim, This equipment is no less than that of the royal guards. Mole nodded slightly. Although the equipment is excellent, they only have a mere 300 men. If we kill them, their armor will be ours. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, if we kill these rural soldiers and take their armor, the strength of our stronghold will increase significantly. For a moment, the 12 leaders of the strongholds were all thinking about how to acquire more loot. At this time, Gu Nan, along with his personal troops, was already approaching the battlefield. From a high vantage point, Gu Nan and Gu Ling'er were watching the situation on the battlefield from afar. Due to the distance, they could only vaguely see a dark mass of people on the bandit side, while the rural soldiers of Niu village appeared as just a small black dot. The disparity in numbers was too great. Even if I led the troops personally, I wouldn't dare say we could win, let alone a group of rural soldiers from Yo village. Seeing this, Gunan shook his head slightly. Gulinger also felt that Li Kai couldn't win, otherwise. He would have come to ask her brother for help. Brother, I really have nothing with him. Please send troops to help him. Linger, I said, as long as you promise to sever ties with him, I will send troops to protect Li Kai. Gunan looked at Gulinger. At this moment, Gulinger felt a bit troubled. She didn't want to sever ties with Li Kai, even though she didn't know why she felt that way. Seeing Gulinger silent, Gunan shook his head slightly. Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether you agree or not. Anyway, soon Li Kai will die on the battlefield. If she agrees, she severs ties with Li Kai. If she doesn't agree, Li Kai will die. After a moment of contemplation, Gulinger gritted her teeth. I don't agree. Why? Gunan was somewhat surprised, looking at Gulinger. If I agree to you, I will never see Li Kai again. What is the difference between that and death? It's better not to agree. This way, he still has a chance to survive. In the future, if he comes to see me, you have no reason to stop him. Gulinger analyzed logically. Gunan chuckled. You're still the same as before. Your character hasn't changed at all, always having your own thoughts. Fine, it's up to you. At this moment, on the front lines of the battlefield, Li Kai stood at the very front of the troops. Li Kai was also wearing armor, with a composite bow on his back and holding an 88-kilogram iron rod in his hand. Brothers, tell me, are you afraid? The 270 men behind him shouted in unison. Not afraid. Good. If we win this battle today, I'll take everyone back to drink and eat meat. If we lose, we can't possibly lose. As a general, Li Kai naturally understood the importance of morale. Therefore, the more dangerous the situation, the more he had to stand at the forefront. He wanted everyone to know that the boss was out front. Why be afraid? On the other side, Black Whirlwind was already getting impatient. He hit at the back of the line and roared, "Charge!" As soon as he finished speaking, a team of over 2,000 charged towards Li Kai and his 270 rural soldiers. Prepare the bows. Li Kai schoted lodly. With Li Kai's command, the rural soldiers of Nyo village swiftly took down their composite bows, their movements perfectly synchronized. They held the bows in their left hands, quickly drew arrows with their right hands, and as they pulled the bowstrings, a low humming sound resonated. Fire! Li Kai's voice thundered. In an instant, 270 arrows shot through the air, drawing fierce black arcs and forming a dense rain of arrows towards the group of bandits. These composite bows, improved by modern technology, allowed the arrows to achieve initial speeds and ranges far beyond traditional bows. Before the bandits could get close, they were horrified to find that the whistling arrows were flying farther and faster than the arrows they had shot. They frantically raised their crude shields or waved their weapons in an attempt to block, but against the dense rain of arrows, these defenses were practically useless. Arrow after arrow accurately penetrated the thin leather armor and clothing of the bandits, even directly piercing their bodies. Cries of anguish echoed as bandit after bandit fell to the ground, blood staining the earth beneath them. In just one exchange, dozens of bandits fell to the arrow storm. Seeing this, Black Whirlwind immediately shouted, "Shoot back! Counterattack!" Upon hearing his command, the bandits hurriedly took out their bows and arrows to retaliate. However, as bandits, very few of them were equipped with bows and arrows. After all, when robbing and plundering, a knife was enough. What use was a bow? Only 200 or 300 had bows, and among them, only half were skilled shots. These people hastily drew their bows to counterattack. However, the arrows shot by the bandits mostly fell to the ground several steps away from the rural soldiers, unable to pose any threat to the well-armored rural soldiers. Some bandits, not believing in defeat, continued to pull their bows and shoot, but the arrows they released either fell weakly halfway or were deflected by the rural soldiers' armor, sparking little flames. The rural soldiers of Nyo village conducted their shooting methodically, following the rhythm of their training. After 3 rounds of simultaneous fire, they quickly replaced their arrows, drew their bows again, aimed and fired. With each round of arrows falling, a group of bandits would collapse. The once fierce charging force became chaotic under this precise long-range assault, and their morale quickly crumbled amidst continuous casualties. Meanwhile, Li Kai was also using his composite bow for precise targeting. Li Kai's strength was already much greater than that of an average person, and combined with his familiarity with the composite bow, he shot arrows at an incredible speed. He could shoot 2 arrows in 1 second. Moreover, the accuracy of Li Kai's arrows was extremely high. With each arrow released, someone fell beneath Li Kai's shots. In the decisive battle, before the bandits could reach the front, countless had already fallen to the arrows. At this moment, halfway up the mountain, Gunan was astonished. Interesting, truly interesting. These rural soldiers have only been organized for a month, and I thought they would definitely not be good shots, since they were just farmers before. But not only are they quick shots, their range is astonishingly far, nearly on par with my elite archers. Are these people really just rural soldiers? Due to the distance, Gunan could not discern the differences between the bows and arrows used by these rural soldiers and his own. He still thought that these rural soldiers from Nyo village were all sharpshooters. Seeing this, Gu Ling'er also became proud. Humph. I knew Li Kai had the talent for leading troops. Otherwise, why would I choose to support him? Chapter 77. Triangular Horse Nails. Hearing this, Gunan shook his head slightly and said, Ling'er, don't be too happy too soon. Their arrows are indeed well shot. But don't forget, these bandits have 500 cavalry. The cavalry moves quickly, and the archers cannot pose a significant threat to them. Once the 500 cavalry approaches these rural soldiers, their bows and arrows will naturally become useless. Having experienced countless battles, Gunan pointed out the advantages of the bandits and the disadvantages of the rural soldiers with precision. At this moment, Black Whirlwind also clearly realized that it was extremely difficult for the infantry to approach the rural soldiers in Nyo village. Black Whirlwind shouted, 500 cavalry. Charge! Break their formation. At his command, 500 mounted bandits, wielding knives, charged out with a roar. These 500 bandits moved at lightning speed, making it hard for arrows to hit them. The distance between the cavalry and Li Kai and the others was quickly closing. When Li Kai saw these 500 cavalry, he was not flustered. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up. Finally, they fell for it. In fact, the only threat to the rural soldiers in Nyo village was this 500 cavalry. To deal with these 500 cavalry, Li Kai had pondered for a long time and finally devised a method to counter them. Scatter nails. That's right, Li Kai had Li Daniu forge countless triangular nails, known as triangular horse nails. The typical triangular nail has 4 pointed tips, 3 tips serving as support feet, ensuring that at least one tip is always facing upward, often used to puncture tires. In modern times, many unscrupulous merchants scatter these nails on the road, forcing drivers to go to their shops for tire repairs or replacements. These nails have a simple structure and are easy to make. Therefore, Li Kai directly produced thousands of them and had everyone carry dozens. Once a horse steps on these nails, it can lead to a fall, throwing the rider off, or worse, the rider could be impaled and die. Scatter the nails. Retreat, Li Kai shouted. Upon hearing this, 270 rural soldiers immediately took out the pre-prepared triangular horse nails and scattered them on the ground while retreating. The 500 cavalry charged in like the wind, their hooves thundering like drums, kicking up clouds of dust. They thought that with their speed advantage, they could easily tear through the rural soldiers' defenses, completely unaware that a death trap had quietly been laid. As the rural soldiers quickly withdrew, the ground was densely covered with triangular horse nails, glinting coldly in the sunlight. The first few war horses to charge into the trap were caught off guard and stepped on the horse nails. In an instant, the sharp tips pierced the hooves, causing the war horses to emit a chilling neigh. Their front legs raised high as their massive bodies lost balance and crashed to the ground. The bandits on the horses had no time to react and were violently thrown off, some landing heavily on the ground with the sound of bones cracking. Others were pinned under the war horses, instantly silenced. The cavalry behind, seeing this, tried to rein in their horses to turn, but due to their speed, they couldn't stop in time. One after another, the war horses stepped on the horse nails, descending into chaos, and the cavalry formation was thrown into disarray, with screams, neighs, and the clashing of weapons intertwining, creating a scene of utter devastation. Those who were fortunate enough not to fall were also terrified by the horrific scene before them. Their frightened horses ran amok, colliding with one another, completely shattering the formerly orderly cavalry formation. Li Kai looked at the chaotic cavalry, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Archers, prepare!" The 270 rural soldiers quickly halted their retreat, turned around, and drew their bows, aiming at the bandits struggling in the chaos. Fire! With the command given, another volley of arrows whistled out, and the bandits, unable to defend themselves, fell one after another in the rain of arrows. Blood stained the ground filled with horse nails, turning this battlefield into a hell on earth. Without their horses, can they still be called cavalry? Naturally not. At this moment, Li Kai led his men to mercilessly beat the fallen cavalry, trampling them underfoot. Black Whirlwind watched as nearly all his cavalry was wiped out, his eyes widening in disbelief. He roared, "How is this possible? What did they scatter on the ground? How could our 500 cavalry be unable to advance an inch?" The mole, seeing this, narrowed his eyes and said, "In my opinion, we can't delay any longer. The other side has sharpshooters, and while our numbers are several times theirs, we should charge directly, even if we suffer more losses. We can rely on sheer numbers to eliminate them. If we delay further, we will lose even more men." Hearing this, Black Whirlwind hesitated for a moment, but then nodded firmly. He now understood that the other side was not just simple rural soldiers. Their combat power was very strong, and their arrows had nearly double the range. If they delayed any longer, their own casualties would continue to rise and morale would plummet. If that led to a mutiny, it would be hard to control. "Everyone listen up. Attack that group of peasants. Kill one, and I will reward you with 10 taels." The remaining bandits, hearing there was money to be made, instantly charged toward Li Kai and the others like they had been injected with adrenaline. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gunan squinted as he watched all of this unfold. Seeing that the cavalry had not managed to eliminate Li Kai and his group, Gu Ling'er felt a bit smug. "Brother, those cavalry aren't as formidable as you said. Just one encounter, and they have casualties." Gunan's eyes also showed surprise, but he did not reveal it on his face. Due to the distance, he could not clearly see what was happening on the battlefield. So he was also curious about how Li Kai had managed to do this. "Ling'er, look, those bandits are suddenly accelerating. They're preparing to fight to the death. There are still about 18 or 1900 of them. If they charge forward recklessly, can Li Kai's archers hold them off?" Gu Ling'er looked and saw that, sure enough, the 18 or 1900 bandits had formed a massive encirclement, directly surrounding Li Kai's rural soldiers. Seeing this, Gu Ling'er felt a pang of anxiety for Li Kai. On the other side, 1,000 government soldiers had been hidden in the mountains for a long time. They were closer to the battlefield than Gunan and the others, so they could see more clearly. At this moment, County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang was already sweating. What is going on? The battle has been going on for so long, and these rural soldiers are still unharmed, while these bandits have already lost several hundred. Are these bandits too weak, or are these rural soldiers too strong? Zhu Kaijiang and his son Zhu Ming hated Li Kai to the bone. They were the ones who wished for his death the most. However, the formidable combat power displayed by these rural soldiers made him somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, Zhang Luolan remained relatively calm, saying, "County Magistrate, don't panic. Those bandits have already launched a general attack. The rural soldiers of Nyo Village won't be able to hold out much longer." Chapter 78. A complete victory indeed. 1,800 or 1,900 bandits charged recklessly towards Li Kai's 270 militia members. Faced with such a stark difference in numbers, Li Kai remained calm. At this point, the composite bows had little effect on the bandits, as they were already closing in. "According to what I taught you, form up. Don't embarrass me." As soon as he finished speaking, the militia members from Nyo Village put away their composite bows, slinging them on their backs, and drew their long knives from their waists. Holding their knives with both hands, they quickly formed groups of 3 and spread out. After all, bandits were just that, untrained farmers wielding weapons. In contrast, Li Kai's militia had not only trained in the Black Dragon 18 styles and the barbarian knife technique, but their triangular formation made them several times more combat effective than the bandits. Not to mention, these bandits were mostly in rags, while Li Kai's militia were clad in black armor. Most importantly, each of his militia members wielded a steel knife forged using modern iron-making techniques, which was several times harder than the knives the bandits carried. Soon, the two sides closed in on each other. The bandits brandished their knives, and charged at the militia. A bandit swung a large knife, roaring as he rushed towards the militia. However, as soon as his knife clashed with a militia member's steel knife, it snapped with a crisp sound. The militia member followed up with a horizontal sweep, the sharp blade easily cutting through the bandit's rags and leaving a deep wound visible to the bone in his abdomen, causing the bandit to scream and collapse to the ground. In just one exchange, the superiority of the steel knives became evident. The militia's steel knives sliced through iron like mud. Any contact with the bandits' weapons resulted in them either chipping or breaking in half. During the battle, the armor worn by the militia played a significant role. The bandits' attacks merely produced dull thuds against the armor, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Meanwhile, the militia's steel knives easily pierced the bandits' bodies, each swing spraying blood. Additionally, the triangular formation of the Nyo village militia proved crucial. With 3 members fighting back to back, they never exposed their backs to the bandits. In no time, the bandits felt like wheat being cut. This was a one-sided massacre. However, the sheer number of bandits still put pressure on Li Kai and his men. At that moment, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. A cavalry unit of 40 riders charged in. The cavalrymen, wearing armor and wielding steel knives, were equipped with saddles and stirrups, enabling each militia member to expertly control their mounts. This advantage in equipment turned these 40 cavalrymen into killing machines on the battlefield. They crashed into the bandit ranks, scattering their formation. In an instant, the bandits were like headless flies, unable to find a target. Indeed, the cavalry's mission was not to kill, but to disrupt the enemy's formation. As long as the enemy remained disorganized, Li Kai's militia could take them down one by one. At this moment, Li Kai, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 235 pounds, was also wreaking havoc. Wielding an 88-kilogram iron rod, he swung it with a whooshing sound. Each swing could take a bandit's life. Li Kai roared, sweeping the iron rod across, the wind howling. A bandit wielding a long spear attempted to intercept, but as soon as the spear touched the iron rod, it bent and warped. The bandit flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into another bandit, causing several to fall and bleed from their mouths and noses. He advanced boldly, the iron rod swirling with ferocity, and wherever he went, the bandits scrambled to avoid him. A daring bandit attempted a sneak attack from his side, but Li Kai sidestepped and retaliated with a strike to the bandit's head. With a muffled thud, the bandit's skull burst like a watermelon, and brain matter mixed with blood splattered onto the faces of nearby bandits. The sight terrified another bandit, causing him to collapse in fear. Before he could rise, Li Kai approached like a fierce demon, bringing the iron rod down hard, driving him into the ground, with only his legs twitching above the surface. At this moment, 3 bandits attacked from 3 directions. Li Kai showed no fear, raising the iron rod high. He brought it crashing down onto the head of a bandit in front, shattering his skull. Immediately afterward, he turned and swept the iron rod against a bandit to his right, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible, and the bandit screamed as he flew backward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Before the bandit on the left could react, Li Kai closed in, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Then, using his other hand, he struck the bandit's knee with the iron rod, producing 2 cracking sounds as the kneecap shattered. Li Kai casually threw the bandit aside, who landed on the ground, writhing in pain. Li Kai was splattered with blood, but fought with increasing ferocity. His eyes were filled with madness and ruthlessness. Every swing of the iron rod carried immense power. The bandits looked at this man who resembled a demon and were filled with fear, causing many to turn and flee. But Li Kai would not let them escape easily. He pursued them, the iron rod raining down, cries of agony echoing, blood staining the ground beneath him. And where he passed, corpses lay scattered like a scene from hell. In no time, a vacuum around Li Kai formed, with no one daring to approach him. In the distance, the black whirlwind realized something was wrong. His subordinates were falling one after another, and the number of bandits at the front was dwindling. Meanwhile, the bodies on the ground were piling up. Out of 500 troops, only about 1,000 remained. The rest had all perished in battle. Looking over at the Nyo village militia, almost no one had died. Realizing the situation was dire, The black whirlwind mounted his horse, ready to flee. But at that moment, 40 militia members from Nyo village surrounded him and his 12 men. Seeing this, the black whirlwind's face filled with despair. He knew he had lost, and lost utterly. "Spare us, great lord. We surrender." With the black whirlwind leading the way, the bandits on the battlefield followed suit, surrendering as well. "We surrender. No more fighting. Spare us, brave warrior. Spare us." These bandits, once filled with fear, now saw their leader surrender, prompting them to kneel in submission. In an instant, the bandits were all on their knees, discarding their weapons to show their submission. At that moment, the battlefield was strewn with corpses. Blood and bodies littered the ground, and looking at the Nyo village militia, each member was covered in blood. Particularly, Li Kai was drenched in blood and bits of flesh, appearing as if he had just emerged from hell. Chapter 79. Cleaning the battlefield. 2,500 bandits. With 1,500 killed and 1,000 surrendered. Upon seeing the bandits surrender, the soldiers from Yotsuan were extremely excited. They raised their weapons high and cheered loudly. "We won! We won!" This was the first battle for these soldiers, most of whom were on the battlefield for the first time. They had thought that war would be extremely brutal, but they never expected to win so easily. Facing a bandit force several times their size, they managed to achieve victory without a single casualty. Li Kai looked at his excited subordinates, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew that this victory would reassure these new soldiers, helping them understand that war wasn't as terrifying as they had thought. "Digwa, how many casualties did we have?" Li Kai asked. Digwa ran over and said, "1 seriously wounded, about 10 lightly wounded, but no one has died." This casualty rate was already quite exaggerated. They had killed over 1,000 bandits, while the soldiers from Yotsuan had only suffered a few injuries. Li Kai nodded slightly and ordered, "Let the brothers clean up the battlefield." At this moment, halfway up the mountain, the county magistrate of Qingshan County, Zhu Kaijiang, and his son were dumbfounded. Jiang Luolan behind them was also stunned. "What's going on? 2,500 against 300, and they actually lost?" Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. Zhu Kaijiang had originally planned to take advantage of the situation, waiting for both sides to suffer before charging in with his men, like a yellow bird behind. But now, these 12 bandit strongholds had suffered casualties, while Li Kai's soldiers had basically suffered no damage at all. Is this the combat power a rural soldier can exhibit? Even elite troops with battle experience can't do better, right? His son Zhu Ming clenched his fists in anger. He hated Li Kai to the bone. He had thought he could avenge previous grievances today, but unexpectedly, it had benefited Li Kai instead. This battle not only allowed Li Kai to capture a large amount of loot, but more importantly, it also gave Yotsuan soldiers a reputation. After this battle, which bandit on the nearby hills would dare to defy the authority of Yotsuan soldiers? 300 men faced off against 2,500 and won a great victory. How many armies could achieve that? Zhu Ming, unwilling to accept this, asked Dad, "Should we continue to fight?" Zhu Kaijiang's face turned pale with anger. "What the hell are we going to fight for? The bandits have surrendered. On what ground are we going to fight? Directly attacking the Yotsuan soldiers? The next day I might lose my head." Zhu Kaijiang had initially thought of joining the battle under the pretext of eradicating bandits, but his real goal was to reap the benefits from the Yotsuan soldiers. That way, even if the higher-ups investigated, he could say it was a mistake. Besides, they were just rural soldiers with no backing. No one cared about their lives. But now that the bandits had surrendered, it was different. He had no excuse to join the battlefield anymore. Even if he had one, he wouldn't do it because they couldn't win. If 2,500 bandits lost, how could his 1,000-man army win? Obviously, they couldn't. Sigh. There was no way to deal with this kid today. Let's withdraw. Zhu Kaijiang sighed heavily and ordered his troops to prepare to return to Qingshan County. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Gunan was shocked. He had thought that Li Kai would undoubtedly lose this battle, but unexpectedly, Li Kai had won. Facing 2,500 bandits, he had killed more than half and captured a small portion. Such a record. Even if Gunan himself went in a battle, he might not perform as well as Li Kai, but it should be known that Gunan had extensive battlefield experience and his soldiers were well equipped. And what about Li Kai? He had no military pay, no organization, just 300 farmers. Yet he had won this battle. At this moment, Gunan looked at Li Kai with newfound respect. When he was in Yotsuan, Gunan had noticed that Li Kai was quite arrogant. But at that time, Gunan thought Li Kai was just self-important. Now it seemed that Li Kai truly had strength. After seeing Li Kai win this battle, Gulinger was quite proud. "Yay, brother, did you see that? This is the man I admire. Even without your help, he can still win this war." Gunan was silent. He admitted that he had underestimated Li Kai this time. But at that moment, Gunan was extremely curious about how Li Kai had managed to win this battle. "Linger, come, let's go to the battlefield and take a look," Gunan said. Without waiting for Gulinger to agree, he took 500 elite soldiers and rushed towards the battlefield. On the other side, the Nyotsuan soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield. But at this moment, Digwa exclaimed, "Boss, there are still enemies." In the distance, a group of 500 elite soldiers was rushing over. Li Kai waved his hand and said, "No need to panic, they are not enemies." In fact, when they first arrived on the battlefield, Li Kai had already spotted the Gu family army watching from afar. The energy within Li Kai enhanced his vision. He not only discovered the Gu family army, but also noticed Zhu Kaijiang and others hiding on the hill. Li Kai knew they were here to watch the show, even to kick him when he was down. But now that he had won, all concerns were gone. Gunan charged in and quickly arrived on the battlefield on horseback. At this moment, the ground was littered with corpses and blood. Describing it as a scene of carnage was not an exaggeration. Gunan dismounted and crouched in front of the dead bandits and horses. He noticed the ground was covered with triangular caltrops. Gunan picked up one of the caltrops and examined it closely. After a long time, Gunan exclaimed, "What a miraculous invention! Such a small thing, with such a simple structure, yet its practicality is so strong. Just by scattering a few, it can cause heavy casualties among the local cavalry. I really don't know which genius could invent such a peculiar weapon." This was Gunan's first encounter with triangular caltrops. Such a design had never appeared in the Great Heavenly Dynasty. Simple and practical, calling them caltrops was hardly an exaggeration. Gunan's deputy, upon seeing these caltrops, also gasped in surprise. This thing is inexpensive and can be widely used on the battlefield. Those barbarians have slaughtered many of our great heavenly soldiers and civilians. But with these, we can effectively curb their mobility. The deputy exclaimed. Gunan nodded slightly. He had already decided that when he returned, he would equip his troops with these triangular caltrops on a large scale. At this moment, Li Kai, holding an iron rod, slowly walked towards Gunan. "General Gu, we meet again." Chapter 80. Gunan's shock upon seeing Li Kai. Gunan no longer regarded him with the previous disdain. Instead, he cupped his fist towards Li Kai. "Brother, what is the name of this hidden weapon? Who invented it?" Li Kai glanced at the triangular stake in Gunan's hand and replied calmly. "This is called a triangular stake, a creation of mine, Li Kai." "Triangular stake? A good item. Brother, may I ask if I can use your stakes to equip my army? This thing is very effective against the barbarians." Gunan asked eagerly. Li Kai smiled slightly and said, "Of course you can." The triangular stake had a simple structure, even if he wanted to keep it a secret. He couldn't stop others from figuring out how to make it after just one look. It was better to share it publicly and earn a good reputation. Gunan had originally planned to negotiate with Li Kai using the righteousness of the nation, but he did not expect Li Kai to agree so readily, directly allowing him to use the triangular stakes. A hint of admiration flashed in Gunan's eyes as he cupped his fist towards Li Kai, saying, "On behalf of the people of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, thank you." Li Kai waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. After all, I am also a citizen of Dation. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen." These 8 words shocked Gunan again. Such a simple phrase made every citizen of the Great Heavenly Dynasty feel the weight of their duty to protect their homeland. Gunan admired Li Kai's talent even more. "Brother Li Kai, I am curious, why do you have so many skilled archers under your command? As far as I know, your militia is made up of farmers who have only joined recently. Yet from my observations, their archery skills are extraordinary." Hearing this, Li Kai smiled slightly, extended his hand, and one of his subordinates handed him a compound bow. Li Kai passed the compound bow to Gunan and said, "It's all thanks to this." Gunan took the compound bow, his fingertips brushing over its smooth and unfamiliar curves, instantly captivated by the intricate pulley system and the interwoven bowstrings. When he tried to draw the bowstring, he was surprised by the ease, causing his pupils to constrict. Ordinary, strong bows require a force of dozens of pounds. But this bow could be drawn halfway with just one hand, and as the tension increased, the resistance did not rise as expected. What kind of structure is this? Gunan flipped the compound bow over, carefully examining the exquisite combination of pulleys and levers. When he fully drew the bowstring, even before the arrow was released, he felt the terrifying power ready to unleash. The taut string seemed to contain immense force, and the mechanical design was completely different from traditional bows, overturning his understanding of ranged weapons. A vice commander approached, reached out to touch the pulley, and was cut by the edge gears. General, this iron wheel can actually change the direction of force. No wonder those militia can shoot strong arrows with weak strength. Gunan nodded slowly, already envisioning the scene where this bow was used by his soldiers on the battlefield, allowing one to take on 10. Li Kai, hand behind his back, smiled slightly and said this is called a compound bow. With it, even new recruits can become sharpshooters. At that moment, Gunan became a bit excited. If this kind of bow could be equipped in his army, even against those naturally skilled barbarians, they would definitely have a fighting chance. Brother, this compound bow can. It cannot. Li Kai knew what Gunan was about to say and immediately refused before he could finish. This compound bow was a patent of his Neo village militia. The triangular stake had a simple structure that could be easily learned. However, the compound bow was precise and complex, and it would take time to replicate. Li Kai would not fully disclose the manufacturing method of the compound bow until his own army became truly strong. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Gunan's eyes. But he understood Li Kai. After all, if every army was equipped with such a powerful compound bow, then the Neo village militia would no longer be invincible. Brother, there's one more thing I'm curious about. Why are the Neo village militia so skilled at horseback riding? Normally, to learn to ride and become cavalry on the battlefield takes at least a year or two of practice. But your cavalrymen seem to be as skilled as veterans who have ridden for 10 years, stable on horseback, and can compete with your elite cavalry. Li Kai waved his hand, and his subordinate immediately brought over a horse. When Gunan saw the saddle and stirrups on the horse's back, he immediately understood. This is a saddle and stirrups. With them, even those who have never ridden before can quickly learn to ride. Gunan's eyes lit up as he reached out to stroke the thick, soft padding on the saddle and the slightly upturned protective wings on both sides. He then lifted his leg and stepped into the stirrup, using it to leverage himself onto the horse. The clumsy movements that used to require both arms to exert force had become smooth and effortless. His legs naturally clamped around the saddle, and he sat firmly, as if he were one with the horse's back. He lightly pulled the reins, and the warhorse began to move forward slowly. His hips no longer felt the pain of being jolted by the horse's back. The saddle perfectly distributed his weight. Gunan tried pulling the reins forcefully, and the warhorse reared up. Normally, he would have faced a serious risk due to unstable balance, but at this moment, with his legs firmly gripping the stirrups and his body leaning forward, he felt remarkably stable. "Quick, bring my horse!" Gunan shouted eagerly to his vice commander. When his warhorse was brought over, he quickly switched mounts, and the difference between the two was immediately apparent. Without stirrups, mounting required assistance, and riding left his legs hanging with no leverage. But with this seemingly simple iron ring, he could mount and dismount smoothly and adjust his posture freely while galloping. Gunan clamped his legs, and the warhorse suddenly accelerated, the wind whistling past his ears. He leaned forward to charge, made sudden stops and turns, each movement feeling several times easier than before, even allowing him to free up one hand to simulate a chopping motion with a sword. The most challenging maneuver in cavalry training, turning around and shooting an arrow while on horseback, had now become much easier to attempt with the assistance of the stirrups. This is simply a rebirth for cavalry. Gunan reined in the reins, his voice trembling with excitement, with the saddle and stirrups. The training period for new recruits can be shortened by at least 70%. Brother Li Kai, such a marvelous invention, truly not considering. He stopped abruptly, looking at Li Kai's somewhat amused expression, shaking his head with a wry smile. After being turned down regarding the compound bow, it was not appropriate to press further. After witnessing the power of the saddle and stirrups, Gu Nen turned his attention to the knives in the hands of the Nyo village militia. He had noticed this long ago. The knives held by the Nyo village militia seemed very resilient, because the weapons in the hands of the bandits on the ground were either broken or chipped. But the knives in the hands of the Nyo village militia were all intact and gleaming. These knives seemed to have their own story. "Brother, may I take a look at the knife in your hand?" Gu Nen stopped a militia member and asked. The militia member guarded his knife and did not hand it over, but looked towards Li Kai. Chapter 81. Warhorse Yun seeing Li Kai nodding. The village soldier finally dared to lend his knife to Gu Nen. The steel knife felt heavy in Gu Nen's hand, and it was very substantial. The surface of a steel knife was shiny enough to be used as a mirror. Then, Gu Nen picked up his own knife and struck fiercely at the village soldier's steel knife. With a loud bang, Gu Nen's knife instantly shattered into 2 pieces. Meanwhile, the village soldier's knife showed no signs of damage. In an instant, Gu Nen's eyes widened. Divine weapon. This is simply a divine weapon. No wonder the village soldiers on the battlefield are as fierce as little tigers. At first, Gu Nen thought it was just because the village soldiers had armor. But now it seems that armor is only part of the reason. The main reason is that the knives in their hands are divine weapons. "Brother, why is this knife so tough?" Gu Nen asked in shock. Li Kai smiled slightly and said, "I have a blacksmith in my family, and I have been interested in iron smelting since I was young, so I have explored and improved the smelting techniques myself." Upon hearing this, Gu Nen's eyes widened again. He was once again shocked. He invented the saddle and stirrups, created the composite bow, and now he has even improved iron smelting techniques. What else can this kid not do? Gu Nen had looked into Li Kai's background. Wasn't it said that he was a fool who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth? Can a fool really know so much? What excited Gu Nen the most was Li Kai's improved iron smelting technique. Just imagine, if every soldier in the Great Heavenly Dynasty could be equipped with such sharp and tough steel knives, their combat effectiveness could increase by 30%. How many lives would be saved? How many enemies could be killed? At this moment, Li Kai seemed like a treasure in Gu Nen's eyes. Gu Nen's eyes rolled around, and he directly hugged Li Kai's arm, laughing. "Haha, brother, no way." Before Gu Nen could finish his sentence, Li Kai directly refused. Gu Nen waved his hand and said, "Brother, what do you take me for? I just think you are talented and have killed so many bandits, doing real work for the villagers. Therefore, I admire you. Besides, you have an old acquaintance with my sister. Why not come to my Gu residence tonight for a few drinks?" Li Kai wanted to refuse again upon hearing this. But at that moment, he suddenly saw the horse behind Gu Nen. It was Gu Nen's steed. Gu Nen's steed was pitch black, its coat shining like satin, smooth and glossy. Its mane flowed elegantly, and its limbs were strong and powerful. When it raised its head, its eyes were sharp like obsidian, exuding alertness and majesty. The silver bridle sparkled in the sunlight, complementing the black coat, radiating a kingly aura, appearing regal and impressive, as if a divine steed had appeared in the world. "Brother Gu, this horse is not bad." Upon hearing this, Gu Nen smiled with some pride and said, "Of course, this horse was a gift from His Majesty. The year I quelled the rebellion, His Majesty specially presented this fine horse to me. This horse is called Yin Yun, with a strong temperament and exceptional combat power, especially its carrying capacity, which is remarkable. It can carry 500 kilograms and still move like it's on flat ground." Hearing this, Li Kai's eyes lit up. He himself weighed 235 pounds now. Adding weapons, he was already over 300 pounds. Regular horses would greatly affect his mobility, but this horse's carrying capacity was extremely strong and very suitable for him. "Really? This horse is quite good. The more I look at it, the more I like it." Li Kai stroked the horse and looked at Gu Nen, continuously hinting with his eyes. The little glances were almost saying, "If you give me this horse, I'll go drink with you." But Gu Nen seemed oblivious, just laughing without any intention of giving away the horse. Did Gu Nen not understand Li Kai's hint? No, he certainly understood. However, Gu Nen also valued this horse greatly. Not to mention Li Kai, even if the emperor wanted it back, he wouldn't part with it. One reason was emotional attachment, and the other was that this horse's combat power was indeed very strong. "Brother Li Kai, why not come to my house for a few drinks?" Gu Nen suggested. "Brother Gu, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that I don't have a good steed. The round trip to Qingshan County is not close, and it's inconvenient. No problem. I'll send a carriage to pick you up. But my backside is delicate. Carriages are too hard and uncomfortable to sit in. No witties. I'll have my soldiers carry you. By the end, Li Kai was speechless, waving his hand and saying, "No way." Li Kai realized that Gu Nan was simply unwilling to part with the horse. Why would he go then? But just then, Gu Ling'er came to the rescue. Li Kai, just go. If you get my brother drunk, what do you want, and my brother won't give it to you? This hint instantly brightened Li Kai's eyes. Yes, if he could get Gu Nan drunk, Gu Nan might even personally give him his sister. Thinking of this, Li Kai cleared his throat and said, cough. Since Brother Gu is so warmly inviting me, if I don't go, that would be a bit ungrateful. Then I will go for a visit. Go for a visit. Please. Gu Nan waved his hand. At this moment, Li Kai clasped his fists and said, wait a moment. Then, Li Kai found Di Gua and asked, how's the battlefield cleanup going? Di Gua was a bit excited, his eyes shining. Big brother, we struck it rich. There are 1,200 living bandits. Adding the dead and severely injured, there are over 1,300. We looted 3,000 taels of silver from them, and weapons like knives, guns, and clubs are countless. The most valuable are the war horses. Although many of the 500 cavalry horses were injured or killed due to stepping on triangular spikes. More were tripped by the injured horses in front, so they weren't harmed at all. There are nearly 300 live war horses. Upon hearing this, Li Kai's eyes lit up again. War horses are very expensive, and with these 300 war horses, he could ensure that every one of his brothers would have a horse. Good. Bury the dead and severely injured bandits on the spot. Bring the living ones back to the stronghold. Cook the dead horses for the brothers to eat. The living ones, take them home to raise. As for those weapons, as long as they are made of iron, bring them back for Li Daniu to melt down for making armor and weapons in the future. The silver should be given to your sister-in-law. After giving the orders, Di Gua nodded, understood. Although horse meat is not delicious and can even be sour in this era, everyone struggles to even have a full meal. Even if they have come to be village soldiers in Nyo village, they can only eat coarse grains. Being able to eat meat is already a great blessing. Chapter 82, Getting Drunk with Li Kai after everything was arranged. Li Kai followed Gu Nan and others back to Qingshan County. Upon arriving at the Gu family, Gu Nan arranged for someone to let Li Kai take a bath. After all, Li Kai was covered in blood and pieces of flesh, which was indeed a bit unsettling. In a spacious room, there were 3 bathtubs filled with water. Next to the bathtubs stood 2 beautiful maidservants. The maidservants were ready to assist Li Kai with changing clothes, but Li Kai was startled. What are you doing? The maidservants were a bit taken aback and said, we're here to assist the Lord with changing clothes. We can also help scrub your back. Is there anything you're dissatisfied with? Seeing the earnest expressions of the 3 maidservants, Li Kai suddenly remembered that he was in a feudal society. In a feudal society, servants were not considered human. Here, people could be bought and sold freely, and the maidservants of the Gu family were all slaves, no different from the pigs, dogs, and sheep at home. Even if they were killed, no one would care. Therefore, wealthy and powerful families did not treat these maidservants as humans at all. And even when it came to bathing or other matters, they would not shy away from the maidservants. After all, would you feel uncomfortable if a cat was watching you while you bathed? Naturally not, because they did not see these maidservants as people. However, Li Kai, having been reborn from modern society, still felt quite uncomfortable. He waved his hand and sent the maidservants out. You all can go out. I can wash by myself. The 3 maidservants nodded and then exited the room. At this moment, in the main hall of the Gu family, Gu Ling'er, Gu Nan, and 3 strong deputy generals were sitting together discussing. However, midway through their conversation, the 3 maidservants suddenly appeared. Gu Nan frowned slightly and said, why are you out? Didn't I tell you to assist Brother Li with his bath? The 3 maidservants bowed and replied, replying to the Lord. Lord Li said he could wash by himself and asked us to leave. Hearing this, Gu Nan shook his head helplessly. After all, he's a child from a low-class family. It's normal for him to be unaccustomed. You may go. After the 3 maidservants left, Gu Nan looked at Gu Ling'er with a piercing gaze. Lingya, for the iron smelting technique in this kid's hands, I'm going to put you in a difficult position this time. After the dinner begins, my 3 deputy generals and I will take turns getting this kid drunk. and once he's drunk, you will sleep with him. When he finds out the next day that he has already been intimate with you, he will naturally hand over the iron smelting technique honestly. This technique is of great help to the military construction of our Great Tian dynasty. Sister, I'm counting on you. Gu Ling'er pouted, looking a bit unhappy. What is this? You can sacrifice your own sister's body for the iron smelting technique? Silly sister, it's not about really sacrificing your body, Gunan said helplessly. Once he gets drunk, he will definitely be in a drunken stupor. You just need to share the same bed with him. When he wakes up the next day, he will definitely remember nothing. You just need to insist that you had a relationship with him yesterday, and he won't deny it. Gu Ling'er tilted her head and said, in that case, if I have a scandal with a country bumpkin, those young masters from wealthy families will surely stop bothering me. That works. Gunan slapped his forehead and said, no. This matter must be kept secret. Your reputation is very important for the Gu family. What? This can't be done, and that can't be done. I refuse. Just as the brother and sister were talking, Li Kai, now dressed in clean clothes, strode in. Li Kai stepped into the hall wearing a moon-white outfit. His tall stature of 1.88 meters nearly touched the door frame, and his broad shoulders filled out the fabric, with muscular contours subtly visible. His resolute face had distinct angles, and his bright eyes shone under his thick eyebrows. A high nose paired with a slightly upturned lip gave him an unruly smile, and his clean, wheat-colored skin glistened with moisture. Each of his steps was steady and powerful, exuding an aura that made Gu Ling'er blush and made Gunan secretly think that if he could win this person over, he would be a great asset. Seeing Li Kai, Gunan laughed heartily and stood up. Ha! Brother Li Kai, we've been waiting for you. Bring in the food and drinks. Soon, a square table was brought in, and everyone sat on the ground. Then several dishes were served, followed by drinks. Gunan gave Gu Ling'er a look, signaling her to follow the plan. Although Gu Ling'er was somewhat unwilling, Gunan was her brother, and she had to listen to him. Then, Gunan proactively raised his wine cup and said to Li Kai, Brother Li Kai, this counts as our official introduction. I toast you this cup. I drink to you. After saying that, Gunan lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. Then, Gunan looked eagerly at Li Kai. His eyes seemed to say, I've finished mine. Aren't you going to drink? Li Kai glanced at the wine in the cup, sniffed it, and found the taste not too strong. Having never drunk the alcohol of this era before, he took a sip and found it not very potent. The brewing techniques of this era were not advanced, so the alcohol content was low, similar to modern beer. Li Kai directly raised his cup and drank it all down. I also drank it. At this moment, a deputy general next to Gunan saw Li Kai finish his drink and immediately raised his cup. Lord Li, I am Fong Datong, Gunan's deputy general. I toast you a cup. After saying that, without waiting for Li Kai to respond, he also downed a cup of wine. At this time, Li Kai realized that they were trying to get him drunk. However, the alcohol content of the drinks in this era was too low for Li Kai to take seriously. Moreover, with the energy in his body, he could quickly metabolize the alcohol, so he wouldn't get drunk at all. Meanwhile, Gunan was watching Li Kai with a smile. As a general, he was no stranger to drinking occasions, so he had developed a good tolerance for alcohol. Plus, this time it was 4 people trying to get Li Kai drunk alone, and he didn't believe that this mere country bumpkin could withstand it. Li Kai smiled playfully, put down his cup, and said, Since you brothers are so generous, drinking from cups is not interesting. Why don't we drink from bowls? Hearing this, Gunan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! Brother, you're bold. Then let's switch to bowls. Soon, several large bowls were placed in front of them. Li Kai took the initiative to grab a bowl and said, Since this is our first meeting, I, Li Kai, am very happy, so I will take the initiative to down 3 large bowls. You 4 brothers can drink as you please. After saying that, Li Kai filled 3 bowls with wine and drank them all in one go. Seeing Li Kai down 3 bowls in a row, Gunan was not willing to fall behind. What nonsense! I, the wine god who has never been drunk at a drinking event, can be intimidated by a country bumpkin today? You country folks can't even afford food, so you surely haven't drunk much wine, and you don't know the power of this liquor. Drink it like water, and you'll soon find out how strong it is. Chapter 83. We'll battle, so Gunan and his 3 deputy generals also refused to back down, picking up their wine bowls and downing 3 bowls in a row. After finishing the 3 bowls, Li Kai shouted, refreshing. Then Li Kai proactively approached Gunan, raised his wine bowl, and said, "My life, I respect heroes the most. Brother Gu, you go to the battlefield to kill the barbarians, and you are someone I admire. I toast you another bowl." With that, Li Kai tilted his head back and downed a bowl of wine. Gunan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Kai to take the initiative. But he was secretly delighted. He had originally planned to wield battle Li Kai, but unexpectedly, Li Kai came forward on his own. Gunan then raised his wine bowl and drank it all in one go. Next, Li Kai directly approached Gunan's deputy generals and raised his wine bowl. "I become friends with a few of you at first sight, so this cup of wine is for you." One by one, he toasted the 3 deputy generals. Each of the 3 deputy generals drank one bowl, but Li Kai had already consumed 3 bowls. At this point, Li Kai had drunk 7 bowls of wine. 7 bowls, even if it were water, would have begun to make Li Kai feel bloated. However, Li Kai did not stop to rest. Instead, he once again approached Gunan. "Brother Gu, I am very grateful for your sister, who has always taken care of me, so I must toast you for the care you siblings have shown me." With that, Li Kai raised his wine bowl again and drank it all. Gunan had already drunk 4 bowls. Although he wasn't drunk, he felt a bit bloated. But Li Kai was fighting 4 people alone, so Gunan felt embarrassed to refuse and could only raise his wine bowl again. Then, Li Kai came back to the 3 deputy generals, toasting each one again. After going around, Li Kai returned to Gunan. This time, Li Kai changed his rhetoric and started to toast the Gu family for taking care of the local people. After more than a dozen rounds of toasting, Li Kai's words had not repeated. At this point, Gunan and the others were groaning in distress. Each of them had already drunk no less than 20 bowls of wine. They could no longer remain sober. The alcohol had made it so they could hardly sit still. And Li Kai had no intention of letting them go. He slammed the wine bowl heavily on the table, splattering the wine, which shimmered under the candlelight. "General Gu and brothers have come from afar. How can I not show hospitality? This second round, I'll go first." Before his words fell, 3 more bowls went down, the bottom of the bowl facing the sky as he swallowed. Gunan was already drunk at this point and completely unaware of what Li Kai was saying. He also did not realize that this was his own home. The veins on Gunan's forehead twitched slightly. He forced a smile as he raised the bowl, but when tilting his head back, he secretly slowed his swallowing speed. Next to him, Deputy General Fong Datong was already red-faced, his hand holding the wine bowl, slightly trembling. After forcing down a bowl, he staggered and held onto the edge of the table. Another deputy general, Zhang Meng, had a dazed look in his eyes, mumbling about good wine. But he spilled more than half of the wine in his bowl. Li Kai wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced at the 4 of them, and refilled the wine bowls. "Earlier, I was too focused on drinking and didn't have time to toast my brothers for their military achievements. This bowl is for you all who kill the enemy and serve the country." Without waiting for everyone to react, the wine bowl was already empty. Gunan gritted his teeth and clinked bowls with him, feeling a wave of acidity rise in his throat, the alcohol in his stomach surging straight to his head. But he could only watch as Li Kai calmly refilled his bowl with new wine. "Cool me. Li Kai lifted the wine jar and filled the bowls of the 4 of them one by one. "I heard that General Gu single-handedly cut down the enemy leader during the rebellion. Such prestige, I must toast 3 bowls." With that, 3 more bowls went down. Yet his complexion showed no signs of redness. Gunan's vision began to double. His fingers gripping the wine bowl turned white. And out of the corner of his eye, he saw that 2 deputy generals had collapsed on the ground, while Fong Datong was sprawled on the table, vomiting uncontrollably. Beside them, Gu Ling was astonished. Li Kai had already drunk several jars of wine, but now he was not only sober. He showed no signs of redness at all. Even if you were drinking water, it should be extremely uncomfortable, right? Could it be that Li Kai is a god of wine? As Gunan's sister, Gu Ling knew her brother's drinking capacity. He could drink thousands of cups without getting drunk, but Gu Ling had never seen Gunan drunk. Yet now, for people were pouring drinks into Li Kai, but Li Kai was the one getting them drunk. Seeing that her and her brother's plan was about to fail, Gu Ling hurriedly nudged Gunan. "Brother, you must not get too drunk. Li Kai hasn't had enough fun yet." Gunan, now with a face full of drunkenness, staggered to his feet. "Right. My brotherly hasn't had enough fun yet. Let's keep going." Li Kai half supported the swaying Gunan, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the wine bowl. But his gaze occasionally glanced at the quietly standing Yin Yun in the courtyard. "Brother Gu, I heard you say Yin Yun can carry 500 kilograms. It's truly impressive." He sighed deeply, his voice filled with regret. "Unlike my mount, who gets out of breath after just a few steps. Whenever there is an urgent matter, I always wish I could grow wings." As he spoke, Li Kai refilled Gunan's bowl with wine, but only took a small sip himself. "If only I had Yin Yun's help. In the future, when we brothers transport grain and patrol the bandit strongholds, we would surely achieve double the results with half the effort. This fine horse of yours, brother, is truly rare in the world. Following you into battle, it must have contributed greatly." He paused, looking at Yin Yun with increasingly fervent eyes. "If I could have this fine steed, even if it cost me 10 years of my life, I, Li Kai, would be willing." Seeing Gu Nan's gaze becoming hazy, as if he could hear but not understand, Li Kai leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "It's a pity, such a magnificent creature. I fear I will never." Before he finished a sentence, he shook his head and sighed, heavily placing the wine bowl on the table, producing a dull thud. Gu Nan, with blurred eyes, followed Li Kai's gaze and saw Yin Yun neighing proudly under the moonlight, its mane blowing in the wind. He patted Li Kai's shoulder, his tongue thick. "Brother, don't sigh. It's just a horse." Beside them, Gu Ling was anxiously tugging at Gunan's sleeve. "Brother, that is a horse bestowed by the emperor." Gu Nan, however, shook off his sister's hand, unsteadily unbuckling Yin Yun's reins from his waist and stuffing them into Li Kai's hands. "Take it. Today you and I drink happily. Yin Yun follows you. Perhaps it can achieve even greater merits." Li Kai suppressed the wild joy in his heart and pretended to decline. "That one tea do. This is a fine horse bestowed by the emperor. How can I take someone else as beloved?" Gunan waved his hand. "What are you babbling about? If not, I'll change my mind." Watching Li Kai's smug expression as he accepted the reins, Gu Ling was both angry and anxious, stamping her foot. "Li Kai, you're taking advantage of my brother's drunkenness to deceive him." Li Kai, however, smiled slyly at her. "Miss Gu, this is a voluntary gift from Brother Gu. I didn't force him." At this point, Gunan had collapsed on the ground, snoring like thunder. Li Kai went to the courtyard, gently stroking Yin Yun's mane, whispering, "Don't worry, I will treat you well." And the drunken Gu Nan would never know that his moment of intoxication had led to his beloved steed changing ownership. Chapter 84. The beautiful bystander looking at the beautiful steed in front of him, Li Kai felt very pleased. "Little thing, do you think you can get me drunk? You're still too naive." Relying on the energy within him, Li Kai metabolized alcohol at an extremely fast rate. To him, this alcohol was no different from water. So facing 4 opponents, Li Kai felt no fear at all. At this moment, Gu Ling rushed into the courtyard, anxious. Not only had they failed to get Li Kai drunk, but they had inadvertently made Li Kai drunk his own brother. The prize steed bestowed by the emperor was now about to be ridden away by Li Kai. "Li Kai, you can't leave." Looking back at Li Kai, he was already sitting on the back of Yin Yun. With a playful smile, Li Kai said, "Why can't I leave? My brother is drunk. That's just drunken talk. So Yin Yun, you can't be ridden away." Hearing this, Li Kai burst into laughter. "Ha ha. If I were drunk and said I would teach your brother the art of iron smelting, would you take my words as drunken talk?" Gu Ling was left speechless. It turned out Li Kai understood everything. He knew that Gu and wanted to get him drunk to learn the art of iron smelting from him. But Li Kai, fully aware of the trap, still dared to show up, which demonstrated his strong confidence in his drinking capacity. Moreover, if I were to get drunk and wake up in an unknown woman's bed the next day, then even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I wouldn't be able to clear my name. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Gu? Seeing the teasing glint in Li Kai's eyes, Gu Ling's face turned red. It turned out he saw through everything. "You." At this point, Li Kai tugged on the reins and said, "Miss Gu, thank you for the fine steed from your brother. I shall take my leave." Saying this, Li Kai urged Yin Yun and dashed out of the Gu family. In the county town, Yin Yun carried Li Kai as it raced towards the city gate. Yin Yun was not only fast, but also extremely agile. It weaved through the crowd, avoiding any collision with the common folk. So refreshing. Before long, Yin Yun took Li Kai out of Qingshan County and headed towards Nyo village. However, Li Kai soon stopped. There was no helping it. He had drunk too much. Although the alcohol had been metabolized, the water was still in his stomach. Li Kai found a tree and began to relieve himself. This stream lasted a full 3 minutes. Soaking a large patch of grass, Li Kai shivered all over, just about to mount and leave when a sudden sound of wheels rolling over the ground caught his attention. Turning around, he saw a very exquisite carriage swaying towards him. Li Kai had never seen such a finely crafted carriage, even in the Gu residence. The carriage was pulled by 2 fine horses, and the body was made of high-quality golden silk Nama wood. Even the door curtain was made of the best silk. Following the carriage were 4 strong guards, riding tall war horses, vigilantly observing their surroundings. At that moment, Li Kai became curious. Whose important person is this? Further ahead led only to a few villages at the foot of the deep mountains. There was no wealthy land in sight. Who would send an important person to such a remote area? At this point, the 4 guards also spotted Li Kai. One guard pointed a big knife at Li Kai and shouted, "Hey, what place is this?" Li Kai raised his eyebrows. It turned out they were lost. Their condescending attitude annoyed Li Kai. He coldly replied, "I don't know." After saying this, Li Kai prepared to leave on his horse. The guard, seeing that Li Kai ignored him, became furious. Just as he was about to teach Li Kai a lesson, a tinkling voice came from the carriage. "Do not be rude." Upon hearing this, the guard instantly became respectful and bowed towards the carriage. Yes. Then, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Li Kai saw an extraordinarily beautiful face. As the curtain fluttered, the woman's eyebrows and eyes were like a painting. Beneath her distant brows were a pair of apricot-shaped eyes shimmering with light, and the corners of her eyes were tinged with a light blush, resembling spring water reflecting the rosy clouds. Her delicate nose and slightly pursed pink lips seemed to carry a smile, and her fair skin glowed with a pearly luster under the moonlight. The strands of black hair cascading down her cheeks made her beauty even more breathtaking. Li Kai stared at her face, momentarily speechless. The woman nodded slightly at Li Kai and took out a silver ingot. "May I ask, what place is this? Where does the road ahead lead?" Li Kai glanced at the 10 taels of silver, but did not take it. Asking for directions and offering 10 taels of silver meant she must be a young lady from a wealthy family. Seeing her attitude was relatively kind, Li Kai replied, "Going forward leads to Qingfeng Mountain and Heifeng Mountain, where there's nothing but bandits and villagers. Going back leads to Qingshan County, but it's getting late now. Your carriage looks good, but is not practical. It's too slow. By the time you reach Qingshan County, it will likely be past midnight." Upon hearing this, the guard bowed to the woman and said, "Miss, I think we should go forward and stay with the villagers for the night, then set off tomorrow." Li Kai shook his head slightly. "I recommend you go back because there are many bandits on this road at night, and you won't be able to handle them." "Ridiculous. You dare to walk this night road alone. Do you think we 5 are afraid of the bandits in these mountains?" The guard dismissed Li Kai's words with disdain. Believe it or not, Li Kai rolled his eyes and leisurely walked forward after mounting his horse. After a moment of contemplation, the woman in the carriage said, "Then we will follow your advice and stay at the village ahead for the night." The guard nodded, and soon the 4 horses and 1 carriage moved quickly, soon surpassing Li Kai. As they passed by, the guard shot Li Kai fierce glares. Li Kai rolled his eyes, pretending not to see. Li Kai's Yin Yun was incredibly fast, but he was not in a hurry to reach Nyo village. Because he had too much water in his belly, running fast would only make him need to relieve himself urgently. So Li Kai chose to walk slowly home. About half an hour later, Li Kai heard commotion ahead. He saw that the exquisite carriage had been stopped, and the 4 guards had dismounted, brandishing their long knives and watching the front with vigilance. In front of the carriage appeared a group of over 30 bandits. These bandits, each holding long knives, had fierce expressions. The leader, with a grotesque scar on his face, looked at the luxurious carriage before him with surprise. "Ha ha ha, I was just thinking of robbing a few passing merchants. But I didn't expect to stumble upon such a big job. This carriage is so luxurious and extravagant. It's worth over 100 taels of silver." After this, the bandits behind the scar-faced leader burst into laughter. At this moment, the fierce guard shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Do you know who is in this carriage? Are you looking for trouble? How dare you rob our carriage? Upon hearing this, the scar-faced leader laughed playfully. Hee hee, kid, your threats might work on ordinary folks, but they won't work on me. I'm a bandit. I don't care about your identity. Besides, even if I kill you, who would know it was me? Ha ha. Chapter 85. Do you recognize this? Scarface looked disdainfully at the four guards, raising the big knife in his hand. Throw down your weapons. The four guards exchanged glances, and the leading guard looked furious. No way. As soon as he finished speaking, Scarface slapped him hard across the face. With a loud smack, the slap caused the guard's face to twist, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Enraged, the guard immediately reached for his weapon to retaliate. But at that moment, several bandits behind Scarface had already drawn their bows, with sharp arrows aimed at the guards. Don't move. One step, and we'll shoot you dead. Although the four guards were skilled, they were vastly outnumbered. The other side had over 40 people, while they only had 4. If a fight broke out, even if they managed to take a few down, they would undoubtedly die. At this moment, the 4 guards hesitated, pondering whether to risk everything and fight the bandits to the death, or to drop their weapons and surrender obediently. Just then, the curtain of the carriage was pulled aside. A stunningly beautiful face appeared. Several brave men. I have 100 taels here. Consider it our toll for passage. Can you let us go? After saying this, the woman took out a heavy bag of silver. Upon seeing the woman, the bandits' eyes lit up. Living in the mountains, they usually rob passing farmers, occasionally encountering a few merchants, but rarely seeing women. They had never seen such a beautiful woman before. A gem. Truly a gem. I've never seen such a stunning girl. If I could just touch her, wouldn't that be heavenly? Ha ha ha. Scarface rubbed his hands together and laughed lewdly. The woman in the carriage realized something was wrong and wanted to retreat inside, but it was too late. She had already been spotted. Don't touch our lady. We've already given you the silver. What more do you want? The guard shouted angrily. Scarface looked at the guard as if he were an idiot. If I kill you, the silver will be ours. Get lost. The 4 guards gripped their knife handles tightly, both sides on edge. But at that tense moment, a tall steed slowly approached. The sound of its hooves clopped crisply against the ground. Li Kai lay on the horse's back, chewing on a blade of grass, and ignored the bandits blocking the road. I told you there were bandits, but you didn't believe me. Ignoring the old will lead to trouble right before your eyes. The 4 guards glared at Li Kai, who seemed to be enjoying their misfortune. Just then, Scarface pointed his long knife at Li Kai and shouted angrily, Kid, get down. That horse is nice. Leave the horse, and you can scram. Upon hearing this, the 4 guards were taken aback. Then one guard sneered, I thought you were something, daring to walk this road alone at night. Turns out you can't do anything against these bandits. Li Kai ignored the guard and looked at Scarface. Kid, which mountain are you from? Scarface scrutinized Li Kai from head to toe. The powerful steed beneath Li Kai was obviously a warhorse, and Li Kai himself was tall and sturdy. Clearly not an ordinary person. He might be someone from the military. As bandits, they weren't afraid of officials or the wealthy, but they feared soldiers. Soldiers were not to be trifled with. If this person were a military leader, killing him would definitely cause turmoil. If that happened, the bandits from the surrounding mountains might also suffer. We are from Black Wind Mountain. Who are you? Li Kai smiled playfully. So you're from Black Wind Mountain. He casually tossed out a token, which landed firmly in Scarface's hand. Do you recognize this? The token Li Kai threw was none other than his self-made identity token, specifically sold for use by the rural populace. Upon seeing the token, Scarface's expression changed drastically, because the token clearly bore the name Li Kai of Qingfeng Stronghold. Who is Li Kai? Perhaps yesterday he didn't know, but today he was well known. 2,500 bandits were defeated and scattered by Li Kai, the village captain of Nyotsuan, with 300 villagers. More than half were killed or injured. A small fraction was captured. Previously, the bandits from the surrounding mountains didn't take the protective tokens issued by Qingfeng Stronghold seriously. But since today, no one dared to target the civilians holding this token, because the combat power of the Nyotsuan villagers was simply too strong. This led to a shortage of Qingfeng Stronghold tokens. As a result, Li Kai had to announce a price increase. You are from Qingfeng Stronghold? At this moment, Scarface was exceptionally respectful, handing the token back with both hands. Li Kai glanced at him. Damn, can't you see? Slap yourself. Upon hearing this, Scarface didn't dare to utter a word, slapping his own face twice. After hitting himself, he forced a smile. I was blind. I deserved to be punished. Only then did Li Kai nod in satisfaction. You all carry on? I'm leaving. Li Kai had no intention of stepping in to help. After all, one person couldn't change the world. If he helped these people today, someone else would be robbed on this road tomorrow. Moreover, Li Kai was a very selfish person. If it didn't concern him, he wouldn't care. His own interests were the most important. Just as Li Kai was about to leave, the woman in the carriage became anxious. She quickly pulled aside the curtain and called out to Li Kai, "Brave sir, could you please help me out? I am willing to offer 100 taels of silver." After saying this, the woman held out 100 taels of silver. Upon seeing the silver, Li Kai's interest was piqued. Just by speaking, he could obtain 100 taels of silver. What a good deal. Li Kai directly grabbed the 100 taels of silver and said, "I will protect this woman." Hearing this, the woman finally let out a long sigh of relief. With Li Kai's assurance, she would not be defiled by these bandits. Although Scarface and the others were extremely unwilling and angry, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was a villager from Yotsuan. At this moment, the carriage moved forward with Yin Yun, and the 4 guards followed suit. But then Li Kai slowly spoke. "Stop. I said I would protect this woman. But I never said I would protect the 4 of you." The woman in the carriage was stunned and quickly said, "But brave sir, you've already taken the silver." Li Kai smirked. "Just now you said you would pay 100 taels for me to help you out. You didn't say it was to help them too. I'm a man of principles, you know." Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent. "Miss." At this moment, the 4 guards panicked. They knew that if they lost the protection of this woman and fell into the hands of the bandits, it would be a dead end. Their hope for survival rested entirely on this woman. Chapter 86. Zhao Yupei. The woman heard this and did not hesitate for a moment. The hero speaks wisely. Then let's not worry about them. If the woman had money, she would not hesitate to keep these 4 guards. However, her travel funds had already been exhausted along the way. The 100 taels of silver she gave to Li Kai earlier was all the silver she had left. Weighing the pros and cons, she chose to give up these 4 guards. Although these 4 guards were not slaves, in her eyes, they were no different from slaves, just 4 servants responsible for protecting her. The death of such servants did not matter much to her. Li Kai shook his head slightly, thinking that these young ladies from wealthy families really do not value the lives of their servants. "Let's go." Just as Li Kai was about to leave on his horse, Yin Yun, the 4 guards became anxious. If Li Kai really left, they would undoubtedly die. "Hero, please stay." Li Kai turned his head to take a look and said lightly, "What? Want to plead for mercy? Don't waste your breath. I only talk about interests. If you can offer me something enticing, I might spare your lives." The 4 guards exchanged glances, and they did not have much silver on them. The only valuable thing they had was, one of the guards took out a jade pendant from his bosom and hurried to Li Kai. This jade pendant was worth a fortune. "Please, hero, spare our lives." At this moment, the 4 guards no longer had their previous high and mighty demeanor. Instead, they adopted a very humble attitude, almost wanting to kneel before Li Kai. Li Kai played with the jade pendant in his hand and immediately squinted his eyes. The pendant was actually carved with a dragon, a 5-clawed dragon. Only the royal family could use items carved with 5-clawed dragons. This thing must have come from the royal family. It seemed that these 4 guards and this woman had quite a background. The guards were now sweating profusely with anxiety. This jade pendant was a royal item. He had received it as a reward for his service in protecting the royal family. He had kept it with him all along. Now he could only hope that Li Kai recognized its value and would spare his life because of it. Li Kai looked at the smooth jade pendant in his hand. It was indeed a good piece of jade, worth at least 2,000 taels of silver. At that moment, Li Kai accepted the jade pendant. "You're safe." After hearing these words, the 4 guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, their lives were saved. Scarface and the others did not dare to utter a word. Even though Li Kai had taken their client and snatched away the silver and the jade pendant right in front of them, they did not dare to resist. After all, the fighting power of the Nyo village militia was too terrifying. Soon, Li Kai led these people toward Nyo village. "You guys, Nyo village is just ahead. It's already dark. I advise you not to wander around. There are black bears in the mountains and bandits outside. It's best to wait until dawn to return to Qingshan County." Tonight, you should stay in the village for a night. Just so happens that my house is empty, and considering you've given me silver, I'll let you stay for free. Since Li Kai moved to Qingfeng, his house had been empty. He led a few people to the Li family. At this time, the woman also got off the carriage. The woman stepped down slowly, her figure graceful, exuding a natural elegance in her every move. Even in this wilderness, her actions of adjusting her skirt were still slow and poised, holding a silk handkerchief with her fingertips, as if she were strolling in her own garden. A faint fragrance surrounded her, mixed with a hint of sandalwood, giving a soft and noble feeling. At a glance, it was clear that she was a well-bred young lady from a prominent family. Her name was Zhao Yupei, sharing the same surname as the current emperor. After getting off the carriage, Zhao Yupei covered her mouth and nose with the handkerchief, slightly frowning as she surveyed the Li family's courtyard. Are there no better houses here? This place is too shabby. Upon hearing this, Li Kai rolled his eyes. To be honest, my family is already the best household in Yo village. Zhao Yupei had no choice but to compromise reluctantly. All right then. At this moment, Li Kai shivered all over. He had drunk too much and urgently needed to use the restroom. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. You can find a room to rest. After saying that, Li Kai quickly rushed to the toilet. Meanwhile, the 4 guards half-knelt before Zhao Yupei and said, Princess, how should we deal with this person? Zhao Yupei's face was cold as she replied, This person is respected by those bandits. They even said he is from Qingfeng. Qingfeng. Just the name alone suggests it's not a good place. If he isn't afraid of those bandits, he must have ties to even bigger bandits in the surrounding mountains. I command you to capture this person. Take him to the county office nearby tomorrow. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. While urinating, Li Kai had no idea that his good intentions were being seen as malice. He saved Zhao Yupei, but she was thinking of taking his life. Looking at the 4 guards, even though they had been abandoned by Zhao Yupei earlier, they were still completely loyal to her. After all, Zhao Yupei was a princess. In their eyes, a princess was not a person, but a divine being. Even if Zhao Yupei ordered them to die, they would do so without hesitation. Zhao Yupei frowned as she looked at the surrounding environment and sighed. A princess of a great nation had fallen to such a state. If it weren't for those barbarians chasing her closely, how could she, Zhao Yupei, have gotten lost? How could she end up in such a desolate place? Zhao Yupei was the most beloved daughter of the current emperor, but she was sent to marry a barbarian nation by her own father. Unwilling to go, Zhao Yupei escaped halfway with a few guards. Along the way, she dared not reveal her identity as a princess, and after several days of wandering, she unexpectedly lost her way and ended up at Qingfeng Mountain. Just then, after finishing in the restroom, Li Kai walked out of the outhouse, only to find a shining long knife pressed against his neck. Don't move. One move, and I'll take your life. The 4 guards, who had just been bowing and scraping to Li Kai, now looked at him with cold expressions. Their eyes even held a trace of mockery. Li Kai looked at Zhao Yupei and said coldly, Miss, what do you mean by this? I saved your life, and you want to repay kindness with malice? You're just greedy for money. Zhao Yupei took on a high and mighty posture. Why are those bandits so afraid of you? Because you are a bandit, a bigger bandit than they are. Since you are a bandit, what is wrong with me capturing you? Please call the surrounding villagers out and ask them. See who acknowledges that I, Li Kai, am a bandit? I, Li Kai, am not a bandit but a soldier, Li Kai said with righteous indignation. Nonsense. The villagers around here have been bullied by you for so long that they no longer dare to resist, so naturally, they will say whatever you want them to say. I can tell at a glance whether you are a bandit or not. As long as you don't resist, I will naturally spare your life and take you to the county office tomorrow, letting the laws of the Great Dynasty decide your fate. Chapter 87. Burial in place at this moment. The 4 guards wore cold smiles on their faces. Kid, return our jade pendants. Who do you think you are to possess such a precious item? What if I don't return them? Li Kai asked with a playful smile. One of the guards shook the knife he had against Li Kai's neck and shouted angrily, If you don't return them, I'll chop off your head. Is that so? Then I'd like to see whose head gets chopped off. Before he finished speaking, Li Kai suddenly sprang up, his neck brushing against the blade as he lunged forward. His strong arms clamped down like iron pincers on the wrist of the guard holding the knife. With a crack, The guard's wrist bone broke, and the long knife clattered to the ground. Seeing this, the other 3 guards drew their weapons and lunged at him. Instead of retreating, Lingzhi advanced, delivering a sweeping kick that struck the left guard on the temple, causing him to collapse to the ground without even a scream. The sword of the right guard barely grazed his face, but Lingzhi ducked and crashed into the guard's chest. His over 200-pound frame struck like thunder, sending the man flying into the courtyard wall. The last guard attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Lingzhi spun around, grabbed the guard's arm, and twisted it violently, resulting in a horrific scream as the guard's arm contorted at an unnatural angle. Before the guard could hit the ground, Lingzhi's iron fist came down like a shooting star, smashing into his face, the sound of shattering bone mixing with the splatter of blood. In the blink of an eye, the 4 guards were sprawled on the ground, all unconscious or worse. Lingzhi clapped his hands and looked down at the pale-faced Zhao Yupei. "You think they can capture me?" Zhao Yupei stepped back in fear, clearly not expecting Lingzhi to be this powerful. These 4 guards were all trained fighters, usually able to handle 4 or 5 strong men without issue. Yet, they couldn't even last a single move against Lingzhi. "Who are you?" Zhao Yupei's voice trembled. Lingzhi smiled slightly. "I told you, I'm a soldier." Lingzhi, the captain of the militia in Yotsuan. With that, Lingzhi casually grabbed a rope hanging on the courtyard wall and approached Zhao Yupei. "What are you going to do?" "What am I going to do?" "Of course, I'm going to tie you up." As he spoke, Lingzhi closed the distance and grabbed Zhao Yupei's delicate hand, securing her on the cart. In just a few moves, he had bound Zhao Yupei tightly. At this moment, Zhao Yupei was completely panicked, her voice laced with a sob. "Don't kill me. I warn you. Let me go right now, or you'll have a bad end." Lingzhi looked at Zhao Yupei as if she were foolish. "Do you think if I let you go, I'll have a good end?" Zhao Yupei fell silent. Given her nature, if she regained her freedom, she would definitely go to the nearest government office to reveal her identity and send troops to capture Lingzhi. Lingzhi, having lived 2 lives, was well aware of human relationships. A young lady from a wealthy family like her had never suffered losses. Once offended, she could hold a grudge for a lifetime. So, since he had already offended her, the options were either to kill her or imprison her. He couldn't let her gain her freedom, or it would lead to endless troubles. But Lingzhi still didn't know her true background or how many people knew her whereabouts. He feared that killing her directly would cause trouble. So it was better to temporarily imprison her. If no one pursued her later, killing her wouldn't be too late. Then, Lingzhi picked up the guard's knife. Before Zhao Yupei could react, he swung the knife down hard, decapitating the guard. Seeing this, Zhao Yupei's face turned pale with fright, and she couldn't help but scream, "Ah, you devil!" Although Zhao Yupei viewed human life as insignificant, she had never witnessed a murder firsthand. She found it too bloody and cruel, now that she saw it with her own eyes. She was left with a psychological shadow and couldn't help but start to vomit. Lingzhi glanced at her and said indifferently, "What are you screaming for? When you abandoned these 4 people, you didn't even blink. Their lives are no different from 4 ants in your eyes, right?" With that, Lingzhi proceeded to decapitate the other 3 guards one by one. Afterward, Lingzhi picked up a shovel and began digging a pit in the courtyard. With his strength, he worked quickly. Soon, a large pit that could hold 4 people was dug. Lingzhi then dumped all 4 bodies into the pit. Next, he looked at Zhao Yupei. Mistakenly thinking Lingzhi was going to throw her in as well, she began to cry piteously, trembling all over. "Please don't kill me. I beg you. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want." Lingzhi smiled playfully. "Whatever I want." Zhao Yupei nodded frantically. A dignified princess was now like a dog wagging its tail for mercy, ready to obey Lingzhi's commands. "Well then, call me daddy." Lingzhi crossed his arms, watching Zhao Yupei with amusement. Hearing this, Zhao Yupei clenched her fists, wishing she could tear Lingzhi apart. But her life was in his hands, so she had no choice but to comply. "Daddy." Her voice was barely louder than a mosquito. "Speak up, I didn't hear," Lingzhi said, somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Yupei gritted her teeth and shouted, "Daddy." Lingzhi felt satisfied at once, but calling him daddy made him feel too old. It would be better if she called him master from now on, though calling him master was also very perverse. It was still much better than daddy. Zhao Yupei nodded. As long as you don't kill me, I'll call you master. Li Kai laughed and patted her delicate face, as smooth as an egg. Remember, you don't have the right to bargain with me. Zhao Yupei's eyes instantly moistened as she nodded. Master. Then, Li Kai picked up the shovel and buried the pit. He covered it with a layer of dry grass. After doing all this, Li Kai tossed Zhao Yupei into the cart, then tied 4 war horses to the back of the cart, driving away under the cover of night from Yotsung. Soon, the cart vanished into the vast darkness. Li Kai sat at the front of the cart, driving it. Although the road was dark, he could enhance his vision using the energy within him. Even in the dark of night, it was as bright as day for him. But inside the cart, Zhao Yupei was filled with dread. Peeking through the curtains, she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She didn't know where Li Kai was taking her, only hoping that he wouldn't harm her. Not long after, Qingfeng village arrived. The village was still brightly lit. The cart slowly stopped at the village entrance, but the militia in the village was very alert. What's going on? Due to the darkness, the militia didn't recognize Li Kai. It's me. Only after hearing Li Kai's voice did the militia run down to open the village gate for him. Chapter 88. She is not human. After Li Kai led the cart and warhorse into the village, he saw Huang Yuling and Su Yu rushing over. Both of them clearly looked sleepy, but had not yet fallen asleep. Dear, why are you still awake so late? Li Kai asked, wrapping an arm around each of the 2 women. Su Yu looked at Li Kai with concern. I heard you were taken away by a general from the county town. My sister and I were worried sick about you. How could we sleep without you back? Upon hearing this, Li Kai felt a sweet warmth in his heart. His wives treated him well. Little wife, did you miss me? The petite Huang Yuling, with her ample curves, nodded shyly. Li Kai was in a great mood and laughed heartily. Haha, let's go inside. By the way, bring that woman from the cart in here. Then, Su Yu and Huang Yuling approached the cart. Lifting the curtain, they saw a woman tightly bound inside. As soon as Su Yu and Huang Yuling laid eyes on the woman, they were instantly stunned by her beauty and grace. Although both Su Yu and Huang Yuling were pretty, they were still country girls. However, Zhao Yupei inside the cart seemed out of place. Her clothes were exquisite and delicate, and the jewelry on her wrists and ears sparkled. Having never done any farm work since she was a child, every inch of Zhao Yupei's skin was as tender as a newborn baby's. Hubby, who is she? Li Kai smiled playfully and began to recount his story with Zhao Yupei. After learning the details, Su Yu said fiercely, What an ungrateful person. Hubby, what do you plan to do with her? Li Kai replied, Before we figure out her identity, we won't kill her. You 2 take her to our room and don't let her leave the village. Qingfeng village is easy to defend and hard to attack, with only 1 entrance. As long as Li Kai gives the order, Zhao Yupei will never escape the village. The reason for letting Zhao Yupei stay in Li Kai's room was that there were too many men in the village. If she lived alone, some of the local soldiers might not be able to resist temptation and harm her. But living in Li Kai's room was different. No local soldier would dare enter Li Kai's room without permission. At this moment, Zhao Yupei was brought down from the cart and untied. Su Yu and Huang Yuling looked Zhao Yupei up and down, both wanting to assert their dominance over her. Come with us. From now on, you have to listen to us, otherwise, we will hit you. Huang Yuling threatened, raising her small fist. However, her threat clearly lacked any real power. Then, Zhao Yupei followed them into Li Kai's room. Inside the cave dwelling, oil lamps were lit, and the temperature was comfortable year-round, with clean bedding laid out on the bed. Looking at her surroundings, Zhao Yupei couldn't help but frown slightly. Where will I sleep? Li Kai smiled slightly, casually pulling a quilt off the bed and tossing it on the floor. You, of course, will sleep on the floor. Otherwise, do you think you can sleep in the bed? Although Zhao Yupei felt humiliated, she had no other choice but to endure it for now. At this moment, Li Kai spread his arms, and Huang Yuling and Su Yu willingly helped him take off his clothes. Until he was completely naked. Zhao Yupei's face immediately turned red, and she quickly turned her head away. What? What are you doing? What am I doing? What right do you have to know what the master is doing? You dog? Li Kai said disdainfully as he walked toward Zhao Yupei. Zhao Yupei trembled in fear, but Li Kai ignored her and walked past her, jumping into the bathing tub. Although Zhao Yupei felt embarrassed, it was her first time observing a man's body from such a close distance. Li Kai's physique was muscular, with no excess fat, a healthy wheat-colored skin, and the key point was that Su Yu and Huang Yuling served Li Kai during his bath, wiping his body. Li Kai knew that young ladies from wealthy families had never seen servants as human beings. Today, he would let these young ladies experience what it felt like to be livestock. Li Kai did not regard Zhao Yupei as a human either. After bathing, Li Kai stood up completely naked from the tub. Su Yu and Huang Yuling took towels to dry him off. Then, Li Kai strode toward the bed. On the bed, he hugged both of his wives. Big wife, little wife, time waits for no one. Let's start exercising. With Zhao Yupei present, Su Yu felt uncomfortable all over. Huang Yuling was her sister, so she could overlook that. But Zhao Yupei, after all, was a stranger. Hubby, there are outsiders here. Hearing this, Li Kai pretended to be angry. I must criticize you for this. Is she a human? From now on, don't regard her as a human. She is no different from a cat or a dog. Would you care if a cat or a dog was watching you? Huang Yuling and Su Yu both shook their heads. No. Then what's the problem? She's just a dog we are raising. Zhao Yupei sat silently on the floor, not saying a word. Inside, she felt a deep regret. She regretted having attacked Li Kai, which led to her now living a life worse than that of a pig or dog. But at the same time, deep inside her, there was a different emotion. From childhood, no one had dared to defy her. Everyone had to respectfully call her princess. She was used to the kneeling of commoners and the flattery of servants. Even her emperor father spoiled her immensely. But here with Li Kai, he had never looked at her directly. Although she felt furious and unwilling, there was also an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This made Zhao Yupei doubt herself. Am I sick? Not long after, sounds that made one blush and ears burn came from the cave. These sounds attracted Zhao Yupei to peek. What she saw next made her unable to look away. Her body even had a reaction. Damn it! Why do I have feelings for a barbarian? Zhao Yupei tried to close her eyes, but the extreme sound from Su Yu and Huang Yuling deeply tempted her. That night, Zhao Yupei did not sleep. The next day, Li Kai woke up early and stretched lazily. On the ground, Zhao Yupei was sleeping soundly. However, there were some dried stains on the quilt. Li Kai didn't mind, stepping over Zhao Yupei and heading into the village. At this time, Zhao Tianhu ran over. Big brother, the war horses have all been kept in the village, and the 200 prisoners of war are also locked in the cave. But with so many people, the cost of food and drink is not small. What do you plan to do with them? Chapter 89, 12,000 Tales. Li Kai smiled slightly and said, I remember the county office once issued a notice offering a reward of 10 taels of silver for capturing a bandit alive, right? Upon hearing Li Kai's words, Zhao Tianhu's eyes lit up. That's right. So these 1,200 bandits are worth 12,000 taels of silver. We're going to make a fortune. Li Kai stood up and said to Zhao Tianhu, gather 50 brothers, take these 1,200 bandits, and head to the county office to claim the reward. Zhao Tianhu was puzzled and confused. Big brother, what if these bandits lose control and run away? Why don't we just take those 12 bandit leaders instead? That would be low-key and easier to manage. Li Kai shook his head and said, no, I want to make a big splash. Do as I say. Also, send another brother to the military camp to invite Ma Qianfu over and tell him I have a big gift for him. Understood. A large convoy set out from King Feng's towards Qingshan County. The bandits had their hands tied with ropes, and they were connected to each other with more ropes. 1,200 bandits formed a long line. Meanwhile, the local militia from Yotsuan wore casual clothes and carried steel knives, escorting these bandits every few dozen meters. Although the number of bandits was several times greater than that of the Yotsuan militia, they still did not dare to attempt an escape. This was partly because their hands were bound and they were connected, making it impossible to break free. Secondly, the Yotsuan militia had knives. A person with a knife posed a significant threat to unarmed individuals. Without absolute certainty, no bandit dared to try to escape. In fact, if all 1,200 of them were determined to flee together, they would have had a good chance of getting away. However, none of them dared to be the first to take the leap. Their hearts were not united. It was similar to the anti-Japanese forces of the Great Xia. Even though there were only 3 or 4 Japanese soldiers at a stronghold, the dozens or hundreds of puppet soldiers were still terrified of them. It was not just about military threat. It was also psychological fear. The Nyotsa militia had instilled such fear in these bandits. Up front, Li Kai rode leisurely on his horse, Yin Yun, enjoying the ride. Along the way, the large convoy attracted many onlookers. Upon learning that those being escorted were bandits, the people were furious, shouting insults or hurling rotten eggs and vegetables at them. Li Kai intentionally slowed down the pace to attract more people to follow. Meanwhile, in Qingshan County, at the Gu family residence, Gu Nan, with a splitting headache, had just awakened. He was no longer at the dining table, but in bed. After waking up, Gu Nan held his head and gasped. What happened yesterday? Why did I drink so much? Indeed, Gu Nan had blacked out. He staggered to the wall, supporting himself, and shouted, "Someone, come here." Hearing the call, Gu Nan's 3 deputy generals quickly ran over from not far away. The 3 deputies immediately knelt halfway before Gu Nan, not daring to meet his gaze. "General, what happened yesterday? Why can't I remember anything?" Gu Nan frowned. He only remembered that he wanted to get Li Kai drunk, then let his sister sleep with Li Kai, and finally frame Li Kai for defiling his sister, thereby trapping Li Kai in the Gu family. But what happened afterward was a complete blank. The 3 deputies exchanged glances, feeling awkward and hesitant, unsure of where to start. "General, you drank too much yesterday." "I drank too much?" Gu Nan was quite confident in his drinking capacity. 1 jar of wine wouldn't get him drunk. 2 jars would only make him tipsy. Unless he drank 3 or 4 jars, he would never get drunk. "That's right, General. You drank 5 jars of wine and were so drunk you lost consciousness," one deputy said, cupping his fists. "And you guys?" The 3 exchanged glances again and said, "We collectively drank 8 jars of wine and also got drunk. Since we drank so much, the plan must have been a success, right? That brat Li Kai must still be passed out." Gu Nan's lips curved into a smug smile. But the 3 deputies stopped him. "General, actually," the 3 of them looked extremely troubled, not daring to reveal the truth. "Actually what? Stop stammering and speak like a man." One deputy grit his teeth and said, "General, Li Kai is actually not here. He left yesterday." "What?" Gu Nan froze in shock. He had drunk 5 jars of wine, and his subordinates had drunk 8 jars. So Li Kai must have drunk just as much. How could he have left after drinking so much? Was it possible he wasn't drunk? "General, Li Kai didn't get drunk. He has an incredible capacity. He drank 8 jars of wine by himself and didn't show any signs of inebriation. Furthermore, he expressed his affection for Yin Yun yesterday, and you gave Yin Yun to him." After this was said, Gu Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" He immediately dashed to the stable, and, upon seeing it empty, Gu Nan was left dumbfounded. "Damn! My Yin Yun! My Yin Yun! That was a horse bestowed by the emperor. That was my prized possession. But he had given it away with his own hands." Gu Nan had originally planned to set a trap for Li Kai, but unexpectedly, it was he who fell into the trap instead of Li Kai. With a thud, Gu Nan sat down on the ground, completely stunned. 8 jars of wine. To drink 8 jars alone and still right away, this was unheard of. At this moment, Li Kai, escorting the 1,200 bandits, had arrived at the gates of Qingshan County. Li Kai did not rush to enter the scene, but instead drove the bandits to an open area outside the county town. He then called his subordinates to notify the county magistrate. He would wait outside. The 1,200 bandits were too conspicuous, and as passing townspeople learned that these people were bandits, they stopped to watch. There was no way around it. These bandits had caused immense suffering to the people, and everyone hated them deeply. Therefore, when the opportunity arose to scold and beat these bandits, the townspeople naturally would not miss out. As the crowd grew larger, it wasn't long before the county's constables hurried out from the city gate. "The county magistrate is here." 40 constables, with a 4-pole sedan chair in the middle, arrived steadily. The county magistrate, Zhu Kaijiang, lifted the sedan curtain and stepped down from the chair. Chapter 90. Are they bandits or citizens? As soon as Zhu Kaijiang appeared, the lively scene suddenly fell silent. The common people knelt down one after another, shouting, "We have seen the county magistrate." In the feudal society, commoners had to kneel when they saw the county magistrate. However, Zhu Kaijiang ignored these people and glared fiercely at Li Kai. He hated Li Kai to the bone. Not only had Li Kai caused his son to lose face in the county town, but he also pretended to be a bandit and ransacked his home. Moreover, he had even flirted with his concubine. Each slap was like a slap to Zhu Kaijiang's face. Therefore, when he learned that Li Kai had arrived in the county town with bandits to claim a reward, Zhu Kaijiang couldn't wait to rush over. He was determined to make Li Kai pay dearly. Zhu Kaijiang approached Li Kai, staring angrily at him and his 50 militiamen. Upon seeing that these militiamen were only armed with steel knives and were not wearing armor, Zhu Kaijiang let out a sigh of relief. If these militiamen had been armored, it would have been really difficult to deal with them. Bold rascals, why don't you kneel when you see this official? In the Great Tian Dynasty, commoners must kneel before the county magistrate unless they were scholars, had noble titles, or were soldiers. Zhu Kaijiang coldly observed Li Kai and his militiamen. Just based on their failure to kneel before the county magistrate, he had reason to arrest Li Kai and others and throw them into prison. Once in prison, he could torture Li Kai as he pleased. At that moment, Li Kai smiled. We are all soldiers, and since we are soldiers, we are not under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate, so we do not need to kneel. Hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang immediately laughed. Nonsense. Can militiamen be considered soldiers? You have no organization and no military pay. How can you be considered soldiers? You are clearly ordinary commoners. Li Kai raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, since we are not considered soldiers, why does the law of the Great Tian Dynasty stipulate that militiamen can legally possess weapons and enjoy the same treatment as soldiers? According to your meaning, county magistrate, if militiamen are not soldiers but ordinary commoners, shouldn't we all be arrested and executed for carrying knives? As per the law of the Great Tian Dynasty, if that's the case, then I ask the county magistrate to order the arrest and execution of all militiamen in Qingshan County, because they have violated the law of the Great Tian Dynasty by privately possessing weapons. With just a few simple words, Li Kai left Zhu Kaijiang blushing and speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Li Kai pressed on. These words from the county magistrate truly chill our hearts as soldiers. As militiamen of Nyotsuan, we neither receive military pay nor have an organization. We arm ourselves at our own expense to protect the safety of the common people. We not only kill bandits, but also capture them. Yet when we come to the county magistrate, we are told that militiamen are not soldiers, forced to kneel, and threatened with execution. Alas, it is disheartening. After saying this, Li Kai deliberately wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Before his words could fade, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. An old man with white hair stood trembling with a cane, tears filling his murky eyes. County magistrate, Li Kai and his men are our saviors. If it weren't for the militiamen of Nyotsuan killing those bandits from King Feng's High, how could we have such good days now? That's right, Aunt Wang, who sold tofu, squeezed at the front, holding her clothes tightly. The militiamen of Nyotsuan killing bandits is well known. They are not soldiers. Are those who collect taxes but do nothing? Amidst the rising voices, more and more commoners surged forward. Some held up land deeds burned by bandits, while others tore open their clothing to reveal scars left from being rescued by militiamen. The county magistrate cannot wrong the good people. The crowd instantly boiled over. A sea of kneeling commoners surged like a wave. Please, county magistrate, be discerning. Clear Captain Li's name. Amidst the deafening calls, Zhu Kaijiang's face turned the color of liver, and he stumbled backward, colliding with the long spears of the yamen runners behind him. Li Kai smiled smugly, looking at Zhu Kaijiang. The reason he came so ostentatiously was to win the hearts of the people. With the people's support, Zhu Kaijiang would not dare to do anything to Li Kai. After all, Zhu Kaijiang was the county magistrate, and now the people's hearts were with Li Kai. He did not dare to act forcefully. He could only press down on his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone be quiet. This county magistrate is discerning and will never wrong any good person. Militiamen of Nyotsuan are considered soldiers. They do not need to kneel before this county magistrate. After saying this, Zhu Kaijiang shot a displeased glance at Li Kai. Li Xiangbing's. Then please tell us, what does it mean for you to bring so many people to the county gate? Do you want a rebel? Li Kai immediately laughed. In the blink of an eye, he had been accused of rebellion again. Li Kai slightly cupped his fists and said, Please, county magistrate, be discerning. I have no intention of rebellion. The county office once issued a notice stating that capturing a bandit would earn a reward of 10 taels of silver. I am here to claim the reward. Zhu Kaijiang raised an eyebrow and pointed to the 1,200 people in front of him. You say they are bandits? That's right. Please, county magistrate, grant the reward. 1 bandit is 10 taels of silver. 10 bandits are 100 taels. 100 bandits are 1,000 taels. These 1,200 bandits amount to 12,000 taels of silver. How could the county office have so much silver? On paper, it exists, but in reality, the county's silver has long gone into Zhu Kaijiang's private pockets. For the county office to pay out silver is equivalent to Zhu Kaijiang paying out silver. How could Zhu Kaijiang bear to part with so much money? Ridiculous. You say they are bandits, so they are bandits? Where's the evidence? Evidence? Do we still need evidence for this? Li Kai squinted his eyes. Zhu Kaijiang, with his hands behind his back, said, Of course. This county magistrate is discerning and will not wrong any good person, nor will he let any bad person go. You say they are bandits. You must provide evidence. At this moment, the sweet potato behind Li Kai was furious. County magistrate, yesterday we fought at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, killing over 1,000 bandits and capturing over 1,000 more. This matter has spread throughout Qingshan County. You can ask around and find out. Ridiculous. This county magistrate only cares about evidence. Zhu Kaijiang said dismissively, rumors cannot be considered evidence. Since you say these people are bandits, you must provide evidence. If you cannot provide evidence, not only will these people be released, but you will also have to accompany this county magistrate to jail. This county magistrate now seriously suspects that you militiamen are abusing your power to kidnap innocent commoners and pass them off as bandits to the county office to cheat for rewards. With a clang, Zhu Kaijiang's subordinates immediately drew their long knives. Li Kai laughed at this moment. Evidence? The word bandit is practically growing on their heads. And now you ask me for evidence? Oh, is that so? Then this county magistrate will randomly ask someone to see if they admit to being a bandit. At this moment, Zhu Kaijiang's gaze fell on the mole among the bandits. Zhu Kaijiang had seen the mole before. He had once bribed the county magistrate on behalf of the big boss of his gang. I ask you, are you a bandit? Hearing this, the mole shook his head vigorously, and not only that, he also cried out in tears. In response to the county magistrate, I am not a bandit. I am a good citizen. I was originally farming in the fields, but for some reason, I was forcibly captured by these militiamen of Nyotsuan, tortured, and made to admit that I am a bandit. Chapter 91. Severe punishment for bandits' fellow villagers. What do you think? The mole not only lies himself, but also drags everyone behind him into the lie. When the bandits behind him heard that they had a chance to be saved, they all began to echo the mole's words. That's right, we are all good citizens. I'm just a laborer, and the soldiers from Nyo village forcibly captured me, insisting that I admit I am a bandit. If I don't confess, they would kill me. I was framed. Yes, and me. The soldiers from Nyo village are truly despicable. They barged into my home with knives, threatening my elderly parents, saying that if I don't admit to being a bandit, they would kill my parents. I had no choice but to admit that I was a bandit. In an instant, these 1,200 bandits all claimed to be good citizens. Their expressions were all full of grievances. If someone unaware of the truth saw this scene, they might really think these people were good citizens. At this moment, the common people were also a bit confused. Are these people bandits or citizens? After all, these bandits covered their faces when they came down from the mountains, and no one knew what they looked like. They claimed to be citizens, and the common people really couldn't tell the difference. At this time, County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang laughed proudly. Bold and cunning villagers. As soldiers, they actually forced innocent citizens to admit they are bandits, just to deceive the government for a reward. This is truly a crime deserving of death. Someone taken down. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, the constables behind Zhu Kaijiang rushed forward with knives. At this moment, the soldiers from Nyo village also drew their knives, guarding Li Kai on both sides. The number of constables was about the same as that of the soldiers from Nyo village, and for a moment, both sides were at a standstill outside the city gate, neither daring to make the first move. The constables feared the combat power of the soldiers from Nyo village, while the soldiers feared the identity of the constables. At this time, County Magistrate Zhu Kaijiang was not in a hurry at all. Because this was his territory, he just needed to stall Li Kai for another 20 or 30 minutes, and reinforcements would naturally arrive. What? You still want to resist? If you dare to wield your knife and injure these constables, then you will be guilty of treason. This is a crime that could wipe out your entire clan. Zhu Kaijiang sneered. Li Kai responded calmly. What is resistance? This is called legal self-defense. County Magistrate, can your conscience allow you to help these bandits claim to be good citizens? This county magistrate sees through everything. They're not bandits at all. They are good citizens. Zhu Kaijiang adamantly insisted. Li Kai smiled and looked around to the common people. At this moment, the common people still had an attitude of detachment. Li Kai knew that in order to make Zhu Kaijiang admit these people were bandits, he had to force the common people to do so. If he wanted the common people to defend themselves, he had to involve their interests. After all, people do not act for others. If their own interests are threatened, these common people would naturally not sit idly by. Fellow villagers, whether these people are bandits, I believe you all know in your hearts. Yesterday's battle turned the foot of Qingfeng Mountain into a river of blood. I believe many of you witnessed it. These bandits were captured just yesterday. I believe many common people recognize these bandits and know their identities, because Qingshan County is so small. Everyone has heard of who became a bandit after going up the mountain, but you are afraid of retaliation from the county magistrate and the bandits, so you do not dare to speak out. But you must know, if today they are not recognized as bandits, but as citizens, they will be released without charges. 1,200 bandits, released without charges. They will return to their original mountain lair, and they will come back with knives to invade your homes. They will rob your silver and kill your family. So, I hope that the common people who know these people's identities will stand up without hesitation. Only when these bandits are dealt with according to the law can we rest easy and continue to be citizens of the Great Tian Dynasty. Li Kai's few words immediately stirred the surrounding common people. Yes, if these bandits are released without charges, won't it be them who suffer? The soldiers from Niu village went through so much effort to capture these bandits. If they are released again, it would be a severe blow to their morale. Would there still be such a righteous army to eliminate the bandit threat for the common people? As soon as Li Kai finished speaking, the crowd erupted in chaos. Old man Zhang, who sold oil at East Head village, suddenly rushed out, trembling his finger at a pockmarked face in the crowd. He is the bandit from Haifeng's High. Last year, he robbed 3 bags of rice from my home and even broke my son's leg. I recognize that one-eyed dragon. Widow Wang, the tofu seller, shouted, last month. He led people to burn down my cousin's shop, not sparing the elderly or children. More and more common people surged in from all directions, the wave of accusations almost overturning the city gate. He is from Yilang's. The clerk from the general store, with red eyes, exclaimed. My father was beaten to death by them. People in the crowd kept rushing out to identify, and the situation became uncontrollable. The county magistrate cannot protect the bandits. Someone in the crowd shouted, instantly resonating with everyone. Give us justice. Strictly punish the bandits. The cries were deafening, and the common people surged towards Zhu Kaijiang, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, knocking over the fire sticks held by the officials behind him. At this moment, the excited common people began to throw rotten eggs, spoiled vegetable leaves, and even mud at these bandits. Some common people accidentally threw mud at the county magistrate. However, the scene was too chaotic, and no one knew who threw the mud on the magistrate's face. At this time, the magistrate wiped the mud off his face and angrily pointed at the common people. Bold, they threw mud at me. The scene was too chaotic, and the constables worked hard to restore order. At this time, Li Kai crossed his arms and looked at the magistrate. County magistrate, you also saw that the identities of these bandits have been identified by the common people. Now do you still want to say they are good citizens? Zhu Kaijiang's face was not looking good. Now, saying these people are good citizens, no one would believe it. But there are 1,200 of them, converted into silver, that is 12,000 taels. With so much silver, would Zhu Kaijiang be willing to give it to Li Kai? Naturally, he wouldn't. Li Kai and Zhu Kaijiang were already at odds. Giving so much money to Li Kai would only strengthen him. Then it would be even harder to get rid of Li Kai. At this moment, Zhu Kaijiang's assistant, with a quick turn of his eyes, stepped forward. Our county magistrate is also careful and cautious to avoid wronging any good person. Since the identity of these people as bandits has been confirmed, rest assured, Our government will definitely not let them go. As for the reward, these 1,200 people converted into a reward is 12,000 taels, which is too large a sum. Please let the soldiers return to the village first and wait for the government to raise the funds. Tomorrow you can come to collect it. Chapter 92. The trap. This sounds nice, but Li Kai is well aware. If he hands over the people to them today, they will not acknowledge it tomorrow. By then, Li Kai will have lost so many bandits and will not be able to attract the same attention from the people as today. At that time, it will be harder than climbing to the sky for Li Kai to get the bounty. Li Kai crossed his arms and said, "Not acceptable. Either you pay and take the people, or I, Li Kai, will take these people back and come to you for the money tomorrow." Seeing that he couldn't fool Li Kai, the lawyer looked at Zhu Kaijiang. Zhu Kaijiang snorted coldly. "Li Xiangbing, do you not trust our government? We promised to give you silver, and we will certainly do so. First, hand over the people to our government, and come back tomorrow to collect the money." It's settled. Li Kai saw that Zhu Kaijiang was sincerely trying to renege on the deal and smiled playfully. "Of course I trust the county magistrate. However, it's better to have fun together than to enjoy it alone. I, Li Kai, can earn all this money by myself. Everyone knows that capturing a bandit earns a bounty of 10 taels of silver. Villagers, what do you say if I sell these bandits to you for 5 taels of silver each, and you take the bandits to the government to collect 10 taels of silver? Wouldn't that be a good deal?" Upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes lit up instantly. This deal is too profitable. In and out, they would net 5 taels of silver. 5 taels of silver is the harvest of a good half year for many villagers. Great. This is too good a deal. Li Xiangbing is really considerate of the common people. Li Xiangbing is such a good person, thinking about us common folks and this good thing. I'm going home to get silver. I won't buy 10. Instantly, the county magistrate's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Li Kai played this hand ruthlessly. The government can renege on the debt owed to Li Kai alone. But if the county office owes so many villagers, when the villagers gather and create a disturbance, the county office cannot renege on that. And the people's hearts have been won over by Li Kai, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, the county magistrate angrily shouted, "Li Kai, you are breaking the law." Li Kai shrugged and looked at the county magistrate. "Sorry, county magistrate, which law am I violating?" Hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang stammered for a long time without being able to say anything. Indeed, Li Kai did not break the law. Although the laws of the Great Heavenly Dynasty stipulate that human trafficking is illegal, he is trading bandits. The key is that the people are all on his side now. If he insists on accusing him of human trafficking, the people will probably not agree. In desperation, Zhu Kaijiang had to say in a low voice, "I will bring you the silver, just don't sell the bandits to the villagers." Even if Zhu Kaijiang had to pay to buy the bandits, he absolutely could not let Li Kai gain this public support. Li Kai, hearing this, could only helplessly tell the villagers, "I'm really sorry, everyone." The county magistrate said that he is afraid that someone with bad intentions will buy the bandits and release them. "So I'm not allowed to sell the bandits to you. Please understand." Upon hearing this, the villagers felt very disappointed. But after thinking carefully, it made sense. After all, among the onlookers, there could very well be family members of the bandits. If these people bought the bandits, they would definitely not sell them to the government. At this moment, Zhu Kaijiang looked at Li Kai with deep resentment. If looks could kill, Li Kai would have died thousands of times already. In fact, if Zhu Kaijiang bought these bandits back, it would definitely be a profitable venture. These bandits came from 12 different strongholds. Zhu Kaijiang could easily sell them for 15 taels of silver each, or even 20 taels each, to the leaders of the strongholds. However, if it didn't pay Li Kai, then Zhu Kaijiang will be making a no-cost deal, earning pure profit. He was just earning a little less now. So when it came time to pay, Zhu Kaijiang was still quite generous. Soon, a horse-drawn carriage arrived, loaded with several large boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were filled to the brim with silver. There were over 1,000 large silver ingots, each worth 10 taels. After Li Kai had the silver verified, he clasped his hands towards the county magistrate and said, "Thank you, county magistrate. Now let's hand over the people." Then, the villagers from Yotsuan handed over all the bandits to the county magistrate. Zhu Kaijiang looked at Li Kai with a cold smile. "Do you think I lost?" "No, I just earned less. When a nearby strongholds by these bandits back, the first thing they will do is take revenge on your Nyotsuan villagers. Let's see how long you can hold on. Li Kai also met Zhu Kaijiang's cold gaze and just smiled playfully at him. That smile was meaningful, leaving Zhu Kaijiang somewhat at a loss. What are you laughing at? For some reason, Zhu Kaijiang always felt a sense of foreboding. Just then, dust was flying in the distance. A cavalry unit of about 100 riders was galloping towards Qingshan County. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As they got closer, it was clear that it was a cavalry unit made up of soldiers. More than 100 of them, each wearing armor and wielding long knives. Leading them was Qianfu Zhao Maiyong. Once Maiyong arrived at the scene, he headed straight for the county magistrate. Greetings, county magistrate. Maiyong, still on horseback, clasped his fists towards Zhu Kaijiang and did not dismount. As a soldier, Maiyong did not need to perform the kneeling bow to the county magistrate. Moreover, as a Qianfu Zhang, he had military authority and naturally would not regard a mere county magistrate. Zhu Kaijiang returned the salute and asked, "What brings Qianfu Zhang to Qingshan County?" Maiyong smiled playfully and replied, "Nothing much, just here to requisition the local criminals of Qingshan County." Criminals refer to those who have committed crimes, especially serious ones. For instance, murder, arson, rape, and trafficking. These criminals are collectively referred to as criminals. According to the laws of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, criminals have no rights, and the military has the authority to requisition them at will. Depending on the situation, they could be sent to different places as laborers or directly sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang's expression changed. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint Qianfu Zhang. There aren't many criminals in the jail. After all, the security environment in our Qingshan County is still quite good." "Are there no criminals?" "Indeed, there are none, because those who commit crimes only need to find connections and pay silver to walk out of the jail. Naturally, there are no criminals in the jail." Ma Yong then looked at the over 1,000 bandits beside Zhu Kaijiang and curiously asked, "Then what are these people?" At this moment, Li Kai kindly reminded him, "Qianfu Zhang, you may not know, but these people are all bandits." Fortunately, the county magistrate is competent. The bounty of 10 taels of silver for each bandit was given without hesitation. Otherwise, these bandits wouldn't have been captured so quickly. The county magistrate is truly a good official. Li Kai's words seemed to be flattery, but in fact, every word was a mockery. Zhu Kaijiang's face turned the color of pig liver. He now understood that he had fallen into a trap. Truly, an old sow wearing a bra, one trap after another. Chapter 93. Losing the wife and the soldiers hearing this. Ma Yong raised the corners of his mouth. "So these people are all criminals just collected by the county magistrate? It seems that coming early is not as good as coming at the right time. Since that's the case, these criminals don't need to be sent to the prison. Just let me take them away." Zhu Kaijiang was suddenly anxious. No. Ma Yong raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Zhu Kaijiang stuttered and couldn't find the words. He couldn't just say he wanted to sell these bandits back to the stronghold, could he? "County magistrate, these criminals will consume a significant amount of food in your prison every day. Rather than letting them waste their time in jail, it's better to let them go to the battlefield to earn merit and fight against the barbarians to protect our homeland. What do you all think?" Ma Yong's simple words instantly stirred the emotions of the common people. "Well said. That's right. Letting them stay in prison is too lenient. They only bully their own people with knives. If they have the ability, let them bully the barbarians." "I agree. Let these bandits go to the battlefield and fight for their lives against the barbarians." The common people knew that these bandits would be cannon fodder on the battlefield, with a high chance of dying. But they hated the bandits even more than they hated the barbarians. Since that's the case, it would be better to let them kill each other. The death of any one of them would please the people. Zhu Kaijiang's face turned pale. He had no reason to refuse. At this moment, Zhu Kaijiang realized he had been tricked by Li Kai. From the beginning, he had no intention of handing over these bandits. He only wanted his reward. He had a good relationship with Ma Yong, and it was certainly Ma Yong who was called here by him. This was an open conspiracy. He clearly knew this was a trap set by Li Kai, but he had no choice but to jump in, because now the common people were also on the other side. It was reasonable for Ma Yong to take these criminals away. However, Zhu Kaijiang's grievances could not be expressed. He could only swallow his anger and bitterness. Seeing Zhu Kaijiang silent, Ma Yong clasped his fists. Then I thanked the county magistrate for releasing them. After saying that, Ma Yong waved his hand and said, "Take these criminals back to the military camp." As soon as the words fell, Ma Yong's 500 subordinates began to take action and lead the people away. Zhu Kaijiang could only smile bitterly, his heart bleeding. 12,000 taels of silver, just like that, gone. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. Meanwhile, Li Kai was still beside him, sarcastically saying, "The county magistrate is truly a good father to our people. The reward is given just like that. So generous. These criminals are released just like that. Such vision. Let's give a round of applause to the county magistrate and thank him." After saying that, Li Kai took the lead in applauding. The 50 village soldiers behind him also followed suit. The common people, influenced by the atmosphere, began to applaud as well. And for a moment, the scene was filled with applause. Zhu Kaijiang, however, couldn't feel any joy. This was not gratitude. It was clearly Li Kai leading a mockery. After the applause, Li Kai clasped his fists. "Since the reward has been received, I will not disturb you further. Farewell." After saying that, Li Kai left with the village soldiers and the silver. The common people, seeing there was no more excitement to watch, also dispersed. Zhu Kaijiang could only return home. Upon returning to the county office, Zhu Kaijiang rushed into the study, grabbed the document about Li Kai receiving the reward, and tore it to shreds. "Good Li Kai, how dare you scheme against me?" He kicked over the armchair, and the sound of the hardwood furniture crashing to the ground startled the maids and servants hiding in the corridor into silence. The anger boiling in his chest surged like molten lava, and Zhu Kaijiang felt a sweet taste in his throat, staggering to hold onto the corner of the table. The image of those 12,000 taels of silver being pocketed by Li Kai flashed before his eyes, and the mocking applause of the common people echoed in his ears, making his temples throb. "My silver, my future," he roared, pounding the table, his knuckles immediately bleeding. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him, and Zhu Kaijiang felt his stomach churn. He opened his mouth and spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. Puff! The blood that gushed from his throat stained the blue bricks, and Zhu Kaijiang fell to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. When the clerk outside heard the commotion and rushed in, he saw the master with his eyes tightly closed, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his unconscious appearance caused the entire county office to fall into chaos. After fainting for several hours, Zhu Kaijiang slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Luolan, the owner of Chunfeng Building, and a doctor standing by the bed. He woke up. "The master is awake," exclaimed the clerk. Zhu Ming, who had been dozing off nearby, instantly woke up and hurried to the bedside. "Father, I'm so glad you're okay," Zhu Ming said with a worried expression, tears in his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Luolan looked at the doctor she had invited. "Doctor, is the county magistrate all right?" The doctor shook his head and said, "From the pulse, there's no major issue. Just that excessive anger has harmed his health. He needs to rest for a few days." Jiang Luolan nodded and waved her hand to let the doctor leave. After catching his breath, Zhu Kaijiang weakly spoke, "Boss Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Luolan replied lightly, "I've already heard about what happened outside the city gate today. County magistrate, you don't need to be too angry. Excessive anger harms the body." Mentioning this matter made Zhu Kaijiang cough violently again. "Cough, cough, how can I not be angry? That's 12,000 taels." Jiang Luolan smiled faintly. "County magistrate, I have a plan that can not only help you retrieve those 12,000 taels, but also allow you to make some extra profit. I just wonder if the county magistrate dares to do it." Upon hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang's eyes brightened. "Boss Jiang, please speak freely." Zhu Kaijiang and Jiang Luolan were already on the same side, both knowing how to leverage each other's weaknesses, so he was very candid in front of Jiang Luolan. "Actually, this method is simple to say. I've sent someone to scout Qingfeng stronghold. That place is indeed easy to defend, but hard to attack. But there's a fatal flaw. That is the water source. There's a well in Qingfeng stronghold, and everyone in the stronghold needs to draw water from this well. The water in this well comes from a small stream on the mountain. If a large amount of arsenic is dumped upstream, the people in Qingfeng stronghold who drink the water from the well will naturally die from poisoning." Hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang narrowed his eyes, a hint of worry in his gaze. Poisoning is a serious crime. If this matter is exposed, Even 10 of my heads wouldn't be enough to lose. But the people in Yotsuin at the foot of the mountain also drink from this small stream. If arsenic is dumped, wouldn't the common people also die for poisoning? In response, Jiang Luolan shook her head slightly. It won't happen. Qingfeng stronghold is a certain distance from Yotsuin. By the time the water source reaches Yotsuin, the toxicity will have dissipated. The villagers drinking the water will at most suffer from diarrhea. It definitely won't kill anyone. Chapter 94. Poisoning. At this point, the county magistrate wanted to see Li Kai continue his rampage. Or should he take a gamble? You decide. After saying that, Jiang Luolan turned and left. After Jiang Luolan left for a long time, Zhu Kaijiang gritted his teeth. This plan is feasible. Son, this matter is up to you to handle. Next to him, Zhu Ming's eyes lit up, and he became excited. Finally, it was time for revenge. Dad, rest assured, I will ensure this is done beautifully. Beside them, Master Ho remained silent. In the later hours of the night, the doors of the Zhu residence quietly opened, and Master Ho stealthily walked out. After surveying the surroundings and confirming no one noticed him, he quickly disappeared into the darkness. Soon after, Master Ho appeared outside the Gu residence. After knocking on the door, the housekeeper opened it. Master Ho handed a note inside and said, "Deliver this to Miss Gu Linger." That's right. Master Ho was actually an informant planted by Gu Linger beside Zhu Kaijiang. The reason Gu Linger needed to corrupt Master Ho was quite simple. She was smuggling salt, and the county magistrate couldn't possibly be unaware, so she chose to split the profits with him, 3 to him and 7 to her. Zhu Kaijiang had always been envious of Gu Linger's smuggling business, unwilling to settle for just 30%. Thus, Zhu Kaijiang always wanted to take full ownership of the smuggled salt. Although the Gu family was powerful, Zhu Kaijiang was also a solid local tyrant. To keep track of Zhu Kaijiang's every move, Gu Linger spent a fortune to corrupt Zhu Kaijiang's advisor. Unexpectedly, this also saved Li Kai's life. In the Gu residence, when Gu Linger saw the contents of the note, her small face turned angry. Zhu Kaijiang, you truly are a scoundrel. I thought you were only after wealth and would not harm lives, but it turns out you regard human life as nothing. Evil must be met with evil. Someone, take this letter to Qingfeng village overnight. Inside Qingfeng village, Li Kai and his 2 wives were happily counting silver. In the cave, the bed, the table, and even the floor were filled with silver ingots. They were all large ingots weighing 10 taels each. These silver ingots added up to a total of 20,000 taels. Besides the 12,000 taels he tricked from the county magistrate today, Li Kai also had 8,000 taels of his own savings. Together, that made exactly 20,000 taels. If Li Kai had no ambition, this 20,000 taels would be enough for him to lavishly spend the second half of his life with his 2 wives. Even if he brought along 300 brothers, it would be enough for a good few years of living. However, if he wanted to build an ironclad army, this 20,000 taels would be a bit insufficient. Master, I've never seen so much money in my life. Su Yu exclaimed, holding 2 silver pieces with delight. Huang Yuru beside her nodded repeatedly. Sister Su Yu, you were only sold for 10 taels back then, and now there is so much money in the house that you could buy 2,000 wives as beautiful as you. Hearing this, Su Yu helplessly poked Huang Yuru on the biggest part of her body. Your brain seems to be in another place, with money. All you think about is buying wives? Huang Yuru tilted her head and thought for a moment. We also need to buy a chef, otherwise we starve. Meanwhile, Zhao Yupei sat in the corner, and even with 20,000 taels of silver in front of her, her eyes showed no waves of emotion. It was as if what lay before her was not silver, but a pile of stones. At that moment, a hurried voice came from outside. Boss, someone from the Gu family is outside the village. That person gave me a letter to pass on to you. Hearing this, Li Kai said, bring the letter in. Upon hearing this, Di Gua entered the cave. When he saw the room full of silver, his eyes lit up, but upon seeing Li Kai, the fear and respect in his heart made him retract his greedy gaze. Di Gua handed the letter to Li Kai, who opened it and began to read carefully. After reading the content of the letter, Li Kai sneered. Zhu Kaijiang, so you want to play this game with me, huh? All right, then I will turn your own trick against you. After saying that, Li Kai ordered, have the men fetch more water. Do not drink from the well water for 3 days and wait for my news. Although Digua was puzzled as to why Li Kai wanted to do this, he did not dare to ask further and immediately went to carry out Li Kai's orders. Next to him, Suyu curiously asked, "Husband, why can we drink well water for these 3 days?" Li Kai smiled playfully. "Because the well water is poisoned." Poisoned? What should we do? Could it be that someone wants to poison and frame you? Suyu immediately became anxious. Li Kai nodded slightly and said, "Exactly. But not drinking from the well water for a short time is only a temporary solution. We live here. We can guard against someone poisoning us for a day, but we can't guard against it for a lifetime. What should we do?" Panicking, Suyu began to pace in circles, her face full of anxiety. Li Kai then pulled her into his embrace and reassured her. "What are you panicking about? Zhu Kaijiang has reminded me that while Qingfeng village is easy to defend and hard to attack, it has a fatal flaw. The well water is very easy to be poisoned. Since that is the case, I will make a filter myself. No matter what poison you use, it will be completely ineffective against the people of my mountain village." The next day, after preparing the materials, Li Kai began to get busy. What he was making was an ancient version of a water purifier. Li Kai first found a large water tank and broke the bottom of the tank, thus obtaining a bottomless tank. Then he wrapped a layer of cotton cloth around the bottom of the tank. After that, he placed coarse sand, fine sand, cotton, and charcoal into the tank. Each layer needed to be laid down 3 or 4 times. This simple water purifier was completed. All that was needed was to pour water into the tank. The water entering the tank would be filtered through the coarse sand, fine sand, cotton, and charcoal, eventually flowing into a container below the tank. Most of the impurities in the water would be filtered out. Although the water purifier made this way was simple, one must understand that the poisons of the Great Heavenly Dynasty are not particularly potent. It is nonsense to talk about toxicity without considering dosage. When poison is thrown into a creek, the creek water will disperse the potency of the poison. If someone directly drinks the raw water from the well at this time, it would definitely be poisoned. However, after being filtered by the water purifier and then boiled, the toxins in the water can be negligible. After completing all this, Li Kai just waited for the fish to bite. Soon night fell. 3 people sneaked into Qingfeng Mountain. These 3 were Zhu Ming and his 2 trusted aides. They avoided the main roads in the mountain, choosing difficult paths instead, battling through thorns until they finally reached the upper stream of the creek above Qingfeng village. Upon arriving at this spot, Zhu Ming tore off the black cloth covering his face. He began to rejoice. "Li Kai, your doomsday has arrived." Chapter 95. A scheme within a scheme. Zhu Ming and his 2 subordinates untied the bundles they were carrying, and after opening them, poured the packaged poison powder into the creek. These powders were all poisonous substances that Zhu Ming had purchased. After poisoning the water, Zhu Ming made sure to take the wrapping paper away, leaving the scene spotless. Once everything was done, Zhu Ming signaled to his subordinates, and the 3 of them found a high vantage point to hide. It must be said that Zhu Ming knew how to time his poisoning well. Not long after, dawn broke, coinciding with breakfast time. Since the poison had just been poured into the creek, it was now at its most potent. Soon, smoke began rising from Qingfeng village, indicating that the local militia had started to cook. Zhu Ming patiently waited for 3 hours. After 3 hours, a scream came from within the village. "Not good. People are dying from the food. Quickly, go fetch the doctor." With this shout, the village gate was quickly opened. Then a local soldier stumbled out of the village. But after just a few steps, he suddenly foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Before long, the entire Qingfeng village was engulfed in silence. In the distance, hidden in the bushes, Zhu Ming was overjoyed at this sight. "Success! Quickly, go down the mountain and inform our people to raid the village." Zhu Ming's subordinates dashed down to the village like arrows. Not long after, a team of 100 appeared at the entrance of Qingfeng village. Seeing this, Zhu Ming also rushed out from his hiding spot. These 100 men were all constables from Qingshan County, and they were all trusted followers of Zhu Kaijiang. Their main task this time was to retrieve the 12,000 taels of silver that had been swindled by Li Kai and to loot the entire village while they were at it. If there were any survivors, they would take care of them on the spot. The more than 100 men were dressed in plain clothes, with their faces covered. making it impossible for outsiders to discern their identity as constables. Zhu Ming was extremely excited at this moment. Li Kai, you thought you were so arrogant. Now you've finally fallen into my hands. Everyone, follow me into the village. Remember, leave not a single survivor. After saying this, Zhu Ming brandished a knife and led the way into the village. The village gate was not closed, allowing Zhu Ming and his men to enter without obstruction. Inside the village, there was complete silence, not a sound to be heard. Zhu Ming, knife in hand, approached the largest cave, knowing that it was Li Kai's room. However, before Zhu Ming could reach the cave entrance, a loud crash echoed from behind him. Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to see the local soldier who had run out earlier returning unexpectedly and locking the gate behind him. Zhu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this person poisoned? How is he still alive? The soldier looked at Zhu Ming with a mocking expression. Even Zhu Ming, no matter how foolish, realized something was wrong at this moment. He shouted, "Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Quickly retreat." But at this time, Zhu Ming and his men were like fish in a barrel. Like dogs in a courtyard, it was already too late to escape. With a crash, over 100 local soldiers suddenly appeared from above the village gate. Each soldier held a composite bow, the cold arrowheads aimed directly at Zhu Ming and his men. The doors of the cave swung open, and local soldiers clad in black armor, wielding steel knives emerged. Their eyes were cold and merciless. 310 local soldiers were all present. Not a single person had died from the poison in the water. Finally, from the largest cave, Li Kai emerged, embracing two women. "Young Master Zhu has come to visit me. Why the sneaky approach? You even brought so many people. Young Master Zhu isn't planning to kill me, is he?" Li Kai said with a mocking smile. At this moment, Zhu Ming was almost scared out of his wits. He had long heard about the combat strength of the local soldiers in Yo village, not to mention that the enemy outnumbered them by more than double. They were also wearing armor and wielding bows, occupying a geographical advantage. If a fight broke out, Zhu Ming and his men would undoubtedly perish. Li Kai, I actually have no ill intentions. I just wanted to come and see you. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Li Kai laughed. Do you think I would believe that? Bringing over 100 people to see me? With knives in hand? Zhu Ming, after saying this, could no longer maintain his act. He steeled himself and shouted angrily, "That's right, I want to kill you. But I didn't expect you wouldn't be poisoned. Someone must have leaked our plan to you in advance." Clap, clap, clap. Li Kai applauded, a playful smile on his face. "It seems you're not entirely foolish. Indeed, someone did leak information. Otherwise, I would have fallen for your scheme. How infuriating. When I return, I will definitely root out this despicable traitor." Zhu Ming gritted his teeth in anger. Do you think you can still go back? Li Kai said playfully. At this moment, all the soldiers under Li Kai stepped forward, their faces filled with murderous intent. Zhu Ming, frightened, took a step back and stammered, "Li Kai, you dare? I am the son of the counting magistrate. These men are all constables. If you kill us, even 10 of your heads wouldn't be enough to pay for it." Upon hearing this, Li Kai immediately smiled with interest. "Oh, then may I ask, if I kill you, who will know?" "My father will know." "Oh, then may I ask what your father sent you here for?" "Of course, to kill you." Zhu Ming's confidence waned with every word. "Yes, they were here to kill. Can murder be openly discussed?" "Of course not." This meant that if Li Kai truly killed them, Zhu Kaijiang would have to swallow his anger and remain silent. He had no reason to act against Li Kai. At this moment, Zhu Ming began to panic. "Li Kai, name your price. How much do you want to let us go?" Li Kai replied playfully, "It seems your Zhu family is quite wealthy. To take out 12,000 taels of silver and still have money to buy your lives. Since you are so wealthy, I won't ask for much. How about selling me Qingfeng Mountain for just a penny?" Although Li Kai could kill Zhu Ming, killing him would not bring any benefits. The enraged Zhu Kaijiang might resort to unpredictable actions. It was better to take advantage of Zhu Ming falling into his hands and demand something of value. What Li Kai wanted was the entire Qingfeng Mountain. "Li Kai, are you crazy? You think you can buy the whole mountain for a penny?" In the Great Heavenly Dynasty, land could be freely bought and sold. However, for some unowned land, ownership belonged to the local government. Qingfeng Mountain was temporarily unowned, and anyone wishing to purchase it had to negotiate with the local government. However, buying such a large piece of land required layers of approval, complicated procedures, and an expensive price. Chapter 96. A penny to buy Qingfeng Mountain. To buy such a piece of unowned land, first, you need connections, and second, you need money. Both are indispensable. For a large area like Qingfeng Mountain, at least 1,000,000 taels of silver would be needed to purchase it. Very few would spend so much silver on a useless mountain. Li Kai chuckled with amusement. I'm not joking. I could buy Qingfeng Mountain for a penny. I'll give your father 3 days. If the contract isn't delivered to me in 3 days, I'm sorry, but you can only stay in Qingfeng village forever. After saying this, Li Kai waved his hand and said, let one person go back and inform Zhu Kaijiang. Yes, the village gate opened, and a villager from Yotsuan randomly pulled out a person and kicked him out of the village. On the other side, at the Zhu family, Zhu Kaijiang was anxiously waiting for news, pacing back and forth in the courtyard, unable to stay calm. His heart was filled with anxiety and unease. Sending over 100 constables for his private affairs, especially for something as serious as murder, he couldn't say he wasn't nervous. All he could do was pray for a smooth resolution and to see his son safe. Just then, a masked figure in black hurried into the Zhu family's courtyard. Master! With a thud, the person knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Master, something bad has happened. Young Master has been captured by the villagers of Nyotsuan. What? At the news, Zhu Kaijiang was shocked, his eyes widened, and he felt dizzy, sitting down on the ground. How could this be? What exactly happened? The person recounted the events in detail. After hearing the account, Zhu Kaijiang's face turned pale. There was indeed a traitor in the Zhu family. Zhu Kaijiang, who could become the county magistrate, was no fool. Upon hearing that Zhu Ming and the others were surrounded as soon as they entered Qingfeng village, he realized there must be a traitor among them. But now was not the time to catch the traitor. It was about how to rescue his son. Buying Qingfeng Mountain for a penny? Li Kai is really bold. Zhu Kaijiang was furious. Although the government had the right to buy and sell local land, the court was short on money, and such a large piece of land would have to sell for at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. How could he explain a sale for a penny? At this moment, the steward Ho frowned and sighed. Master, things are troublesome. If the young master doesn't return, that's one thing, but where have those 100 constables gone? When the time comes, even if you have 100 mouths, you won't be able to explain it. Zhu Kaijiang naturally understood. Those 100 constables were sent for his private affairs. There weren't many constables in the yamen to begin with, and losing over 100 would definitely attract attention. If the families of those constables banded together to cause a scene and the higher-ups sent someone to investigate, Zhu Kaijiang's head would definitely be on the line. But selling Qingfeng Mountain for a penny was impossible for him. Zhu Kaijiang's face was filled with worry. Even if Qingfeng Mountain didn't require 1,000,000 taels of silver, it would still have to sell for at least 500,000 taels. Selling it for a penny was out of the question. Steward Ho looked troubled as well. After a long while, he sighed and said, alas, at this point, Qingfeng Mountain must be sold. Master, why not settle the contract for 50,000 taels first to redeem the people? You can threaten the owner of Chunfeng Tower to help repay, since this bad idea came from him. Boss John's family is large and should not lack 50,000 taels. We can gather some funds, find some connections, and it should be manageable with 20 or 30,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kaijiang sighed. At this point, there was no other choice. However, spending that silver really pained him. Help me into the house. I will write a letter immediately, and then send someone out to run some connections to get the contract for Qingfeng Mountain first, and send it to Li Kai to redeem the people. On the other side, Li Kai had waited a full 3 days. After 3 days, he was already impatient. In the courtyard, Zhu Ming and others were huddled in a corner, having not eaten a single bite in 3 days. Luckily, it had rained during that time, allowing them to drink some rainwater, so they didn't die of thirst. Li Kai was cracking seeds in the courtyard, looking at the sun high in the sky, and said casually, it's been 3 days. It seems your county magistrate won't come to save you. My patience has reached its limit. Dig a pit and bury them. Digua, upon hearing this, picked up a shovel and went to prepare to dig a pit. Li Kai kicked him in the rear and said, are you stupid? Burying outside is bad luck. Bury them inside the house. Di Gua scratched his head and smiled foolishly, shouldering the shovel and preparing to go out. Just then, a villager standing at the gate shouted, "Captain of the villagers, it seems to be someone from the Yamen." At this, Zhu Ming and the others immediately perked up, standing up and looking toward the gate. Li Kai initially didn't hold much hope for buying Qingfeng Mountain for a penny because he knew such a large piece of land couldn't possibly be sold cheaply. So, he approached it with a trial-and-error attitude. If it worked out, that would be great. If not, he wouldn't lose anything. Outside the village gate, a constable ran in, panting, waving the contract in his hand, shouting, "The contract has been delivered. Open the gate quickly." After confirming that there was only one constable outside, Li Kai ordered the gate to be opened. Once the constable entered the village, he presented the contract with both hands. "The contract is ready. Release the people immediately." Li Kai took the contract and saw that it was indeed the land deed for Qingfeng Mountain. It stated that Li Kai had purchased all the land of Qingfeng Mountain for 50,000 taels of silver, becoming the sole owner of Qingfeng Mountain. Seeing this, Li Kai raised an eyebrow. 50,000? Our county magistrate said it was impossible to write a penny on the deed. The contract couldn't be processed without at least 50,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Li Kai grinned. It seems our county magistrate spent 50,000 taels to get this deed. I never thought a small county magistrate could come up with 50,000 taels. Could Zhu Kaijiang come up with 50,000 taels? Of course not. He couldn't even come up with 10,000 taels. He was simply forced into a corner. First, get the deed processed, and as for the silver, it could be supplemented later. Plus, with Boss Jiang from Chunfeng Tower sharing the blame, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to repay the money. After all, as a county magistrate, Zhu Kaijiang still had some connections in the court. When the time came, bribing some silver to the higher-ups might allow them to negotiate the 50,000 taels down a bit. "Captain Li, the contract has been delivered. Now can we release the people as agreed?" "Sure. Do you want them alive or dead?" Chapter 97. The 10-day deadline. Hearing the words, the constable was so frightened that he shivered all over. Li Kai laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. "Ha, just kidding. Don't be afraid. The person is inside. Take him away." Only then did the constable let out a sigh of relief and jogged into the village. Meanwhile, Zhu Ming, covered in dirt and looking emaciated from hunger, was overwhelmed with emotion and tears when he saw the officials arriving. "You finally came." The constable helped Zhu Ming up and said, "Young master, let us go home." Li Kai stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Zhu Ming. Just as Zhu Ming was about to leave the mountain stronghold, Li Kai teasingly said, "Young Master Zhu, you're welcome to come play again next time." Upon hearing Li Kai's voice, Zhu Ming almost fell over. "Come again? If I do, I'll be a big fool." After Zhu Ming and the others left, Su Yu and Huang Yuru approached. Li Kai then handed them the land deed to look at. After Su Yu finished reading the deed, she was overjoyed. "Husband, does this mean that the vast Qingfeng Mountain will be our home from now on?" Li Kai smiled and nodded. "That's right, from now on. Qingfeng Mountain will be our home." Huang Yuru raised her small fist, excitedly saying, "Oh yeah, husband is amazing. With such a big home, we can definitely build many houses. We can even marry several concubines, and then Yuru won't be lonely anymore." Li Kai slapped his forehead, wondering why Huang Yuru always thought about him marrying more concubines. On the other side, Zhu Ming had finally returned to the Zhu residence. Zhu Kaijiang was pacing back and forth in the study, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks on the desk. Suddenly, he heard chaotic footsteps outside the door, and he stumbled to the entrance, just in time to see Zhu Ming, covered in mud, being supported by the officials as he was brought in. "My son." Zhu Kaijiang's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, murky tears streaming down his face as he trembled and touched his son's gaunt cheeks. "What have I done to you?" Zhu Ming could no longer hold back and fell in his father's arms, his throat choked with suppressed sobs. "Dad, I thought I would never see you again." Zhu Kaijiang tightly embraced his son, his knuckles turning white from the grip, resting his forehead against his son's head, his voice thick with tears. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." The father and son huddled together on the ground. Zhu Kaijiang's official robe covered in his son's dirt, oblivious to it. Only the intermittent sobs echoed in the silent hall. After a long time, Zhu Ming, filled with hatred, gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, I want that Li Kai dead," without Zhu Ming saying it. Zhu Kaijiang naturally hated Li Kai to the bone as well. Zhu Kaijiang gritted his teeth and said, "Son, don't worry. If I don't avenge this grudge, how can I face being the county magistrate of Qingfeng Mountain? Dad, what do you plan to do about Li Kai?" Zhu Ming looked at Zhu Kaijiang. "I've already arranged everything and bribed the governor of Muyang City. The county magistrate's position is too small and has no authority to mobilize local militia, but the governor is different. All the citizens within the jurisdiction are under the governor's control, and he has the authority to mobilize everyone, whether soldiers or civilians." Zhu Kaijiang sneered, his face full of coldness. Zhu Ming curiously asked, "Dad, what do you plan to send Li Kai and them?" Zhu Kaijiang stood up and looked into the distance. "Isn't the Nyo village militia quite effective against bandits? I wonder how their combat power will fare against the rebel army of Prince Fu." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming stood up excitedly. "Great. When a militia meets the regular army, this time Li Kai, you're doomed." The next day, after Li Kai got up, he began instructing his subordinates in the militia to work. All the militia gathered in front of Li Kai. "Now that Qingfeng Mountain has become my private property, we cannot allow outsiders to come and go freely. Digwa, have the blacksmiths make some barbed wire and surround the entire mountain at the foot of the mountain. No one is allowed to enter Qingfeng Mountain." Li Kai did this to protect the resources on the mountain, as there were many wild game in Qingfeng Mountain, and surrounding it with barbed wire could prevent outsiders from hunting. Secondly, it was convenient for management. With no outsiders on the mountain, the activity space would be much larger. After receiving the orders, Digwa eagerly took his men to work. Not long after Digwa went out, the militia at the gate shouted, "Militia chief, there are outsiders coming up the mountain." "Outsiders?" Li Kai climbed up the gate to take a look and saw a horse-drawn carriage parked outside Qingfeng stronghold. Although this carriage was not as luxurious as Zhao Yupei's, anyone who could afford a carriage in this era was either rich or noble, clearly indicating that the other party was not to be underestimated. A man dressed very elegantly stepped down from the carriage, looking immaculate, and every move he made exuded an air of nobility. At this time, a militia shouted from the stronghold, "Who is down there? What business do you have in Qingfeng stronghold?" The man glanced at the Nyo village militia on the stronghold and waved his hand, and the guard behind him immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Impudent! Standing before you is a confidant of the governor of Muyang City, Liao Xian, Liao military officer. Let your Nyo village militia chief come out to meet us." Muyang county military officer? This position is quite significant. The governor is akin to a city mayor in modern terms. This Liao Xian, as a military officer, would be equivalent to a department head-level civil servant today. Hearing this, Li Kai smiled slightly. "You say he is the Muyang county military officer. So he is?" "I've never seen the Muyang county military officer." The guard was furious at Li Kai's words, brandishing his weapon. "Presumptuous! Dare to speak to our military officer Liao like that? Are you tired of living? Quickly open the gate. Otherwise, I'll tear down your broken stronghold." The guard's arrogant attitude ignited the anger of the militia at the gate. But since they were unsure of the military officer's true identity, even if they were angry, they could only endure it. Just then, Liao Xian spoke. "Whether to open the gate or not is of no consequence." Liao Xian, with his hands behind his back, stared directly at Li Kai on the gate. "You must be Nyo village militia chief Li Kai, right? I am just running an errand for the governor. So it doesn't matter whether you open the door or not. Come here, post a notice." With a command from Liao Xian, two guards behind him immediately took out paste and a notice, coming to the gate and posting the notice on the wall. "Militia Chief Li, 10 days from now, you are ordered to send your Nyo village militia to the North Plains battlefield to support the Imperial Army in fighting against the rebel army of Prince Fu. If you do not arrive in 10 days, all Nyo village militia will be executed. Remember, this is a military order." Upon hearing this, Digwa, who was beside Li Kai, immediately exploded with anger. "Are you kidding? We are militia. Isn't our job to protect the village? You don't provide food or military pay. Yet you want us to fight when the time comes?" Liao Xian smirked, a playful smile on his face. "I don't care. This is the governor's order. Just remember, 10 days from now, if you don't arrive, there's only one path for you, death. We're leaving. Chapter 98. The Gu family's son-in-law Liao Xin arrived quickly and left just as fast, soon disappearing outside the Qingfeng stronghold. Digua was furious. Damn it. Using the fox's power to intimidate. Who does he think he is? Boss, they're not giving us military pay or supplies, and now that they're short on manpower, they're pulling us to the front lines to fight. Isn't this bullying honest people? Li Kai stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. There's a fight to be had, and you're not happy? Digua sulked. Boss, the rebel army of the Fuwang is no different from bandits. The Fuwang's rebels have been through countless battles. Their combat strength is not something mere bandits can compare to. You all lack confidence in yourselves too much. Brothers, remember, our Neo village militia is the strongest army in the world. No matter what kind of nonsense Fuwang's rebel army or savages they are. Facing us means only one path, death. Li Kai's confidence radiated a powerful aura that invigorated Digua and the others, inspiring them with Li Kai's charisma. The battlefield is a bloodthirsty machine, but it's also a land of fortune. Li Kai looked into the distance, feeling somewhat impatient. A land of fortune? Boss, what do you mean? Li Kai smiled. Kill the enemy, and the silver on them is yours, right? Break the city, and the treasures inside are yours to take, right? As soon as he said this, everyone in the Neo village militia became excited. It seemed to make some sense. But if we do this, won't it be inappropriate? How is it any different from bandits? Digua tilted his head, feeling conflicted. Li Kai flicked his finger on his head. Remember, if you don't take it, others will. If you don't snatch it, others will. There is no fairness or justice in this world. That's all nonsense. Only benefits matter. Without benefits, everything is just hot air. People don't act for themselves. Heaven and earth will punish them. It's normal for birds to die for food. Only when you live, well, do you care about whether others are doing well or not. On the battlefield, if you don't kill the enemy will kill you. If you don't rob the enemy will strip you down to your underwear. You may be kind-hearted and not want to slaughter cities. But if the enemy breaks into your territory, they will kill your entire family without mercy. That's the reality. That's war. After hearing Li Kai's words, Digua and the others fell silent. Li Kai's words shattered their worldview. So this world is this cruel? Li Kai patted Digua on the shoulder and said, make sure to talk to the brothers about this. I'm going out for a bit. Then Li Kai found Fubo. After securing a few horse-drawn carts, he loaded the fine salt onto them and left the stronghold with a few militiamen. Not long after, Li Kai, pulling the fine salt, arrived at the Gu residence. As soon as he jumped off the cart, he saw Gu Lingzhi's bodyguard, Zhou Bo, approach with a serious expression. My lady has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Kai was taken aback. She knew I was coming? Zhou Bo remained expressionless. The lady is quite perceptive. Then, under Zhou Bo's guidance, Li Kai entered the Gu residence. In the back garden of the Gu residence, under a pavilion, a few exquisite snacks were laid out on the table. Gu Lingzhi was reclining on a bamboo couch, wearing a light white dress, with a jade pendant hanging from her waist, swaying gently. Her hair was loosely tied up, with a few strands falling by her neck. She had lightly painted her eyebrows red and had delicate patterns drawn at the corners of her eyes, making her bright eyes sparkle. Holding a fan painted with lotus flowers. With green nail armor on her fingers, she smiled at Li Kai while nibbling on a snack, looking both charming and lively. Oh, our village soldier Li is here. After Zhou Bo brought Li Kai in, he left. Li Kai scratched his head awkwardly and sat down. Upon seeing Gu Ling, he couldn't help but recall the misunderstanding from the last time when he had stripped off his clothes. Gu Lingzhi giggled, seeming to notice Li Kai's embarrassment. I heard our village soldier Li is like a god of death on the battlefield, making those bandits roll around in fear. Why is it that when you come to me, you don't say a word? Is there something on your mind? Li Kai scratched his head again, saying, Miss Gu is joking. How did you know I was coming? Gu Lingzhi smiled. I not only knew you were coming, but I also know that in 10 days, you will leave Qingfeng Mountain for the Northern Plains battlefield to fight the Fuwang rebels. Upon hearing this, Li Kai instantly understood. You have quite the network. So you know I have something to ask of you? Gu Lingzhi looked a bit proud and tilted her head. Of course I know. The combat strength of the Fuwang rebels is not something the waste of the Great Heavenly Dynasty can contend with. Although your Neo village militia has a set way to deal with bandits, once on the battlefield, you might be scared out of your wits. So, you are here to ask me to use my connections to keep you from going to the battlefield, right? Li Kai smiled at her words. But Gu Ling'er only guessed half right. He indeed had a request for her, but it wasn't to ask her to pull strings to keep him out of battle. It was to ask her for some supplies. Seeing that Li Kai didn't say anything, Gu Ling'er thought she had guessed correctly. She smiled sweetly and said, Li Kai, if you want to avoid going to the battlefield, there's only one way. Do you want to hear it? Li Kai was taken aback. He was indeed curious about what way Gu Ling'er had to keep him from the battlefield. So he asked, what way? Tell me. That is to marry me and become the Gu family's son-in-law. After saying this, Gu Ling'er felt a bit shy, her little face slightly flushed. This time, it was Li Kai's turn to be stunned. Huh? What huh? My father has some say in the court. If you become the Gu family's son-in-law, naturally, you won't have to go to the battlefield. That little county magistrate wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. However, becoming my Gu family's son-in-law isn't that easy. After we marry, you have to accommodate me in everything and pamper me in all matters. If we have a baby in the future, the baby must take my surname. Of course, at that time, I will fully support your career, give you money and troops, and you won't have to worry about any logistics for the army. The Gu family will become your strongest backing. Gu Ling'er's words left Li Kai speechless. I haven't even agreed yet. And you've already thought about what to name the child? Cough, cough. Miss Gu, I haven't agreed to become a part of the Gu family. Although being the Gu family's son-in-law sounds good, Li Kai is a man. How can a man be protected by a woman and live as a kept man? Even if he were to live off a woman, he would have to do it with some backbone. Hearing this, Gu Ling'er was taken aback, her smile instantly disappearing as she asked somewhat displeased. What? Is being my Gu family's son-in-law a burden to you? Li Kai shook his head. Not at all. It's just that I already have 2 wives. I'm afraid I can't be the Gu family's son-in-law. Chapter 99. Creating heavy cavalry. Whenever Gu Ling'er mentioned Li Kai's 2 wives, she felt a bit annoyed. She greatly admired Li Kai. His charismatic personality deeply attracted her and made her feel that he was different from others. But who was Gu Ling'er? The eldest daughter of the Gu family. The pearl in everyone's eye. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she was the center of attention in her family. Not to mention, she had never suffered. Her every wish could almost be fulfilled, and she could act without considering anyone else's feelings. So, how could she be willing to share a man with other women? But now, it was Gu Ling'er who was eager for Li Kai to become the Gu family's son-in-law. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Ling'er huffed. Your 2 wives cannot be brought into the Gu family. I must be the main one. They can only be the minor ones. And they must pay me respects every day. I will buy them a good house outside the Gu family, and you can only spend 1 day a week with them. This is already my greatest concession. For Gu Ling'er to make such a big compromise, Li Kai could be said to be the first in history. But Li Kai smiled wryly. Do I have to say that I don't want to be a part of the Gu family? After he said this, the scene fell silent for a long time. Then, Gu Ling'er exploded like a lit powder keg. She stood up, hands on her hips, and said fiercely, why? Is it because I, Gu Ling'er, am not good-looking enough? Is it because my family background is not impressive enough? Or is it because my chest is not big enough? Li Kai quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and waved his hands to explain, none of those. Then what is it? Gu Ling'er asked. I have the figure, I have the looks, and I have the money. If you marry me, you can avoid 100 years of detours. I can give you everything you want. So why do you refuse me? At this moment, Gu Ling'er's face turned red, and her eyes seemed ready to devour him. After pondering for a long time, Li Kai said, I, Li Kai, am a 7-foot-tall man, a real man, being supported by a woman? How shameful! As a man, you must rely on yourself to carve out your own territory, to establish your own kingdom. What kind of ability is it to depend on a woman to rise? Miss Gu, you are beautiful and have a good figure. To be honest, I also want to marry a woman like you. But I absolutely will not be a part of your family, because that is a man's bottom line. In the future, when I, Li Kai, achieve success, I will take Miss Gu home in a dignified manner. That would be an accomplishment. What kind of man is it to be a part of someone else's family? Li Kai's words left Gu Ling'er stunned. The very reason Gu Ling'er found Li Kai unique was because of his strong masculinity. The men she had met before all tried to please her and obey her. Only Li Kai did not revolve around her or treat her as the center of the universe. The unattainable is always stirring. And it was precisely Li Kai's unique personality that attracted Gu Ling'er. After Li Kai finished speaking, Gu Ling'er stopped making a scene and quietly sat there, tears suddenly streaming down her face. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, with crystal-clear tears flowing down her delicate face. This made Li Kai feel helpless. The one thing he could not stand in his life was a woman crying. "Why are you crying? Stop crying, I. For a moment, Li Kai was at a loss. Gu Ling'er looked at Li Kai with watery eyes, her face full of grievance. "Then when will you achieve success and come and marry me?" Li Kai scratched his head and said, "If all goes well, 3 to 5 years, if not 1 or 2 decades. 1 or 2 decades. By then, I'll be old and become a hag." Li Kai cleared his throat and said, "Cough. Miss Gu is naturally beautiful. Even after 100 years, she would still be a beauty." With Li Kai's playful words, Gu Ling'er instantly felt much happier and stopped crying. Really? Really? Once the grievance passed, Gu Ling'er's pride resurfaced. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Actually, I didn't really want to marry you. I just thought you were easy to bully and could be commanded around. Once we become a family, you can serve me well." Li Kai quickly went along with Gu Ling'er's words. "You have a good eye. So, what do you want to discuss with me?" Gu Ling'er got straight to the point. Li Kai said, "I need iron. The more the better." Gu Ling'er looked Li Kai up and down and said, "Isn't iron something you can buy anywhere? Why do you need to come to me? I need a large quantity, and I can't get that much in a short time. Only the Gu family has the connections and means to buy the raw materials I need within 3 days. I'll need to be on the battlefield in 10 days. On the Northern Plains battlefield, Li Kai wanted to create a heavy cavalry unit. The Northern Plains were suitable for cavalry combat. Li Kai's infantry was strong, but his cavalry was relatively average since his subordinates rarely rode horses. If he could equip the war horses with armor, it would be different. The war horses could avoid injury and have greater impact, although their movement speed would slow down. Li Kai did not need speed. What he needed was self-protection. He needed to ensure that no one dared to bully their local militia. This was easy to say, but didn't you just say you wouldn't rely on women? How can you suddenly come to me for iron raw materials?" Gu Ling'er looked at Li Kai skeptically. "Who said I was asking? I'm buying. Paying with money." Li Kai said seriously, "Buying with money? That won't be cheap.